Can walking truly lead to financial gain? The delivery worker Bu Ming has acquired a remarkable walking system, wherein each step he takes earns him 1 yuan. Moreover, he can venture into various worlds to undertake quests, interact with influential figures, and receive treasures beyond imagination, such as the legendary Kaiwa Yudi and the coveted Jiao Zhuan Jindan. Suddenly, he finds himself in possession of a force glove should he bestow it upon Iron Man or Thanos. With limited funds, who can rival him? Chapter 1. Ascend in a single step. The bustling street is alive with traffic. Bu Ming, burdened by a hefty backpack, stands at a crossroads, his feet dancing in anticipation despite the red light ahead. To the untrained eye, he might appear as a madman, yet he is merely counting down the final steps. Just 3 steps to go, 2 steps, 1 step. 1,000,000 steps accomplished. A melodious female voice resonates in his mind. Congratulations, you have completed the ascend in a single-step quest and have officially become a Black Iron Walker. The following are essential details for Black Iron Walkers. Every step taken converts to 1 yuan in real currency, with no upper limit on steps. However, you must complete 100 million steps within 3 years, or face erasure by the system. Upon completion, you will be required to participate in the bronze level assessment. The enchanting voice continues to elaborate. While Bu Ming listens intently, this information is crucial, particularly regarding the rewards following the completion of his quest as the sole Black Iron Walker on Earth. You are entitled to a beginner's reward of 10 million entry points, a pair of black iron grade attributeless running shoes, a supply of black iron grade all attribute rations, and a black iron grade traveler's backpack. Would you like to claim these rewards now? Claim, Bu Ming mentally replies. Instantly, a pair of worn olive green shoes and a large, tattered canvas backpack materialize before him, accompanied by a package of rations wrapped in coarse paper. They appear almost like offerings for beggars. Yet, Bu Ming recognizes their true value. Surveying his surroundings to ensure no one is watching, he hastily stows the items into his own backpack. Entry points can be exchanged for real currency at a 1-to-1 ratio. Would you like to exchange them all? I'll exchange half for now, he thinks. Moments later, a notification pings on his phone. Dear Xianlong Bank customer, your account XXXXX received a remittance at 15:30. For details, please access the Xianlong Bank app. Bu Ming quickly opens the app linked to the account he had prepared 6 months prior, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as the burdens he carried dissipate in an instant. Financial freedom is finally within reach. 6 months ago, Bu Ming graduated from university and, alongside his girlfriend Tao Yuan, moved to this provincial capital. Both entered the same company, filled with ambition and dreams of success. However, idealism clashed with harsh reality before finishing their internship. Tao Yuan abruptly left him for a high-ranking executive named He Zhuan Bai, fully aware he was married. Yet, she pursued him recklessly. Her reasoning was blunt. You are too poor. I wish to own a car and a house, to indulge in luxury cosmetics and fashionable shoes. Do you know how much a pair of imitation Prada shoes costs? 100,000 yuan. Can you provide that? You can't even afford me a pair of replicas. What can you offer? I cannot wait for you any longer. With that, she entered He Zhuan Bai's car. Bu Ming attempted to intercept, but He Zhuan Bai coldly accelerated, knocking him down. Afterward, He Zhuan Bai exited the vehicle and violently dragged Bu Ming into a blind spot on the road, mercilessly assaulting him. He Zhuan Bai's strength, honed from years in the gym, left Bu Ming hospitalized with broken bones and multiple injuries. Remarkably, He Zhuan Bai faced no repercussions for his actions, as Bu Ming chose not to report the incident. While recuperating in a hospital, Bu Ming was abruptly dismissed from his job, receiving no explanation. During his recovery, a captivating voice invaded his thoughts, rich with temptation. Owner of the Walker system, do you wish to rise above your adversaries through your own efforts? Do you aspire to earn your first 10 million yuan through diligent labor? By participating in the Walker system selection process and completing the ascend in a single-step quest, you could attain 10 million yuan. Bu Ming, swayed by this voice, noticed a sequence of numbers before his eyes, seemingly real rather than a mere illusion, leading him to unwittingly join the selection for the Super Walker program. The selection criteria were simple: complete 10 million steps outdoors within 6 months. At first glance, it seemed a figment of his imagination, yet he believed it wholeheartedly. He became a delivery worker, accumulating steps while donating to Ant Forest, thereby ensuring his livelihood while contributing to charity. Within 6 months, he astonishingly completed the required steps. When the enchanting voice echoed once more, and he beheld the items materializing before him, alongside 5 million yuan appearing in his bank account, Bu Ming was overwhelmed. With emotion, this dream had truly materialized. What exhilarated him further was the realization that as a black iron walker, each step earns him 1 yuan. With a daily pace of approximately 100,000 steps, he could genuinely achieve 100 million yuan within 3 years. With newfound wealth, Bu Ming resolved to visit Tao Yuan's company, determined to confront her. Previously indifferent, now he would be out of her reach. While traversing the streets, he suddenly heard the system's voice. The system has detected that the Black Iron Walker is fully equipped and can officially commence the walkers. Tasks. Accepting the walker's tasks will yield rewards. Tasks? Bu Ming, in his eagerness, hastily accepted without fully understanding the system's explanation. The system continued. Tasks once accepted cannot be cancelled. The walker must gather as much intelligence as possible to discover ways to exit the tasks. Should the walker perish during a task, the same fate will befall them in the real world. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on the walker's tasks. Bu Ming felt bewildered. He still had no comprehension of where he was meant to undertake these tasks or what they entailed. Regret washed over him for hastily accepting without fully absorbing the crucial information. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the system's mechanical voice devoid of emotion announce, initiating task countdown. 5, 4, 3. Chapter 2. Kindred Spirits. As the countdown concluded, Bu Ming felt a disorienting shift, and he found himself amidst a dense forest. Where am I? Just moments ago, he was in the city. How had he arrived here? Clueless about his surroundings, potential dangers, or how to gather intelligence, Bu Ming attempted to navigate through the forest. Drawing upon survival knowledge gleaned from outdoor videos, he recalled that tree foliage could indicate direction. Typically, southern leaves are denser while northern leaves are sparser. If he encountered a fallen tree, he could discern direction by examining its growth rings. Determining his bearings, he ventured southward. Emerging from the thicket, he beheld a shimmering lake, an unexpected sight within the forest. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lake discovered, reward, 5 task points. Accumulate system points to redeem system rewards. As the system's voice resonated, Bu Ming was presented with an ethereal interface. At the top of this interface, a phrase read, Heidi Buxing's Mall, followed by 2 rows beneath, each containing 3 boxes. Bu Ming glanced at the 6 boxes. The first contained an escape scroll, valued at 100 points. The second was an enchantment scroll, priced at 50 points. The third held a step scroll worth 500,000 steps, also valued at 50 points. The remaining 3 boxes contained items akin to the compressed biscuits initially provided by the system, presumably food that enhances all attributes, priced at 30 points each. The nature of these 6 items was readily comprehensible without further explanation. To escape the task, one would need to accumulate 100 points, and to exit with some items, an additional 30 points would be required. The ratio of task points to steps was likely 1 to 100,000. In essence, Bu Ming had inadvertently discovered a lake, yielding an astonishing 500,000 steps, equivalent to a sum of 500,000 in real currency. The rapid accumulation of steps thrilled Bu Ming, who felt an irresistible urge to advance further. After taking a few steps, he encountered a pile of garments in a myriad of colors, including variously hued belly bands. From a distance, the sound of women's laughter wafted through the air. Big sister, shall I massage your back? Sister 6, your waist is truly slender. How rude. Sister 5, why do you always pick on me? The voices, varied in pitch yet melodious, stirred his blood and quickened his heartbeat. Bu Ming's curiosity piqued. Could it be that beautiful maidens were bathing in the lake? Holding his breath, he cautiously approached the pile of clothing. From this vantage point, he spotted several enchanting women frolicking in the water, their delicate hands splashing droplets that fractured the sunlight into glimmering gold. The system's prompt sounded once more. Detected 7 unidentified female targets with combat potential. Gained 35 points. Would you like to further investigate their combat capabilities? Each successful assessment grants 10 points, but be wary. Discovery by the targets may lead to hostility. As the prompt concluded, a combat capability chart emerged before Bu Ming. He perused it briefly, noting that the combat strength benchmark began with the Heidi Buxings, rated at 1, while the Qingtong Buxings held a strength of 100, and the Baiyin Buxings reached 10,000. Only by consuming a piece of all attribute rations could a Heidi Buxings enhance their combat capability by 1. Presently, Bu Ming barely qualified as a weakling. He pondered and decisively opted against probing the strength of these 7 women. Who knew what their prowess entailed? With his meager strength of 1, a mere flick from any of them could spell his doom. Thus, he resolved to avoid unnecessary peril, for he had many tasks yet to accomplish and could not afford to meet his demise before achieving success. In this desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of so many beautiful women engaging in playful antics felt oddly sinister. Wait, desolate wilderness and women bathing? Bu Ming suddenly recalled the tale of Niulong and Jinu from his childhood, wherein Jinu and her sisters descended to a lake to bathe, only to have their garments seized by Niulong, guided by an old ox, preventing them from returning to the heavens and binding them to marriage with him. Could these maidens be the 7 fairies? Since the system urged exploration of task-related information, he might as well attempt to take a few garments to investigate. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him, raising the hair on the back of his neck. Was someone behind him? He swiftly raised his hands, not out of cowardice, but because with his current combat strength, resistance would be futile. Turning slowly, he encountered a rotund figure grinning at him. "Brother, who would have thought we would meet a kindred spirit in this remote wilderness?" "Kindred spirit?" Bu Ming cautiously inquired. "May I ask what line of work you are in, brother?" "You misunderstand. I meant that we share a common hobby of collecting little trinkets," the plump man replied, gesturing toward the garments. As if enchanted, the clothes floated towards his outstretched hand. Bu Ming was taken aback. What sorcery was this? Was this something mere mortals could do? Collecting little trinkets cultivates one's character and imbues life with joy and hope. Some collect rare stones, others cherish fine jade, and still others adore antiques. I, however, have a particular fondness for the fragrance of women. He inhaled deeply as he clutched the garments, prompting Bu Ming to silently curse the man as a pervert. The rotund figure winked at Bu Ming before vanishing in an instant. Bu Ming searched for the hefty brother, only to conclude he had never existed at all. Nevertheless, the man had shown some mercy, leaving a set of garments behind for Bu Ming. Yet, after the encounter, Bu Ming found himself hesitating. Should he take the remaining garments? If he did, would he not become a kindred spirit with that portly fellow? Should word get out, he would be branded as an underwear thief, jeopardizing his future endeavors. Chapter 3. The Spider Demon? Zhu Beiji? Bu Ming had always been the exemplary child in others' eyes, a perennial model student, and thus had never engaged in any misdeeds such as stealing garments from others. As he overheard the approaching women, his mind buzzed, and his heart raced to an alarming pace. In a moment of chaos, he instinctively seized the last set of clothes on the ground, clutching them to his chest as he dove into the thicket. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Acquired a set of personal clothing, gain 50 points. 50 points for merely obtaining a piece of clothing? That translated to 5 million steps. Had he just effortlessly earned 5 million? Bu Ming shook his head, realizing that now was not the time to ponder wealth. Currently, he had accumulated 90 points, and with just 10 more, he could exchange for an escape scroll. He needed to vacate this perilous location promptly. Here, he was lesser than an ant, and lingering even a moment longer could invite danger. Holding his breath, he lay low among the foliage, like a concealed predator. He heard the women's exclamations. "Where have our clothes gone? Who has stolen them? Cursed thief, if I catch you, I shall drain you to a husk. Shao Qi, your nose is the keenest. Sniff around to see if there are any traces of human scent." Human scent? Bu Ming recalled hearing that term in Shiyuji, Journey to the West, where various demons possess the ability to detect such scents. Could it be that he had traversed into the realm of Shiyuji? His mind buzzed as he realized where he was. This was not the domain of the 7 fairies, but rather that of 7 spiders. Was he in the territory of the Ponzi Cave? If so, then the stout figure who claimed to be an ally must indeed be Zhu Beiji, the marshal of the heavenly canopy. With this realization, Bu Ming dared not tarry. What sort of place was this where even flowers and insects could transform into demons? He still had 10 million unspent, and he could not afford to perish here. He needed to gather those remaining 10 points swiftly. His eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking items that could be exchanged for points. He did not dare to move, but reached out to grab whatever was within his reach, his hand brushing against a stone. The system's notification chimed. Acquired a raw stone, redeemable for 0 points. Disappointment washed over him. Yet he soon found solace in the thought that even raw stones had some value, suggesting that every blade of grass and every tree could be accounted for in points. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could accumulate 10 points while remaining still. He began to rummage through the grass, and the system notifications rang out repeatedly. Acquired a 10-year-old wild ginseng, redeemable for 0 points. Acquired a 50-year-old Hisho Wu, redeemable for 0 points. Acquired a raw stone, redeemable for 0 points. The more anxious he became in his quest for points, the more futile his efforts seemed. At that moment, the voice of the woman known as Xiao Mei echoed nearby. It seems they haven't gone far. They must be around this thicket. Sisters, let us search. The sound of hurried footsteps drew nearer. Bu Ming felt his heart leap into his throat. This was a dire situation. He was acutely aware that spiders inject their prey with digestive fluid, turning them into a soft, consumable form before draining them to a shell. If that were the case, how could he escape unscathed? He needed a plan. As his mind raced, he typically would have faltered under pressure, but now, facing life and death, his potential emerged, and he remained surprisingly composed. Indeed, Zhu Beiji must be nearby, and thus, Sun Wukong should not be far behind. Recalling the countless episodes of the show he had watched in his youth, a thought struck him. The spiders were likely bathing to prepare for a feast on Tang Sung, and thus, he reasoned that Tang Sung must have been captured. With that realization, he imitated Sha Sung's voice and shouted, "Big brother, trouble. Master and second brother have been captured by demons." This cry immediately attracted the attention of the 7 female demons. Threads of white silk shot toward Bu Ming. He rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. However, the anticipated arrival of Sun Wukong did not materialize. One thread ensnared Bu Ming's waist, and as he struggled to free himself, he found the silk remarkably resilient. Soon, a barrage of white threads descended upon him, wrapping him like a mummy. He called out again, "Big brother, trouble. Master has been sold to the demons by second brother." Just then, a familiar grunt resonated nearby. "You mischievous little rascal. When did I, Zhu Beiji, ever sell master to a demon?" Hearing Zhu Beiji's voice brought relief to Bu Ming, who quickly apologized. "Brother Zhu, please help me fight off the demons." Zhu Beiji sighed. "I, too, am a man of compassion. It grieves me to think of ending the lives of these 7 exquisite maidens." Bu Ming inwardly scoffed. After all, Master had been taken by these spiders, and who knew what fate awaited him? This old pig seemed to be rather unconcerned. However, it appeared that Zhu Beiji's mind was not focused on the quest for scriptures. He often expressed a desire to return to Gao Lao Zhuang to find Shui Lan whenever trouble arose. Could it be that he intended to let the spider demons cook Tang Sung? If Zhu Beiji harbored ulterior motives, it would spell disaster for Bu Ming. Anxiously, he listened as the sounds of struggle filled the air, and soon, silence enveloped the scene. It seemed Zhu Beiji's combat prowess was indeed reliable, having swiftly dealt with the 7 spider demons. In that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Discover the remains of 7 silver-ranked demon corpses, earning 70 points. Bu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The female demons had finally been vanquished. Now he had enough points to exchange for an escape scroll. Without delay, he redeemed one, leaving him with 60 points, which could be traded for 2 complete rations or for an enchantment scroll. Having experienced the rations, Bu Ming was unfamiliar with the enchantment scroll. The prospect of enhancing his abilities was enticing, so he chose to acquire the enchantment scroll, intending to investigate its usage. At that moment, Zhu Beiji approached Bu Ming. "My friend, let us discuss how to resolve the matter of your accusations against me." Chapter 4. Rescuing the Beauty. What was happening? Hearing the cold tone of Zhu Beiji's voice, Bu Ming sensed imminent danger. It appeared that the old pig truly harbored intentions of harming him, and having thwarted his plans, Bu Ming feared for his life. Zhu Beiji's formidable strength could easily dispatch him, given the ease with which he had dealt with the 7 silver-ranked spider demons. Fortunately, Bu Ming had promptly exchanged for an escape scroll. Sensing Zhu Beiji's malicious intent, he activated the scroll. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. Zhu Beiji stood motionless, bewildered by this celestial technique that allowed instantaneous movement, far swifter than Sun Wukong's leaps spanning vast distances. His gaze swept around, confirming that Bu Ming had indeed vanished. He could only sigh and turn away, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Such companions truly lack a sense of humor, unlike this old pig. On a main thoroughfare in Anbei, Bu Ming stood dazed at the roadside, checking his body for injuries or poison, finding none. The remarkably resilient spider silk had completely disappeared. Opening his grotesque canvas bag, he discovered an assortment of stones, herbs, and a scroll. An enchanted scroll, perhaps? Bu Ming examined it closely, and a system notification chimed. Ability acquired from the task. Level 1 surface walking. After enchanting, one may walk on surfaces for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 hours. 2 level 1 surface walking scrolls can upgrade to level 2. This ability seemed reminiscent of the spider spirits, akin to Spider-Man's powers. To describe it in a word, extraordinary. Bu Ming was exhilarated. Although the mission was perilous, the ability gained was incredibly potent. The system prompted, "Would you like to use it now?" "Yes," Bu Ming replied without hesitation. With this newfound power, he could traverse walls and rooftops, envisioning a future where delivering packages became a breeze. He returned to the company to collect his deliveries, mindful that he must continue living as an ordinary person. Following the address on the package, he arrived at a luxurious community named Baiheyuan, where only the affluent resided, with a single unit per floor and elevators leading directly to their doors. One could not even dream of living here without a fortune in the millions. After several unanswered calls, where delivery was mandated to be made directly to the door, Bu Ming had no choice but to ascend to the 15th floor. Upon arrival, he found a security door tightly locked. After knocking several times and hearing movement inside, but no one answering, he tried calling again. The ringing indicated someone was indeed home. He knocked once more, this time with more force. Yet, no one opened the door. Bu Ming finally called out, "I've signed for your package. It's left at your doorstep. Please collect it when convenient." He left, feeling a mix of frustration and indignation. Such wealthy individuals were so capricious. Clearly, someone was home, yet they wouldn't come to retrieve the package, treating delivery workers as though they were invisible. As he prepared to leave, he thought to make one last call. This time, the phone was answered by a weak female voice that uttered 2 words before hanging up. "Help me. Bu Ming, fabled alarmet." Was something amiss in that unit? Surely, it couldn't be a prank? Human life was at stake. He resolved to return, but then realized that even if he went back, he could not open the security door. It would be wiser to enter through a window. High-rise windows typically lack security bars. He circled around to the base of the building and looked up. Each floor had a single unit, so if he counted correctly, he could find the source of the distress call. After counting the floors, ensuring no one was around, he activated his surface walking ability and sprinted up the vertical wall with such flair that even Spider-Man would be envious. Reaching the 15th floor, he stood on the air conditioning unit and peered inside, spotting a stunning woman with a devilish figure sprawled on the floor, her phone lying beside her. The window was ajar, with only a layer of mesh screen. Bu Ming pulled out his utility knife and cut through the screen, reaching inside to unlock it, then jumped into the room. Approaching the woman, Bu Ming felt his heart race. Her beauty was breathtaking, far surpassing that of Tao Yuan. With great caution, he recited a calming incantation repeatedly before checking for breath. Thankfully, she was still alive, though her breathing was faint. He called for an ambulance and accompanied her to the hospital, assisting with the fees and staying by her side until she regained consciousness. Eventually, her family arrived, 7 or 8 individuals, all impeccably dressed, exuding an air of wealth. Leading them was a well-groomed woman in her 40s, adorned in designer attire, emanating an aura of authority. She approached Bu Ming, regarding him with disdain. "Are you the one who brought Lin Yin to the hospital?" "I am," Bu Ming replied, feeling a sense of irritation akin to being overlooked as the one in need of rescue. Having worked as a courier for some time, he was aware that many affluent individuals viewed others through a colored lens. "What is your relationship with her?" the wealthy woman interrogated. Bu Ming detested such aggressive questioning and, suppressing his anger, responded, "I'm just a courier who happened to find her in distress and called for help. Now that you're here, I can leave." As he turned to depart, the woman called him back. She glanced at Bu Ming's courier badge, then retrieved a stack of money from her purse. "Take this." Regardless of your relationship with Lin Yin, you're no longer connected to her. Keep this confidential, or the Lin family has ways to ensure you regret it. Thank you, madam. Your generosity is noted. I assure you, I have no connection to Miss Lin and will keep everything to myself, Bu Ming replied, taking the money with indifference before turning to leave. Behind him came the cold voice of the wealthy woman. You better be truthful. Our Lin family is not one that just anyone can afford to associate with. Chapter 5. Expelled in the hospital room, Lin Yin lay with a furrowed brow, burdened with thoughts. Beside her was her aunt, Lin Yu, the very woman who had questioned Bu Ming earlier. Yin, why do you neglect your health so? I'm not scolding you, but with your condition, how can you marry into the Huangfu family? For the sake of the Lin family, you must take care of yourself. Lin Yin felt overwhelmed. Years ago, her parents had left the Lin family and built the vast Lin Corporation from scratch. Yet, after the company became established, her parents vanished, leaving Lin Yin, still in high school, to care for her younger brother in elementary school. Now, all the distant relatives of the Lin family had surfaced, claiming to save the Lin Corporation, inserting themselves into its operations. Especially her Aunt Lin Yu, who had married into a minor family in Anbei long ago and had never interacted with her parents. Now, upon their disappearance, Lin Yu suddenly appeared, meddling in company affairs and incessantly urging Lin Yin to marry Huangfu Wuduan, the eldest son of the Huangfu family. Everyone in Anbei knew Huangfu Wuduan's notorious reputation. He was a man of the lowest character, recently embroiled in a scandal that resulted in a death. Yet, Lin Yu was adamant about pushing Lin Yin toward him, clearly intending to drive her into a pit of flames. The Lin family members were like wolves, eyeing the Lin Corporation as their prey, leaving Lin Yin feeling utterly helpless. In her desperation to escape this situation, Lin Yin worked tirelessly, ultimately exhausting herself. Lin Yu continued to fix her gaze upon Lin Yin, seemingly determined that unless Lin Yin acquiesced today, she would not relent. Yinner, it is not that your aunt is heartless. The Huangfu family has already set their sights on our Lin family. They are a first-rate family in Anbei, while we are but a third-rate family. We cannot contend with their might. As a member of the Lin family, you ought to make sacrifices for our clan. In the past, I too made sacrifices for the Lin family. Otherwise, I would not have married into the Zhou family. Lin Yin reflected inwardly that the Lin family's current status as a third-rate family was the result of her parents' painstaking efforts. Previously, the Lin family had not even qualified as a fourth-rate family. The sacrifices Lin Yu spoke of bore no relation to Linshire Group. However, engaging in a fruitless argument with someone as shameless as Lin Yu was clearly meaningless. She sighed and said, "Fine, I understand. However, if you wish for me to agree to marry Huangfu Wuduan, there are two conditions you must fulfill. If you can meet them, I shall consent. If not, I would rather donate the company." Lin Yu hastily acquiesced. She believed that once Lin Yin softened her stance, everything would be negotiable, and she feared that Lin Yin might truly donate the company, which would render her efforts futile. My first condition is to investigate the identity of the delivery man who saved me. I wish to thank him generously, with an amount not exceeding 100,000. Upon hearing Lin Yin's concession, Lin Yu's heart brimmed with hope. And what is your second condition? You must inform Huangfu Wuduan to grant me a year. If during this time he makes any moves against Lin Hai Group, I would rather see everything go up in flames. Lin Yu promptly exited to make a phone call. On the other end, Huangfu Wuduan was rather excited. She truly said that? Indeed, Master Huangfu. What shall we do about this? Lin Yu's demeanor was entirely that of a subordinate seeking guidance from a superior. Do as you see fit. A good meal is worth the wait. What I desire is Lin Yin's complete allegiance to me. I can wait for a year. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yu hung up and returned to Lin Yin, stating he has agreed. Lin Hai Group should remain stable for this year, so you can focus on your health. I will handle the company's affairs. Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Yu made another call. Immediately find out about the delivery man numbered 0007 from Mingda Express and ensure he is dismissed. Bu Ming had just arrived at the express company when the supervisor, Luer Peng, summoned him into the office, bluntly stating, "You are fired." "May I ask why?" Bu Ming inquired. "Why? Did you enter a client's home?" Entering a client's residence without invitation is a serious violation. I was there to save someone. Who knows your true intentions? Regardless, you're dismissed. Go to finance and collect your pay and leave. As the new supervisor, Luer Peng had always held a grudge against Bu Ming. Generally, delivery personnel had to ride bicycles, and in a small company like Mingda Express, They were expected to purchase their own bikes. Lu Erpang received a portion of the profits from the designated vendors. Bu Ming, who walked to deliver parcels, left Lu Erpang without any profit to gain. After several failed attempts to have Bu Ming dismissed, he was finally presented with the opportunity. Bu Ming, however, was not foolish. He understood that the wealthy woman from the hospital had orchestrated this. Today, it was clear that he could no longer work at Mingda Express. Previously, he had valued his meager salary, but now he had sufficient funds and no need to compromise. After acquiring the system, he found himself imbued with confidence, allowing him the freedom to choose between being a good person or a villain, no longer forced to be a submissive fool. Calmly, he addressed Lu Erpang. Since you are dismissing me today, there are a few matters we need to discuss. Is your wife aware of your relationship with Xiao Li at the front desk? If I were to inform her, do you think you would retain your position as supervisor, which you obtained through your brother-in-law? Lu Erpang's complexion shifted dramatically at these words. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? I can have you imprisoned. Bu Ming retrieved his phone from his pocket and pressed send. 2 months ago, shortly after you joined the company, you followed Xiao Li to the Confucian Hotel one evening. I happened to pass by and captured a photo of you both. Lu Erpang protested. We were merely discussing business. I would like to believe that, but I wonder if your wife would share the same sentiment. She must not find out. Lu Erpang scrambled to his feet, personally offering Bu Ming a chair and pouring him a glass of water. Xiao Bu, I was too hasty earlier. I sincerely apologize. We may not have known each other long, but I see you are clever and capable with high business acumen. Individuals like you are rare. Why not stay and continue working? I will assign you the nearby residential areas for deliveries. Is that so? Bu Ming chuckled. Since you are being so reasonable, I might as well inform you of another small matter. Your wife will arrive in 5 seconds. You told her? Lu Erpang pointed at Bu Ming in disbelief. Bu Ming shrugged lightly. What can I say? I am indeed the honest and trustworthy person you described. With a loud shout, the office door was forcefully pushed open by a rather hefty woman, who completely ignored Bu Ming and charged at Lu Erpang with fury. Bu Ming turned and exited the office, kindly closing the door behind him. Chapter 6. The Raw Jade Stone upon leaving Mingda Express. Bu Ming made his way towards the outskirts of the city. He intended to visit his high school classmate, Lu Lin. During his school days, Bu Ming had been solely focused on academics, resulting in a rather limited circle of friends. Currently, Lu Lin was the only one with whom he maintained contact. Bu Ming sought out Lu Lin because he had brought back several pieces of raw jade from his previous task at Ponzi Cave. He was uncertain of their value and needed to consult someone knowledgeable. Coincidentally, Lu Lin's father, Lu Zhua, was a jade craftsman of some renown in Anbei. He had operated a jade workshop in the outskirts for many years and was reputed to possess considerable expertise in jade. Thus, Bu Ming wished to visit him to assess the worth of the jade stones. Although he was unsure of the actual value of these raw jade stones, Bu Ming had a strong premonition that the stones he retrieved from near Ponzi Cave were far from ordinary. On his way, he passed a deli and purchased a pig's ear and a small portion of preserved meat. Feeling that it was insufficient, he also bought a pack of cigarettes from a nearby convenience store. Given his newfound wealth, he did not mind spending a little on snacks and drinks. Carrying the cigarettes and delicacies, Bu Ming walked briskly, having developed a remarkable speed from his walking practice over the past 6 months, surpassing even that of riding a bicycle. In urban areas, he could keep pace with most vehicles. Upon reaching the outskirts, he used his phone to locate Lu's jade workshop. Lu Lin was inside, sculpting jade, bare-chested and smoking a cigarette. His long hair gave him an artistically rebellious appearance. The carving knife in his hand shaped the jade beneath it, gradually revealing the form of a rough stone. Bu Ming observed quietly, appreciating the artistry of the process without interrupting Lu Lin, until Lu Lin came to a halt. He only then noticed Bu Ming's arrival. He tossed aside the carving knife and enveloped Bu Ming in a warm embrace. Old classmate, what brings you here? I have truly missed you. Bu Ming chuckled. I merely came to pay a visit to my Uncle Lu and brought some pig ears for drinks. Along with this, Lao Ba Duo, the tobacco that Uncle Lu enjoys the most. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin sighed. Pig head meat is fine, but as for Lao Ba Duo, I'm afraid the old man may no longer be able to smoke. Bu Ming was taken aback. What is going on? Ignoring the matter of Lao Ba Duo, Lu Lin handed Bu Ming a cigarette and said, Before we discuss him, let's talk about you. You never come by my place. What is the occasion? Knowing each other well, Bu Ming did not conceal anything. He pulled out 2 raw stones from his canvas backpack and handed them to Lu Lin. Could you take a look and see if these stones are valuable? Lu Lin examined the raw stones, weighing them in his hands and scrutinizing them closely. These are fine specimens. Where did you acquire them? What kind of stones are these? Bu Ming admitted he had little knowledge of jade. How much are they worth? Lu Lin replied, "You've struck gold, my friend. This is Hatian jade, specifically Hatian red jade, the most precious variety. Judging by their appearance, these should be exceptional. Let us put it this way. If you encounter someone knowledgeable, you can name your price." What kind of price are we talking about? Bu Ming still did not fully grasp the value. I can't say for certain. Both of these are red jade, though they are not particularly large. I estimate each weighs around 5 to 600 grams. Based on the price of top-quality Hatian red jade at 200,000 per gram, these two could fetch around 200 million. What? 200 million? Bu Ming was momentarily stunned. Is it truly worth that much? Of course, it is valuable. Lu Lin exclaimed, even more excited than if he had personally acquired 200 million. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. The number of collectors is increasing, while the availability of Hatian jade is dwindling. Such large pieces, especially red jade, are truly treasures. Brother, you can trust me. Let me help you sell these 2 pieces of jade. Lu Lin volunteered. The old man hasn't seen this kind of jade before. Let's take it to him. Bu Ming eagerly agreed, recalling Lu Lin's earlier words about Lu Zhuamu's poor health and feeling it was his duty as a junior to pay a visit. Lu Lin closed the workshop, carrying Bu Ming's cigarettes and pig head meat, and returned to his modest home nearby. The Lu family resided in a quaint farmhouse, neatly arranged. Upon entering the courtyard, a large yellow dog barked at Bu Ming, only to be kicked aside by Lu Lin. "Old man, come see who's here," Lu Lin called out. At that moment, a series of coughs emanated from within, sounding as though they might dislodge a lung. An elderly man, hunched over, emerged, and upon seeing Bu Ming, his previously dull eyes sparkled slightly. "Ah, it's Bu Ming. What a rare visit. Please come in and sit." However, Lu Lin interjected. "Not yet, old man. Have you ever seen Hatian red jade? Hatian red jade? Are you sure it's genuine and not just stained?" Lu Zhuamu perked up at the mention of jade. "A true Hatian red jade should weigh over a pound." "That large?" he exclaimed. "If it is indeed that size, it could be quite valuable." Lu Zhuamu remarked, "Of course, money is secondary. If the shape is good, I can hardly contain my desire to carve it." He coughed again. Watching the old man struggle to cough, Bu Ming understood what Lu Lin meant about him being unable to smoke. With such a cough, smoking would surely harm his lungs further. Lu Lin glanced at Bu Ming. "Should I show the old man those 2 pieces of Hatian red jade?" Bu Ming smiled. "Go ahead. It would be great to have Uncle Lu take a look." Lu Lin carefully retrieved the 2 pieces of Hatian red jade and presented them to Lu Zhuamu. Lu Zhuamu's eyes widened. This is indeed Hatian red jade, and it is exceptional. Priced between 200 to 300,000 per gram. It is valuable yet scarce. "What do you think about the shape?" Lu Lin inquired. "Excellent. Absolutely exquisite," Lu Zhuamu declared, unable to take his eyes off it. "I feel an overwhelming urge to start carving right away." He coughed again. Bu Ming, feeling distressed, asked, "Uncle Lu, what illness do you have? Why are you coughing so severely?" "Ah, it's an old ailment. Pneumoconiosis, a common affliction among jade craftsmen. It is an inescapable fate," Lu Zhuamu joked. "If one does not have pneumoconiosis, it means they haven't truly mastered the craft. But coughing like this is not a solution. Have you been to the hospital?" Bu Ming suggested. "I have some money now. If you need funds for treatment, just let me know." Lu Zhuamu, however, seemed oblivious to Bu Ming's offer, wholly captivated by the red jade before him, ignoring everything else. Chapter 7. 300-year-old He Shou Wu. While coughing, Lu Zhuamu pondered how best to carve a jade, completely absorbed in his thoughts. At that moment, Lu Lin pulled Bu Ming aside. "Brother, do you have any connections to acquire good medicinal materials?" "What kind of medicinal materials do you need?" Bu Ming inquired. "I need materials to treat pneumoconiosis," Lu Lin explained. "Western medicine only offers surgical solutions, but traditional Chinese medicine can provide restoration, though the necessary materials are hard to find. Just tell me what you need. I can gather them from anywhere." "It's not just about where to find them. The issue lies in their age," Lu Lin clarified. A friend of the old man, a prominent figure in the Anbei traditional medicine circle, Dai on Yuan, treated him before and stated that only He Shou Wu aged over 300 years can cure his ailment. He Shou Wu over 300 years old? Bu Ming Sigit. In this day and age, natural medicinal materials have been nearly exhausted, making such ancient specimens exceedingly rare. I have searched everywhere, Lu Lin continued, but it is said that only Linhai Pharmaceuticals might possess it. The catch is, they regard their 300-year-old He Shou Wu as a treasure. So even if offer a large sum, they might refuse to sell. Linhai Pharmaceuticals? Bu Ming suddenly recalled the girl he had saved previously, who seemed to be the daughter of Linhai Pharmaceuticals. Though not very familiar, he could still reach out to her. The crucial question remained, how to approach her about acquiring the 300-year-old He Shou Wu. If it were for someone else, Bu Ming would find it difficult to ask. However, for Uncle Lu, he was willing to make that request. When Bu Ming had just graduated from university, he suffered from kidney stones. At that time, with no job and his funds depleted, it was Uncle Lu and Lu Lin who took him to the hospital and helped him recover, making them akin to family. Bu Ming thought to himself, after all, he wouldn't be asking for it for free. He could always purchase it, with 10 million in cash at his disposal. If that wasn't enough, he still had the 2 pieces of red jade. If they were indeed as valuable as Uncle Lu said, selling just one could easily cover the cost of the 300-year-old He Shou Wu. If further funds were needed, he could always rely on the walker system for additional resources. He called Lin Yin, but no one answered. It seemed Lin Yin was still at the hospital, so he would need to return. In the hospital ward, an uninvited guest appeared, a young aristocrat, dressed in high-end brands. He was worth at least $1 million, excluding his watch and jewelry. He stood at Lin Yin's bedside, looking down at her condescendingly. Lin Yin quickly backed away, clutching a pillow defensively. What do you want? The young master, with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious, reassured, there is no need for such anxiety. I have already promised your aunt that I will not take action against you for a year. I shall give you time to see what you can make of Linhai Group. As long as Linhai Group continues to exist, I will grant you a chance at survival. Despite her frail state, Lin Yin's gaze radiated unyielding resolve. I will ensure the continuation of Linhai Group. I admire your indomitable spirit, he replied, but I must inform you of a matter. Your aunt Lin Yu has taken the prized possession of Linhai Group and presented it as a gift for my father's 60th birthday. Thus, you can no longer rely on that 300-year-old He Shou Wu to turn your fortunes around. Lin Yin was rendered speechless by fury. The young master's eyes gleamed with mockery as he added, focus on your recovery and await your fate as my woman. With that, he departed. A suffocating weight settled in Lin Yin's chest. The treasured possession of Linhai Group was a critical cornerstone for its development. She had initially intended to sell it when funds ran low to revitalize the entire company. Yet, Lin Yu, this traitorous woman, had severed their last shred of hope. Lin Yin felt a deep sense of injustice. She understood that this was merely Huangfu Wuduan's calculated assault on her, systematically obliterating her hopes to bend her to his will. Was she to submit so easily? Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the door to her hospital room swung open. Bu Ming stood at the threshold, politely inquiring, "May I ask if this is Miss Lin Yin's room?" Lin Yin, shaken from her reverie, adjusted her blanket slightly and regarded him with a hint of caution. "Who are you?" "Miss Lin, do you remember me? I am the delivery man who brought you to the hospital last time." Bu Ming had not wished to identify himself in such a manner, as it made him seem like someone seeking a favor. Lin Yin relaxed. "Ah, it's you. Is there something you need? Did you receive the 100,000 yuan I had my aunt send as a token of gratitude?" Bu Ming paused. 100,000 yuan? Noticing his expression, Lin Yin discerned that Lin Yu had likely not followed through on her promise. "I apologize. Perhaps my aunt was too busy and forgot to give you the money." "She's not busy at all," Bu Ming thought, recalling his own dismissal from the job due to her calling the company to terminate him. It was Lin Yin's turn to be astonished. Was there truly someone so ungrateful? Did this not render her akin to the snake in the fable of the farmer and the snake? She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I had no idea it would turn out this way." Bu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "It's not your fault. I understand that people of your status are often embroiled in family disputes, as one might see in dramas. I will give you the 100,000 now, or rather, I will give you 200,000. That is unnecessary, Miss Lin. I did not come for money, but rather to ask you for a favor." Bu Ming felt a bit uncertain about how to approach the request. Generally, he was not one to seek assistance, and uttering the words, "I beg you," felt as if something were pricking at him. "Speak freely. I will not decline if it is within my capabilities." Bu Ming recounted Uncle Lu's illness and the need for the 300-year-old He Shou Wu, then added, "Rest assured, I am not asking for this for free. I am willing to pay, name your price, be it several million or 10 million. As long as it can save a life, I will spare no expense. Lin Yin, who typically did not wish to owe anyone a favor, found herself unable to comply with Bu Ming's request. I'm truly sorry, she said, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt as she lowered her head, unable to face him. The 300-year-old He Shou had already been taken away by someone else, and she had nothing left to offer. Chapter 8. Over 1,000 years. Bu Ming, upon hearing Lin Yin's response, let out a despondent "Oh, then I shall think of other ways. Farewell." Having navigated society for so long, he had not learned to harbor malice or suspicion towards others. If someone said they did not possess something, he took them at their word. Had Bu Ming questioned Lin Yin, she might have provided an explanation, alleviating her burden somewhat. However, he chose to trust her statement, which was rather unusual. Feeling the weight of Bu Ming's trust, Lin Yin's guilt intensified. Do you have any other plans? She inquired. Paths are forged by those who tread upon them, and solutions are conceived by those who think. I believe in the adage that there is always a way out. Bu Ming replied, preparing to exit. Wait, Lin Yin called out, inspired by the notion of perseverance. Actually, that 300-year-old He Shou Wu was given to the Huangfu family as a gift. I will try to find a way to retrieve it. As you said, there is always a way out, and I believe I can reclaim that He Shou Wu. With that, Lin Yin picked up her phone and called Lin Yu. Upon hearing Lin Yin's intent to reclaim the gift, Lin Yu flatly refused. Lin Yin, what are you thinking? Does the Huangfu family lack dignity? To ask for a gift back once given? What would that say about them? But I needed to exchange for funds. Someone wishes to buy that He Shou Wu. Lin Yin, I'm not saying this to hurt you, but why not just marry the Huangfu heir and avoid all this trouble? Lin Hai Group is currently in a vulnerable position. Provoking the Huangfu family would be unwise. Fuming, Lin Yin hung up the phone and turned to Bu Ming with an apologetic expression. Sorry. Bu Ming, in turn, comforted her. Do not take it to heart. There may yet be other solutions. But are you truly all right? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Her blood relatives, striving to push her away, seemed eager to sell her off, while this stranger, whom she had only briefly encountered, cast a ray of hope in her bleak existence. Thank you. Lin Yin felt tears welling in her eyes. Please, it is of no consequence. I shall take my leave if there is nothing further, Bu Ming stated, preparing to depart. Wait, Lin Yin interjected. I just remembered that the Lin family possesses a unique medicinal technique. If you can find a few pieces of He Shou Wu of a similar age, I could give it a try. Really? Bu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had several pieces of 50-year-old He Shou Wu in his possession, all acquired near the Pan Sea Cave, a place brimming with spiritual energy. He promptly retrieved a piece and offered it to Lin Yin. What do you think of this one? As Lin Yin's gaze fell upon the He Shou Wu, her expertise in medicinal herbs allowed her to recognize its extraordinary quality at a glance. This piece was at least 1,000 years old, if not more, exuding an abundance of medicinal energy from a prime location. An epiphany struck her. She had misjudged Bu Ming. Clearly, he possessed such a remarkable piece of He Shou Wu, yet sought her out for a 300-year-old one. The reason was evident. This piece was far too precious for him to part with for Uncle Lu's treatment, prompting him to seek a lesser one instead. What was this if not a fabled? How foolish she had been to feel moved by him. It was a classic case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Mr. Bu, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yin's mind. This piece of He Shou Wu is more than sufficient to save Uncle Lu's life. Why not use this one instead of seeking a lesser alternative? This piece has a mere 50 years of age. Can it truly cure Uncle Lu's ailment? Bu Ming's eyes also brightened at this notion. Lin Yin gazed intently at Bu Ming, noticing his innocent expression, which caused her to waver slightly in her conviction. You genuinely do not know the age of this medicinal herb? Indeed, I am no expert in herbs. How would I know their age? Miss Lin, please tell me if this herb can be used for the treatment you mentioned. A thought stirred within Lin Yin, regardless of whether Bu Ming was sincere or feigning ignorance. If she could reveal the age of this herb, she would see how he would react. Since you are unfamiliar with herbs, I can impart to you some techniques to identify He Shou Wu. He Shou Wu takes 100 years to mature. Initially, it takes the form of an infant. After 300 years, it resembles a young boy or girl. And after 800 years, it takes on the appearance of adolescence. Only after a millennium does it transform into the shape of youthful adults. Now observe this He Shou Wu. It has already taken the form of a young woman. How many years do you believe it possesses? Bu Ming then scrutinized the He-Shou Wu in his hand, realizing that it indeed resembled the form of a young woman, with a graceful and enchanting physique. What could this mean? The system had stated that this piece of He-Shou Wu was merely 50 years old. Could the system be deceiving him? That seemed implausible. The system had no reason to mislead him over such trivial matters. Suddenly, Bu Ming recalled something. The Pan-Si Cave and Zhu Beiji, events from the early Tang dynasty, which had transpired over 1,004 to 500 years ago. By this logic, the He-Shou Wu must indeed be over a millennium old. If that were the case, then all the herbs he had brought back from the Pan-Si Cave were surely over 1,000 years as well. Realizing this, Bu Ming could not contain his joy. He pulled several pieces of He-Shou Wu from his bag, along with a few ginseng roots, and presented them to Lin Yin. Please, take a look and confirm if these are all over 1,000 years old. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, but after careful examination, she provided Bu Ming with a definitive answer. Indeed, all of these are over 1,000 years old. Each ginseng and every piece of He-Shou Wu would fetch a fortune in the market. Are you certain you wish to use these as if they were merely 300 years old? Bu Ming appeared to overlook Lin Yin's subsequent words, placing the herbs into his bag, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Thank you, Miss Lin. My Uncle Lu is saved now. I must take my leave, and I shall treat you to a meal another day. The door was gently closed behind him as Bu Ming departed like the wind, leaving no trace. Lin Yin stared blankly at the door, pondering whether she had misjudged Bu Ming. This man was somewhat enigmatic. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered that, unbeknownst to her, Bu Ming had left a piece of millennium-old He-Shou Wu by her pillow. Chapter 9. Bu Ming outpaces others. Bu Ming quickened his pace, moving swiftly back to the Lu residence. He immediately presented 2 pieces of millennium-old He-Shou Wu to Lu Lin, urging him to prepare the medicine for Uncle Lu. The potion brewed from this ancient He-Shou Wu yielded immediate results. Uncle Lu began to cough more vigorously, expelling copious amounts of dark phlegm. Yet his breathing became significantly smoother. Remarkably, his once entirely white hair, a testament to his frailty, began to regain its color at a visible pace. He straightened his back, shedding the stoop of age, appearing as if he had regained 2 decades of youth. With renewed vigor, he performed a series of martial arts moves, each technique brimming with energy. Concluding his demonstration, he laughed heartily, saying to Bu Ming, "Thanks to the medicine you provided, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Perhaps I should teach you this martial art." Bu Ming eagerly agreed. His body had strengthened significantly, yet he lacked combat skills, so learning this technique would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. Lu Lin was equally astonished. The effects of 300-year-old He-Shou Wu were truly remarkable. However, he did not question the authenticity of Bu Ming's claims, for such superior herbs were exceedingly rare in this age. Otherwise, the Linhai group would not have prized them so highly. Bu Ming refrained from revealing that the He-Shou Wu he presented was over 1,000 years old, believing that as long as Uncle Lu recovered, the value of the herb mattered little. Witnessing Uncle Lu's recuperation, Bu Ming felt a sense of relief. But as he prepared to leave, Uncle Lu caught his arm. "Why the rush? I have yet to finish carving those 2 pieces of red jade." "Uncle Lu, you can keep the jade. If you need more, I'll find a way to get it for you. I have matters to attend to." "What matters?" "You must wait until I finish carving at least 1 piece of jade," Uncle Lu insisted, pulling out a box of cigarettes from Bu Ming's offering, taking out 3. He placed 2 behind his ears and held one in his mouth, adding, "I have already drafted a plan in my mind. It will not take much of your time." After lighting the cigarette, he instructed Lu Lin, "Keep Bu Ming company while I work." Lu Lin felt a bit downcast. "Father, don't carve both pieces. Leave one for me." Uncle Lu shot him a glance. "What is your labor worth? You might as well carve white stone for another 30 years. Lu Lin lowered his head, aware that his father's words held truth. The jade carving profession demanded years of experience. His father's reputation was well established, thus his craftsmanship was valuable. Even if Lu Lin's skills were exceptional, his work would not command the same worth. Bu Ming, however, was unconcerned. After all, these were merely stones collected along the roadside in the Pan-Si Cave, and even if they were ruined, it would not be a loss. He clapped Lu Lin on the shoulder. "No worries, let Uncle Lu carve these 2 first. When the opportunity arises, I will bring you larger pieces to work on." "Larger pieces?" "White stone. I want to carve red jade too." Lu Lin responded. "Red jade is fine. Do not be surprised if I can procure various jades in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Lu Lin, however, remained skeptical. "All right, I will believe whatever you say." Just then, Lu Lin's phone rang. He answered, and after a few moments, his expression changed. He rushed into the house to fetch his motorcycle. "I have to go out for a bit. You stay here and enjoy some tea." Upon hearing this, Bu Ming exclaimed, "What business requires you to hide it from me? Is a young lady asking you out? I want to tag along." He quickly mounted Lu Lin's motorcycle. "We'll talk about it when we get there," Lu Lin replied as he started the engine. As the motorcycle moved, Bu Ming suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, urgently calling, "Stop!" Lu Lin halted, and Bu Ming dismounted, retching by the roadside. Lu Lin glanced at him, concerned. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling ill? I must leave." He handed Bu Ming a bottle of mineral water. Bu Ming swished and drank from it, finishing the entire bottle before wiping his mouth with his sleeve, perplexed. He had never experienced motion sickness before. Why was he feeling this way now? Could it be the actions of the walking system? What purpose would the walking system have to engage in such meaningless antics? Just as he pondered this, the system provided a clear and precise answer. The walker cannot complete tasks using any means of transportation. Thus, the system is incompatible with all forms of transport. Please refrain from attempting to use any vehicle. Bu Ming thought to himself, "I can manage here in Bay, but what will I do when I need to travel far in the future?" Nevertheless, these thoughts did not impede his swift steps as he followed Lu Lin's motorcycle. As Lu Lin turned around, he was startled to find Bu Ming sprinting alongside his motorcycle. "How did you develop such skill? I recall you gasping for breath when running 1,000 meters in high school," he inquired. Bu Ming chuckled. "I'm a courier now. It's a requirement of the job. You couriers have it tough. Can't you even afford an electric bike?" Lu Lin teased. "It's complicated to explain. I suffer from motion sickness and must walk everywhere now." "Impressive," Lu Lin remarked, deliberately accelerating. The motorcycle surged ahead, and he intended to tease Bu Ming. Yet he maintained a steady pace beside him. Lu Lin felt a twinge of frustration and curiosity, eager to gauge Bu Ming's true speed. It was undeniable that with a combat power of 2, every attribute of Bu Ming was effectively doubled. Previously, he could walk at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and now it was nearly 60. While riding along the riverbank, Lu Lin estimated his motorcycle couldn't exceed 40 kilometers per hour, thus rendering him no match for Bu Ming. In fact, Bu Ming had the capacity to go even faster. However, he awaited the moment when Lu Lin would reach the maximum speed permissible on such terrain. Suddenly, Bu Ming quickened his pace, overtaking Lu Lin on foot, showcasing a remarkable display of prowess. "I concede, you are the superior one," Lu Lin admitted, decelerating. "It appears I need to acquire a better motorcycle." In the Jiangbei suburbs, where traffic was relatively sparse, Lu Lin's motorcycle soared. Yet Bu Ming's stride remained effortlessly in sync with it. As they sped along the riverbank, Bu Ming savored a comprehensive military ration that enhanced his vision and hearing, allowing the sounds of the environment to flood his senses. "Mom, what are those two uncles doing?" a little girl's voice queried. "They must be training for long-distance running," her mother replied. "Look, they must be race walkers. Just look at them, so young and moving so swiftly. Who knows, they might become world champions one day." Chapter 10. Searching for someone by the river, Lu Lin took a turn into a village, parking his motorcycle outside a small fenced yard. He called out, "Is Uncle Yang home?" Receiving no response, he and Bu Ming approached the gate. Upon arrival, they were met by 2 burly men resembling gatekeepers. Their arms adorned with tattoos of fish and shrimp, their exposed skin covered in ink, and gold chains thick enough to restrain a dog glinting in the sunset. One of the men barked, "Who are you to this family?" Lu Lin, quick-tempered and impatient, pressed a hand against the man's arm. "Friend, what's going on?" "The daughter owes our company 200,000 yuan. We're here to collect," the man replied. Lu Lin frowned. "How can she owe you that much? She just started her first year of college." "That's not our concern. We're merely here to collect the debt." "You're a friend, right?" "Perfect. We've been unable to locate her family. Why don't you come with us?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lu Lin. Lu Lin brushed his hand away. Despite his shorter stature, years of dealing with Jade had left him with calloused hands and considerable strength. The man stumbled back, trying to steady himself against the decaying gate, which gave way, causing him to fall. Now enraged, the man called to his companion, "Get him." Both men advanced on Lu Lin. Seeing that Lu Lin was about to be attacked, Bu Ming rushed to assist, grabbing the arm of one assailant. He inadvertently exerted too much force, causing the man to scream in agony and collapse to his knees. Surprised by his own strength, Bu Ming quickly released him. But the man's arm was already swollen, marked with 5 distinct bruises. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the thug drew a small knife, brandishing it at Bu Ming. Having never been in a fight, Bu Ming felt a flicker of fear at the sight of the blade. The thug, gritting his teeth, lunged at Bu Ming with a knife. Quick as a flash, Bu Ming seized the man's wrist, applying just enough pressure to disarm him, leaving 5 bruises on the thug's arm as well. Meanwhile, Lu Lin easily subdued the other thug, yanking off his gold chain and binding his hands before kicking him out of the yard. Bu Ming mimikit Lu Lin, taking the chain from his adversary and tying him up before giving him a gentle shove, sending him out as well, with no desire to linger. The thugs muttered threats before fleeing. Bu Ming, exhilarated from his first fight, shared a cigarette with Lu Lin as they relaxed in the yard. Just then, Lu Lin's phone rang. After answering, his expression shifted dramatically. Quick, to the riverside. Xiao Chao is about to jump. Lu Lin mounted his motorcycle while Bu Ming sprinted toward the riverbank. Upon reaching the soft ground of the riverbank, Lu Lin's motorcycle struggled, its speed diminishing. He abandoned the bike, instructing, "I'll search for Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang. You find Xiao Chao." Without waiting to see if Bu Ming knew Xiao Chao, he dashed downstream. Realizing he needed to search in different directions, Bu Ming ran upstream along the riverbank. After a few steps, a system alert sounded. Would you like to utilize the built-in positioning radar? Each use costs 100,000 steps. Yes, Bu Ming replied without hesitation. Please set the search target. Bu Ming was momentarily at a loss. Who was the target? Xiao Gao? What did she look like? He knew nothing. Default search mode activated due to prolonged lack of response. As the system notification ceased, Bu Ming perceived a transparent screen materializing before him, displaying numerous small human figures. Downstream, 3 figures were moving upstream, while a single figure was drifting toward the center of the river. This must be Xiao Chao. Bu Ming sprinted toward the figure, reaching the riverbank closest to Xiao Chao, where he could faintly see her moving further into the water, seemingly reluctant to leave, pausing to glance back. Bu Ming felt a surge of panic. He couldn't swim. With the cooldown period for his surface walking ability still in effect, he pondered his next move. Ultimately, he decided that a life was at stake, and since the water appeared shallow, he could tread carefully to reach her. Just as he prepared to leap into the river, another system alert chimed. Would you like to spend 100,000 steps to activate the surface walking ability? Yes. With the cooldown reactivated, Bu Ming leaped onto the river surface. Running swiftly, a white wave followed in his wake as he reached the figure in the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized the figure was not Xiao Chao at all, but rather a burly man swimming in the river. The gentleman lay upon the water, gazing skyward, when suddenly he beheld a figure standing upon the surface, exchanging a bewildered stare with him. This sight was undeniably peculiar. Upon closer inspection, Bu Ming realized it was not a mere illusion and promptly stepped away from the water's edge. The swimmer, initially unfazed, began to feel an unsettling fear as he pondered the implications of a person being able to stand effortlessly upon the water. He recalled various eerie tales associated with this stretch of the river, which induced such terror that he hastily swam to the shore, likely vowing never to return to this section of the river for a swim again. As he searched for Xiao Chao, anxiety enveloped him. In desperation, he traversed the river's surface, scouring every inch, yet she remained elusive. With 30 minutes swiftly approaching, Bu Ming dared not linger any longer on the water and ultimately retreated to the bank. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Lu Lin. No need to search any further. Xiao Chao has been found. She never jumped into the river. She merely found a place to hide. Hurry back. This incident had cost him a wasted sum of 200,000, a sum that could have alleviated Xiao Chao's troubles. Upon reuniting with Lu Lin and encountering Xiao Chao, he observed a quintessential Anbei girl, fair-skinned, large-eyed, and tall. She embodied the very essence of a goddess. Bu Ming mused that even if he had lost 200,000, rescuing such a beautiful maiden was worth the price. Chapter 11. The Return of the Debt. Xiao Chao, noticing Bu Ming's prolonged gaze, exhibited a look of fear and retreated a few steps, hiding behind Lu Lin. Seeing himself misunderstood, Bu Ming felt somewhat embarrassed. His cheeks flushed as he said, "I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to inquire why you sought to borrow money. Xiao Gao. Lu Lin echoed this sentiment. Indeed, did you not just commence your university studies? How could you have accrued such a debt? Tears welled in Xiao Chao's eyes, her frame trembling slightly as she hesitated to recall her past ordeal. Initially, I simply wanted to take on a part-time job at a place called Anbei Dingsheng Jade Shop as a sales assistant. At the mention of Anbei Dingsheng, Bu Ming interjected. Are you referring to the company located in the Anbei King Tudi building? Yes, that one, situated not far from the pedestrian street, Xiao Chao replied, casting a bewildered glance in Bu Ming's direction. Anbei Dingsheng was Bu Ming's former workplace, where he had once toiled alongside Tao Yuan. Unfortunately, Tao Yuan soon became involved with He Zhuangbai, leading to Bu Ming's injury and subsequent loss of employment, a grievance that remained unresolved. It was shocking to discover that this company had similarly ensnared Xiao Chao. However, Bu Ming chose not to disclose this information and encouraged Xiao Chao to continue her narrative. She recounted her experience. After merely 1 week of employment, during inventory checks, it was discovered that a jade pendant worth 8,000 had been damaged at the counter she managed. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it was determined that Xiao Chao had mishandled the item, leaving her liable for the cost. As a university student whose family relied on farming and fishing for income, she had no means to cover the 8,000. In a desperate attempt, she cobbled together what she could, but was still 5,000 short. At this juncture, a roommate named Run Xian introduced her to a loan platform that required no collateral. Only a few photographs of her undergarments would suffice to secure a loan. Naive and inexperienced, Xiao Chao unwittingly borrowed the money. To her dismay, the debt multiplied daily, and relentless collectors inundated her with calls, threatening that if she did not repay, she would have to work as an escort for their important clients to settle her debt. Naturally, Xiao Chao was unwilling. Yet these predators clung to her like flies to blood, threatening to disseminate her photographs among her family, friends, and classmates if she failed to repay. Terrified, she fled home, unable to face her studies any longer, only to have the collectors pursue her there. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin exclaimed, "Those beasts! Shall we not report them to the authorities?" "No, we cannot," Xiao Chao quickly interjected. "They warned me that if I reported them, it would set my house ablaze and harm my parents." "Ridiculous," Lu Lin retorted. "Let them try. I will make them regret it, right, Mingge?" Bu Ming replied, "Indeed. We cannot report them." "Mingge, what do you mean by that? Were you not once filled with a sense of justice? Why the sudden timidity?" Lu Lin expressed his dissatisfaction. "You fail to grasp my point. Even if they were apprehended, they would be released shortly thereafter, unless they have genuinely committed an act. It is merely intimidation. It is akin to my threatening to kill you. Would I truly carry it out? These loan sharks are adept at exploiting the law. If you reason with them, they will act like scoundrels. If you stoop to their level, they will invoke the law. Do you truly believe you can outlast them?" Lu Lin, upon hearing Bu Ming's reasoning, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. They certainly know the ins and outs of this game better than we do. But must we simply acquiesce? Bu Ming chuckled softly. Have I stated that we must simply concede? What then do you propose? Having observed Bu Ming's dexterity in handling those debt collectors earlier, Lu Lin felt an unspoken anticipation brewing within him. "Repayment," Bu Ming asserted. "ISNT at just 200,000? Let us offer them 500,000 instead." "Brother, are you jesting?" Lu Lin exclaimed, astonished. "Let us just take them down instead of paying them off. Why would we give money to those scoundrels?" Bu Ming clarified, "Repayment is essential, but I have the courage to do so. The question is whether they possess the audacity to accept it." As the two deliberated, Lao Yang, standing nearby, shook his head and remarked, "Lu Lin, even if I sold my house, I could not gather 200,000. How do you propose we repay them?" Bu Ming smiled gently. "Uncle Yang, worry not about the finances. Just stay at home and await news." Lu Lin chimed in, "Yes, Uncle Yang, take Xiao Chao home. If you feel uneasy here, you can stay at my place for a few days. Leave this matter to Bu Ming and me." Lao Yang reminded skeptical. "Can you truly handle this?" "What do you mean?" Lu Lin confidently patted his chest. "A man should never say he cannot. Rest assured, Uncle Yang. I will take care of everything." With some lingering doubt, the Yang family ultimately decided to retreat to Lu Lin's home for some respite. Meanwhile, Bu Ming and Lu Lin ventured directly into the city, initially intending to confront the loan company Xiao Chao had mentioned. However, due to their late return and the lack of an appointment, They found themselves unable to withdraw the substantial cash required. They opted to schedule an appointment instead, spending the night at Bu Ming's rental. The following morning, Bu Ming collected 500,000 in cash, stowing it in a thick woven bag. He carried it ahead, while Lu Lin rode his motorcycle alongside as a protective escort. Lu Lin felt an unsettling anxiety. He had never been in such close proximity to such a large sum of money. Conversely, Bu Ming apparaît remarquably unfazed, moving at a pace that suggested he could effortlessly walk 50,000 steps in a day. Even if that money vanished without a trace, he would not lose sleep over it. The loan company was situated in a quaint little building behind a temple, a curious juxtaposition to the serene sounds of bells and chants that surrounded it, raising questions about how such unscrupulous individuals could operate in such an environment. In the courtyard, two large dogs stood guard, rising to attention and growling ominously as they lunged toward Lu Lin and Bu Ming, their chains clanking in the process. Lu Lin felt a shiver of trepidation and sidled closer to Bu Ming. Mingu, are those not fighting wolves, 2 battle tigers, and 10 legendary mastiffs? The once celebrated Shun, Taimi Shun Ao, which had been the subject of exorbitant speculation a few years ago, is now fortunate if it is not simply wandering the streets. Though he spoke these words, Bu Ming felt a twinge of fear. He repeatedly reassured himself that he had encountered even a spider spirit, and that these large dogs were mere trifles. As he pondered this, he took a step forward, only to be suddenly charged at by a massive dog that had broken free from its heavy chain. Instinctively, Bu Ming lifted his foot to kick, sending the over 100-pound beast flying. Another dog, terrified, tucked its tail between its legs and fell silent. Bu Ming's confidence surged, and he called out from the base of the building, "Come out, my sons. Your father has come to repay his debts." In Chapter 12, which hurts more, within a small loan company, a group of burly men was engaged in their morning meeting. Under the leadership of their supervisor, a figure adorned with tattoos of shrimp and fish and sporting a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger, they were motivating themselves with chants of "Go, go. I am the strongest. Go, go. I am the best." Just as they were midway through their routine, a voice from downstairs shouted, "Sons, come out quickly. Your father is here to repay his debts." Who is this annoying person coming here to take advantage? However, upon realizing it was someone there to repay debts, they promptly halted their meeting and, under the guidance of their supervisor, Biao Ge, surged out in a rush. Bu Ming glanced around and spotted the 2 young men he had beaten the day before, their faces plastered with band-aids. One might think they were deflating. They recognized Bu Ming and Lu Lin and reported to Biao Ge, "It's these 2. They beat us yesterday. They must not be here to repay debts, Biao Ge. Let's take action." Biao Ge flicked his wrist with a languid gesture, tapping one of the men on the head. "Be civil. Can you not keep your composure?" Then, with his imposing physique, he strode toward Bu Ming. "Are you truly here to repay your debts?" Bu Ming patted the woven bag in his hand, saying, "This bag is filled with money. I carried it all the way here. What do you think I'm here for?" Lu Lin, standing behind Bu Ming, interjected, "We are here to repay Yang Xiaochao's debts. The money is all here. You should bring out the IOUs and various photographs, and we can resolve this matter right here." "And who is Yang Xiaochao to you?" "A friend," came the reply. Biao Ge clapped his hands, exclaiming, "A loyal friend indeed. Lu Zi, go fetch the IOUs and bring me that computer from my desk." The band-aid-clad figure, Lu Zi, scampered off to retrieve the computer, returning with a sleek pink laptop and a few sheets of IOUs and photocopies of IDs to show Bu Ming and his companion. Bu Ming opened the woven bag, revealing 2 smaller bags inside. He untied them, shaking out a stack of green bills from one and a stack of red bills from the other, indicating that both bags contained money. Biao Ge approached to verify, counting the stacks, but paused, asking Lu Zi, "How much does Yang Xiaochao owe?" "Yesterday, it was 200,000. Today, it should be 250,000, Lu Zi answered. Biao Ji's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. "You owe us 250,000 in total, so why have you brought 500,000? Are you trying to set a trap for us? Let me tell you, illegally obtained evidence is invalid." Bu Ming exchanged a glance with Lu Lin, realizing their suspicions were correct. These loan sharks indeed understood the law better than the average person. He smiled slightly. "Rest assured, this sum is trivial for me. I can earn it back in a day. If you can swiftly resolve this situation, the remaining 250,000 will serve as a reward for you." Biao Ge, however, seemed deeply offended, stating, "A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. We only require 250,000. The others in the room scoffed at his words. It was rather ironic for a loan shark to speak of principles. Let us conduct a straightforward exchange of money for goods, Bu Ming suggested. Biao Ge handed over the IOU, which Bu Ming casually tore in half, then pointed at the computer. The photographs and backups within must be thoroughly deleted. You need not worry, Biao Ge assured. I relish doing business with principled individuals. I will delete them right before your eyes. Furthermore, we are very principled. Once you have settled your debts, no records of your information will remain with us. As he spoke, he powered on the computer. The startup screen displayed a photo of a bearded man in drag, likely Biao Ge himself, dressed in a maid outfit, posing with pigtails. Bu Ming nearly retched at the sight, forcing himself to suppress his nausea as he awaited the screen to change. However, it lingered for quite some time before finally transitioning. Upon entering the desktop, Bu Ming noted an array of antivirus software, including names like Duanyu, Inshan, and Air Lu Ling. It was no wonder that what appeared to be a high-end computer took a full minute to boot. Once inside, Biao Ge navigated to a folder named They Are Not As Beautiful As Me. This folder contained 26 subfolders. Singing the alphabet softly, he deftly maneuvered with the touchpad until he located the desired folder. Inside were countless photographs of women's lingerie, each labeled with dates and names. As Bu Ming observed the images of women holding their IDs, many appeared indifferent. He could not help but shake his head, lamenting their lack of self-respect. In this era of rampant materialism, women often compare themselves to one another, and lacking economic means, they resort to loans for consumption. Ultimately, loans must be repaid, and those unable to do so might abandon their principles. It was no surprise that Tao Yuan had abandoned Bu Ming for He Zhuang shortly after entering the workforce. The influence of the environment on individuals is indeed profound. While Bu Ming was lost in thought, Biao Ge had already located a series of photographs of Yang Xiao, deleting each in turn and emptying the recycle bin before Bu Ming's eyes. Once the cleanup was complete, Biao Ge closed the laptop and turned to Bu Ming, saying, "All right, it's time for payment." Bu Ming instructed Lu Lin to bring over the 2 bags of money, weighing each in his hands. He extended the bag of red bills forward. But just as Biao Ge reached for it, Bu Ming retracted his hand and offered the green bills instead. Biao Ge again reached out, and once more, Bu Ming pulled back. On the third attempt, when Bu Ming offered the red bills, Biao Ge no longer accepted them. "Young man, it seems you're afflicted by a case of decision paralysis. Allow me to offer you a kind suggestion. The value of both bags is identical. You may choose either." "Your reasoning is flawed," Bu Ming replied. "While I initially shared your perspective, the moment I decided to give you money, I found myself perplexed. I wonder if you, Biao Ge, could assist me in resolving this conundrum." Biao Ge, excited, twirled his fingers as he stroked his beard, saying, "Speak on. I have always enjoyed imparting wisdom. As a child, my dream was to become a teacher. Just ask me any questions, and I will gladly assume the role of your life mentor." His tone was unbearable, and Bu Ming felt that merely gazing at him might provoke his stomach. Instead, he focused on the 2 bags of money. "My question is quite simple. Which would hurt more if slapped with it? The red bills or the green bills?" In Chapter 13, which hurts more, Bu Ming, as he spoke, swung the 2 bags of money like shooting stars. Biao Ge's expression darkened. "Ah, it seems you never intended to repay your debts from the start." Bu Ming shook his head. "Not at all. As long as you help me resolve this question, the money remains yours. Personally, I feel that the green bills would sting a bit more." With that, he hurled the bag toward Biao Ge's face. Biao Yi swiftly evaded, and despite his imposing stature and rough exterior, he possessed commendable agility. "You have provoked my wrath. I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon," he declared, bouncing lightly on his feet and adopting a boxing stance. Lu Zi and the others merely observed the spectacle, opting to place bets rather than assist Biao Ge. "I wager on Biao Ge winning by 3 punches, one remarked. 3 punches? You underestimate Biao Ge. It will be 2 punches that will bring him down." Another chimed in. "I bet on 1 punch. Someone then called out to Lu Lin, "Brother, why not place a bet as well?" As Biao Ge continued to bounce and throw punches into the air, his form was indeed quite impressive. Everyone knew that Biao Ge was once a formidable figure in the boxing ring, a prominent character in Anbei. Now, having left the arena behind, he was invited to oversee a small lending company, where few dared approach him closely. His combination punches were known for their speed and power. One hit could feel like multiple blows, and, without gloves, his fists were akin to lethal weapons. Yet, to Bu Ming's eyes, Biao Ge's speed appeared painfully slow. Even his celebrated combination punches failed to graze Bu Ming, whose footwork dazzled everyone present. Though Bu Ming lacked fighting skills and martial prowess, his nimble movements and rapid steps allowed him to evade Biao Ge's attempts to wear him down. With a stamina honed from walking over 100,000 steps daily, Bu Ming showed no signs of tiring, while Biao Ge, panting heavily, soon found himself outmatched. "You possess remarkable endurance," Biao Ge gasped, eliciting a grimace from Bu Ming. In response, Bu Ming swiftly struck Biao Ge's face with a woven bag, sending him tumbling. When Biao Ge rose, his face bore the marks of the bag. "How do you like that?" "This is green money," Bu Ming taunted. Wiping the blood from his nose, Biao Ge roared, "I will not back down." Abandoning boxing, he resorted to flailing wildly like a madman. Bu Ming retaliated with another woven bag strike, this time knocking Biao Ge to the ground. "This is red money. Experience for yourself which is more painful." Biao Ge remained silent, and the onlookers, seeing him falter, rushed forward, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. Lu Zi discreetly stepped back, having felt Bu Ming's power firsthand. Meanwhile, Lu Lin joined the fray, using his family's signature leg technique to knock down two opponents, while Bu Ming dispatched the rest with ease. Bu Ming, brandishing the money, began slapping faces. After making the rounds, he inquired, "Now, who can tell me whether being struck with green money or red money is more painful?" The crowd fell silent, gazing skyward, tears in their eyes. Biao Ge, lost in thought, reminisced about his own glory days as a rising star. The little boxing king of Anbei, once sought after for his dazzling combination punches. However, after a fateful encounter with an unscrupulous opponent, he retreated from the ring, allowing a more sensitive side to blossom within him. It had been years since anyone had dared to confront Biao Ge in such a manner. Typically, his mere display of muscles and flashy punches would send most fleeing in terror. Seeing their lack of response, Bu Ming struck each of them again, even targeting Lu Zi, who was already plastered with band-aids. Lu Zi, quick to react, managed to evade a second blow, exclaiming, "Boss, stop. I feel more pain from the red money than the green." Bu Ming paused, struck by this unexpected answer, which seemed to pose a riddle. He then slapped Lu Zi down once more, seizing Biao Ge's fallen laptop. "I shall borrow this for a couple of days," he declared, tossing the 2 bags of money to the ground and signaling to Lu Lin, "Let us depart." As they exited the courtyard, the defeated group sat up, their faces marked with the woven bags pattern. Lu Zi suggested, "Biao Ge, shall we call the police and report a robbery?" Biao Ge bellowed, "Robbery? Who robs with 50,000 in cash? Then we can claim they were causing trouble. That should suffice," Lu Zi proposed. "Trouble? Look at our injuries. These are mere scratches, hardly warranting a criminal case." Biao Ge's legal acumen impressed Lu Zi and the others. Yet Lu Zi remained unsatisfied. "We cannot simply endure this without retaliation." "Retaliate? Did we not receive any money?" Biao Ge countered. "Do you even know their names? What do you know about them?" Realization dawned upon them. They knew nothing of these 2 adversaries. "Perhaps we could seek out Yang Xiaoqiao to confront them?" one suggested. "Fool! They have already repaid their debts and taken their receipts. If we approach them again, it would be extortion and they would surely press charges. So we just let go." The group, hardened by their backgrounds, was unwilling to accept defeat. "Let go? I say we don't. Send Yang Xiaoqiao's photo to her school, so she never has to attend again," Biao Ge declared fiercely. "But our computer was taken," one protested. "Fool! There is cloud backup. What use is it to take the computer?" Yet when the topic of cloud backup arose, Lu Zi's complexion darkened. Stammering, he admitted, "Biao Ge, our cloud membership expired long ago. We Haven T stored any recent photos." "What did you say?" Biao Ge exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. "How will we collect the debts now?" The realization overwhelmed him, and he felt darkness close in as he fainted. Chapter 14. Buying a car. Though Lu Lin had engaged in many fights during his youth, he had never experienced one as exhilarating as this. Upon leaving the courtyard, he was still buzzing with excitement, his hands trembling on the motorcycle's handlebars. He turned to Bu Ming, who was closely following on another bike. "Are we really just going to hand over the money like that?" "We had to. If we didn't, they would likely cause more trouble for Xiaoqiao. We can't afford to get entangled with them." Lu Lin nodded, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. These loan sharks deserve to be arrested and executed. They're like vampires, preying on the vulnerable, driven by profit. Even if these individuals were captured, others would surely take their place. Moreover, Xiao Chao was not entirely blameless. Had she not engaged with these loan sharks, she would not have fallen into their trap. But was she not deceived by her roommate? Lu Lin defended Xiao Gao. To place undue trust in the words of others is indeed a folly. At this juncture in her life, she ought to possess her own discernment. In hastily arriving at a decision, she must bear her share of the responsibility. Was it not for the sake of compensating that Jade Company? Ah, indeed. That Jade Company is notorious for its deceit. The jade they sell is hardly worthy of mention, not even fit to be considered scrap, let alone suitable for paving roads. You have struck a chord. We are indeed headed to that company, as I have some unresolved matters with them. Unresolved matters? Oh, weren't you previously employed at a Jade Company? Could it be that this is the very same establishment? It is indeed a coincidence, Bu Ming remarked. And the individual who wronged Xiao Chao is precisely the one with whom I intend to settle scores. By the way, do you possess a driver's license? Yes, I do. Allow me to procure a fine vehicle for you, Bu Ming suggested, and perhaps acquire some more expensive attire, so you can play the role of a wealthy individual. What you say is true. If you were to provide me with a luxury car and designer clothing, I would not merely be pretending, I would be a wealthy person. Lu Lin said, tossing her long hair. Very well, let us first purchase a car. At Li Jixing car dealership, Bu Ming led Lu Lin inside. Several saleswomen were engaged in conversation. Upon observing their attire, they disdainfully scoffed, mentally branding them as mere photo opportunists seeking a luxury vehicle for social media. The dealership was known for its luxury cars, thus attracting individuals who wished to showcase their newly acquired vehicles on platforms like WeChat, only to leave shortly after taking a few stage photographs. Lu Lin's appearance was relatively modest, while Bu Ming sported an outdated windbreaker and shoes reminiscent of the Liberation style. With a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, resembling someone loitering under a bridge. Once inside, Bu Ming scanned the showroom, making his way toward the prominently displayed Porsche 911. Xiao Mei, please escort them out. This establishment caters to a certain clientele, and their presence detract from our image, one saleswoman, Li Jia, commanded. Ah, Li, I assent that a bit harsh. They are still customers, Xiao Mei replied hesitantly. You, being new, lack understanding. Do you think individuals like them can afford a vehicle? They are not our target customers at all. But I am afraid, Xiao Mei murmured. With such a lack of ambition, it is a shame you are so pretty. Our job is not merely selling cars. Rather, it is about promoting people. Do you comprehend? Li instructed Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei shook her head in confusion. You truly do not get it. I am here to find a wealthy partner, Li Jia remarked, shaking her head. Let me enlighten you. It is better to weep in a BMW than to smile in a Bora. As she spoke, she approached Bu Ming and Lu Lin. Her tone icy. No photography is allowed here. Please leave. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu Lin shot Bu Ming a glance, signaling him to avoid creating a scene. However, Bu Ming disregarded Lu Lin's silent plea, pointing at the Porsche, inquiring, how much is this car? Do you believe that knowing the price will allow you to leave? Li Jie retorted with contempt. You should not even ask. Selling you would barely cover the cost of a wheel on that vehicle. Now, kindly exit. The tractor dealership is just 3 kilometers down the road. What kind of attitude is this? I am here to purchase a car. Why do you keep urging me to leave? Bu Ming countered. You intend to buy a car? Spare me the theatrics, Li Jie scoffed. Not only this car, but any vehicle within Li Jixing's inventory. If you can afford it, I will perform a tire-eating act for you. I wish to buy this one. Bu Ming insisted, pointing at the Porsche. However, I prefer that you do not sell it to me. I would be quite displeased if you profited from my commission. Then I must thank you for your mercy, Li Jie said sarcastically. Bu Ming gestured toward Xiao Mei. Please provide me with the price for this vehicle. Though Xiao Mei suspected Bu Ming had no genuine intent to purchase, feeling the sting of Li Jie's condescension compelled her to maintain her composure. Sir, this is the top-spec Porsche 911, approximately 4 million, she informed him. Should I acquire this vehicle, what would your commission amount to? Bu Ming further inquired. Li Jie, overhearing, scoffed. As if this were a real scenario, should you truly buy this car, Xiao Mei might earn 20,000, but I doubt you can even afford the commission. Lu Lin felt disgruntled, wanting to retort against Li Jie, but lacking the courage. He was also puzzled as to why Bu Ming had chosen this particular dealership. Recalling that Li Jixing had faced scandals over a year ago when a customer's Bentley leaked oil before even leaving the lot. Though the matter was eventually resolved, the dealership's reputation suffered. Unbeknownst to them, Bu Ming was entirely unaware of this incident. as he had been recuperating in a hospital during that time and had not followed the news. Pulling at Bu Ming's sleeve, Lu Lin urged, "Let us leave. We can find another dealership. Indeed, let us depart quickly. We would want to disrupt our other customers," Lu Lin added. Bu Ming cast a glance at Li Jie, producing a gold card from Xianlong Bank, and declared, "Let us proceed with the purchase. I want this one, full payment, and let us finalize the paperwork now." Li Jie nearly erupted with incredulity, hastily urging Xiao Mei, "Check his balance. I have encountered many posers, but I have never seen one like this. This might not be appropriate." Xiao Mei hesitated. "It seems this pauper is smitten with you," Li Jie continued, unconcerned about Bu Ming hearing her. "If you do not expose him now, he will surely become a nuisance." Xiao Mei, half convinced, said to Bu Ming, "Sir, may I ask you to accompany me to verify your car balance?" Chapter 15. Young Master Zhou Xiao Mei led Bu Ming and Lu Lin to a separate room, but did not rush to validate Bu Ming's card. Instead, she returned the car to him, saying, "Sir, I understand that you claim you wish to purchase that car for the sake of appearances. In truth, Li Jie is quite a decent person, though she can be somewhat pragmatic at times." "Pragmatic?" Bu Ming chuckled. "It seems you possess a way with words. However, I genuinely intend to buy that vehicle. Sir, earning money is no easy feat. Even if you have the means, investing in such ostentatious items is unwise. With that money, you could contribute to a cause like the Ho Project, which would be far more commendable." Bu Ming was taken aback by Xiao Mei's words. His initial motivation for purchasing an extravagant car was to have Lu Lin drive it around in front of Zhuang Bai, hoping to impress Tao Yuan. Yet, Xiao Mei's statement awakened him from his delusion. Although he had money and could easily earn more, he realized that funds could be utilized for far more meaningful purposes. Why should he squander them to engage in petty rivalries with superficial individuals? Women like Tao Yuan, who are driven by materialism, or those like Li Jie, who consider themselves practical, are merely transient figures in the tapestry of his life. He would not be marrying them or sharing his days with them. Thus, why should their opinions hold any weight? With this realization, he took the gold card from Xiao Mei's hand, feeling a newfound respect for her. Such an untainted soul amidst the muck of society is a rarity. If given the opportunity, it may be worthwhile to cultivate a friendship with this young lady. Reflecting on this, Bu Ming said, "Thank you for your insight. Otherwise, I would have invited you to dinner." Xiao Mei pondered for a moment. "That sounds great. But I prefer something economical. I do not accept any costly meals that leave one unsatisfied. How about some spicy skewers?" "Sounds perfect. I enjoy spicy food." "Let's settle on that." Xiao Mei expressed genuine happiness in her heart at the thought of helping a man achieve enlightenment. After Li Jie sent Xiao Mei away, a smug smile appeared on her face. Today, young Master Zhou intended to visit and acquire a vehicle. Young Master Zhou was none other than the illustrious son of Lin Yu from the Lin Hai Group. Following the mysterious disappearance of the chairman of Lin Hai Group, Lin Yu stepped in to take the reins. As a prominent pharmaceutical conglomerate in Anbei City, Lin Hai Group recently secured an alliance with one of the city's three major families, the Huangfu family. Lin Yu's fortune soared, and naturally, young Master Zhou's status rose alongside hers, becoming a coveted young aristocrat among Anbei's elite families. Li Jie had come to Li Jixing car dealership precisely to associate with these young masters, possessing an astute awareness of the shifting dynamics within Anbei's upper-class circles. She also had a clear understanding of her own position, acknowledging that aligning herself with first- or second-tier families was beyond her reach. The costs and risks were simply too great. Thus, her aspirations were firmly set on the young masters from third-tier families, and even those from fourth-tier families would be acceptable, as these individuals were wealthy, but not excessively so, experienced yet not truly worldly, making them ideal targets for her. Young Master Zhou was in high spirits today, having recently received a substantial increase in his monthly allowance, and his circle of companions had expanded. With the adulation he received, young Master Zhou felt quite elevated. This visit to Li Jixing was not solely for purchasing a car. Rather, he had heard from his friends about a stunning newcomer at the dealership and intended to pursue her romantically. Upon entering the dealership, Li Jie approached them with a flirtatious tone, inquiring which vehicles they wished to see and offering her assistance. Young Master Zhou glanced at Li Jie and turned to his friends, asking, "Are you referring to her?" One of his companions quickly shook his head, asserting, "No, the one we mentioned is far more beautiful than her." Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, and Li Jie felt a pang of bitterness towards the one who spoke the truth. She knew that young Master Zhou was there for Xiao Mei. But with Xiao Mei absent, this fool had to blurt out such honesty. Young Master Zhou stroked his chin, remarking, "She is quite beautiful already." Li Jie felt a surge of hope, thinking perhaps she still had a chance. Maybe young Master Zhou preferred her type. She feigned modesty and smiled, saying, "You gentlemen must be looking for Xiao Mei. She has stepped out with her boyfriend, but will return shortly." Boyfriend? Which young master? Upon hearing Li Jie's words, young Master Zhou reacted as if a bone had been snatched from him. "I'm not sure which young master it is," Li Jie replied, "but it seems he is here to purchase the Porsche 911, full payment, totaling 4 million. Quite affluent, perhaps he is a nouveau riche," young Master Zhou remarked with jealousy. In truth, if the Zhou family had not allied with the Huangfu family, they would be no better off than a nouveau riche. "I cannot say for certain," Li Jie responded, "but no matter how wealthy they are, they cannot compare to you, young Master Zhou." "I love to hear that," young Master Zhou declared. "My mother said that in a year, my cousin will marry the eldest son of the Huangfu family, and I will officially take charge of Lin Hai, becoming the decision-maker." Li Jie's eyes sparkled with realization. She felt the pressing need to secure young Master Zhou's interest. Just then, Xiao Mei returned with Bu Ming and Lu Lin. Li Jie quickly informed young Master Zhou, "Look, Xiao Mei's boyfriend is back." Young Master Zhou, feeling insecure about his wealth in comparison to the others, was still unsettled. Although it was possible that the boyfriend was a nouveau riche, the ability to pay 4 million in cash for a car was rare in Anbei, making it more likely that he hailed from a prominent family. However, upon following Li Jie's gesture, he was instantly amused. "Are you saying this guy intends to purchase the car in full? The Porsche 911? Li Jie thought to herself that she was fully aware that these two young men were not wealthy, and she was merely attempting to tarnish Xiao Mei's image. She scoffed, "I cannot say for certain, but in my opinion, he seems like a typical braggart. I wonder if Xiao Mei is simply not VE, or if they indeed deserve each other." Young Master Zhou's gaze fell upon Xiao Mei, who appeared as a delicate lotus blossom, pure and natural, unlike Li Jie, whose heavily made-up face bore the marks of artifice. He approached Xiao Mei, striking a pose he believed to be charming. "Miss, I wish to purchase a car. Please tell me about the vehicles you have here." Sensing young Master Zhou's predatory gaze, Xiao Mei instinctively stepped back behind Wu Cheng, awkwardly stating, "But I already have a client." "Client? Someone dressed like that can afford a car?" Young Master Zhou scoffed. "I am the esteemed guest of Li Jixing. You should disregard him and attend to me instead." Chapter 16. My mother is Lin Yu. Initially, young Master Zhou was rather ordinary. However, with newfound influence, he had become rather arrogant. He would not have dared to boldly proclaim himself a VIP, as he was not. It was his mother who held that status. Bu Ming shot him a glance and remarked, "You consider yourself a VIP? To me, you are merely a poodle." "You, what do you mean by that? Do you even know what a poodle is? Have you seen a teddy?" "You're more like a teddy," Lu Lin chimed in. Young Master Zhou's temper flared, and his companions rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront Bu Ming. They had been enjoying the benefits of young Master Zhou's generosity so naturally, they were eager to defend him. Bu Ming instructed Lu Lin, "You and Xiao Mei step back. I'll handle this." After his encounter at the lending company, Lu Lin had gained a newfound respect for Bu Ming's combat prowess, given that Bu Ming had navigated a brawl with numerous burly men with ease. He was confident he could handle these pale-faced, overly pampered individuals. Bu Ming had matured through these battles, previously relying on his exceptional strength and agility. He had developed a more composed demeanor. As one of the attackers charged at him, Bu Ming sidestepped the incoming punch and swiftly moved in front of the loudest instigator, delivering a punch that landed squarely on the young man's jaw, dislocating it with a single blow. The individual was rendered speechless, his chin resting in anguish as he endured the torment. Another sycophant, having been forcefully kicked by Bu Ming, was sent sprawling, gliding across the ground until he found himself beneath a vehicle. Young Master Zhou had initially assumed that his numbers would intimidate, but in the blink of an eye, he became a solitary figure. When it came to brawling, he was woefully inept. The Zhou family was but a minor clan. Although he had some wealth in his youth, he lacked any real influence. In fact, having money without power was often worse than being impoverished. If he were entirely destitute, others would not bother to target him. Conversely, those with both wealth and power were rarely bullied. It was only children from families like his, affluent yet powerless, who were viewed as easy prey. Adding to his predicament was the formidable presence of his mother, causing Zhou to be rather timid throughout his upbringing. Just when he had begun to feel a sense of bravado, he now found himself facing Bu Ming, who swiftly brought him back to reality. As he pulled out his phone, he exclaimed, "Don't come any closer, or I will call the police." Bu Ming chuckled. "Did I say I would hit you? You've already attacked 3 of us." Zhou retorted, "It was your people who struck first. There should be surveillance footage, which can be reviewed. I was merely acting in self-defense." Bu Ming turned to Sister Li, who, in a low voice, replied, "I apologize, but our surveillance cameras are typically off. We do not invade our client's privacy." This statement served as a clear warning to young Master Zhou. Though he lacked streetwise experience, he was not foolish and grasped the implication of Sister Li's words. She would testify on his behalf, confirming that Bu Ming had initiated the confrontation. Grateful, he glanced at her as he prepared to dial the authorities. However, just as he unlocked his phone, it mysteriously vanished from his grasp. Upon looking again, he noticed Bu Ming casually tossing another phone, which had somehow appeared in his hand. "Give it back." Zhou attempted to reclaim his phone, but Bu Ming swiftly evaded him. In an instant, he stood before Sister Li, extending his hand toward her as she was about to make a call. Complying, she handed her phone to Bu Ming. He powered off both devices and flashed a devilish grin at Sister Li and young Master Zhou, causing them both to tremble with fear. Zhou nervously inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I think you two would make a rather fitting pair," Bu Ming remarked, glancing at Lu Lin, who was shielding Xiao Mei. "Go find some rope and bind them together." Lu Lin hesitated. "Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? Is this considered kidnapping?" "Kidnapping? Am I demanding money from them?" Bu Ming retorted. "It doesn't seem quite right. What's wrong with it? I merely wish for them to be close enough to converse." Lu Lin acquiesced and began searching for rope. At that moment, Sister Li called out, "Just don't use my stockings." This was clearly a case of saying one thing while meaning another. She wanted Lu Lin to use her stockings to bind them together. In a swift motion, Lu Lin tore off Sister Li's stockings and secured her to young Master Zhou. Zhou was engulfed in fear, whereas Sister Li was elated, feeling as if they were fated to share this experience. While feigning fright, she comforted Zhou, "Do not fear. As soon as they leave, we will call the police, and I will testify for you." This time, Zhou ignored her advice, shouting at Bu Ming, "Release me at once. Do you know who I am? And who might you be?" Bu Ming tilted his head curiously. "I am Zhou Han of the Zhou family, the future chairman of Linhai Group. Release me now and apologize, and I may choose not to pursue this matter further. Otherwise," his statement was abruptly interrupted as Bu Ming delivered a kick, causing Zhou to feel a chill down his spine. "Isn't the chairman of Linhai Group supposed to have the surname Lin? Don't you know that you are lying so blatantly? Does your mother know how low your intelligence is?" "I am not lying. My mother is the current executive director of Linhai Group. She said that once the group is fully under her control, I will inherit the position." "What is your mother's surname?" Bu Ming inweeded. "My mother is Lin Yu. Please, let me go. If you don't, she will not spare you." Chapter 17. The peculiar kidnapping case. Bu Ming had initially intended to frighten young Master Zhou, as there was no animosity between them. He merely sought to teach a lesson to someone who believed themselves to be above others, only to have the tables turned. However, upon hearing Zhou claim that his mother was Lin Yu, Bu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He had previously wished to confront Lin Yu regarding the unjust accusations that had cost him his job, despite the insignificance of that job. Yet the feeling of being wronged was never pleasant. The disparity between him and Lin Yu was vast, and they had no prior connection, leaving him to harbor silent resentment. Now, unexpectedly encountering Zhou, he patted his face and said, "So your mother is Lin Yu? That implies your family possesses considerable wealth." "Indeed. As long as you do not harm me, I am willing to pay you." "Very well," Bu Ming replied. "Let us do this. Call your mother and have her donate 3 million to the Hope Project. Otherwise, your life may be forfeit." With that, he delivered a punch toward Zhou, which barely brushed his clothing before striking the ground, shattering the marble floor beneath them. Zhou felt a sudden chill on his back, followed by warmth below, as he was terrified into submission. Is this even human? This must be akin to the tales of splitting stone. Trembling uncontrollably, he cried out, "Mother, I have been kidnapped. Hurry and donate money to the Hope Project." "Have you lost your mind? Are you on drugs? Who would kidnap you and force you to donate to charity?" His mother retorted, "Mother, please don't ask questions. I beg you. If you do not donate 3 million to the Ho Project, I will be killed. Where are you? I will send the driver to pick you up. Young Master Zhou, in a panic, replied, Mother, I'm truly being kidnapped. Why don't you believe me? Ask her. Bu Ming snatched the phone from Zhou's grasp. Your son is indeed being kidnapped. You have half an hour to donate 3 million to the Hope Project, where you should prepare for your son's funeral. Lin Yu's skepticism began to waver. Who are you? What do we have against each other? I advise you not to act recklessly. Enough with the nonsense. You are usurping Lin Hai Group. You must have some wealth. Consider this a chance to accumulate virtue by donating. Bu Ming nudged Zhou, who let out a cry akin to that of slaughtered pig. Fine, I will donate, but you must ensure my son has safety. For now, he is safe. Bu Ming assured. Donate in 3 installments of 1 million each, and once each donation is made, send the proof to your son's phone. You have 10 minutes for each donation. Should you fail to donate or delay, your son may lose several appendages. As Lin Yu reluctantly agreed, she signaled to her secretary to call the police. Bu Ming, indifferent to whether they alerted the authorities, urged, there are only 7 minutes left. If I do not see the first donation receipt within that time, your son will undoubtedly lose some parts. Lin Yu calculated her options. Although her son's phone had a tracking chip, she could locate him. Yet the police would not be able to reach him in under 7 minutes. Unlike typical kidnappings that demanded ransom, this case required her to donate money. Donating was simple and swift, leaving her with no time to negotiate. She clenched her teeth and donated the first sum of money, subsequently sending the receipt to young Master Zhou's mobile phone. Very well, Bu Ming remarked, in the next 10 minutes, transfer another 1 million. I shall await your response. Lin Yu, stalling for time, awaited the arrival of the police. Soon enough, they arrived. Deducing from the location of the tracking chip that young Master Zhou was not far from the Lin Hai Group, likely within a 15-minute drive to the LZHX ink dealership. The police mobilized while Lin Yu continued to keep Bu Ming occupied. She transferred another 1 million, sending the receipt to his phone. Bu Ming glanced at the time and estimated that if he delayed any longer, the police would arrive. So he pulled out a razor from his bag and shaved off young Master Zhou's prideful locks, even removing his eyebrows, leaving him with an egg-like hairstyle. The shorn hair inspired Bu Ming to sweep it aside and recite, I wave my sleeve, not taking a single cloud away. Afterward, Bu Ming and Lu Lin departed, leaving without a trace. When the police arrived, they found young Master Zhou bald, with a poem composed of hair lying before him. They untied him and examined his injuries, discovering that apart from his lack of hair and eyebrows, rendering him somewhat comical, he had not sustained any other injuries. This raised suspicions. Typically, kidnappings demand ransom. Yet this one yielded no such request. Only Lin used 2 million donation to the Hope Project. If it were a case of intentional harm, shaving someone's head hardly constituted injury. All that could be considered was insult or intimidation. But with such elaborate effort merely for the sake of humiliating young Master Zhou, Lin Yu adamantly played a recorded phone call for the police, asserting, this despicable kidnapper threatened me, saying that if I delayed or donated less, my son would lose body parts. Is this not intimidation? The police, somewhat helpless, replied, it seems so, yet as it stands, while he has lost his hair, can we classify that as losing body parts? Lin Yu added, he also threatened to collect my son's corpse, which surely qualifies as a death threat, does it not? The police hesitantly noted, when we arrived on the scene, there was indeed a poem on the ground. Perhaps you misheard. It was collecting poems, not collecting corpses. Lin Yu was left speechless. The entire incident appeared to be a prank, yet had cost her 2 million. Someone like her would never willingly engage in charity. While she frequently attended charity galas, it was merely for the spotlight. She would only donate if the sun were to rise from the west. Although under Lin Yu's pressure, the case was officially opened. There were no leads to pursue. The police concluded that the crime was likely perpetrated by someone with a grudge against Lin Yu. And given her notorious reputation for monopolizing Lin Hai Group, there were countless individuals with motive. To investigate each one would likely exhaust many resources. Unbeknownst to them, the entire scheme was merely Bu Ming's whimsical notion, aimed at teaching Lin Yu a lesson through financial loss. Chapter 18. Lu Lin the Master. Upon exiting LHXing, Lu Lin was filled with excitement, though a hint of anxiety crept in as he asked Bu Ming, Brother Ming, are we truly in the clear? We should be fine, Bu Ming replied. After all, they claim there are no cameras here. But even so, we might still be caught on other surveillance, Lu Lin countered. What do they possibly charge us with? Coercing a donation? Lu Lin pondered this and agreed that such a scenario seemed unlikely. With Bu Ming's calm demeanor, he felt reassured, and his anticipation grew as he asked, "Where are we headed next?" "To the jade shop," Bu Ming replied. "Exactly. I've long wanted to deal with that fellow who deceived Xiao Qiao," Lu Lin exclaimed, waving his hand from the motorcycle. "Are you fond of Xiao Qiao?" Bu Ming inquired it. Lu Lin, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, "What are you talking about? I'm just concerned for her. We've grown up together. If you like her, be straightforward. If you manage to marry her, I'll gift you an apartment." Bu Ming, he said. "Really?" Lu Lin's excitement was palpable. "That's what you said." Bu Ming smirked slyly. "See, you claim it's concern, yet you're already contemplating marriage. What happened to you, Brother Ming? You've changed so much. You've even led me astray?" Lu Lin questioned. Bu Ming paused, surprised by the remark. He hadn't noticed the shift before. But Lu Lin's words made him reflect on how he had transformed from a naive youth to someone astutely aware of worldly matters in just a few days. Yet, he felt this transformation was only natural, given his altered circumstances or perhaps the elevated perspective he now held. Previously, Bu Ming was merely a dreamer gazing at the stars from the dust, quietly flourishing in youth. Now he stood at a vantage point far surpassing his peers, viewing the world from above. Was this the leap to success the system spoke of? Navigating through several streets, they arrived at the QNGT building. The building was bustling with white-collar workers. As they entered and exited, many cast curious glances at Bu Ming's attire, even prompting inquiries about their packages. This made Lu Lin somewhat uncomfortable, but Bu Ming remained unfazed as he led Lu Lin to the NGSH Jade shop. This establishment primarily catered to tourists who, upon being brought by their guides, often fell victim to a mix of persuasion and intimidation, resulting in them purchasing various so-called jade items. While such practices were distasteful, they did not hinder NGSH from profiting handsomely. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally encountered a tour group shopping, with Tao Yuan enthusiastically promoting a jade Pishio to an elderly gentleman. Bu Ming realized it had been over half a year since he last saw Tao Yuan. In his memory, she had been quite attractive, yet upon seeing her now, he questioned his previous judgment. Presently, she barely rated a 7 out of 10, and even that score was largely due to her makeup and attire. Was such a person truly worth enduring a broken leg over? At that moment, Tao Yuan was energetically pitching the jade Pishio, her voice sweet and enticing, likely sending any elderly gentleman with diabetes straight to the emergency room. "I can tell you're a successful young man. Purchasing this Pishio guarantees profits without losses. Whatever business you engage in will be lucrative, right?" The elderly gentleman, flattered by her repeated address of young man, was about to part with 2,000 for the Pishio. Just then, Lu Lin rushed in, seizing the gentleman's hand and snatching the Pishio from him. "This is outrageous. The quality of this jade is no different from glass. I wouldn't take it even if you offered it for $5. How can you sell it for 2,000? As he spoke, he forcefully threw the jade to the ground. The jade bounced several times and, surprisingly, did not shatter. The elderly gentleman lamented, "My jade? What do you mean your jade? You've been duped," remarked, "and you all have fallen for it. This jade is nothing but counterfeit. Wearing such jade not only fails to nurture one's spirit, but can also cause harm. I suggest you refrain from purchasing it." Upon hearing this, the customers who initially intended to buy jade hastily set it down. Tao Yuan, her face pale with anger, realized she could not handle the situation and quickly summoned He Zhuangbi. As He Zhuangbi called over several security guards to escort away Lu Lin, he addressed the crowd, stating, "This individual is our competitor, here to sabotage our business. We have offered such generous discounts that it has stirred discontent within the industry. Rest assured, our jade products are certified by the esteemed Master Lu Lin of the jade industry." Upon hearing the name Master Lu Lin, who was being shoved by the guards, exclaimed, "What Master Lu Lin? Have you ever seen Lu Lin? You're just hanging a sheep's head while selling dog meat." He Zhuangbi clenched his fists and approached Lu Lin, declaring, "I don't care who sent you. Disturbing our operations will require you to compensate for our losses. Furthermore, you've damaged this gentleman's jade and must pay for it. Compensation is acceptable, but I need you to prove that your jade is genuine. If you have the capability, summon the Lu Lin who issued your certificate." Lu Lin retorted, "If you can demonstrate that your jade is authentic, I am willing to purchase all of it at double the price." "This is your word, and we have surveillance and recordings." He Zhuangbi signaled to the guards to keep a watchful eye on Lu Lin before making a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and dressed in traditional attire, arrived, appearing quite scholarly as he twirled a string of sandalwood beads adorned with golden stars. Seeing him approach, He Zhuangbi quickly welcomed him and introduced him to the tourists, saying, "Everyone, today we are honored to have Master Lu Lin with us, the foremost jade master in Anbei." The magnificent jade sculpture at the center of Anbei City is the work of Master Lu Lin. The bespectacled man waved to the crowd, exuding an air of authority. However, upon spotting Lu Lin, his face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Lin chuckled, brushing off the guards, and stepped forward to confront the man. "I wondered who it was, and here you are, Du Jidong. How dare you exploit my name to swindle people here? Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities right now?" The middle-aged man, Du Jidong, immediately cowered at the sight of Lu Lin, forcing a smile as he said, "Master, please, let us not escalate this. I've been blind, truly blind, to teach you a bit about jade identification, only for you to use my name to deceive. You have tarnished the reputation I painstakingly built," Lu Lin replied. "Master, once a master, always a father. I still acknowledge you as my master." Du Jidong grinned sheepishly. "Enough about your impersonation. Clarify to everyone who Lu Lin is." Du Jidong turned to the crowd of buyers, bowing as he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Master Lu Lin you have heard of is indeed my master, this very person. I am his apprentice, and the jade in this shop has been appraised by me, with no connection to my master." As Du Jidong spoke, He Zhuangbi's expression fell. He had not anticipated that the master he had summoned was a fraud. The situation had become dire for him. However, having navigated various circumstances over the years, he quickly regained his composure and explained to the crowd, "The appraisals by Master Lu Lin and his apprentice should be equally valid, so you can still purchase with confidence." Before he could finish, Lu Lin swept all the jade displayed on the counter to the ground, declaring, "These items should be used for paving the road. If you have spent money, hurry and seek a refund. If not, leave quickly to avoid being deceived." The audience, having witnessed the spectacle, dispersed swiftly. The once bustling jade shop was left with only Lu Lin, Du Jidong, and the staff. Seeing that Lu Lin had completely exposed their ruse, He Zhuangbi, filled with rage, pointed at Lu Lin, stating, "I had considered letting you off, but since you refuse to let us thrive, you shall not live today either. Gentlemen, teach him a lesson." Lu Lin was undeterred, striking out at the guards with precision, sending them reeling. Just then, He Zhuangbi discarded his suit and advanced towards Lu Lin. Completely unfazed, Lu Lin prepared to confront He Zhuangbi. At that moment, Du Jidong unexpectedly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Lin's waist. "Let go," Lu Lin commanded. "Master, I apologize, but I respect you, yet I value money even more. Release me, or I will make you regret it." "Forgive-moi, Du Jidong pleaded, holding on tightly." Lu Lin found his movements hindered, unable to push Du Jidong away. At that moment, He Zhuangbi charged forward, landing a powerful punch in Lu Lin's abdomen. The blow was significant, causing Lu Lin to feel as if the contents of his stomach were about to surge. Following that, He Zhuangbi continued to rain down punches. Just as he prepared to strike again, his wrist was suddenly seized. A firm grip restrained his wrist, akin to an iron band, and despite several attempts to break free, he found it impossible. Turning his head, he saw Bu Ming smiling at him, revealing a full set of teeth. "Manager He, long time no see. I've missed you dearly." He certainly recognized Bu Ming, but he was unaware of when he had arrived before him. "Bu Ming, so is you orchestrating this? And what of it?" Bu Ming replied, "It's high time we settled our debts." As he spoke, he gently pulled He Zhuangbi toward the window. "What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. You'll regret it," He Zhuangbi threatened. "Is that so?" Bu Ming replied, "I have no intention of causing harm. I merely wish for you to witness the scenery outside." With that, he opened the window. The Jingsheng Jade Shop was on the 33rd floor, and as the window swung open, the wind rushed in. He nudged He Zhuangbi toward the window, causing his upper body to hang out, the gusts of wind brushing against his face, and the pedestrians below appeared diminutive. He Zhuangbi was terrified, fearing Bu Ming might truly push him out. In an instant, he conceded, pleading, "Bu Ming, I was wrong. Please don't do anything rash." Bu Ming remained impassive, maintaining his grip on He Zhuangbi's neck while holding his golden belt. A slight tug would send He Zhuangbi plummeting to the ground, and a fall from the 33rd floor would leave no chance of survival, likely resulting in a splattered mess that would need to be cleaned with a vacuum. "Tao Yuan, you must persuade him. He Zhuangbi cried out. Tao Yuan hurried over, attempting to pull Bu Ming back, but was deterred by a mere glance. She sensed that Bu Ming had transformed into a ferocious beast, and a single look filled her with dread. She dared not approach further, softly urging, Bu Ming, please don't act foolishly. If you kill him, you will also face dire consequences. I am aware, Bu Ming replied, but I cannot quell this anger without his demise. Bu Ming, do not be reckless. Even without him, I would still leave you. You cannot provide the life I desire, Tao Yuan implored. I scoff. Bu Ming seemed to have swallowed a fly, truly overestimating himself. Did he think I came here for him? Miss Tao, your imagination runs wild. After being interrupted by Bu Ming, Tao Yuan's face turned pale, yet she continued to stammer. Well, if you're not here for me, you certainly shouldn't resort to murder. Can't we discuss matters slowly? Bu Ming, feeling exasperated, glanced at Tao Yuan and suddenly inquired, how did Zhuangbai manage to ensnare you back then? Tao Yuan candidly replied, I broke a piece of jade, and he offered to help me compensate for it. Bu Ming suddenly connected the dots and chuckled. Now it makes sense. I was wondering why you both targeted Yang Xiaoqiao. Turns out this scoundrel had his designs on her. He Zhuangbai, half his body hanging out of the window, had his hair blown about by the wind, revealing his balding head. He had been eavesdropping on a conversation between Bu Ming and Tao Yuan, and upon hearing Bu Ming's remark, he hastily pleaded for mercy. Yes, I'm not human. I truly made a mistake. Just spare me, and I promise to mend my ways. Can you truly change? Bu Ming, idiot. Yes, I swear I can. He Zhuangbai vowed to the heavens. Can you separate from this vile woman? Bu Ming pressed further. You mean Tao Yuan? I've long wanted to shake her off. He Zhuangbai retorted. She is mediocre, expensive, and insists on marrying me. How could I possibly marry her? It's absurd. Tao Yuan, listening to He Zhuangbai's words, felt each remark pierce her heart, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Beast, go die. Yet Bu Ming calmly observed her. Do you see? This is the reward for your youthful sacrifices. Henceforth, elevate your own character and cultivation. Relying on others will only lead to betrayal. Chapter 20. Let the wind blow on you. Tao Yuan bit her lip as she looked at Bu Ming, realizing she hardly knew him at all. After delivering his profound insights, Bu Ming did not spare her another glance but turned back to He Zhuangbai, saying, He supervisor, I initially planned to give you a beating and break your legs before letting you go. However, upon reflection, breaking your legs seems rather futile. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. Bu Ming, you're right. When will the cycle of revenge end? Let us settle our grievances with a smile. Very well, Bu Ming replied, grasping He Zhuangbai by the neck and yanking him back into the room. He Zhuangbai sighed in relief, feeling he had narrowly escaped death. Half of his body dangled outside the window. If Bu Ming truly went mad, his life could very well be forfeit. Just as he was pulled halfway in, Bu Ming suddenly loosened his grip. He Zhuangbai nearly plummeted, his heart racing with terror. Brother, hero, please don't let go. Bu Ming chuckled. I just remembered something. After you broke my leg, you had the company fire me. I need to ask, who made that decision? It was President Lin Yu from the Zhou family. He Zhuangbai stammered, terrified and eager to speak the truth. Lin Yu? Isn't the owner of our company surnamed Mu? Bu Ming questioned. The front desk owner is surnamed Mu. The real owner is Lin Yu. So is Lin Yu again. Initially, Bu Ming believed Lin Yu was merely responsible for his job loss, but now he realized she was behind both incidents. This enmity was now firmly established. Bu Ming yanked He Zhuangbai back into the room. He Zhuangbai exhaled deeply, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Bu Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Actually, I still find you quite despicable. Perhaps you should go enjoy the wind again. With that, he gave a firm shove, sending He Zhuangbai tumbling out the window. Everyone behind Bu Ming was left dumbfounded, unable to believe he had indeed pushed He Zhuangbai down. In that fleeting moment, Bu Ming leaped out of the window, activating his surface-walking ability to chase after the falling He Zhuangbai. He Zhuangbai was already in a state of panic. As the force of his descent caused him to lose control, urine streaming down his body, soaking his face. Yet, he could think of nothing but the horror of not fainting. If he hit the ground from such a height, the pain would be unbearable. Suddenly, he felt someone grasp his ankle. Someone was pulling him up, as if a bungee cord was securing him. In the midst of despair, he was startled once more and, with a roll of his eyes, fainted. Moments later, He Zhuangbai found himself back at the 33rd floor window. Bu Ming gave him a push, and he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless pig, his legs twitching occasionally. Bu Ming looked down at him and kicked him awake. He Zhuangbai shivered, choking on his own vomit. Am I dead? No, I've spared your life, Bu Ming replied, but don't ever fall into my hands again, or you won't be so fortunate. He then noticed Lu Lin, who had just been startled by Bu Ming's earlier antics. Seeing Bu Ming jump down, he broke free from Du Zhidong and rushed to the window, where he witnessed Bu Ming scaling the building like Spider-Man, dragging He Zhuangbai by the foot. After a sigh of relief, he returned to thoroughly beat Du Zhidong, who was left battered and begging, Master, I'm sorry, just spare me. Lu Lin, growing more invigorated with each punch, continued his assault. Bu Ming, fearing that Lu Lin might accidentally cause a fatality, quickly called out to him, Let us go. Having witnessed Bu Ming's extraordinary methods, Lu Lin now regarded him as a pillar of strength. Upon hearing Bu Ming's command, he immediately released Du Zhidong and followed Bu Ming out of the Qing 2 building. On the way, Lu Lin, unable to contain his excitement, asked, Brother, when did you become Spider-Man? Did a magical spider bite you? What spider? Perhaps I should let it bite me too. I cannot disclose the specifics, but I assure you, my friend, I'm not who I once was. Walk with me, and none shall dare to offend us. The two, feeling lighthearted, returned to Lu Lin's Jade workshop in Jiangbei. Lu Zhuamu had already begun to carve a piece of red jade into a rough shape. However, such a priceless item required meticulous craftsmanship to perfect. Bu Ming and Lu Lin quietly watched, not daring to disturb him, until Lu Zhuamu finally set down his carving tool. Only then did they venture to greet him. Lu Zhuamu merely nodded and stretched before reaching for his tools again. Bu Ming quickly interjected, Uncle Lu, take a break, eat something before continuing. Good work takes time. Lu Zhuamu waved his hand dismissively. I don't need your guidance. Both of you should step outside. I require absolute silence while I carve. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of motorcycle engines roared from the courtyard. Bu Ming and Lu Lin hurried outside to see numerous motorcycles parked in the yard, with young riders in outlandish attire performing tricks. The yard, once home to chickens and ducks as well as guard geese and dogs, was now in chaos, with the fowl scattering in fright. Lu Lin stepped outside, shouting, You little rascals, what are you doing? One youth with green hair, lifting the front wheel of his motorcycle while bouncing on the rear, replied, We're just practicing. How about you join us? Lu Lin, clenching his fist, shouted back, Get out of here immediately, or I'll beat you out of blue xiong. The green-haired youth sneered, Come on, I see you have a nice motorcycle. How about a race? Race? Why should I race with you? If you're too scared to race, we'll come here every day to practice. Bu Ming listened attentively, contemplating that these young individuals did not genuinely wish to compete with LLN. Their presence here was evidently driven by ulterior motives. Regardless of their intentions, their brazen intrusion into the L family courtyard and their audacious harassment indicated a well-orchestrated plan to unveil the identities behind these individuals. The swiftest method was to defeat them and subsequently interrogate them regarding their affiliations and objectives. With this thought in mind, Bu Ming gestured to LLN, encouraging him to accept the challenge. LLN, eager to compete, hesitated, as his motorcycle was rather outdated, its speed comparable to that of an electric bike, making it impossible to compete with their brand-new machines. However, Bu Ming's support instilled in him immense confidence. He tilted his head towards the green-haired ruffian and mounted his modest motorcycle. Just as he was about to set off, Bu Ming interjected, questioning the significance of racing without any stakes. Surely, they should wager something substantial. Chapter 21. Shall we race? The green-haired thug glanced at Bu Ming, smirking disdainfully. Who do you think you're to be so arrogant? Do you really think your words carry weight? LLN chimed in. He speaks for me. He can decide. Fine. Since you want to wager, we won't back down. Brothers, propose what we should bet on. One suggested, how about the courtyard? It's quite nice. Let's wager this place. The green-haired thug turned to LLN. Do you think you can accept that? LLN felt an inexplicable faith in Bu Ming, recalling how he could leap from 33-story buildings and traverse walls like Spider-Man. What could possibly be beyond his capabilities? He nodded vigorously. Yes, let us bet on this courtyard. Bu Ming added, we will wager the courtyard. What will you put up? A house for my brother, how about that? Boasted the green-haired thug. You think you can pull a fast one? If not, we might as well not play, Bu Ming replied. What is the point of racing? A brawl would be far more exhilarating. Oh, I didn't realize you had such guts, the green-haired thug remarked, looking at his companions. All right, brothers, what should we wager? The gang of ruffians proposed various schemes, mostly involving trickery. Bu Ming, uninterested in their banter, suggested, "How about this? If you lose, one of you must break a leg? Fine, if you dare, we will bet." The green-haired thug was convinced Bu Ming lacked the courage. Moreover, they were certain of victory in this contest. Despite being a group of suburban delinquents, they had a fervent passion for motorcycle riding. With their booming bass blaring through the streets, they had developed a combat style they called the Pack of Wolves tactic, ensuring that no matter how skilled their opponent was, they would inevitably face a disastrous fate. The green-haired thug glanced at LLN. "Come on, how do you want to race? Draw a route. Is it time trial or sprint?" LLN looked to Bu Ming, awaiting his decision. Bu Ming, sensing their eagerness, smiled slightly. "No need for complications. You don't need to race him. His old motorcycle can't compete with yours. What do you propose then? Let us try something novel. I will walk, and you all will ride. From here to QNGTN Bridge and back. Let us see who is faster. The slower one loses. What do you say?" Bu Ming's suggestion elicited uproarious laughter from the thugs. "Have you lost your mind? Or has a door hit your head? Or perhaps a donkey kicked you?" The green-haired thug, clutching his belly, laughed heartily. "Oh my, have you had your brain eaten by a zombie? You walk while we ride? And you think you can beat us? What? Are you too afraid to race?" "Of course we'll race." The green-haired thug chuckled, "But first, let me record a quick video to document this." Once the green-haired thug uploaded the video, Bu Ming's challenge officially commenced. Initially, Bu Ming strolled leisurely, allowing the thugs on motorcycles to zoom past him. "Go ahead, I'll give you a 5-minute head start," he called out nonchalantly. The ruffians, oblivious to the concept of fairness, gleefully accepted this 5-minute advantage and sped away from the courtyard. Bu Ming checked the time, lighting a cigarette as he watched them leave. LLN, anxious, asked, "Aren't you worried they're riding while you walk?" Bu Ming chuckled. "Do not fret. Even their speed cannot surpass mine. The roads along the river are riddled with potholes, and as they accelerate, the likelihood of an accident increases dramatically. While they may disregard others' lives, they're surprisingly protective of their own. Are you truly planning to break their legs?" "I must ascertain who sent them," Bu Ming replied, finishing his cigarette and noticing the 5 minutes had elapsed. He set off briskly, with LLN hastily following on his motorcycle. As Bu Ming quickened his pace, he became a blur, a mere shadow in motion. Such speed was reminiscent only of animated films. Soon, LLN found himself lagging behind, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he could not keep up with Bu Ming's walking pace. Once Bu Ming accelerated, he began sprinting along the riverside road. Before long, he spotted the last of the ruffians, who had initially intended to strategize against LLN, but were now caught off guard by Bu Ming's unconventional challenge. They had no inkling that he would actually catch up. Consequently, their tactics became irrelevant, and they began competing among themselves. The last thug, riding a subpar motorcycle that barely surpassed an electric bike, quickly fell behind. He sluggishly advanced when suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he was startled to see WCH Ing zooming past. What was happening? This individual was truly outrunning motorcycles on foot. He hastily accelerated, attempting to ram Bu Ming with his bike. However, even with increased speed, he could not catch up. He revved the throttle harder, the small motorcycle vibrating violently as if it might explode at any moment. Yet Bu Ming remained ahead, unhurried, while the thug failed to collide with him or keep pace. Suddenly, Bu Ming surged forward again, deftly sidestepping. The thug, still tailing him, suddenly noticed a concrete barrier ahead and realized he could not stop in time. He crashed directly into the barrier, his body flung away. Bu Ming paid no heed to the thug's fate and pursued the second-to-last motorcycle, swiftly overtaking it. As he passed, he tapped the rider on the shoulder. Startled by the unexpected contact, the rider lost control and veered off the embankment, plunging into the river. Bu Ming continued to surpass rider after rider, ultimately reaching the green-haired thug. As he approached, he lit a cigarette with a windproof lighter, took a puff, and then blew smoke directly into the thug's face. The green-haired thug's vision blurred, nearly causing him to follow the others off the embankment into the river. However, his driving skills were commendable, and his mental fortitude was even more impressive. He delivered a kick towards Bu Ming while on his motorcycle, but Bu Ming deftly sidestepped the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the collar of the green-haired individual's clothing, causing the motorcycle to surge ahead while the green-haired one was dragged along, his feet scraping the ground. The newly acquired authentic A Jiao shoes were now scuffed and worn. Whether it was heartbreak or physical pain, he began to wail, pleading, "I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare me." Chapter 22. The fastidious young master Zhou aboard a river cruise. Zhou Yin sat sipping tea, the river breeze gently stirring and the water shimmering with light. In such picturesque surroundings, enjoying tea became quite a delightful experience. Zhou Yin cherished the river, relishing the sight of flowing waters and the scenic beauty along the banks. Since childhood, he had dreamt of owning a villa by the riverside, where the backyard would lead directly to the river, allowing him to fish at leisure and gaze at the water from the comfort of home. This villa required a spacious garden, adorned with flowers and a viewing platform from which one could enjoy the river vista. Zhou Yin had previously regarded this as a mere dream, but now it was on the verge of realization. The Zhou family had allied with the Huangfu clan, and as a result, Zhou Yin found himself rising in status. Unlike his ineffectual brother, Zhou Yin possessed greater ambition, steadiness, and a knack for calculation. Most importantly, he was also fastidious. Fastidiousness often arises from a life of comfort, as the impoverished lack the luxury of such concerns. Zhou Yin opted for the driest location along the riverbank to construct his villa, where fortuitously a jade workshop was situated. He dispatched individuals to persuade the workshop owner to relocate, claiming the land was needed for development, and offered a substantial sum of money. However, the workshop owner dismissed his words entirely, inciting Zhou Yin's frustration and prompting him to teach the owner a lesson. While money could not sway this family, it could be employed to influence those who would disrupt their operations. Zhou Yin engaged the services of the local troublemaker, the green-haired one, along with his gang of motorcycle enthusiasts. Upon learning that a substantial reward awaited them for facilitating the Zhou family's relocation, they were intrigued. Under Zhou Yan's guidance, they rode their motorcycles to the owner's courtyard, vowing to remain until the family acquiesced to their demands. They resorted to harassment rather than violence, revving their motorcycle engines and blasting bass-heavy music, rendering them impervious to police intervention. Though Zhou Yin despised dealing with ruffians like the green-haired one, he recognized their utility and anticipated that the Jade Workshop would soon vacate, thus clearing the courtyard for his use. Pleased with this thought, he sipped his tea and sang a couplet. "I am but a carefree spirit atop the Wulong Ridge." Just then his phone rang. It was the green-haired one. Zhou Yin frowned and answered, "So soon? Is it done?" "Yes, young Master Zhou." They were frightened into agreeing to move. "Would you like to come and inspect the situation personally?" The green-haired one inquired. "Why do you sound somewhat vague?" Zhou Yin probed. "I'm a bit dazed from the wind while racing today, young Master Zhou. How about I come to you to collect the balance?" "There's no need. I shall come to you instead." Zhou Yin preferred not to have anyone intrude upon his immaculate boat home. He disembarked the boat and drove toward the Jade Workshop. Upon arriving at the workshop, he parked and headed straight for the courtyard. A young man approached, colliding with him, and then proceeding without so much as a glance back. Zhou Yin, typically not one to tolerate such insolence, was infuriated, especially as his pristine white clothing was sullied in the process. The lack of an apology only fueled his anger. "Are your eyes blind? You think you can just walk away after bumping into someone?" The young man hastily extended a hand, attempting to smooth things over. "I apologize. It was my fault. How much shall I compensate you?" A grimy hand landed on Zhou Yan's clothing, igniting his wrath. "You look like you're from a destitute background. Can you even afford to pay? This outfit alone is worth 500,000, and these shoes are worth 200,000. If you truly wish to compensate, 1,000,000 will suffice." He had no expectation that this seemingly impoverished individual could produce such an amount. He merely wished to extricate himself from this distasteful encounter. Yet, he maintained an air of superiority, declaring, "If you can't muster 1,000,000, you shall bow here until you can no longer see me." "Only 1,000,000? That is quite cheap." The young man chuckled, producing a check and writing the figure of 1,000,000 and 1 yuan on it before handing it to Zhou Yin. A check from Xinlong Bank, undeniably authentic, as no one would dare forge it, knowing that they would find no refuge anywhere should they attempt such folly. Zhou Yin was taken aback by the young man's wealth, momentarily at a loss for words as he examined the check. 1,000,000 and 1 yuan. Typically, those with fastidious tendencies also exhibit obsessive-compulsive traits, and Zhou Yin found himself unsettled. "Why is there an extra yuan?" "Oh, that additional yuan is a tip for you, young Master Zhou." Upon hearing the title young Master Zhou, Zhou Yin was startled, his expression shifting. Who are you? An enemy of the Zhou family, the young man replied. Though it is a one-sided enmity, you do not know me. What do you want? Zhou Yan quickly dashed toward his vehicle. However, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not outrun the young man, who deftly positioned himself in front of Zhou Yan's car and dumped a bucket of prepared chicken manure onto it. The pungent stench overwhelmed Zhou Yan, causing his head to spin as he felt his stomach churn. He sprinted away, only to retch moments later. This car, this outfit, they were irretrievable. If possible, he wished to rid himself of his eyes and nose as well. The mastermind behind this debacle was, of course, Bu Ming, who had learned from the green-haired one that Zhou Yan was fastidious and conceived this plan to provoke him, unexpectedly yielding remarkable results. This was undoubtedly a far greater affront than a mere beating. Bu Ming, carrying the bucket, approached Zhou Yan. Young Master Zhou, is that sufficient? Shall I bring more? Zhou Yan fled in a frenzy, outpacing even the swiftest of hares, and Bu Ming felt compelled to exert his true prowess to catch up with Zhou Yan. However, he did not pursue him, but instead followed the directions provided by the green-haired one, heading toward Zhou Yan's pristine boat home with a bucket of well-fermented fertilizer in tow. After a considerable distance, Zhou Yan believed he had eluded Bu Ming and limped toward his boat, intent on bathing for 3 hours to cleanse himself of the costly garments he would discard, yearning to purify his eyes as well. No, this scoundrel was insufferable. He must ensure this individual met his demise. As Zhou Yan pushed open the door to his boat home, he paused, stunned. His first thought was that this nearly 10 million yuan vessel was utterly ruined. Chapter 23. The Gift of Martial Tianpeng. After dealing with Zhou Yan, Bu Ming returned to the Lu Lin household. It is believed that the fastidious Zhou Yan has not visited recently, and may even have abandoned this place altogether. At the very least, Uncle Lu and Lu Lin can enjoy a period of tranquility. Bu Ming initially intended to persuade Uncle Lu and Lu Lin to relocate to the city, as living by the riverside exposed them to the elements, which could be detrimental to their health. However, Uncle Lu was adamant about staying, claiming the riverside had auspicious feng shui and fresh air, which were essential for creating fine artwork. Bu Ming recognized that Uncle Lu was quite stubborn, so he refrained from further persuasion. A glance at Lu Lin revealed a shake of his head, suggesting he was reluctant to part with the little grass, and chose to remain here. It is often said to advise against gambling, but not against love. Thus, Bu Ming did not interrupt Lu Lin's romantic aspirations and departed for the city. Upon returning to the city, Bu Ming found himself somewhat idle. As a delivery worker, he was fine when there was work to be done, but having settled accounts with Yi Zhuangbai and educated Tao Yuan, he sensed that he had accomplished his goals. After achieving his objectives, Bu Ming felt a sense of lost motivation. It seemed he needed to find something to occupy his time. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Task cooldown complete. You may accept the new task. Do you accept? It was as if a pillow was delivered to him just when he was yearning for slumber. He had been worrying about having nothing to do, and suddenly a task presented itself. This time, if he ventured near the Pansi Dong again, he would remember to gather more stones and herbs. He could sell them upon his return and become wealthy in an instant. With that thought, he chose to accept the task. Bu Ming felt a momentary disorientation before finding himself thrust into the task. As he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he was delighted to discover he was indeed at Pansi Dong. Unlike his previous aimless wandering, he began to search the forest for various herbs and stones. The backpack provided by the walker system was remarkably efficient, allowing him to carry a substantial amount without feeling burdened. After thoroughly searching the forest, he felt a sense of fulfillment and joy as he emerged into a clearing by the lake. There, he noticed a pile of clothing, and the lake was eerily silent, devoid of the usual sounds of merriment. Without hesitation, Bu Ming rushed towards the garments. Each outfit belonging to the spider spirit was worth 50 points, and with 7 sets available, he would accumulate a total of 350 points, enough to purchase an escape scroll and several enchantment scrolls. This would elevate his surface walking ability to a new level. He pondered the enhancements that awaited him. Perhaps the duration of use would increase, or the number of uses would rise, or even both. The thought excited him immensely. Regardless, Bu Ming considered acquiring the escape scroll as his primary objective. As he reached for the garments, a glint caught his eye from a distance. A rake shot forth, snagging the clothing and pulling it back with astonishing speed. Alarmed, Bu Ming's mind raced. He had been so focused on the potential benefits of the Pansi Dong that he had forgotten the presence of the 7 spider spirits and a certain pig. Turning around, he spotted Tian Peng Yuan Shui clutching the clothing and sniffing it. "Ah, my friend, I've been waiting for you," Tian Peng Yuan Shui grunted. "Waiting for me?" Bu Ming's mind whirled as he assessed the situation. Engaging in combat was futile. The prowess of Tian Peng Yuan Shui was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Conversely, escaping was equally implausible given the dangers that lurked within Pan Si Dong. Caught between combat and flight, Bu Ming sighed inwardly, resigned to face whatever fate awaited him. He managed to muster a smile. "I didn't expect to encounter you again. However, I must inquire, did you not already steal these people's clothing?" Tian Peng Yuan Shui chuckled. "That was merely to draw you closer. To attract my attention?" Bu Ming questioned, puzzled by Tian Peng Yuan Shui's intentions. "Are you interested in exploring the lair of these spider spirits with me?" Tian Peng Yuan Shui inquired. "Me?" Bu Ming pointed to himself. "Yes," Tian Peng Yuan Shui nodded. "But I'm just an ordinary person. Venturing into such a perilous location would surely be inviting disaster. Fear not, my friend, I will not abandon you. The reason I want you to accompany me is to divert their attention," Tian Peng Yuan Shui explained. Suddenly, he shouted, transforming into a fly with a pig's head. Landing on Bu Ming's shoulder. "You will take me in with you." And then, Bu Ming asked, "With you drawing the attention of the spider spirits. I can infiltrate their lair. Is that not a splendid idea? A splendid idea?" Bu Ming's smile faltered, his thoughts racing with indignation. This seemingly amiable pig was, in fact, plotting to use him as cannon fodder. Yet, he was a mere novice in combat, while this pig's strength was unknown but likely formidable. His life was in Tian Peng Yuan Shui's hands. If he brought Tian Peng Yuan Shui into Pan Si Dong, there was a chance of survival. Conversely, if he refused, Tian Peng Yuan Shui's wrath could spell his doom. After contemplating, he said, "I will take you in, but in exchange, I require all of the clothing." Tian Peng Yuan Shui laughed heartily. "I knew I was correct in my judgment of you. Even in such dire circumstances, you still think of the clothing." With that, he opened his mouth and expelled a silver ring into Bu Ming's palm. "I cannot leave you empty-handed. This little Su Mi ring is a gift. The clothing you desire is inside." Bu Ming's gaze fell upon the ring, and the system's notification chimed in his mind. Acquired 1 Su Mi ring, non-task item. No points awarded. Holding the ring, Bu Ming asked, "How do I use this?" "This is an item I obtained from a cultivator in the Yunjian cave on Fuling Mountain. It is not bound to a master. You can recognize it by dripping a drop of blood onto it and then focusing your thoughts to activate it," Tian Peng Yuan Shui explained. Bu Ming pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ring. As he concentrated, the ring appeared to become transparent, revealing a small space within, filled with an array of clothing, including the spider spirit's garments. A spatial ring? Bu Ming's heart leaped with joy. It seemed fortune favored the bold, and with these garments, he would soon accumulate enough points to purchase an escape scroll from the task. Chapter 24. Pan Si Dong. Bu Ming retrieved the pile of spider spirit clothing. The moment he did, the system's voice resonated in his mind, acquired 6 sets of spider spirit clothing, earning 300 points. Perplexed, Bu Ming paused. How could it be only 6 sets? Realization dawned upon him. There were indeed 7 sets of spider spirit clothing, but he had already collected 1 earlier, leaving him with 6. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The difference between 300 and 350 points was negligible. "First, I will exchange for an escape scroll, and with the remaining 200 points, I will trade for 4 enchantment scrolls. Compared to individual rations, these enchantment scrolls are far more useful." With the escape scroll in hand, Bu Ming felt a surge of confidence and proceeded in the direction indicated by Tian Peng Yuan Shui. His pace was brisk, and within the confines of the task map, his walking ability seemed to be naturally activated and indefinitely usable. After a while, he spotted an opening ahead, above which 3 seal characters were inscribed. Pan Si Dong. Is this truly Pan Si Dong? Bu Ming took a deep breath, and the lines of Zi Xia questioning Ji Zun Bao from Da Hua Shiyu surfaced in his mind. Immortal? Monster? Thank you. And the enchanting smile of Zi Xia Xianzi. Yet, there should be no Zi Xia Xianzi here. Only 7 spiders. Bu Ming had many questions regarding the monsters in this world, such as why they all reside in caves, why they transform into human forms, and why they name their caves with such culture titles. Just as he pondered these thoughts, Tian Peng Yuan Shui urged him, "Hurry up and go inside." Bu Ming inwarded. "If I were to be trapped, are you certain you would rescue me?" "Rest assured," Tian Peng Yuan Shui replied, "I am the advanced scout. I will explore the cave first, and my senior brother will follow. Even if I do not save you, he will. Senior brother? Bu Ming suddenly recalled that if Tian Peng Yuan Shui was present, then of course, Qi Tian Desheng must also be around. This old pig may be unreliable, but Qi Tian Desheng is certainly dependable. He mustered his courage and approached Pan Si Dong. Upon entering the cave, he found it rather ordinary, devoid of any tourism development value. Inside was a hall, with a massive spider web adorning the ceiling, upon which fireflies the size of fists adhered, providing illumination. The cool glow of the fireflies cast a green hue throughout the cave. Bu Ming surveyed the hall and noted that its furnishings were akin to those found in a typical home. Tables and chairs crafted from quality wood. Having previously worked in a jade shop and being acquainted with Lu Lin, he possessed some knowledge of jade artifacts and antiques, estimating that these woods were likely fine sandalwood, worth a substantial sum if taken back. He stealthily approached a grandmaster chair in the center of the hall, reached out to touch the wood, which felt as cold as iron, smooth in texture, and exhibiting intricate grains, undoubtedly premium sandalwood. He attempted to move it. The chair was heavy, likely weighing around 300 to 400 pounds, but fortunately, he possessed greater strength than the average person and was able to lift it. However, he faced the dilemma of how to fit it into his backpack. At that moment, Tian Peng Yuan Shui, noticing his struggle to stuff the chair into his canvas bag, asked, "My friend, what are you doing?" Caught in the act, Bu Ming awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, nothing much. I just saw that the chair leg was dirty and thought I'd give it a wipe. It seems you not only have a penchant for women-esque clothing, but also for furniture," Tian Peng Yuan Shui teased, recognizing Bu Ming's intentions. Bu Ming felt no embarrassment. After all, he might never see this pig again, so taking a little something in front of him was inconsequential. Just then, Tian Peng Yuan Shui suddenly shouted, "Help! Someone is stealing furniture." His voice echoed ominously throughout the cave. Instantly, disheveled women rushed out from all directions. These women wore midriff-bearing outfits, varying in height and weight, and were a far cry from the beauties one might imagine. Aside from one who bore a striking resemblance to Xia Zi, the rest were rather unattractive. Upon spotting Bu Ming, the spider women gritted their teeth and exclaimed, "You lecher! You stole the girls' clothes and now dare to come here to steal our furniture. Do you know how many wealthy households we had to rob to gather these pieces?" Goodness, this spider woman was quite straightforward, revealing the origins of the furniture. "Sister, no need to explain so much to him. We just happen to be in the mood for some ginseng meat. Let us use him as an appetizer." "Sure, the main dish will be steamed, and the appetizer will be fried," declared a stout black girl. With that, she expelled a remarkably tough white thread from her navel, binding Bu Ming and dragging him down to the ground, pulling him deeper into Pan Si Dong. Just as Bu Ming contemplated using the escape scroll, he heard Tian Peng Yuan Shui say, "Don't be anxious. Let them take you to the kitchen. My master may be held there." Indeed, Tian Peng Yuan Shui had come here because Tang Seng had been captured. This clever pig was thinking of using this method to lead him into the kitchen. One could assume that those with high combat power would not be dull-witted. After traversing the winding cave, the stout girl dragged Bu Ming into the kitchen and tossed him to the ground. This time, Bu Ming's eyes were not covered, and he could see the situation in the kitchen. There was indeed a fair-skinned monk, stripped bare and hanging upside down a drain, likely waiting to dry before being cooked. Bu Ming thought to himself, this must be Tang Seng, and he was rather handsome. No wonder so many female monsters were infatuated. Upon seeing the stout woman drag Bu Ming over, the fair-skinned monk seemed to forget his predicament and fervently urged, "My lady, if you wish to eat, just consume me alone. Do not involve others." The stout woman glanced at the monk. "Do not worry, holy monk. Everyone will have their turn." With that, she tossed Bu Ming to the ground and turned to leave. Bu Ming hurriedly called for Tian Peng Yuan Shui, but after several shouts, he found that Tian Peng Yuan Shui remained utterly silent, and a search revealed no trace of him. What was happening? Where was Tian Peng Yuan Shui? Did he not say he would bring him into the kitchen? How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be that this fellow had fled in fear of danger? If that were the case, he would have been thoroughly deceived by this pig. Thankfully, he had the escape scroll. Otherwise, he would likely end up in the boiling pot, joining the luxurious lunch of chicken feasting. Chapter 25. The pig teammate. As Bu Ming pondered this, he suddenly heard two pig grunts from beside Tang Seng. "Master, do not be afraid. I, old pig, am here to rescue you." Hearing Tian Peng Yuan Shui's voice, Both Bu Ming and Tang Sung breathed a sigh of relief. As the voice sounded, Bu Ming looked again and saw Tian Peng Yuan Shui beside Tang Sung, frantically attempting to untie the rope binding him. The rope appeared to be spun from spider silk, incredibly resilient, and despite Tian Peng Yuan Shui's numerous attempts, he could not sever it. How about trying fire? Bu Ming suggested. Right, spider silk is afraid of fire, Tian Peng Yuan Shui responded, snapping his fingers to conjure a small flame. Just as he was about to use the fire to burn the rope, a cold laugh interrupted. I've been prepared for you. Do you really think I, Guo Fu, am easy prey? Bu Ming's mind was suddenly filled with the system's alert. Warning, a monster of golden combat power detected. System rewards 100 points. When he first entered Pan Si Dong, the system hadn't alerted him. Even when the spider women appeared, he had received no warning. Yet now, he was suddenly alerted to the presence of a monster of golden combat power. What on earth was happening? Bu Ming suddenly recalled that when he first fled this place, the system had indicated that 7 silver-level monsters had perished. Yet now, within this cave, there appeared to be 7 spider spirits. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Was it possible that the Tian Ping Yuan Shu I had not slain the spider spirits after all? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the stout black-haired girl made her move. She directed a stream of white silk towards Tian Ping Yuan Shu I, ensnaring him tightly. Upon blowing a breath towards the bound Tian Ping Yuan Shu I, his visage distorted, rendering him utterly immobile. Bu Ming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It seemed he must promptly utilize the escape scroll. Just as he activated it, the black-haired girl directed another breath at him. In an instant, he felt his body weaken, and to his dismay, the escape scroll vanished. Stunned, he pondered the implications. Was the escape scroll rendered ineffective? Did this mean he was destined to be trapped here? Fortunately, he had previously encountered a golden tier monster, granting him 100 points, which was just enough to purchase another escape scroll. However, after acquiring the new scroll, Bu Ming found himself in disbelief, for it had a cooldown period of 30 minutes. He realized he must endure this interval. If he would be thrown into a pot of hot oil during that time, he would become a crispy delicacy in this world. The Black Widow glanced at Bu Ming and remarked, "You, a mere human, dare associate with these pilgrims? You truly do not know the meaning of danger." Bu Ming forced a smile and retorted, "Who claims I am merely human? You must be the first to mistake me for one." "What do you mean?" He continued, "I am Sun Wukong. Have you not heard of me? I am also known as QTNDSHing. QTNDSHing? The Black Widow paused, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I am the designated envoy from the Flower and Fruit Mountain, appointed by the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and Guanyin Bodhisattva to journey westward for scriptures. I am a magnificent monkey king, QTNDSHing. Just ask if you fear me." "Huh? Do you truly believe that I would be swayed by your words?" The Black Widow scoffed. "You really don't believe me? I can see your 8 legs trembling." The Black Widow glared at him. "Which how did you see me with 8 legs? How dare you say I have 8 legs? You are finished." She appeared exceedingly irate. Sensing he had treaded too far, Bu Ming quickly clarified, "Surely you misheard. I was referring to your bow-legged stance. Not to 8 legs. Bow-legged? ISNT, that's still associated with the number 8? I detest that number. I will consume you. Accept your fate." The Black Widow bared her fangs. "Wait," Bu Ming interjected. "May I inquire why you despise the number 8? My fate is cursed by the number 8. I am destined to bring misfortune to my husbands and, after death, transform into a black spider, known as the Black Widow. Others mock me for being ugly and corpulent. It fills me with rage." Bu Ming deemed this reason worthy of 100 points. "Thus, I summon many beautiful spider spirits to accompany me, to serve me. I manage and motivate them, and in their presence, I delude myself into believing I am one of them." He mused, acknowledging that the desire for beauty is intrinsic, even among spiders. Have you ever heard the saying, "Destiny is predetermined, but fortune is in one's own hands"? Bu Ming inquired. "What does that mean?" She asked. "It means that while appearance may be innate, one can alter their looks through effort. Have you ever heard of cosmetic surgery?" "What is cosmetic surgery?" She queried. "It involves using magic to enhance one's beauty. Rumor has it that even someone with your current visage can transform into a snake spirit." "A snake spirit? You mean a face with a chin as sharp as a dagger? I would love to look like that. Is there truly such magic?" "Indeed, if you don't mind. I can recommend a cosmetic hospital. I am quite familiar with the head of that hospital. I could arrange a discount for you. Do not mention discounts. I cannot bear the number 8. Just the regular price will suffice. Also, can my waist be transformed into that of a snake spirit? I feel my waist is too thick and unattractive. Certainly, at full price, they would welcome you even more, Bu Ming replied. Thus, you cannot harm me. Otherwise, who would introduce you to the cosmetic hospital? That is quite reasonable. Since you are so amiable, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also befriend you. Splendid. However, you must spare these two. This one is my master, and that one is my junior brother. Surely, you cannot bring yourself to harm a friend's master and junior brother? With a wave of her hand, the ropes binding T and Ping Yuan Shu I and Ting Sing fell away. Bu Ming thought to himself that the Black Widow must possess a rather limited intellect, easily swayed. It seemed that henceforth, he would have to rely on wit to outmaneuver monsters rather than confront them directly, which might prolong his survival. T and Ping Yuan Shu I regained consciousness and, feeling his face, murmured, "What a restful sleep. How did I doze off here? This is not good. My elder brother is still on his way." Upon hearing this, the Black Widow's expression shifted, and Bu Ming quickly exchanged glances with T and Ping Yuan Shu I, realizing the grave mistake of having such a foolish companion. As he spoke, he suddenly regained focus and turned to Bu Ming. "Brother, do not be afraid. Soon, my elder brother will arrive and surely smash this wretched spider cave, putting an end to that black, plump spider spirit with her 8 legs." Chapter 26. CF The Black Widow's dark visage turned a deep shade of purple. She was incensed. She detested being called black, being called fat, and being referred to as having 8 legs. T and Ping Yuan Shu I had inadvertently struck all 3 nerves. Bu Ming suspected that this foolish ally was doing so intentionally. Nevertheless, he could not allow this blundering companion to jeopardize him any further. Just as the cooldown period for the escape scroll expired, he chose not to linger any longer and utilized the scroll to depart from the PNSDing. As for what transpired afterward, it was beyond his control. Upon exiting the cave, the system notification chimed. You have 4 unused enchantment scrolls. You have acquired 2 types of enchantment attributes. 2 types? It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. He had gained an additional enchantment attribute. Enchantment Attribute 1. Surface Walking. After enchantment, allows walking on any surface for 30 minutes, usable twice a day. Enchantment Attribute 2. Poison Resistance. After enchantment, provides resistance to common toxins. A passive attribute that activates automatically. What a boon! Generally speaking, in gaming, passive skills often hold greater value than active ones, particularly poison resistance. While it may not serve immediate purpose, in the future, Bu Ming would undoubtedly encounter various toxic creatures and environments. Possessing this passive attribute would be akin to having an extra life. Next came the distribution of the enchantment scrolls. Bu Ming decisively upgraded surface walking to level 2, using the remaining 2 scrolls for poison resistance. With the enhancement, his ability to walk on surfaces could now be utilized 4 times a day, although the duration remained unchanged. However, 4 times a day for 30 minutes each was ample for Bu Ming at present. After finalizing the distribution of enchantment attributes, Bu Ming returned to his rented room. He opened his canvas backpack and laid out the various items he had retrieved from the PNSDing, filling the floor. The last time he unintentionally gathered a few items with minimal gain, but this time he was acutely aware of the collection task outlined on the map, resulting in an impressive haul. Precious jade, raw gemstones, lingji mushrooms, ginseng, Hisho Wu, and Huang Jing. Selling just one of these could lead to an overnight fortune. The jade was resilient against degradation, making it suitable for slow sales through Lulin. However, the medicinal herbs like lingji needed to be sold promptly since Bu Ming was unfamiliar with their preservation methods. A few days' delay could lead to spoilage, an utter waste of resources. Thus, he required someone to assist in selling them. Yet the dilemma arose. Entrusting a stranger with the task left him uneasy, and he did not know anyone reliable enough for the job, which left him quite agitated. Just then, he received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, he heard a familiar voice. "Hello, delivery guy. It's Lin Yen." "Lin Yen? Which Lin Yen?" "The one you rescued last time and took to the hospital. Is it convenient for us to meet?" "Meeting?" Bu Ming felt bewildered. What was happening? Was Lin Yen inviting him out? Indeed. Was she not the esteemed daughter of the Lin Hai group? If she could assist in selling his herbs, it would open up avenues for him. Realizing this, Bu Ming's spirits lifted, and he promptly replied, "Sure, where are you? I'll come find you." In a popular CAF, Bu Ming sat face-to-face with Lin Yan. They both lapsed into silence, neither willing to break the ice. Bu Ming felt more anxious in her presence than he would facing a formidable opponent. He resorted to sipping his coffee, which was both hot and bitter, a testament to his resilience. If not for his fortitude, he might have expelled it. Eventually, Lin Yan spoke up. "Do you still have those medicinal herbs?" She inquired, adding, "The ones you left with me last time. I can help you find clients." Bu Ming's heart soared. They were on the same wavelength. "Yes, I still have quite a bit. However, how much can you help me sell, Miss Lin?" "Just call me Lin Yan. Most of the client resources of Lin Hai Group are in my aunt's hands, but I still have some high-end clients. As long as your herbs are of good quality, price will not be an issue." Bu Ming lowered his head and retrieved several wild ginseng roots and huangjing pieces wrapped in newspaper, placing them on the CAF table before Lin Yan. Upon seeing them, Lin Yan frowned. The herbs were still caked in soil, damp as if just unearthed. Were these ancient treasures, over 1,000 years old, just now being excavated? Did it imply that this seemingly unremarkable delivery guy possessed a medicinal garden or discovered a long-forgotten land of treasures? How could that be? Noticing Lin Yan's expression, Bu Ming grew anxious, asking, "Is something wrong? Are these not acceptable?" Lin Yan quickly relaxed her brow, smiling as she explained, "No, you misunderstand. I can sell these herbs at a fair price. You can trust me." Bu Ming sighed in relief, rewrapping the newspaper and placing it back before her. After another sip of coffee, it tasted much better. However, after discussing the medicinal herbs, an awkward silence enveloped them once more. As they quietly sipped their coffee, a sarcastic voice broke the stillness. "Oh, isn't this Bu Banzhong? What brings you to such a place for a date?" Bu Ming looked up to see Du Zidong, an old university classmate, approaching with a girl on his arm. During their university days, Du Zidong had never seen eye to eye with Bu Ming, often flaunting his family's wealth and belittling him. After securing a decent job due to his family connections, he had become even more arrogant, frequently boasting in their class group. Bu Ming, feeling out of place, had refrained from speaking in the group and avoided gatherings. So he had not crossed paths with Du Zidong until now. In the past, Bu Ming would have felt inferior, but now things were different. If he were to assess his wealth, it would surely exceed 1 billion. As for strength, even a provincial champion in martial arts might not stand a chance against him. In terms of perspective, he had faced high-caliber individuals like Tian Peng Yuan Shuai and the Black Widow, a true elite. From any angle, Bu Ming was no ordinary second-generation scion. He had ascended to a position of prominence in Anbei. Thus, when he saw Du Zidong strutting over, Bu Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. "Is there a rule stating delivery guys aren't allowed to enjoy coffee here? And you, how many new girlfriends have you gone through? This should be the 13th, right? Do you think this one will last more than a month?" The girl Du Zidong was with immediately change her expression, pulling her hand away. "Didn't you claim to be a pure-hearted prince? Turns out you're just a fickle-hearted rogue." With that, she turned and left. Bu Ming mused that she was a rare girl with sound morals. Perhaps he had done a good deed. Du Zidong was taken aback that Bu Ming would embarrass him in such a manner. He had always viewed Bu Ming as easy to bully, which was why he had been so arrogant in mocking him. Yet, Bu Ming's unexpected retort had driven away the girl he had just charmed. Du Zidong grimaced, ready to lash out, when his gaze fell upon Lin Yan. She was stunning, so beautiful that he found it hard to look away. With a shift in strategy, he smiled and sat next to Bu Ming. "Brother, you put me in a tight spot. Now I'm back to being single. What will you do to compensate me?" Bu Ming thought to himself that he would rather not owe him anything. However, Du Zidong's sudden change in demeanor intrigued Bu Ming, prompting him to wait and see what he was up to. "You don't come here often, do you? The most famous coffee here is this, the Xiangxia Gongju, with a lingering aftertaste and exceptional flavor. It's a must-order when meeting a lady." Du Zidong waved over a waiter and ordered 3 cups of the CAF's most expensive coffee. At over 600 each, that totaled 2,000 yuan. Holding the coffee cup, Du Zidong swirled it gently, inhaling the aroma, then took a sip and feigned satisfaction. "Not bad. It carries a natural floral fragrance, and the subtle sweetness lingers beautifully." He continued to glance at Lin Yan as he spoke. Lin Yan regarded him with a bemused smile before turning her attention back to Bu Ming. Bu Ming took a sip of his coffee and found it overwhelmingly sour. Floral notes and lingering sweetness? He felt this beverage was hardly fit for human consumption. He would rather drink some refreshing herbal tea. Frowning, he called the waiter. Could you please bring us some sugar? The waiter brought a small dish of sugar cubes, and Bu Ming began tossing them into his coffee. Lin Yin couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Du Zidong added mockingly, Brother, such a fine coffee, and you're wasting it. Bu Ming replied while still adding sugar. Is that so? I'm not inclined to spend over 600 on something so unpalatable. Life is already bitter without denying myself some sweetness. Brother, you have misunderstood. I shall treat you to this coffee. It is somewhat embarrassing for me when you drink it like this. Since you're the one spending money, I should indulge even more. As earning a living is not an easy task, is it? Du Zidong was troubled by the lack of conversational topics to steer towards income. But Bu Ming's words provided him with an opportunity. It's not too bad. Making money can be quite effortless, unlike you, as a courier. Enduring the elements month after month, running until your legs give out, yet earning hardly anything. I genuinely worry for you. With your income, can you support family? As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Lin Yin, implying that she should know that Bu Ming lacks the ability to earn a living, allowing her to remain beautiful and untroubled. Bu Ming was no longer the naive individual he once was. He had discerned Du Zidong's intentions through his gaze, recognizing that Du Zidong was attempting to flaunt his wealth. Since he wished to boast, especially in front of the young lady from Lin Hai Group, why not let him showcase his affluence? Bu Ming remarked, By the way, though you call me brother, I am unaware of where you hold your esteemed position. Du Zidong, gently swaying the coffee cup in his hand, replied nonchalantly, I am in a rather mediocre position, working at Lin Hai Group. Lin Hai Group? Surely you mean the well-known pharmaceutical company in Anbei? That Lin Hai? Then you must be earning 7,000 or 8,000 a month, right? Bu Ming's eyes sparkled. 7,000 or 8,000. Brother, you underestimate my capabilities. I can earn that amount without lifting a finger. He extended a hand. 5,000? Bu Ming feigned ignorance. 50,000. Du Zidong declared proudly. What do you think? You see, my friend, I can leisurely enjoy coffee during work hours. Isn't that free? Perhaps I should join you at Lin Hai. Do you think Lin Hai Group hires just anyone? They only employ the elite, but it seems they are currently hiring. They need cleaners, and the salary is over 5,000 a month. Would you be interested? Your Lin Hai offers splendid benefits, Bu Ming remarked to Lin Yin, not understanding how they could afford to maintain so many idle individuals amidst claims of financial strain. Du Zidong, of course, was unaware that the enchanting lady seated across from him was the true head of Lin Hai Group. He continued to boast before her. You mentioned cleaners? They are not idle at all. Do you know who the most capable individuals at Lin Hai Group are? The cleaners. They are graduates from prestigious universities, far superior to our own, capable of programming, planning, writing proposals, ordering takeout, and repairing machinery. So, when I suggested you join Lin Hai as a cleaner, I doubt you would even qualify. Bu Ming glanced at Lin Yin, who was visibly struggling to suppress her anger. It was unexpected to discover that her father's company was coveted by the Huangfu family, threatened by Lin Yu's power grab, while such parasites lingered within. It was no wonder Lin Hai Group faced its current crisis. To turn the tide, reliance on others was futile. Only Bu Ming could assist. With his abundant supply of ancient wild ginseng and huang jing, even if he merely sold it on his behalf and took a commission, it would suffice to orchestrate a remarkable revival for Lin Hai Group. However, the pressing matter at hand was to expel these parasitic idlers from the organization. With this in mind, she smiled at Du Zidong. Sir, thank you for treating us to such an exquisite coffee. Might I have your contact information? Du Zidong's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly produced a finely crafted business card to present to Lin Yin. Here is my card. It contains my number. Should this beautiful lady require assistance, do not hesitate to call. I am never one to shy away from trouble, and I have plenty of time. Lin Yin glanced at the card. Du Zidong, sales manager at Lin Hai Group? Du Zidong feigned a pose of lamentation, which was truly an act of boasting. I manage a sales team of 30. It is quite exhausting, unlike the courier who enjoys the scenery every day. Lin Yin looked at Du Zidong's pretentious demeanor, furrowing her brow with a cold smile. You need not work so hard anymore. Pack your things and seek a courier's position instead. Is that so? I hope you can still say that in a while. Lin Yin made a phone call, speaking briefly before hanging up. Just as she ended the call, Du Zidong's phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with a barrage of scolding that made him wish to kneel. Once he ended the call, his expression shifted to one of forced smiles as he looked at Lin Yin. So you're the young lady. I was merely joking before. Please do not take it to heart. There is no need for consideration. I have already taken it to heart. I merely wish to see how Lin Hai operates without you. Du Zedong felt utterly disheartened, mentally slapping himself. Miss Lin, it is entirely my fault. I tend to speak without thinking. Please forgive me this one time. I hope you could show leniency as it was my first offense. Lin Yin slowly sipped her coffee. I could show leniency, but that requires your classmate's agreement. She looked at Bu Ming. Yet Bu Ming merely lowered his head, stirring the unmelted sugar in his cup, seemingly disinterested. Du Zedong's mind raced. He perceived Lin Yin was giving Bu Ming face, for they were enjoying coffee together, suggesting a close relationship. His previous disparagement of Bu Ming had thus been an affront to Lin Yin. He inwardly resented Bu Ming for his unexpected fortune of knowing Lin Hai's heiress and sharing coffee with her. He wished he were the one seated with her. Nevertheless, when faced with the choice between the lady and work, Du Zedong opted for the latter, acknowledging he could not possibly win her affection. He quickly turned to Bu Ming. Old classmate, I was merely jesting. There is no hierarchy in professions, as all are for the service of the people. Please assist me in this matter. As old classmates, you must lend a helping hand, right? Bu Ming tossed the coffee spoon into his cup. A favor, you say? Yes. Yes, one must not judge by appearances, but rather by character. We are classmates, after all. If a classmate requires assistance, and you are such an open-hearted person, being our former class monitor, surely you would oblige? Very well. I can grant you a favor, but I too have a request. If you can fulfill it, I shall intercede on your behalf. If not, then I must apologize. Speak. Feel free to express your desires. How much do you need? Or perhaps I could buy you a car. The mention of a car made Bu Ming frown. Since becoming a pedestrian, he had grown dizzy with various modes of transportation. Clearly, Du Zedong was opening the wrong door. He shook his head. Never mind, a favor is not given by others, but earned through one's own efforts. However, you are not entirely wrong. Considering our long-standing friendship, I shall offer you an opportunity. Speak, and I assure you I can fulfill it. Of course, you can fulfill it. Bu Ming replied, as you are fond of this Xiang Xiaobo Ju coffee, I shall treat you to coffee this time. He turned to the waiter. Bring us all the Xiang Xiaobo Ju you have. The server hoped that customers would indulge in more of this coffee. However, the issue lay in the fact that Xiang Xiaobo Ju was not brewed, but rather a cold drip coffee, and even in this trendy CF, there was scarcely enough to go around. With a hint of difficulty, she remarked, I doubt there would be much left even if we brought it all out. Whatever is available, I shall take. After all, I am treating an old classmate to coffee, and it is only fitting that he drinks his fill. After a while, the server brought over a large pot of Xiang Xiaobo Ju, estimated to contain about 15 or 16 cups, equivalent to a pot of coffee worth over 10,000. Bu Ming pushed the coffee towards Du Zedong and said, Come on, old classmate, do not worry about the cost. All this coffee is yours. Du Zedong, in truth, merely wished to impress Lin Yin, but now he found himself overdoing it, with Bu Ming offering him a whole pot. He could not deny that it was indeed sufficient for him. Frowning, he realized he could not escape this pot of coffee. Rather than struggle, he decided to enjoy it. After savoring cup after cup, the coffee began to take its toll, his face turning a shade reminiscent of coffee itself, until he finally finished the entire pot. Given the amount of caffeine he had consumed, it was likely he would suffer from insomnia for the next few nights. After a trip to the restroom and a quick splash of water on his face, he returned to stare at Lin Yin and inquired, Miss Lin, may I still work at Lin Hai? Lin Yin nodded. However, are you inclined to explore the position of a jack-of-all-trades? The implication was clear. She was suggesting he take on the role of a cleaner. Du Zedong felt an intense urge to slap himself. He had once carelessly claimed that a cleaner was a jack-of-all-trades, and now Lin Yin had seized upon that statement. If he were to become a cleaner, did he even need to remain at Lin Hai Group? He could switch to another company, earning less and facing a more demanding workload, but at least it would still be a respectable job. Bu Ming interjected, Indeed, work knows no distinction of nobility. Du Zedong silently lamented the situation. At that moment, Bu Ming suddenly shifted his tone, saying, However, a job like cleaning is not suited for manager. How about this, Miss Lin? Grant me a favor and allow him to continue in his original position. Du Zedong quickly raised 3 fingers to the sky in a solemn vow, declaring yes. Miss Lin, I will work diligently and strive to generate greater benefits for Lin Hai. Lin Yin cast a surprised glance at Bu Ming, uncertain of his intentions. But since he had made such a request, She felt it inappropriate to contradict him and nodded. Very well, let it be so. I hope you do not forget today's words. Du Zedong exhaled in relief, yet he dared not linger in the CAF any longer. If Bu Ming were to change his mind again, he would be in dire straits. He bid farewell to Bu Ming and Lin Yan, stating he needed to return to work, and hurriedly departed. As soon as he left, Lin Yan asked Bu Ming, "Why are you defending someone like him, who merely drifts through life? Do you genuinely expect him to change?" Her tone carried a sense of reproach. Bu Ming chuckled softly. "I am well aware of what kind of person he is. Change is beyond his grasp." "Then why?" Lin Yan glared at Bu Ming, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to be angry. Bu Ming, suppressing his smile, inquired, "What are your next plans, Miss Lin?" "Me? What next step?" Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback by his question. "I wonder if Miss Lin has heard the saying, when a bee stings your bosom, one must disrobe to drive it away." Lin Yan widened her eyes. "What do you mean?" "It means when a bee has nestled in your bosom, you find yourself caught in a dilemma, striking it or not. It is better to remove your clothing to chase it away." Lin Yan, being an astute individual, quickly grasped Bu Ming's implication. Indeed, she had been fixated on Lin Hai Group, yet it was under the control of Lin Yu, her aunt, making it impossible for her to drive her away, since she lacked both the capability and resolve to reclaim Lin Hai. Perhaps it would be wiser to simply let it go. Such a straightforward realization had eluded her until Bu Ming's words jolted her from a reverie. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "What do you suggest I do next?" Chapter 29. A duel in the streets. Lin Yan had never considered relinquishing Lin Hai Group as an option. This had never crossed her mind before. Once a person becomes entangled in a narrow mindset, it is challenging to break free. This was true for Lin Yan as well. But why had she clung so tightly to Lin Hai Group? It was the only inheritance left to her by her parents, and after their mysterious disappearance, Lin Hai Group had fallen into her hands. Yet, this inheritance had not brought her happiness. Rather, it had brought immense misfortune. Her capabilities were far from sufficient to manage such a vast enterprise. Consequently, in the eyes of others, Lin Hai Group became a coveted prize, attracting the greed of both relatives and outsiders alike. Merely defending her position was exhausting, let alone fostering the company's growth. Now, Bu Ming was offering her a new perspective. After pondering for a moment, she hesitated, "But Lin Hai Group is a legacy from my parents. I cannot let it deteriorate under my stewardship." "I believe your parents would prefer your happiness over the burden of this company," Bu Ming replied. Which parent does not wish for their child to find joy in life? Lin Yan was taken aback. Bu Ming continued, "I may not know much about the state of Lin Hai, but it is evident that you have been sidelined and lack genuine control over it. The true power lies with Lin Yu and the Zhou family behind her." Indeed, Lin Yan admitted candidly, "I understand your predicament. Lin Yu is your aunt, and it is difficult for you to take action against family. However, the difference between a good person and a villain is that the latter knows no bounds. While you cannot act against your aunt, she shows no mercy towards you." Lin Yan fell silent. Bu Ming's words struck a chord within her. It was true that Lin Yu had shown her no mercy whatsoever. "I suspect she is exploiting your desire to protect Lin Hai Group, using familial ties and moral coercion. In truth, your current situation is worse than having nothing at all. Perhaps it would be better to abandon Lin Hai and start anew with a pharmaceutical company." "Start anew?" Lin Yan found it difficult to comprehend. "Yes, start anew. I have a wealth of medicinal materials, all over 1,000 years old. However, I lack knowledge of pharmaceutical sales and have no clientele. You, on the other hand, have the resources. Our collaboration would be mutually beneficial." Bu Ming's proposition stirred something within Lin Yan, yet she still could not let go of Lin Hai Group. Why not collaborate with Lin Hai instead? It could help rejuvenate the company. "Miss Lin, have you ever seen a sprouting potato?" Bu Ming posed an offbeat question. Lin Yan shook her head. As a sheltered young lady, she had never encountered such a thing. A sprouting potato produces a toxin known as solanine. While you can cut away the sprouts, you cannot eliminate the toxin. If only a few sprouts emerge, you might manage to remove them and still consume the potato. However, Lin Hai Group is akin to a potato fully covered in sprouts, replete with solanine. I understand your analogy, but it is still the hard work of my parents. Miss Lin, if you insist on collaborating under the banner of Lin Hai Group, I believe I will seek another agent to market my medicinal materials. Although finding another agent may be troublesome, it is certainly preferable to supporting someone who cannot stand on their own. Moreover, I should inform you that your Aunt Lin Yu, as well as your cousins Zhou Yin and Zhou Han, have successfully managed to provoke me. They are all currently employed at Lin Hai Group. Do you honestly believe that I would consider collaborating with such an organization? Lin Yin paused momentarily before apologizing. I'm truly sorry. I may have been too self-centered. If you hadn't rescued me back then, my aunt would not have harbored animosity towards you, causing you to lose your job. However, I need to ponder this matter further. Please allow me 3 days to reflect, and I shall provide you with my response. Very well, Bu Ming replied, unperturbed. He had a plethora of medicinal herbs, and was certain that they would sell without difficulty. I shall await your decision. After finishing his coffee, Bu Ming bid farewell to Lin Yin and returned to his rented accommodation. Perhaps having consumed too much coffee, he felt a surge of energy and decided to take a stroll. He had developed a habit of walking tens of thousands of steps each day without pause. This time, however, he walked at a pace slightly faster than average, mindful that with a stomach full of coffee, too much speed might lead to unsteadiness. After taking a few steps, he sensed someone following him. His perception had become exceptionally acute. Even the slightest hint of hostility was detectable to him. Thus, he swiftly activated the system's radar, investing 100,000 steps into it. The radar projected everything within a 2-kilometer radius into his mind's eye. Through this radar, Bu Ming spotted 3 individuals lurking behind the corner of a building, intently watching him. Each of them held elongated objects, which Bu Ming surmised to be weapons. Given their possession of weapons and their furtive demeanor, it was likely that these individuals had been hired by his enemies. Recently, Bu Ming had been quite conspicuous, leading to an increase in adversaries. His most significant enemy was the Zhou family, with all 3 members harboring animosity towards him. Other potential foes included the notorious Biao Ge from the Yang Xiaoqiao incident, as well as He Zhuangbi and Du Zidong. Regardless of who his adversaries were, should they send someone to confront him, Bu Ming could not remain passive. He must retaliate. He slowed his pace and crouched beside a tree at the roadside, feigning the act of tying his shoelaces while actually preparing for the impending confrontation. As anticipated, his actions drew the attention of the 3 individuals watching him. Lacking patience, they rushed toward him without hesitation, tearing off the newspaper wrapped around their weapons to reveal gleaming blades. 3 machetes, all honed to a lethal edge, were brandished with alarming audacity. Bu Ming felt a jolt of surprise at their brazen behavior, openly wielding knives in broad daylight. Fortunately, his mental fortitude remained steadfast, as he had survived life-and-death situations before. He retrieved a piece of red jade from his canvas bag, feeling its substantial weight, estimated to be around 7 or 8 pounds, and noting the exquisite craftsmanship that provided a perfect grip. Bu Ming gripped the stone, awaiting the approach of the 3 assailants. As a blade gleamed in the sunlight and descended toward him, Bu Ming vanished in an instant. His speed rivaled that of a cheetah, surpassing the reaction time of the 3 attackers. Just as the blade was about to strike, Bu Ming swiftly maneuvered behind the trio. Indeed, the adage speed is the essence of martial arts was exemplified in his actions. Before the 3 assailants could even comprehend the situation, one felt a sharp impact on his shoulder as a stone struck him. The force of the blow fractured his shoulder, rendering his weapon useless as it clattered to the ground. He cried out in agony. Simultaneously, the other 2 were also struck by the jade, suffering similar injuries. Thus, they had failed to even graze Bu Ming, who had efficiently incapacitated them. Bu Ming nonchalantly kicked the 3 machetes aside and lightly tapped the stone in his hand, addressing the trio groaning on the ground. Now do tell me, who sent you? The 3 individuals, seemingly seasoned thugs, found themselves outmatched. The one with triangular eyes spat out in frustration. We never anticipated that you would be so skilled. Today, we admit defeat. You may do as you wish, but do not expect to gain the name of our employer from us. Is that so? So, you were indeed hired. Bu Ming seized upon the inconsistency in the triangular-eyed man's words. The thug, realizing his slip, was filled with regret. Let me take a guess, Bu Ming continued. Considering your professionalism and your choice of weaponry, you must either be apprentices at a noodle shop or watermelon vendors. Am I correct? Enough with the insults. We are subordinates of the Anbei 4 overlords. You have crossed us, and there will be consequences, the triangular-eyed man retorted furiously. The Anbei 4 overlords? What a quaint name to still exist in this day and age. I would truly like to meet them and see how they dominate. Bu Ming replied, unimpressed. How dare you insult our leader? You are courting death. The triangular-eyed man shouted. Oh, I believe you have it backwards. It is you who court death. You attempted to harm me with knives, and I have injured you with mere stones. It appears you are the ones on the ground, yet still, you have the audacity to threaten me?" The triangular-eyed man, now less pained, regained some bravado. "Let me make this clear. No one dares to lay a hand on those affiliated with the Anbei Four Overlords. You are doomed. Enough. You likely have no idea who employs the Four Overlords. You are merely lackeys. I shall spare you today. Return and inform your masters that I am ready for whatever challenge they may present," Bu Ming declared before walking away. The three assailants, clutching their shoulders, leaned on one another as they made their way to the hospital. After a few steps, a motorcycle approached them, coming to a halt in front of them. The rider, leaning casually on one hand, regarded the trio with a cold gaze. Upon seeing the motorcycle rider, their faces paled, and they trembled. The triangular-eyed man stammered, "Sister Ling, we failed. We were no match for that guy." "I see," the motorcycle rider replied icily. "Go to the hospital first. Once you recover, you will face justice for your failure." The three, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, the female rider caught a whiff of the air and set off in pursuit of Bu Ming. Her motorcycle was swift, and, as he was not walking particularly fast, she quickly caught up with him. Upon reaching him, the female rider flung her body forward, causing the motorcycle to collide with Bu Ming while simultaneously performing a somersault off the bike. With a flick of her wrists, two batons slid from her sleeves into her hands, and she launched them toward Bu Ming with force. Feeling the ominous gust behind him and hearing the roar of the motorcycle, Bu Ming hastily accelerated. As his speed increased, the relative velocity between him and the motorcycle diminished. Though the motorcycle was moving at a rapid pace, by the time it reached Bu Ming, its speed had nearly dropped to zero. Bu Ming gently steadied the motorcycle, maneuvering it past him before turning to run toward the female rider who was charging at him. His eyes sparkled with excitement, for he had finally encountered an opponent whose combat prowess was comparable to his own. Since becoming a walker, he had transcended the average human's capabilities. Indeed, he far surpassed ordinary individuals in speed, strength, and reflexes, making it exceedingly difficult to find a worthy adversary among them. Apart from ordinary humans, he would have to seek opponents within missions, yet even the most casual of foes in those tasks could easily overwhelm him, which was hardly suitable. The female rider was equally exhilarated, as this was her first encounter with someone like Bu Ming. She swung her baton fiercely, aiming for Bu Ming's face. With such force behind her strike, it could easily shatter bones and sever tendons. A direct hit to the face could even damage the facial nerves. However, no matter how swift she was, she could not outpace Bu Ming. His walking speed, which was akin to a unique form of movement and evasion, remained unmatched in this world. Just as her baton reached the halfway mark in its arc, Bu Ming delivered a powerful punch. It was a straightforward blow, devoid of any technique. Bu Ming had yet to learn martial arts and relied solely on his physical strength in combat. The female rider instinctively retracted her baton midway, blocking his punch. She felt the immense force behind it, nearly sending her flying. To her delight, the female rider realized she had found a formidable opponent. The raw power he exhibited ignited her passion, leaving her tingling all over with excitement. With a shriek, she unleashed a flurry of strikes with her baton, targeting various parts of Bu Ming's body. Bu Ming primarily focused on evasion, seizing opportunities to counter with punches. Although he endured a few hits, he managed to land more blows on the female rider. Suddenly, she discarded her baton and lunged to embrace Bu Ming. He had intended to throw another punch, but as she approached, he realized that if he struck her, she would likely be incapacitated. Despite their adversarial relationship, he had no desire to inflict severe harm on her. It was his principle not to use lethal force against women. He hastily retracted his fist, but his reaction was slightly delayed, and he felt a firm embrace around his waist. Bu Ming found himself at a loss. He had never dealt with women in such situations and was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. As the female rider clung to him, she buried her face in his chest. The position was rather ungraceful and led to various assumptions. Bu Ming found himself in a dilemma. He felt a strange reluctance to push her away, yet he sensed that she surely had a follow-up move. His intuition proved correct when he suddenly felt a faint pain in his neck. At that moment, the female rider stepped back a few paces, blood at the corner of her mouth, and smiled as she spoke. "You're the first to compel me to use my ultimate move. I call this spider's venom. A mere bite can incapacitate even an elephant. Do you feel that sudden chill? That is the sign of the venom taking effect. You now have 3 minutes to consider whether to surrender and become my man. She spoke without a hint of hesitation about her intentions. Become your man? Bu Ming chuckled, bemused by her boldness. So, you wish to be my wife after just one fight? It is not about me being your wife. It is you becoming my man. She corrected him. What is the difference? He inquired. The difference is, do you know of a spider called the Black Widow? Bu Ming thought to himself that he not only knew of it, but had also encountered one that had become quite formidable. Do you know why it is called the Black Widow? Because after mating, it consumes its partner, choosing to become a widow by its own accord. I have another moniker, Black Widow Ling Jie. Do you understand now? I see, Bu Ming replied, which means whether I agree or not, I am doomed. Exactly. If you agree, I will allow you to savor the pleasures of life before your demise. If you refuse, you shall perish immediately. Is that so? Bu Ming checked it, brushing off his clothes. I choose to die right away. With that, he turned to leave. As soon as you move, the venom will accelerate through your veins, and your life will enter a countdown. Black Widow Ling Jie called after him. Bu Ming halted. Then please, do me the favor of counting down. Black Widow Ling Jie regarded him with admiration. You possess a certain boldness. Here's the deal. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I might consider sparing your life. No need for that, Bu Ming replied. Check the time. Haven't 3 minutes already passed? Has it? Black Widow Ling Jie glanced at her watch and was taken aback. The time had indeed surpassed 3 minutes. Yet Bu Ming stood there unscathed. How is it possible that you are not poisoned? Perhaps your venom is rather weak. Bu Ming smiled. Nonetheless, I appreciate your kiss. Though it stung a bit, it taught me a valuable lesson. Never hold back against you. I hope not to encounter you again. He quickened his pace, leaving Ling Jie in a state of confusion. After walking a considerable distance, he finally slowed down. His earlier bravado and strength had been a facade, a lesson learned from a book that emphasized the necessity of showing one's fangs in a fiercely competitive society. Weakness would lead to demise, while strength would prevail. However, it is said that one's character is hard to change, and an individual's nature cannot transform in such a brief span. Thus, Bu Ming had been completely bewildered, especially after being bitten by the Black Widow. When she claimed he had been poisoned, he nearly lost his fighting spirit. Yet, he suddenly remembered that he had activated a level of poison resistance. This level of resistance could effectively counteract any toxin in this world. Thus, the venom Ling Jie spoke of was merely child's play for him. If he couldn't withstand such a minor toxin, then his enchantment scroll would have been in vain. However, Ling Jie's combat abilities made Bu Ming wary. It seemed his current strength was insufficient. Should another opportunity arise to engage in missions, he intended to exchange his remaining points for military rations, ensuring he could elevate himself from a mere combatant of the 2nd tier to at least a 5th tier. Lin Hai Group. The atmosphere in the room felt thick with tension. What? You intend to relinquish the Lin Hai Group? Have you lost your mind? Lin Yu exclaimed. Lin Yin sat firmly before her, eyes brimming with resolve. Isn't this precisely what you hoped for, Aunt? Handing Lin Hai over to you frees me. And it could be called the Zhou family group or the Lin Yu group, if you prefer. Lin Yin, you must be misunderstanding. I am merely assisting you in managing the company, Lin Yu clarified. All right, if that is truly your intention, then take the Zhou family and leave the Lin Hai group. I do not require your management, Lin Yin asserted. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Lin Yin's unwavering stance. Initially, she had deemed Lin Yin weak, which was why she had seized the opportunity to take control of the Lin Hai group. However, Lin Yin now appeared resolute, as if she had undergone a sudden transformation. Lin Yu realized that the strategy, which had once placed others in a dilemma, now backfired on her. She too found herself in a precarious situation. She indeed contemplated taking over Lin Hai, yet it was impossible without Lin Yin, as Lin Hai group would be swiftly obliterated by Huangfu Wuduan without her. She had relied on the power of the Huangfu family to assume control over Lin Hai. A prerequisite for her dominance over Lin Hai was facilitating a marriage between Lin Yin and Huangfu Wuduan. Yet, relinquishing Lin Hai group was beyond her capability. That substantial piece of meat was already in her grasp, and she could hardly spit it out. The best course of action now was to maintain the status quo. No, Yin Yin, the company is a legacy from your parents. I, your aunt, am ultimately an outsider and cannot manage it indefinitely, so you cannot leave Lin Hai group. Cannot. Then, I shall close Lin Hai group. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's demeanor, Lin Yin finally experienced an epiphany. She could no longer afford to be weak and must reveal her fangs. Regardless of the circumstances, I will not remain in Lin Hai Group. What happens next is for you to handle. With that, she stood up and turned to leave, leaving Lin Yu in a state of shock. After a considerable moment, she picked up the phone and cautiously reported the situation to Huang Fu Wuduan. However, Huang Fu Wuduan merely chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "This minor issue you can manage yourself. Does she have any other paths to pursue after leaving Lin Hai Group? If so, block all her avenues. Where do you think she will go then?" Lin Yu suddenly understood. It seemed that the young master Huang Fu was indeed formidable, swiftly devising a solution to the problem. Yet, Lin Yin had never had many friends. What other paths could she possibly explore? Chapter 32. Disconnection. A BMW 7 Series halted before the rental residence of Bu Ming. Lin Yin alighted from a vehicle and glanced up at the shabby apartment complex where Bu Ming resided, her brow furrowing slightly. This place was rather too dilapidated. It hardly resembled a community. The buildings were old, the environment was poor, and it seemed there was no property management with bags of garbage strewn about, forming small mountains. At this time, the weather was sweltering and the remnants of discarded watermelon rinds had soured, attracting a swarm of flies. As people passed by, the flies buzzed, and a pungent odor wafted through the air. Lin Yin had never encountered such a place, but in order to wait for Bu Ming, she had to endure. After approximately 30 minutes, Bu Ming finally emerged. Upon seeing Bu Ming's attire, Lin Yin shook her head disapprovingly. He still donned the uniform of a delivery worker and carried a canvas bag. While such an outfit was acceptable for delivering packages, it was hardly suitable for meeting a client. It seemed that Bu Ming had inadvertently acquired a batch of precious medicinal materials, yet had not converted them into cash, resulting in his current shabby appearance. This would not do. She realized she needed to give him a makeover. "Get in the car," she instructed Bu Ming. However, he shook his head, insisting, "You drive? I'll follow behind. Can you keep up?" Lin Yin thought Bu Ming was joking, yet he nodded seriously. Lin Yin felt a flicker of annoyance and started the engine. Bu Ming followed closely behind her vehicle. Exiting the alley and entering the main road, Lin Yin accelerated, and Bu Ming matched her speed. He could have gone faster, but unsure of where Lin Yin was taking him, he refrained from overtaking. Observing Bu Ming in the rearview mirror, Lin Yin was astonished to see that he was indeed able to keep pace with her car. It appeared that this Mr. Bu was quite mysterious, possessing such remarkable skills. However, she wondered why, with such talent, he still delivered packages. He could easily participate in a marathon and secure first place. With marathons occurring almost daily across various cities, the prize for first place could easily amount to 200,000 to 300,000. With Bu Ming's speed, securing 100 championships in a year would be child's play, potentially netting him tens of millions. Unbeknownst to her, Bu Ming had no interest in running marathons. He earned a substantial income simply by walking each day, so why would he need to compete in marathons? Lin Yin's vehicle arrived at the entrance of a renowned men's clothing store. This establishment was the finest men's brand in Anbei, with prices for a single garment starting at 30,000 to 50,000, with the most expensive items reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Aware that she was taking Bu Ming to meet an important client, she resolved not to allow the client to perceive a lack of sincerity from her side, thus planning to invest in Bu Ming's personal image. Once he entered the store, Lin Yin handed him several selected outfits, saying, "Go try these on." Bu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "No need. These clothes must be quite expensive, and besides, they aren't suitable for me to wear." "What? You think these clothes are unwearable?" Lin Yin was at a loss for words. "That is not the point. I mean, these clothes clash with my shoes and bag." Bu Ming replied honestly. Indeed, his delivery uniform harmonized perfectly with his bag and shoes, whereas the new outfits did not. Lin Yin was both amused and exasperated by Bu Ming's response. "What kind of bag and shoes are those? I haven't said anything about your attire. We are meeting a crucial client today. If you show up in such shoes and with that bag, you will surely be dismissed. Thus, everything must be replaced, the bag, the shoes, all must be suitable for these clothes. We will buy you a new pair of shoes and a briefcase later." Lin Yin planned. Bu Ming shook his head, "No. Miss Lin, I think you haven't grasped a fundamental truth. We are the ones in control here." Lin Yin thought to herself that while he had a point, wasn't it essential to create a favorable impression to sell one's goods? Shouldn't there be some display of sincerity? Yet, it seemed that Bu Ming was utterly oblivious to this reality. The issue lies in the fact that Lin Yin is unable to assume the role of Bu Ming's master. For all these millennia-old medicinal herbs belong to Bu Ming. She is merely an agent, tasked with facilitating connections, but not overstepping her boundaries. She feels a tinge of frustration, believing Bu Ming exhibits a hint of male chauvinism, dismissing her suggestions without consideration. If this continues, can their collaboration endure? Bu Ming glances at Lin Yin, noticing her troubled expression, and chuckles softly. Miss Lin, you need not worry excessively. I once dabbled in sales myself. There are myriad strategies in sales, but ultimately, the goal remains the same, to sell the product. The impeccably dressed salesman might excel in selling real estate or computers, yet may not be suited for selling medicinal herbs. In contrast, someone like me, appearing somewhat unkempt, is precisely the right fit for peddling our wares. Are you suggesting that you intend to create a Shakespearean effect, tantalizing their appetites and inciting a sense of contrariness, thereby prompting them to purchase our goods? She inquires. That's about the gist of it. Moreover, I firmly believe that our products will not struggle to sell, and I am not lacking in financial resources, Bu Ming asserts confidently. This assurance begins to uplift Lin Yin's spirits, and she shrugged her shoulders. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is final. Chapter 33. Value. The young woman selling clothes, known as Xiaoya, appears to be around 17 or 18 years old, strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze is often directed skyward. She sizes up Lin Yin and Bu Ming, forming a judgment that Bu Ming is clearly incapable of affording these garments. It appears he wishes to maintain a facade without spending a woman's money. Such men are of no interest to Xiaoya. Though still young, she has been profoundly influenced by a materialistic society, perceiving men as belonging to one of two categories, wealthy or impoverished. Her motivation for working at this store is singular, to find a rich man. Whether that man is single or involved with others is of little concern to her. All that matters is wealth. Bu Ming's earlier remarks irked her greatly, leading her to mutter, if you lack money, then why pretend otherwise? Bu Ming's ears are keen. He catches her words. Ordinarily, he would let such comments slide, but something compels him to teach her a lesson. He steps forward, fixing a gaze on Xiaoya. What did you say? Repeat that. Yet, Xiaoya is unafraid of Bu Ming, for she only fears the affluent and seeks to please them. Wealth equates to power. This is a fundamental truth. She retorts defiantly. Am I not entitled to speak the truth? You're simply broke, aren't you? Me broke? Which eye of yours spotted my poverty? Bu Ming raises his voice. Lin Yin approaches, concerned for Bu Ming's welfare. Glancing at Xiaoya's name tag. You are Lu Xiaoya, correct? Apologize to my friend at once. Who do you think you are? Lu Xiaoya responds rudely, as she does not recognize Lin Yin. I merely state the facts. You want this pauper to spend money on clothes, yet he shows no appreciation. What a pretentious, impoverished soul. Am I wrong? Lin Yin finds herself at a loss for words, feeling stifled by Xiaoya's comments. Generally calm and composed, she is now rendered speechless and agitated by a few utterances. Do not be upset. Watch how I handle this, Bu Ming whispers. Lin Yin obediently steps aside as Bu Ming strides forward, retrieving a card from his pocket and slamming it down before Lu Xiaoya. Bring me the most expensive outfit you have. Most expensive? What a joke. What if your dirty hands tarnish it? If you can afford even our cheapest outfit today, I will apologize, Lu Xiaoya retorts. Apologies are meaningless, Bu Ming replies. How about a wager? If I can purchase an outfit from your store, you shall submit to my whims. Are you dreaming? Lu Xiaoya scoffs. What benefit do I gain from such a wager? She finds him both poor and audacious, urging him to leave swiftly. Let me offer double the price for an outfit. If I can afford it, you will submit to my instructions, Bu Ming proposes. What's the difference? Lu Xiaoya loathes him in her heart. There is a distinction. For instance, if an outfit costs 30,000, I would pay 60,000, meaning the remaining 30,000 is yours, Bu Ming explains. Unless I specify the outfit. Lu Xiaoya adds shrewdly, recognizing that engaging in a bet necessitates some advantage for her. Very well, specify, Bu Ming agrees. Just so you know, you cannot use her money. Lu Xiaoya points to Lin Yin. Do you truly believe she would allow me to spend her money? Lu Xiaoya contemplates, realizing that no one would permit the man they admire to flirt with another woman. She gestures toward a $10,000 outfit. This one, then. If you can buy it at double the price, you may have your way. Bring it forth, Bu Ming commands. Lu Xiaoya hastily retrieves the item, and Bu Ming swipes his card for 200,000 without batting an eye. The transaction leaves Lu Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this scruffily dressed man possessed such wealth. While 200,000 may not be substantial for the affluent, it is an unusual amount to spend frivolously. Do not just stand there. Fetch the clothing, she urges, her demeanor markedly more courteous as she hands the garment to Bu Ming. He, however, does not try it on, but instead gazes intently at Lu Xiaoyu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Lu Xiaoyu recalls their wager. Should Bu Ming possess the means, she is to acquiesce to his demands. But is that truly the case? Though she has always considered herself pragmatically inclined, the situation now leaves her uncertain. Fetch me a pair of scissors, Bu Ming instructs. Lu Xiaoyu complies, bewildered by his intentions. Likewise, Lin Yan stands by, equally puzzled by Bu Ming's actions, a man shrouded in mystery to her. With the scissors in hand, Bu Ming proceeds to slice the $10,000 garment into tatters. Is this not a bit wasteful? Lin Yan gasps in disbelief. Yet Bu Ming remains unfazed, returning the scissors to Lu Xiaoyu and asking, "Do you understand why I did that?" Lu Xiaoyu shakes her head. Every item's value is not fixed. It hinges upon individual need. Many perceive this outfit as valuable, believing it elevates their status or signifies high society. However, to me, it holds no worth, as I have no need for it. You, being so young, seem to have a rather rigid value system, judging people by their appearances and others' attire, perhaps even harboring aspirations of marrying into wealth. Yet, that is but your perspective. In your mind, your youth or beauty may seem invaluable. But in the eyes of most clients who come here, do you truly possess value? Do not compare yourself to others, even when juxtaposing with the beauty by my side. Would you truly think I would choose you over her? In terms of appearance, demeanor, knowledge, and credentials, you fall short in every aspect, especially considering she is the young lady of the Lin Hai group. Lu Xiaoyu's complexion shifted drastically. Only moments ago, she had been rather brusque towards this heiress, and now she felt her situation was utterly dire. Bu Ming shifted the conversation, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are still young. Do not let your short-sightedness hinder your future. Consider the 100,000 as your tuition fee. Use this money wisely to enhance yourself. Remember, your elevation determines your perspective. In this world, wealth is by no means the most significant asset." Chapter 34. Mr. Long. Upon exiting the men's clothing store, Bu Ming felt invigorated. Indeed, everyone possesses a tendency to play the role of a teacher, for educating others affords a sense of superiority. However, this trait manifests differently in individuals. Some openly display it, while others conceal it within. Some have opportunities to instruct, while others are perpetually in the position of learners, lacking the chance to shine. Lin Yan caught up with him, asking, "What are you truly thinking? Spending 200,000 on someone unrelated?" Just seeking a moment of relief, Bu Ming replied, "Modern society has become excessively materialistic. Indeed, there are far too many who are driven by greed," Lin Yan lamented. "They forsake familial bonds, romantic love, and friendships for the sake of money. Such individuals are so abundant that it becomes overwhelming. Fortunately, you do not belong to that category." Bu Ming smiled, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Lin Yan felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she turned to head towards the car. The two, one driving and the other walking, arrived at the renowned Qingshan Villa district in Anbei City. The wealthiest individuals in Anbei possess residences in Qingshan, where properties often exceed $1 billion. It is certainly not an area accessible to the average person. Lin Yan's vehicle managed to enter the community. Yet Bu Ming was halted by the security guard. Deliveries are not permitted. Bu Ming felt slightly disheartened, but refrained from explaining himself. Even if he were to articulate that he sought someone, the guards would not allow him entry. This community is inhabited by either the affluent or the esteemed. Someone like Bu Ming, a poor relative, would not be welcomed. Furthermore, to the guards, his attire suggested ulterior motives. This perspective, though somewhat disdainful, indeed mitigates their troubles. Bu Ming surveyed the towering walls surrounding the villa district, all constructed of thick granite, standing 4 to 5 meters high, topped with electric fencing. To those aware, it was clearly a residential area. To the uninitiated, it might appear to house the most heinous of criminals. Evidently, the lives of the wealthy are not necessarily more comfortable. At the very least, they lack the freedom enjoyed by ordinary individuals. Selecting a spot, Bu Ming took a few steps back and leaped effortlessly over the wall. Such a barrier posed no challenge for him now. He had no need to utilize his surface mobility. Upon entering the villa district, Bu Ming located Lin Yan. She was hardly surprised that he managed to breach the community, given that a man of his physical prowess could easily scale a wall. She remarked coolly, "If you could change your attire, you likely wouldn't need to jump the wall." Bu Ming merely smiled in silence. They approached a villa and rang the doorbell. After a brief moment, a middle-aged butler appeared, appraising Lin Yan before stating, "Miss Lin, Mr. Long awaits you inside." Lin Yan nodded, glanced back at Bu Ming, and they proceeded within. The interior of the villa was resplendent. This description was the most fitting Bu Ming could muster, yet the term resplendent hardly encapsulated the grandeur of the space. Various oil paintings adorned the walls, each evidently of considerable value. Lin Yan cautioned Bu Ming, "When you meet Mr. Long, unless he speaks first, do not utter a word. He does not appreciate unsolicited conversation." What a peculiar character, Bu Ming mused, though I too prefer not to engage in idle chatter. Conversing requires mental exertion. In the reception room, Mr. Long, clad in traditional attire, sipped from his teacup. This exquisite Jianyu tea is far from ordinary. It requires young maidens to gather the freshest leaves using small baskets hung from their necks, followed by a meticulous process to yield leaves suitable for brewing. The water used must be collected from the dew upon banana leaves during the day, contained in pristine porcelain vessels, and heated gradually over the gentlest flame, ensuring no trace of fire remains. The reason for consuming the Jianyu tea is not solely for the sake of sophistication, but because Mr. Long is particularly keen on preserving his life. It is said that the wealthy value their lives, but Mr. Long exemplifies this to an extreme, bordering on a fear of death. Bu Ming observed Mr. Long, estimating him to be in his 70s, yet his visage resembled that of a man in his 40s. This was no mere matter of skincare. Mr. Long had undoubtedly indulged in many fine delicacies. Since Mr. Long disdains unsolicited conversation, both Lin Yan and Bu Ming remained silent, awaiting Mr. Long to initiate dialogue. After finishing his tea, Mr. Long finally lifted his eyelids slightly. "Little girl from the Lin family. I have some interest in your family's 300-year-old Heeshou Wu, but it seems I was outpaced by Huangfu Luzhong. Thus, what treasures do you hope to present to me today?" Bu Ming internally scoffed at the audacity of the old man, thinking how presumptuous it was for him to expect offerings as if by mere whim. Lin Yan smiled gently. In response to Mr. Long, "I no longer possess the 300-year-old Heeshou Wu, but I do have a piece that is 1,300 years old. I wonder if Mr. Long would be interested." "What?" Mr. Long nearly lost his composure, causing the exquisite Gu-kiln porcelain cup in his hand to slip. Fortunately, Bu Ming was vigilant, swiftly darting forward to catch the teacup, placing it back on Mr. Long's table before returning to his spot. Mr. Long cast a glance at Bu Ming, then fixed his gaze on Lin Yan. 1,300 years old, Heeshou Wu? Little girl, are you jesting?" "I would not dare jest with you," Lin Yan replied, producing a piece of Heeshou Wu that Bu Ming had left for her. "I trust that you, Mr. Long, possess superior expertise in identifying the ages of medicinal herbs compared to myself." Mr. Long's attention was fully captured by the Heeshou Wu, ignoring everything else around him. "Bring it closer for me to examine," he commanded, his voice trembling with anticipation. It had been countless years since Mr. Long had displayed such a lack of composure. Lin Yan presented the Heeshou Wu before Mr. Long, who caressed it delicately as though it were the face of a beloved, gently inhaling its scent. "Indeed, this is truly a millennium-old Heeshou Wu. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would encounter such a treasure. Excellent, splendid." As he admired it, he summoned the butler. "Go fetch that jade box to secure this millennium-old Heeshou Wu. Miss Lin, you have indeed shown thoughtfulness this time. I long chi dong." "Thank you." After that, he made no mention of any reward, instead pouring himself another cup of tea and leisurely sipping. Bu Ming felt a stir of impatience. Although the Heeshou Wu held little value to him, its acceptance without any discussion of compensation left him feeling quite stifled. Chapter 35 Business. Bu Ming cleared his throat and addressed Mr. Long, stating, "Sir, it is impossible for us to gift this, as this millennium-old Heeshou Wu is intended for sale to you." Mr. Long glanced at Bu Ming, furrowing his brow and scoffing. "You lack understanding of the rules." Bu Ming acknowledged his distaste for abrupt demands but remained unfazed, replying, "I may not grasp the rules, but I comprehend the principles. The value of this millennium-old Heeshou Wu should be quite clear to you, Mr. Long." "What do you mean?" Mr. Long inquired. What I wish to ask is, are you well acquainted with Lin Hai Group? Bu Ming responded. The Lin Hai Group was founded by my younger kin, and I oversee their affairs. Who are you to inquire? Mr. Long's expression darkened. If you merely oversee Lin Hai Group's business, then I see no reason to continue our discussion today. We shall not sell this, he Wu. Bu Ming glanced at Lin Yen, who appeared somewhat astonished by his decision, yet complied with his directive. She approached Mr. Long, saying, I apologize, Mr. Long. However, Mr. Long clutched the millennium-old he Wu tightly, stating, do not rush. I am not unwilling to purchase. I simply wish to negotiate with the person who holds decision-making authority. Miss Lin, kindly have your bodyguard step outside. Lin Yin politely smiled, replying, I am sorry, but he is not my bodyguard. To be precise, he is my employer, and this millennium-old he Wu belongs to Mr. Bu. Mr. Long was taken aback. Looking at Bu Ming with renewed interest, is this truly yours? Indeed, it is mine, Bu Ming affirmed. Where did you acquire it? Mr. Long's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I do not conduct business with those who lack decorum, Bu Ming stated. Mr. Long chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I should not have asked that. However, this millennium-old he Wu is remarkable, and I am curious about the land from which it originates. It is not a blessed land, Wu Cheng interjected. Rather, it is a perilous place. Perilous? Mr. Long queried, intrigued. How perilous? I wonder if you believe in the existence of monsters in this world. Wu Cheng posed. Are there truly monsters? Mr. Long responded not with disbelief, but rather with delight. It appeared that Mr. Long was a believer. I do not know if you have encountered them, but I have, Bu Ming recounted. This tale begins in my childhood, when the sound of children laughing and playing often echoed from the back mountain of my hometown. Many villagers claimed to have seen a pair of diminutive figures there, no larger than a human palm, who frequently emerged to frolic. The villagers insisted these little ones were monsters, urging children to steer clear of the back mountain. Such ignorance! How could those little ones possibly be monsters? They are clearly he Wu that have transformed, Mr. Long interjected. Wu Cheng nodded. Indeed, I learned of this later. The village children were too frightened to venture to the back mountain, but I dared to go. I sought out those two little figures and actually found them. I played with them for a while, and when they decided to return home, my curiosity led me to stealthily follow them. I witnessed them vanish into the earth, marking the spot for future reference. This mark was meant to guide me back to play with those two little figures, but my grandfather discovered it. He insisted on accompanying me to locate the mark, and, following it, we unearthed a pair of he Wu. You mean there's a pair? Mr. Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there's a pair. Then where's the other one? Mr. Long asked impatiently. Mr. Long, it is not that I underestimate you, but I find your sincerity lacking. If you do not wish to purchase this piece of he Wu, why would you be interested in the other? Mr. Long brushed off Bu Ming's taunt. Mr. Bu, I merely considered it more prudent to extend my support to Lin Hai Group rather than spend money on these items. It is not that I am unwilling to spend. There is no need to support Lin Hai Group, as Miss Lin has withdrawn from it. She is now my agent, responsible for promoting some herbal materials on my behalf. Ah, I see, Mr. Long remarked. I have heard that Lin Hai has encountered some minor troubles, seemingly instigated by the Huangfu family, and there are internal power struggles within Lin Hai as well. However, let's not dwell on that. Let us discuss the matter of this pair of he Wu. Name your price. Bu Ming remained silent and raised a single finger. 10 million? Quite reasonable. Bu Ming thought to himself that this Mr. Long was exceedingly greedy, feigning ignorance while fully aware. He withdrew his finger and turned to Lin Yin, instructing, pack up. We are going to Huangfu family. Mr. Long hastily called out, 100 million is negotiable. Mr. Long, as someone knowledgeable about health, you should recognize the true value of a pair of he Wu aged 1400 years. If sold separately, 100 million is not excessive, but together, your implication is that it is worth 1 billion? Mr. Long was taken aback by Bu Ming's demand. You are indeed asking for a lion's share. Even if I could afford it, would you be able to accept such a substantial sum? Wealth without power is not true wealth, but rather poison. This is of no concern to you, Bu Ming replied. Since you believe in monsters, you must also believe in immortals. If this pair of millennium he Wu encounters a master alchemist, it may very well yield an elixir for longevity. Even if that does not occur, consuming it directly could extend your life by 30 years. 500 million, 10 billion is too high. Mr. Long's counteroffer was somewhat more reasonable. Not a cent less than 1 billion, Bu Ming insisted. If Mr. Long can promptly purchase this pair of he Wu, I can also give you something small. Something small? Do you think I would pay an additional 500 million for a mere trinket? Mr. Long scoffed. I believe you would, Bu Ming replied earnestly. The small thing I refer to is not an object, but rather an answer. What answer? Mr. Long scrutinized Bu Ming, half convinced. First, payment. Bu Ming extended 2 fingers towards Mr. Long. Very well, I hope your answer is worth 500 million, otherwise you will not leave my family alive. Despite Mr. Long's blatant threat, Bu Ming remained unperturbed, merely casting a glance at Lin Yan, who was astonished by Bu Ming's audacity in securing a 10 billion deal. Simultaneously, she silently prayed that Bu Ming's answer would not disappoint Mr. Long. Chapter 36. The answer. Mr. Long wrote a check for 1 billion from Xianlong Bank. Trembling as he handed it to Bu Ming, the thought of parting with such a sum was painful for him. Bu Ming accepted the check, briefly shaking it before casually passing it to Lin Yan, saying, "You keep it for now. That will not suffice. Do not think that by giving her the check, you can mitigate your accountability," Mr. Long asserted. "Now, it is time to discuss your answer. What exactly do you wish to convey? In this world, there are indeed immortals," Bu Ming stated. "Is that it?" "That is indeed it." Mr. Long's expression darkened at once. "You intend to exchange this information for 500 million? Young man, are you perhaps overreaching? Or do you think so little of my family?" "I do not," Bu Ming replied. "If you believe this answer lacks the value of 500 million, then let this transaction be for naught. Have you not noticed that my answer differs from others? What difference does it make? Others can also tell me that there are deities in this world. I could even search for this answer on a certain platform. You tell me, how does your answer differ from theirs? When others provide you with this answer, they are, in fact, oblivious to its truth, while I am aware. Do you comprehend? It is mere sophistry. You're simply toying with me." Mr. Long is extremely agitated. It has been many years since he last lost his temper. Yet this time, he is thoroughly infuriated by Bu Ming. Bu Ming contemptuously glanced at the enraged Mr. Long and remarked, "Hopeless case. To be blunt, you can receive the same answer from others, and you can find it on various platforms, but I can assure you that their answers are not definitive. Mine is unequivocal. To be more straightforward, I have encountered a deity. This statement holds no fault. Bu Ming has indeed met Tian Peng Yuan Shui, who certainly qualifies as a deity, and Tang Sanzong, who is the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, also fits the bill. It is often said that there are 4 strongest bonds: sharing humble meals, enduring hardships together, studying under the same roof, and sharing confinement. Bu Ming has been imprisoned in the kitchen of Pan Si Cave alongside Tian Peng Yuan Shui and Tang Sanzong. Thus, it can be inferred that Bu Ming has not only seen deities, but also possesses the strongest bond with these 2 venerable figures. "Nonsense!" Mr. Long bellowed. "Steward, drag him out and throw him directly into the shark pond for feeding." Bu Ming disdainfully cast a glance at Mr. Long and gradually walked towards the wall, then ascended step by step. He traversed from the wall to the ceiling, walking back and forth upside down, leaving numerous footprints in the resplendent hall. Before the steward and his entourage could reach the hall, Mr. Long shouted, "Steward, get out. Disappear immediately. Do not disturb the immortal's rights." The steward, bewildered, led his men away. Bu Ming, having completed his tour, returned to the petrified Lin Yan, looking at Mr. Long, and inquired, "Do you still think this answer is worth 500 million? "Indeed, it is worth an extraordinary sum," Mr. Long exclaimed, his astonishment evident. He then bowed deeply, saying, "Please forgive me, Master. I failed to recognize the true immortal and mistakenly judged you. This pair of Hisho Wu combined with such an answer has illuminated my path through the fog, dispelling my confusion." "That is well," Bu Ming replied. "Since that is the case, we shall take our leave." "Allow me to escort the immortal," Mr. Long insisted, hastening to lead Bu Ming out of the house. The steward was equally astonished, for it had been ages since Mr. Long had ventured outside. Now, he was respectfully guiding a young man delivering a package, leaving the steward at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Mr. Long escorted Bu Ming and Lin Yan to the car. Lin Yan entered, while Bu Ming trailed behind. His pace was remarkably swift, leaving Mr. Long in a daze, only turning back to murmur once Bu Ming and Lin Yan's vehicle had completely vanished, "This is true immortal technique." He reminisced about a time in his youth when he acquired a book on cultivation, and with a mix of skepticism and hope he practiced, feeling an improvement in his health. This led him to the belief that true immortals existed in this world. This notion influenced him for decades, prompting him to seek various elixirs to extend his lifespan. It is not an exaggeration to say that at 74, he resembles a man of 44. All thanks to this practice. However, doubts inevitably arise during cultivation, especially since he had never encountered any companions or clear goals. Akin to wandering alone in the dark of night, accompanied by an ever-present sense of confusion. The greatest fear is not hardship, but the absence of a goal. A bleak future is far more daunting. Consider walking. If someone assures you that you will reach your destination by walking, traversing mountains and rivers seems less tiresome. Conversely, if no guidance is provided, one is left questioning, will this path truly lead me to my destination? Now that Mr. Long has a goal, how could he not feel exhilarated? In his heart, Bu Ming's stature has soared immensely. He realizes he must cultivate a favorable relationship with this young immortal. Mr. Long believes that by establishing a rapport with Bu Ming, countless opportunities will arise in the future. Judging by the young immortal's demeanor, it seems that the millennium-old He Shou Wu could be easily acquired. After departing from the Long household, Bu Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. He possesses only modest abilities, walking quickly, scaling walls, and possessing slightly superior combat skills. Delving deeper would reveal his true limitations. Meanwhile, Lin Yin remained ensnared in shock, her hand still trembling on the steering wheel. After a considerable pause, she asked Bu Ming, was that truly a mortal technique? Merely a trivial skill, akin to a magic trick? Bu Ming dismissed. You know that my pace is swift. The centrifugal force generated by high-speed movement made it possible. Lin Yin acknowledged this explanation with an O, though it lacked thorough scrutiny. High-speed movement producing centrifugal force? Bu Ming had walked rather slowly, resembling a spacewalk. Such a pace could hardly generate significant centrifugal force. Any elementary school student would recognize this as implausible. So, what you spoke of deities and the legend of the millennium, He Shou Wu, transforming into a child, were all of those fabrications. Of course, Mississippi, haven't you learned about sales? A good salesperson weaves stories. Everything earlier was a concocted tale, yet it proved effective as we safely secured $1 billion from the Long family. Chapter 37. Rescuing in a fire. Lin Yin had not anticipated that Bu Ming would employ such sales tactics, and quite deftly at that. Bu Ming felt a sense of satisfaction with the sales methods he had casually displayed, reflecting on the inherent fragility and strength of human psychology, contingent upon how one cultivates their spirit. Previously, Bu Ming had been a weak man, possessing a mindset of a loser. However, unbeknownst to him, his mentality had transformed. He felt stronger, and naturally, his demeanor followed suit. The two held a check for $1 billion from Xianlong Bank, promptly heading to deposit the funds. After securing the money, both Lin Yin and Bu Ming relaxed, finally feeling a sense of security. Lin Yin inquired, Mr. Bu, would a 20% agency fee be acceptable to you? Unacceptable, Bu Ming replied, fixing his gaze on Lin Yin, who blushed slightly. She lowered her head and confessed. I understand that asking for 20% is a bit much, considering I haven't done anything to warrant such a sum. However, with just $200 million, I could establish a company that surpasses Lin Hai Group. So you only require $200 million? Bu Ming asked. Indeed, I have just decided that to reclaim Lin Hai, I must defeat it. Thus, I need to build a company comparable to Lin Hai. In truth, I won't require the entire $200 million. Yet considering the need to compete in the market with Lin Hai, I must adopt a strategy of dimensionality reduction. So, you only require $200 million? Might that be somewhat insufficient? Bu Ming chuckled. I intend to provide you the entire $1 billion. Feel free to use it as you wish. What? So much? Lin Yin exclaimed, hastily waving her hands. I cannot utilize that much. Why not? Bu Ming countered. You should be aware of the financial resources Lin Hai Group possesses. Since we aim to challenge Lin Hai, we must invest 3 to 5 times the funds they have. After all, this money came easily, so spending it is no cause for regret. Mr. Bu, you may call me Bu Ming. Thank you, Bu Ming, but I truly do not require such a vast sum of money, Lin Yin remarked. Miss Lin, you may simply refer to me as Lin Yin. Very well, Lin Yin. Allow me to clarify. This money is not intended for you, but rather is my investment. Your agency fee amounts to $200 million, along with your He Shou Wu at $300 million, while my He Shou Wu is $500 million. This is a joint venture we are embarking upon. A joint venture? Lin Yin felt a stirring in her heart, sensing the intensity of Bu Ming's gaze. Let's consider it a partnership. The $10 billion we earned from the Long family was fortuitous, yet I do not wish to merely showcase our wares to them again. I aspire to sell through legitimate channels, thereby establishing our reputation without the fear of having our goods undermined. Very well. However, once we sell these two he show Wu, how much stock do you possess? It appears there is only one remaining. Then let us retain this as our prized possession. Do you have any lesser-aged materials? Perhaps those aged 2 to 300 years? Bu Ming shook his head. What shall we do then? We cannot run such a large company with only a single medicinal herb for sale. Can we? Indeed, there is but one piece of Ishowu left. Yet it can still be sold. Its medicinal value cannot possibly surpass that of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Can it? Surely, 1,000-year-old Lingji is superior to Hishowu. As Bu Ming spoke, he produced a large bundle of wild mountain ginseng along with several pieces of purple Lingji. Upon seeing the wild mountain ginseng and purple Lingji, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Surely, these are not mere props? You may verify their authenticity, Bu Ming replied confidently. Lin Yin casually picked up a piece of wild mountain ginseng, inhaled its scent, and examined its color, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is this truly real? Of course. It is authentic. With such an abundance, we can sell gradually. We mustn't flood the market all at once, or we risk diminishing the value. Indeed, any one of these herbs could captivate all the pharmacies in Anbei. The Linhai group flourished thanks to that 300-year-old Hishowu, which enabled its current success. With our current inventory of herbs, how could we not thrive? Bu Ming stowed the herbs back into his bag, stating, "Let us solidify this agreement. I shall entrust all company matters to you, as I am but an outsider, responsible solely for funding, shipping, and labor." Lin Yin found Bu Ming's words amusing, letting out a chuckle. "Since you are handling everything financially, I shall dedicate some time to this endeavor. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to ensure its success." At that moment, her stomach audibly grumbled, having departed early that morning and only consuming a bit of tea at the long residence. Her earlier tension had given way to hunger. "Let us find something to eat," Bu Ming suggested, "as I too am feeling peckish. There should be a fine noodle shop nearby. I often frequent it while making deliveries." Lin Yin, unconcerned about the cost, smiled warmly. "Very well, noodles sound delightful, as it signifies our agreement is firmly in place." The two arrived at the noodle shop, ordering a large and a small bowl of noodles, complete with marinated eggs and sausages for a modest price. However, the flavor was indeed exquisite. Lin Yin, not accustomed to spicy food, found the chili peppers in the noodles to be sufficiently piquant, causing her to perspire. Bu Ming observed her, noting that this seemingly ethereal Miss Lin now possessed a charmingly earthly quality. As Lin Yin continued to eat, she suddenly felt two gazes hotter than the peppers, burning into her face. Without needing to look, she knew it was Bu Ming's gaze. It was warm and inviting, akin to sunlight. Yet she could not bear to meet his eyes and continued to focus on her noodles. Just then, a voice shouted from outside, "There's a fire!" Bu Ming set down his bowl and rushed outside, where he immediately spotted a nearby, tall building engulfed in thick smoke, with a person at the window desperately trying to evade the smoke and calling for help. Assessing the height of the building and the severity of the fire, Bu Ming surmised that by the time the fire truck arrived, the individual at the window would likely suffer grievous harm. He promptly activated his walking function, sprinting across the road towards the inferno. Upon encountering the wall, he dashed up it without losing speed. Soon, he reached the site of the fire and waved to the individual at the window, who opened it in response. It was a beautiful young woman who, upon seeing Bu Ming, leapt into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bu Ming cradled her and descended from the window, slowing his pace mid-air, causing the woman to shriek in fright. Once he safely set her down on the ground, she remained shaken and reluctant to release her hold. Bu Ming gently patted her back and reassured her, "You're safe now." With tears in her eyes, she implored, "But my son is still up there. Hero, you must save my son." Chapter 38. A series of fatal strikes. Bu Ming felt a knot in his heart. It appeared this was a rather selfish mother. Generally, a mother's love is characterized by selflessness, with many willing to sacrifice everything for their children. Yet this young woman had chosen to ensure her own safety first. Such behavior left Bu Ming with a sense of disdain. Could one truly be considered a mother if they abandoned their child in pursuit of their own escape? Nevertheless, this was merely his perspective. Despite his disdain, he turned back toward the wall and sprinted along it towards the source of the flames, activating his search radar. While a search radar costing 100,000 per use may seem extravagant, life is invaluable, and Bu Ming was willing to invest this sum to save lives. However, the radar indicated no signs of anyone inside, only a dog. The dog was cowering in a corner of its kennel, perhaps exhausted from barking, now whimpering quietly. Could this be the son the woman spoke of? It seemed he had misjudged. Many pet owners regard their pets as children. Some even treat their pets better than their own parents. Perhaps this woman belonged to that category. Bu Ming opened the kennel and reached for the dog, only for it to bite down on his wrist. Wincing in pain, he instinctively withdrew his hand, and the dog bolted into the flames. Has it gone mad with fear? Bu Ming quickly pursued, grasping the dog's neck and forcibly removing it from the fire. Once they were safe, he gently lowered the dog to the ground and presented it to the young woman. Upon seeing her precious pet unharmed, she was overwhelmed with joy, embracing Bu Ming and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Afterward, she turned to Lin Yen, who was amidst the crowd, as if to display her triumph. Lin Yen, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow, while Bu Ming remained blissfully unaware, absent-mindedly touching his own face. This only fueled Lin Yen's anger. She had not anticipated Bu Ming to be of such character. Yet, what was the reason for her ire, given their lack of a personal relationship? She dismissed it, reminding herself they were merely business partners, and it was unnecessary to be upset with him. Just as she was lost in thought, Bu Ming, still caressing his face, gazed intently at the young woman's pristine back and suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." The young woman turned to him with a smile, saying, "Benefactor, do you intend for me to repay you with my body? I would be amenable to that." With a flirtatious wink, Bu Ming was momentarily stunned, forgetting entirely why he had attempted to stop her. He felt disinclined to pursue further after the married woman's remarks. Thus he turned his gaze toward the crowd and approached Lin Yen upon spotting her. Concurrently, the woman, cradling her dog, weaved through the throng, and when she emerged again, she had undergone a transformation. If Bu Ming were to see her now, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the notorious assassin, Ling Jie, the Black Widow. This time, Ling Jie had altered her appearance and was accompanied by a well-trained Australian venomous dog, a breed that preys on the most poisonous sea snakes. The venom in its fangs is capable of causing death within a remarkably short span. Even someone like Bu Ming, who possesses immunity to various toxins, would find it difficult to evade the bite of this lethal canine. Moreover, in addition to the dog's bite, Ling Jie had applied a lip gloss concocted from the toxic flowers of the extreme western hyacinth, which would gradually seep into the skin after a kiss. Thus, even if Bu Ming managed to evade the dog's attack, he would not escape the effects of the hyacinth toxin. This was Ling Jie's deadly combination, her most prized technique as an assassin. Compared to her previous final move, this one was far more incisive. She had even manipulated the surveillance footage of Lin Yen's neighborhood, discovering that Bu Ming could traverse along walls. Hence, she orchestrated an extreme scenario to lure him in, simultaneously executing her deadly plan. Her intent was to uphold her dignity as a killer. Yet, she had not anticipated that Bu Ming possessed a first-level toxin resistance, rendering him nearly impervious to even the most lethal substances in existence, let alone Ling Jie's trivial poisons. Of course, Ling Jie's appearance was not entirely without effect. At the very least, it had significantly cooled Lin Yen's affections for Bu Ming. Approaching Lin Yen with a smile, Bu Ming remarked, "Fortunately, I managed to save both the person and the dog." Indeed, a hero saving a damsel in distress. How enviable, Lin Yen replied. "It was purely accidental." Bu Ming chuckled. "I truly did not expect that beautiful lady to be so enthusiastic. Were you not rather enjoying it?" Lin Yen inquired, her expression slightly frosty. Bu Ming brushed his face and stated, "I felt nothing in particular." This remark incensed Lin Yen, and she admonished herself internally that this was not her concern and that she should not be upset over Bu Ming's matters. After several deep breaths to compose herself, her gaze fell upon Bu Ming's hand. "You are injured?" she asked. Bu Ming glanced at his fingers and recalled why he had attempted to call out to the beautiful woman earlier. He had intended to warn her that the little dog was frightened and might be confused, advising her to be cautious to avoid being bitten. He smiled. "It's nothing." "How could it be nothing? We must find her," Lin Yen insisted. "You were saving someone and ended up bitten by a dog. She should cover the vaccine costs, right?" "Oh, it's not a matter of money," he replied. "I simply cannot abide such ungratefulness. Let us go. I will take you to get the vaccine, Lin Yin said, having cast aside any sour feelings upon seeing Bu Ming bitten, and now only feeling concern for him. Bu Ming initially wanted to explain that he could not possibly contract rabies, as the rabies virus was not on the same scale as his first-level toxin resistance. However, seeing Lin Yin so anxious, he did not wish to dismiss her concern and followed her car to the hospital. Accompanying Bu Ming as she registered him and urged him to get the injection, Lin Yin only sighed in relief after watching him complete the shot. At that moment, a voice called out from behind her, "Miss Lin, may I have a word?" Turning to look, Lin Yin saw a nurse with an internet celebrity-esque face and a commendable figure, holding a folder that concealed a glinting dagger beneath it. Lin Yin's mind buzzed. What was happening? Why was a nurse brandishing a dagger before her? "Do not worry. We are here at the behest of someone with the intention of protecting you," the nurse with the internet celebrity face stated. "Our leader asked me to inform you that if you wish to survive, you should keep your distance from that delivery boy." Chapter 39. A bit carsick, Lin Yin regarded the nurse coldly for a few moments before suddenly laughing. "You claim to be sent here to protect me, yet simultaneously warn me about my life being in danger. What sort of logic is this? Are you here to protect me or to kill me?" The nurse responded, "We are indeed here to protect you. It is not us who wish to harm you, but rather that delivery boy is perilous. Being near him will inevitably entangle you. Should I then thank you?" Lin Yin replied, "I hope you convey to my aunt that intimidation will not deter me. I have no intention of returning to Lin Hai. She should focus on managing her company." With that, she turned to leave. The nurse called after her, "Miss Lin, I can only advise you up to this point. I must clarify that I do not know your aunt. I am sent by the young master Huangfu." Lin Yin halted. "Is it Huangfu Wuduan who wishes to target him?" "There is no specific individual. Anyone near you will be eliminated. You know, in Anbei, we possess that capability." Lin Yin's expression changed drastically. She understood that the nurse was not lying. If Huangfu Wuduan desired to eradicate someone, that person would indeed vanish. He possessed such ruthlessness and means. Thus, such individuals were the most terrifying. She had thought that leaving Lin Hai would allow her to escape Huangfu Wuduan, but now she realized how naive that notion was. Huangfu Wuduan loomed like a shadow. One could temporarily forget him, yet he would always be present. Suddenly, Bu Ming's mocking voice broke the tension. "Oh, is that so? Then I must trouble you to convey to your young master Huangfu that Lin Yin will be by my side from now on. Let him send someone to eliminate her whenever he pleases. I will be waiting." The nurse felt as though a mountain had been placed upon her shoulders, overwhelming her to the point she knelt. "Bu Ming commanded, lave." The nurse dared not linger and hurriedly departed. Bu Ming turned to Lin Yin, noticing her pallor, and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Lin Yin shook her head. "I'm fine. Let us go." Bu Ming sensed that Lin Yin was troubled, but she did not speak, and he felt it inappropriate to pry. Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Yin entered her car, with Bu Ming trailing behind. Lin Yin drove slowly, and Bu Ming matched her pace, as if they were leisurely strolling. As they approached a crossroads, a sudden roar of an engine pierced the air. A car accelerated directly toward Bu Ming. Lin Yin barely had time to react before the vehicle was upon Bu Ming. Her heart sank as she realized the imminent collision. With a loud thud, the car clipped Lin Yin's rearview mirror and sped past. The vehicle zoomed away, leaving Lin Yin's heart sinking further. Gritting her teeth, she abruptly flung open her car door and dashed out. She found Bu Ming lying on the ground, his body writhing as if he had sustained significant injuries. The force of the impact had been tremendous, and without breaking, even steel would yield to such a collision, let alone a human body. Lin Yin rushed over to Bu Ming, but felt utterly at a loss. She had never been in a situation to assist an injured person. Should she call the police first, then an ambulance, or attend to the injured? She was in a state of utter confusion. At that moment, Bu Ming rose unsteadily to his feet. Stumbling in a daze, he made his way to the roadside and promptly began to vomit. "This is bad. It seems he must have suffered a blow to the head, and such vomiting indicates a concussion." Lin Yin took out her phone, intending to call for help, but Bu Ming interjected, "There's no need to report it. I am uninjured." Lin Yin paused, phone in hand. "You are uninjured? Do not deceive me. How can you be fine if you are vomiting?" In truth, Bu Ming felt quite embarrassed. He simply had a touch of motion sickness. Motion sickness? Lin Yin was taken aback. Bu Ming offered no further explanation, merely asking, "Is there any water? I need to rinse my mouth." Lin Yin hurriedly retrieved some water from the car and handed it to him. After rinsing and spitting a few times, Bu Ming gulped down a couple of mouthfuls and poured the remainder over his head. The incident had startled him, but fortunately, he activated his surface walking ability just in time, skimming along the vehicle's surface. Yet, ironically, his motion sickness flared up at that very moment. It seemed the walking system imposed stringent restrictions on modes of transportation. Even a brief stroll on the surface of the car left Bu Ming feeling utterly nauseated. After dousing himself with the entire bottle of water, his complexion darkened. The internet-famous nurse had just issued him a warning, and now a vehicle was racing towards him, indicating that Huangfu Wuduan's influence in Anbei had grown utterly lawless, capable of taking lives in broad daylight. Had Bu Ming not been able to walk on the surface, he would likely have been struck dead by the vehicle. Though he claimed to be fine, the animosity was already brewing. Should we report this? Lin Yin inquired. After Bu Ming had previously dissuaded her from doing so, she was uncertain of his intentions, and now that he appeared calmer, she asked again. Bu Ming shook his head. The Huangfu family wields too much power in Anbei. Reporting it would only address superficial issues. Besides, I'm not injured now. Even if the driver were apprehended, it would be futile as he would never admit to being sent by the Huangfu family. In the end, it would just be a muddled case. I can assure you that the surveillance cameras in this vicinity are likely malfunctioning. They must have anticipated such a scenario when orchestrating this attack. Lin Yin stared at Bu Ming in disbelief. How do you know? Bu Ming similait wrili. Recalling the incident when Zhuangbi had shattered his legs. Back then, the cameras had also conveniently failed, leaving no evidence, and Zhuangbi had escaped justice. In this version of Anbei, many wielded their power to become above the law. For a prominent family like the Huangfus, if they wished, it would be trivial to disable the surveillance in an area. So, shall we just let it go? Lin Yin expressed her indignation. Bu Ming shrugged. Let it be. Our goal is to establish our company. Once our sales soar and we gain a foothold in Anbei, the Huangfu family will think twice before acting against us. Lin Yin suppressed her discontent and managed to smile. You are right. We have resources and such excellent medicinal materials. Rising swiftly to a position of equality with the Huangfu family may not be too difficult. She extended her fist. Let's do our best. Bu Ming bumped his fist against hers. Let us do our best. Chapter 40. Titan Planet Scavenger. The two departed from the scene of the accident. Lin Yin asked Bu Ming, where should I go now? Bu Ming paused. Why ask me where you should go? I mean, I do not wish to return home. It's likely my house has already been monitored. Bu Ming then realized the implication. They had just left the hospital when a vehicle came barreling towards them, indicating that someone had been following them. Thus, Lin Yin's concerns were indeed justified. Should I find you a hotel to stay in? Bu Ming suggested. Hotels would be unsafe as well. Once they check in, they would track us immediately. Then it seems I must impose upon you for a while. You can stay at my place, Bu Ming said. Lin Yin nodded, feeling both anxious and a touch excited. Arriving at his rented apartment, Bu Ming opened the door and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, invited Lin Yin inside. I apologize, this can hardly be considered a proper home. Lin Yin had initially expected little from a single man's abode, especially in such a dilapidated neighborhood, envisioning a disheveled and untidy space. However, despite her assumptions, it turned out to be a safe haven. Upon entering, she glanced around and was astonished. The room was immaculate. Contrary to her expectations of a typical bachelor-esque mess, it was strikingly clean. The floor gleamed. The walls were pristine white, and the entire apartment seemed to be in a state of uninhabited perfection. Noting Lin Yin's scrutiny of his living space, Bu Ming chuckled. Actually, I just tidied it up recently. It wasn't like this before. But minimalism is quite fashionable now. Isn't it? Lin Yin nodded, then inquired. Where will I sleep? Bu Ming pointed to a small room. That room is yours. I will sleep in the living room. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will fetch it for you. Lin Yin replied. No need, this is fine. After discussing their plans for the coming days, they each retired to their respective rooms. Given Bu Ming's sparsely furnished apartment, both he and Lin Yin ended up sleeping on the floor. It was Lin Yin's first experience sleeping on such a hard surface, and she found it quite uncomfortable. Staring at the ceiling, she felt a sense of disorientation, pondering how she had ended up at Bu Ming's home, and even sharing the same space with him. Not that they were sleeping together, but why did it feel as if she were so near him? She wondered what he was thinking at that moment. Bu Ming, eyes closed, felt a tangle of emotions. He never anticipated that the daughter of the Linhai group would accompany him home and share the same roof. It is said that it takes 10 years to share a boat and 100 years to share a bed. How long had he toiled to share this space with her? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a voice from the system echoed in his head. Task cooldown complete. Would you like to enter the task? The sudden prompt to enter a task left Bu Ming hesitant. The last time he had escaped from a task, it had been a close call. What if he encountered the Black Widow again upon returning? She would surely seek to eliminate him. The Black Widow's combat prowess was of a golden level, while he was merely a second-rate fighter. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving him with little chance of escape. However, something fell off. The cooldown period for a task was typically 3 days, and he had only just fled from the Pan Silk Cave's kitchen. Surely less than 3 days had passed. As he contemplated this, another system notification chimed. Extended period of inactivity detected. System defaults to accepting the task. A flash of light surged through Bu Ming's mind, and suddenly, he found himself in a dark void. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was in an unfamiliar location. This place was entirely different from the Pan Silk Cave. A colossal, earthy-hued moon loomed before him. The moon was undeniably larger than the planet beneath his feet. Yet, that seemed somewhat inaccurate. Was this truly a moon? Or perhaps a satellite? It appeared that he was on the satellite, while the vast, brown planet ahead was the true, celestial body. It appears that this mission has not led him back to Ponsi Dong, which is indeed fortunate. He gazed around and spotted the wreckage of a colossal spacecraft, just as he heard the system's notification chime. A Titanian spacecraft has been discovered, rewarding 5 points. 5 points seemed exceedingly meager. He felt the need to accumulate at least 100 points to feel secure. However, at least there was a point reward, and if he could uncover more items, perhaps he could amass the necessary points. He continued his exploration. The system chimed again. A Titanian weapon has been discovered, rewarding 5 points. Then, a set of Titanian armor has been discovered, rewarding 10 points. As he pressed onward, Bu Ming found an assortment of intriguing items, whether treasures or mere trash. Regardless, as long as there were points to be earned, he gathered everything without discrimination. Soon, he realized that scavenging on this planet was indeed a lucrative way to accumulate points. With his current speed, he scoured the desolate terrain, rapidly collecting various items. And in the blink of an eye, he had amassed 400 points. He promptly exchanged them for an escape scroll and 10 rations. With the escape scroll in hand, Bu Ming felt a sense of assurance, expanding his scavenging radius and continuing to earn points at a frenzied pace. As his points grew, he began to suspect that this was a reward stage, as there were no enemies, only remnants left by the Titans, all of which could be exchanged for points without exception. Before long, he gathered another 400 points, once again purchasing an escape scroll and 10 more rations. The reason for acquiring another escape scroll was due to the memory of his previous scroll malfunctioning. Should he encounter a similar situation, it would pose a significant problem. Caution is the mother of safety. Such a life-saving asset should never be forsaken. Bu Ming consumed one of the rations, enhancing his combat power to 3. Every bit of strength increased his chances of survival. Unfortunately, these rations could not be consumed consecutively, as his body was not yet capable of handling them in succession. Combat Power 3 was a substantial improvement over Combat Power 2. Bu Ming's speed increased considerably, and his search area expanded. This time, he collected 500 points, and with no adversaries in sight, there was no need to exchange for enchantment scrolls. It would be wiser to stockpile additional rations. Given his current strength, he could consume 1 ration per day. With 10 to 15 days of time, he could elevate his combat power to around 20, at which point he would likely be unmatched by anyone in Bay. While pondering this, he suddenly heard the system notification. A number of unidentified combatants detected ahead. Would you like to investigate? This investigation rewards 10,000 points, but is extremely perilous. Failure could result in a 99 chance of annihilation. Chapter 41. The Avengers' Battle Against Thanos. Although Bu Ming experienced a slight surge of confidence after acquiring so many points, he hesitated upon encountering this investigation task. Such a high reward indicated considerable danger. It would be prudent to avoid such perilous undertakings. Courage does not equate to recklessness. Moreover, having amassed so many points, he should refrain from further scavenging. Earning those 10,000 points would not be an easy feat. Just as he contemplated this, a massive golden halo materialized before him. A cloaked figure appeared, adorned with a pendant that featured a large, gleaming green gemstone. The cloaked individual seemed vaguely familiar, though Bu Ming could not immediately recall who he was or where he came from. Following the cloaked figure's arrival, another chubby character wielding dual pistols emerged, resembling a Western cowboy, yet his identity remained elusive. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and an enormous purple giant charged towards them. The sight of the purple giant sent an alarming jolt through Bu Ming's mind, as he suddenly realized that he had arrived on Titan. While many may not be familiar with Titan, the mention of it being Thanos' lair would undoubtedly resonate with all. No wonder the system incessantly referred to Titan. It sounded achingly familiar. Just then, Iron Man and Spider-Man appeared, along with Destroyer Declas and Mantis, all converging towards a singular target, the purple menace, Thanos. Bu Ming understood completely. He had stumbled upon the battleground of the Avengers' confrontation with Thanos. Gazing at the Infinity Gauntlet on Thanos' hand, Bu Ming felt a surge of dread. Should Thanos snap his fingers, chaos would ensue, resulting in the demise of half the life in the universe. Though he yearned to save those beings, reason prevailed. His strength was inadequate. In the midst of divine conflict, he could not afford to step forward. Furthermore, how could he ascertain the combat power of these formidable figures? It seemed absurd to even consider. He decided to leave immediately. Bu Ming quickly activated his escape scroll. Just as he was about to teleport, a dual-headed blade suddenly slashed down towards him, splitting the ground and distorting space, a force pulling him back through the fabric of time. It was impossible to escape that blow, even if he attempted to teleport at that moment. Bu Ming felt his body lift as he was hoisted into the air. To his astonishment, it was Spider-Man who had shot a web and pulled him up. Grateful to be alive, he also felt fortunate for having acquired an additional escape scroll. Bu Ming hurriedly expressed his thanks in crude dialect, but Spider-Man responded in perfect English. Non-combatants, please evacuate swiftly. Bu Ming realized the truth of this as a mere bystander. Remaining in this perilous scenario would serve no purpose. He sprinted away with all his might, reaching a speed of approximately 90 kilometers per hour. Although this pace seemed swift, it paled in comparison to the titanic combatants before him. To an ordinary person, such speed might be deemed extraordinary, but to Thanos and the Avengers, it was akin to crawling. The ground trembled with the sounds of battle. Each strike could shake the very earth. Bu Ming dared not glance back, instead activating his system radar, which revealed the rapidly shifting terrain behind him. Mountains were flattened, and chasms were created with each clash. A colossal boulder plummeted towards him. Spotting the descending stone on his radar, Bu Ming swiftly activated his surface walking ability, maneuvering towards the rock. Just before it hit the ground, he managed to position himself atop it, as it crashed down, sending up a massive cloud of dust. The impact jolted him violently, leaving him reeling, as if his very insides were about to be shaken loose. However, after the enormous stone fell, the roaring sound behind diminished significantly, prompting Bu Ming to cease his forward sprint. He lay atop the stone, observing the Avengers' battle against Thanos. It would have been delightful to snack on some sunflower seeds while watching this grand spectacle. With 500 points still unspent, and having encountered formidable foes like Thanos and the Avengers, he anticipated utilizing a plethora of enchanted scrolls. Compared to the likes of Tianpeng Yuan Shui and the Spider Demon, this gathering of remarkable individuals presented an opportunity to acquire extraordinary abilities from them, leading to his own prosperity. Take Spider-Man, for instance. Iron Man may lack superpowers. Yet what of Mantis? What of Doctor Strange? And what about the formidable Destroyer Declas? Then there is Star-Lord, who, although his powers may not be as pronounced as others, possesses a multitude of them. With such an abundance of superpowers available, acquiring just a few would suffice for his own use. If he could harness Thanos' abilities, he would indeed become invincible. Bu Ming felt a rush of excitement at the thought, hastily exchanging 10 scrolls, then patiently awaiting the cooldown period to expire. Once the time elapsed, he eagerly activated the scrolls. This time, it was remarkably smooth, allowing him to exit the battlefield. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in bed. System prompt. You have 2 enchanting skills available for enhancement. Enchanting skill 1. Active skill, surface walking, allows movement upon surfaces. Currently at level 2, for level 1 surface walking scrolls can elevate it to level 3. Each activation lasts for 1 hour, with 4 opportunities per day. Enchanting Skill 2. Passive skill, Peter's Tingle, grants heightened sensory perception and the ability to foresee danger, along with an instinctual capacity to evade crises. Only 2 skills? Bu Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Faced with so many superpowered beings, he had only acquired 2 abilities from Spider-Man, one of which he already possessed. Was it impossible to steal abilities from others? This had happened before. He had only gained the Spider Demoness abilities without obtaining those of Tianpeng Yuan Shui or the Tang Sanzang. Was it true that he could only acquire powers when they were used against him? Or was distance a factor in obtaining skills? It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to test this out next time, seeking a more efficient means of acquiring enchanting skills. Chapter 42. The Assassin, a How at present. Although he possessed only 2 skills, one of which was redundant, Bu Ming felt somewhat disheartened, but not overly so. After all, his journey to Titan had yielded far more than his visit to the Pan Silk Cave. Not to mention, the provisions he had amassed were sufficient to elevate his capabilities to an astonishing degree. Moreover, these enchanted scrolls, though the skills learned were not exceptional, were certainly better than nothing. He took out 3 scrolls to upgrade surface walking. The reason 3 scrolls sufficed for the upgrade was that he had previously invested 1 level 1 scroll, requiring only 3 to elevate it this time. At level 3, surface walking would grant him 4 hours of usage per day, with each activation lasting 1 hour, an improvement far exceeding mere doubling from the previous half hour. With his current enhanced speed, it was conceivable that he could traverse Mount Everest multiple times within that hour. He then applied the remaining 7 enchanted scrolls to Peter's Tingle, setting 1 scroll aside for learning. The remaining 6 perfectly elevated Peter's Tingle to level 3. This passive skill had a triggering probability of only 1 in 1,000 at level 1, 2 in 1,000 at level 2, and 4 in 1,000 at level 3. The probability seemed exceedingly minuscule, yet as a passive skill, its mere existence might prove beneficial. Lying back down, Bu Ming found himself unable to sleep, plagued by concerns over whether the Avengers could indeed triumph over Thanos. Meanwhile, in a residence in Anbei, the assassin Ahau was singing. He sang passionately, "My dear father." Despite his emotional delivery, he remained off-key, yet he paid it no mind, continuing to sing ardently. Surrounding him were several princesses, sipping wine and lounging on the sofa, who regarded this awkwardly dressed youth with disdain. His unattractive appearance and poor singing were overshadowed only by his wealth, which was the sole reason they tolerated his presence. Once he finished "My dear father," he moved on to "My dear mother." If he struggled to remember lyrics, he would simply sing with the microphone. This was his method of venting after a kill. Today, he had accepted a significant job, to run over someone with a car. As long as the victim was dead, he would receive 1 million. The vehicle and location were prearranged. He merely needed to step on the gas. The task was exceedingly simple. After completing the job, Ahau received 50,000, with the remaining 50,000 contingent upon confirmation of the victim's death. He did not mind the wait. The car had been traveling at a speed of at least 70 miles per hour, and he had witnessed the impact that sent the person flying, gliding across the windshield. Although no blood was found in the car later, it was unlikely anyone could survive such a high-velocity collision. After singing several songs, he returned to the sofa, wrapping an arm around one of the accompanying princesses, pressing his stubbled face against hers. The princess recoiled, unwillingly retreating as Ahau inquired, "What else do you want to sing? I'll find a new song for you." Ahau's expression darkened. He was quite sensitive. Sensing her disdain, he slapped her, growling, "What do you mean? Come here and sit properly. I paid for you, so you must serve me." The princess, having been struck and now confronted with Ahau's fierce demeanor, was frightened into silence, covering her face. Another princess attempted to mediate, saying, "Please, don't be like that. We're just here to sing and drink. It's not easy for us either. Don't make it difficult." "Difficult? Do you take me for a fool? Is it just because I'm ugly and poorly dressed? What is wrong with that? Are your worldviews so distorted?" The princess forced a smile. "Brother, you're misunderstanding us. We do this for the money. With money, you're handsome. Come, let us drink." As she opened a bottle of wine for Ahau, she clinked her bottle against his, her gaze shifting towards the princess, still covering her face, giving her a knowing wink. The princess quickly understood the signal. The drinks are running low. I'll go get more. She headed towards the security personnel, whose role included protecting these princesses. For a fee, just as she reached for the door, it swung open, revealing a beautiful woman in black who nearly collided with her. Though the princess had been timid when a house struck her, she was not so with others. She scolded, "Are you blind?" The woman in black smiled faintly and said, "I'm not blind, but you will be soon." With a flick of her hand, the princess suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground, her eyes oozing black blood. A truly horrifying sight. The woman in black stepped over her body and entered the room. Her gaze swept the interior, landing on Ahau, and she smiled gently as she walked directly towards him. Ahau, who was embracing a princess and relishing the tender warmth, was startled by her entrance. He pushed the princess away and stood up abruptly. Bowing respectfully, he addressed her, "Sisterling." The woman in black waved her hand, saying, "Sit down. Don't be so formal." Ahau obediently sat down, placing his hands on his knees, resembling a well-behaved child. Sister Ling took out her phone, opened a video, and handed it to him. As Ahau watched the footage, his expression grew increasingly grim. "How is this possible?" he murmured. "I clearly hit him with my car. How is he still alive? If he is so easy to kill, how could I have failed twice?" Sister Ling responded, "This time, I've been sent to supervise you, to remind you not to underestimate your target. When necessary, you must employ any means possible." Ahau nodded earnestly. "I will act immediately." He began to head towards the exit when Sister Ling called out to him, handing him the phone again. "This phone contains the location of Miss Lin. Once you locate her, it is equivalent to finding him. However, you must be extremely cautious. The target is highly skilled. If he becomes aware of your presence, there is little chance you will escape unharmed." Chapter 43. The sniper Ahau left with the phone given by Sister Ling. His pride would not allow him to suffer another failure. Having made such a significant blunder had dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem. Ahau had always been a person plagued by insecurity. He felt inferior about his appearance, his poverty, and his background. He was not eloquent nor humorous. The only aspect he took pride in was his assassination skills. He was one of the most outstanding assassins under the four overlords. And among the younger generation of killers in Anbei, the moniker Chue Mingho was not bestowed lightly. He had never failed before, yet this time he had. He needed to rectify this mistake swiftly. He arrived at the community where Bu Ming resided. This old, run-down neighborhood lacked walls and gates. Security measures were non-existent, save for the pervasive stench that lingered in the air. It was unlikely that many would attempt to steal from here. The residents were not wealthy, and many probably lived in such poverty that even a rat would leave in tears. Upon reaching Bu Ming's door, Ahau removed the copper wire he used to tie his hair, twisted it several times, and fashioned it into a key-like shape, inserting it into the old door lock. With a gentle twist, the door opened. This skill in lock-picking was a result of countless repetitions, and his technique was truly masterful. Ahau donned gloves and quietly pushed the door open. As the door creaked open, Ahau peered inside. He possessed keen night vision, allowing him to see clearly in the darkness. Inside, he noticed a mat laid on the floor, where a figure lay sprawled out. It was Bu Ming. Ahau remained undetected as he extracted a copper kettle, removing the lid to release a wisp of blue smoke. 5-drum soul-snatching incense, one of his most prized tools. This old-fashioned fragrant powder was remarkably effective. A mere breath of it could sever a soul from its body, even in slumber. After slipping on plastic shoe covers, Ahau stealthily entered the room, moving cautiously forward while drawing a black dagger. The dagger was matte-finished, with blood grooves on both sides. This was Ahau's favorite instrument of death, claiming the lives of no fewer than 10 victims, each falling with a single strike. Just as Ahau silently poised the blade for Bu Ming's throat, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his foot. In an instant, he was lifted upside down and hurled out of the window, headfirst towards the ground. As Ahau plummeted through the air, he realized he had been discovered and swiftly subdued, thrown out of the window. In such a dire situation, doing nothing would likely result in his demise. He reached out, aiming his dagger at the wall. The blade scraped against the surface, sparking, and he used the momentum to flip himself, landing safely on his feet. He found himself amidst a pile of garbage, which cushioned his fall but also engulfed him in a foul stench. He could hardly fathom how his silent assassination had been detected by Bu Ming. Unbeknownst to him, Bu Ming had recently returned from a mission on Titan, exhilarated by the sustenance provided during the march, which had kept him wide awake and alert. Lying on his back, he had heard the sound of the door lock and caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma. The scent was so delightful that it instilled a sense of calm within him. Surely, no one would be so kind as to provide him with soothing incense. It was evident that someone had used a sedative to target him. Thankfully, He possessed first-level toxin resistance. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed to sleep. Bu Ming remained still, feigning slumber as someone approached. His all-attribute military rations had not been granted in vain. They enhanced his physical attributes significantly, tripling his vision compared to before, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Even in the dark, he spotted the matte dagger glinting in the dim light. Just as the dagger was about to descend, Bu Ming sprang into action, grasping Ahao's ankle and sprinting towards the window. He had intended to interrogate the assassin at the window, but as he reached it, his body involuntarily shuddered, causing him to loosen his grip, sending Ahao tumbling down. Bu Ming himself leapt aside just in time. A bullet pierced the wall where he had been standing, creating a sizable hole. A sniper shot. Cold civet direnchit Bu Ming. Had it not been for that sudden instinct, he would not have reacted in time, and the outcome could have been fatal. The angle of the shot was exceedingly tricky, entirely outside the range of human perception, especially given that it had penetrated a wall. Even Bu Ming could not evade such a strike. If hit, he could not guarantee his survival. Modern firearms had reached an extraordinary level of development, and he was merely a third-rate combatant. A hit in a critical area would likely spell disaster. They had dispatched such a formidable assassin, which undoubtedly meant there were further contingencies in place. That sudden instinct he had felt earlier, could it have been Peter's influence? It must have been. Thankfully, he had upgraded Peter's instinct to level 3, triggering a 4,000 chance that saved his life at a crucial moment. Bu Ming experienced a profound sense of relief, but soon after, anger surged within him. What a ruthless assassin, using one killer as bait while another lay in ambush, delivering a lethal blow at the pivotal moment. As long as such assassins existed, they posed a tremendous threat to him. Therefore, it is imperative to locate and eliminate this sniper. Otherwise, peace of mind will be elusive. He swiftly departed the house, opting not to take the stairs but rather sprinting up a wall to the rooftop. Lying flat on the roof, he activated his tracking radar. The cost of 100,000 steps was negligible for Bu Ming at this moment. The radar covered a radius of 1 kilometer, revealing all human figures within that expanse. Soon, Bu Ming's radar locked onto an individual crouched on the rooftop of a building 800 meters away. He dashed towards the structure, leaping effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop. In a matter of mere seconds, Bu Ming reached the top of the building, swiftly scaling it until he stealthily approached the sniper from behind. The sniper, after firing a shot and losing his target, should have retreated immediately. However, he was incredulous that his target could discern his position in the darkness from just one shot. He resolved to await an opportunity for a second shot. Yet, instead of that second chance, he encountered his target in person. Bu Ming's hand gripped the sniper's neck like a vice, his voice chilling as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. "Who sent you?" Chapter 44. The house purchased the sniper, a long-range assassin, possessed limited physical strength, and was of average skill. Once Bu Ming seized his neck, he found himself immobilized. He raised his hands in surrender. Bu Ming released him, and the sniper gasped for breath, his mind racing in terror. He was one of the top 3 assassins under Dong Batian, one of the 4 tyrants of Anbei. Originally named Zhang, he had changed his surname to Changgong, calling himself Changgong Mog. The name was rather fitting. With a sniper rifle, he could strike a target's heart from over 1,000 meters away, indeed making him unparalleled. Changgong Mog was solitary and proud, believing that even those beneath Dong Batian or the other 3 tyrants were inferior to him. Whenever he took action, his target would invariably meet their demise. Yet now, he had failed for the first time in his life. What was even more terrifying than his failure was that his target had appeared before him in such a brief span of time. Even in a game, such swift teleportation seemed impossible. What on earth was happening? Bu Ming, of course, would not offer him an explanation. He gently tugged at Changgong Mog, who let out a couple of pained cries as his arms fell limp. This could not entirely be blamed on Bu Ming. After all, his encounters with assassins were not infrequent. Having faced multiple assassination attempts, he had grown particularly cautious. "Speak. If you cooperate, I will allow you to leave." "Is that a promise?" "You have no choice but to trust me." "Very well. I am Changgong Mog, an assassin under Dong Batian. Someone offered 5 million for your life, and I accepted the job. It is as simple as that." "Changgong Montakji? That is an interesting name. Do you know who your employer is?" "I do not." "How can you not know? The job was assigned by our boss, Dong Batian." The specifics of his payment and the transaction are none of my concern, Chong Gong MOG said, pride flickering in his expression. I am a professional. Bu Ming Sikofut. Without a doubt, someone willing to pay 5 million to have him killed would either be Lin Yu or the Huangfu family, with the latter being the more likely suspect. He inquired, how does the Huangfu family compare to the four tyrants? Chong Gong MOG reacted as if insulted. That is a foolish question. I refuse to answer. Bu Ming's temper flared, and he kicked Chong Gong MOG down. You have no right to refuse. Speak or die. Chong Gong Montakji, feeling his professional pride crushed by Bu Ming's kick, obediently responded. The Huangfu family cannot compare to the four tyrants. The heavens of Anbei belong to the four tyrants. Very well. Will you accept a job targeting the Huangfu family? In principle, we undertake any business, for we are professionals. Then it is settled. I will offer 10 million for the life of the young master of the Huangfu family. Can you take on this task? Chong Gong MOG shook his head. We cannot accept it. The young master's life is worth more than 10 million. No one would take on such a task at that price. Bu Ming felt anger rising within him. The young master of the Huangfu family is worth more than 10 million, but my life is only valued at 5 million? Rest assured, should I fail this time in return, your price will be raised again, though it may not yet reach 10 million. Bu Ming stroked his chin. I never imagined my head would appreciate in value. Leaving Chong Gong MOG on the rooftop, Bu Ming turned and leaped down, sprinting along the wall. This maneuver startled Chong Gong MOG, who silently mused that unless Bu Ming's life was valued at 100 million, he would never attempt to act again. Bu Ming returned to the residential complex, where the unfortunate assassin A Hao was emerging from a pile of garbage. He was adorned with rotten vegetable leaves and reeked of filth, causing anyone nearby to recoil in disgust. Thus, he was no longer suited for another assassination attempt and had to leave the complex in disgrace. The following morning, Bu Ming and Lin Yan arrived at a luxurious residential area in Anbei, intending to purchase a house. The saleswoman, upon glancing at Bu Ming, immediately categorized him as Lin Yan's driver or bodyguard and paid him no further attention. Focusing solely on promoting the property to Lin Yan, our Haigongguan is one of the finest communities in Anbei, boasting excellent greenery and comprehensive amenities. With 24-hour security provided by retired Special Forces personnel, the entire complex is under extensive surveillance, ensuring safety for all residents. Lin Yan glanced at Bu Ming. Initially, Bu Ming found the community rather appealing, but upon hearing about the extensive surveillance, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If he were to suddenly unleash any skills, it could be detected and recorded by the cameras, leading to more individuals becoming aware of his abilities. Those most concerned about him were his enemies. Once they grasped his capabilities, they would become increasingly vigilant, employing more covert tactics that would place him at a significant disadvantage. Thus, he shook his head. Never mind. I find it unsuitable. Let us look elsewhere. In the saleswoman's estimation, Bu Ming appeared to be a freeloader, average-looking and poorly dressed, leading her to wonder what had possessed the beautiful Lin Yan to take an interest in him. She presumed that the two were merely browsing, with Bu Ming pretending to be someone of importance while he brought Lin Yan to view the properties, knowing full well that, given his attire, he likely could not afford even a square meter of the units here. With a hint of condescension, she remarked, Sir, if you cannot afford it, just say so. There is no shame in that. But to seek out excuses for why our properties are unsuitable only brings disdain. Bu Ming shot her a sidelong glance. When I say it is unsuitable, it is unsuitable. Must I explain to you why? In my view, everything here is suitable. It is only the price that is inappropriate. The saleswoman's words made Bu Ming feel as though he had swallowed a fly. And Lin Yan frowned. Is this how you conduct sales? Do you truly believe you can sell properties like this? Do you want me to file a complaint against you? The saleswoman puffed out her chest, displaying her defiance. Madam, feel free to file a complaint. I assure you that our company will not take action against me for the complaints of those who cannot afford to buy a unit in our Haigongguan. As the conversation unfolded, a middle-aged man approached, wearing a humble and courteous smile. Is there something amiss? He inquired. Lin Yan glanced at the name tag on the man's chest. He was Yi Heng, the supervisor here. She pointed to Gao Lu, the saleswoman, and said, This sales representative, Gao Lu, has discriminated against us, mockingly suggesting we cannot afford a home. As the supervisor, shouldn't you intervene? Yi Heng, however, scrutinized Bu Ming and Lin Yin before blandly asking, "The crux of the matter is, can you truly afford a house?" Bu Ming, overeating Yihang's question, immediately grasped the audacity of the saleswoman. It was evident that the upper management was failing in their duties. Indeed, the price for a unit in Haigong Yuan was around 30 to 50 million, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet for Bu Ming, the sum was trivial. It was merely a matter of taking a few extra steps, or even collecting some scrap to raise the necessary funds. What truly vexed him was the disdain he felt directed towards him, and he had no desire to spend money to counter such contempt. As he looked around, he suddenly spotted the developer of Haigong Yuan, which sparked an idea. Casting a glance at Lin Yin, Bu Ming declared, "In that case, let us purchase 2 units right here to avoid being looked down upon." Lin Yin was unsure of Bu Ming's intentions. Yet recalling their previous success with 2 pieces of millennium ginseng that netted them a fortune of 10 billion, she found the prospect of buying 2 villas at Haigong Yuan quite feasible. Yihang and Gao Lu exchanged glances, their expressions unmistakably filled with derision. "Xiao Lu, do you see? Some individuals delight in posturing to the point that they seem to believe it themselves. Indeed, I am curious to see what audacity he possesses." Gao Lu replied. They both crossed their arms, observing Bu Ming, who was now making a phone call. After concluding the call, Bu Ming settled into a chair, casually taking a few candies from the complimentary box on the sales desk, unwrapping them and tossing them into his mouth as he reclined, legs crossed. Although Lin Yin was unaware of Bu Ming's strategy, his composed demeanor suggested he had a plan, so she joined him in waiting. Yihang and Gao Lu continued to cast scornful glances at Bu Ming, their anticipation growing regarding his forthcoming actions. Eager to see how this obviously underfunded individual would ultimately fare, a low-profile, yet luxurious vehicle gradually parked a few hundred meters from the sales office of Haigong Yuan. As the car came to a halt, a figure emerged, striding purposefully towards the sales office. The newcomer appeared unremarkable, in his 40s, carrying an old briefcase, reminiscent of a relic from the late 20th century. He approached Bu Ming's table with haste. Bu Ming gestured for him to sit, and he complied. Yihang whispered to Gao Lu, "It seems we have a group of scammers here. Otherwise, we should alert the authorities. They have yet to commit a crime. I am eager to see what they intend, attempting to take advantage of Haigong Yuan. It's laughable." At this moment, Bu Ming retrieved a stone from his bag, placing it before the newcomer. "This stone is also an original I brought from a perilous land. Previously, I extracted 2 pieces of red jade from it, valued at no less than 100 million. You may have it appraised. It should be worth approximately 2 units of Haigong Yuan. Is that truly wise?" The newcomer questioned. "The houses at Haigong Yuan are priced around 30 million. The cost doesn't even cover half of that. However, if this stone is indeed from a mystical realm, its worth could be far greater. I possess many valuable items. This stone is not particularly precious to me, and I require a quieter environment. Let us make this exchange," he concluded, nodding in agreement. He weighed the stone with excitement, then hurried outside to place it in his vehicle, instructing his subordinates to guard it carefully before returning to the sales office. He beckoned Yihang over, who approached with an air of disdain. "Sir, if you wish to enjoy complimentary snacks, help yourself. If it's candy you desire, take some. The drinks, including red wine, are limited per person, but coffee and hot beverages are unlimited. However, our services are intended for our genuine clients." The newcomer waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The 2 best villas at Haigong Yuan should remain unsold. Reserve them for me." "Sir, I'm unaware of how you acquired this information, but those 2 villas are specifically reserved for Mr. Long. Even if you possess wealth, you cannot obtain them. Enough of your chatter. Summon Li Xingchen to me." The newcomer expressed his dissatisfaction with Yihang's attitude. "Our General Li is not someone anyone can meet, sir. If you persist, I will have the security kindly escort you out." The newcomer's expression soured as he produced a phone, which glimmered with diamonds, each around a carat in weight. Upon seeing the phone, Yihang nearly burst into laughter. Who still used such an outdated model? Did he truly believe that adorning it with diamonds could convince others of his affluence? However, the newcomer dialed a number with a brusque tone. "Li Xingchen, come to the sales office immediately. If you're not here within 10 minutes, you can consider your position terminated." After hanging up, he angrily strode toward Bu Ming, repeatedly apologizing to him. Yihang found the unfolding situation increasingly amusing. It seemed these individuals were merely playing roles, relying solely on their acting skills. If there were any sunflower seeds, he would have been munching on them, enjoying the spectacle. Have you noticed? Among these three scammers, the woman is the least convincing. The older man is the most skilled, Gao Lu remarked, glancing at her watch. 10 minutes have passed. Shall we have security escort them out? Yi Heng, feeling somewhat weary of the charade, called for security. 5 or 6 robust guards arrived, ready to remove Bu Ming and his companions without further ado. Bu Ming, however, did not resist. Engaging in a power struggle would only tarnish his reputation. Regardless, those truly in charge were present, and having security expel him would be a slap in his face. Just then, Li Xingqian, the general manager of Haigong Yuan, rushed in. Yi Heng and Gao Lu hurried to greet him. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Li Xingqian ignored them entirely, his gaze fixed on Bu Ming and his companions as he approached swiftly, shouting, "Stop this at once." Yi Heng's countenance shifted, and he echoed, "Everyone cease." Li Xingqian reached Bu Ming's table and bowed deeply. "Mr. Long, I apologize for my tardiness." "Tardy? I would argue you arrived too early. Just look at how your subordinates are treating me, the owner of Haigong Yuan, as if I were a fraud." Yi Heng, overhearing the mention of the owner of Haigong Yuan, felt his mind spin. This was disastrous. His career and future were now at stake. Those seemingly ordinary individuals possessed such a significant background. It was clear one should never judge a book by its cover. However, it seems that Mr. Long will not allow this matter to pass lightly. He is genuinely enraged. Deep down, he silently blames his brother-in-law for causing trouble. At this point, words are futile. He can only sacrifice a pawn to protect the king. Over the years, this brother-in-law has made quite a fortune, and he had intended to cultivate him for pivotal moments such as this. So he must now resolutely demonstrate his stance. He glances at Yi Heng and commands, "You come here and apologize to Mr. Long." Yi Heng hurriedly approaches, kneeling before Mr. Long. "I was wrong. I did not know you were incognito. It was all the idea of the salesperson Gao Lu. She said you were clearly a fraud." Gao Lu, who had been in a daze, did not expect to be dragged into this by Yi Heng. She quickly follows suit and kneels down, but her fitted work attire, which included a skirt, tears upon her kneeling, nearly exposing more than intended. Gao Lu feels incredibly embarrassed, yet dares not rise, repeatedly apologizing. "I am sorry, I was wrong." As she speaks, regretful tears stream down her face, resembling the weeping of pear blossoms in the rain. Mr. Long snorts. "Whether I forgive you or not is of no consequence. You must ask Mr. Xian, as he is our esteemed client." This remark rendered Bu Ming somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he found solace in the flattery. Observing Gao Lu and Yi Heng promptly crawls to Bu Ming's feet. "Sir, we were in the wrong. I was short-sighted. Please, show mercy and spare us this time. We assure you there will be no next time." Bu Ming initially intended to further contest with these two sycophants, but suddenly recognized their pitiable plight. In a world where money reigns supreme, it is the sycophants who dominate. Their disdain for the financially challenged had not inflicted any tangible harm upon themselves, yet their condescension had cost them their jobs, which, upon reflection, made them seem rather unreasonable. He waved his hand. "Let it be. You may both rise. Remember, do not view others through tinted lenses next time." Yi Heng and Gao Lu had initially feared Bu Ming would have them dismissed by Mr. Long, but now, to their surprise, he had not. They were instantly elated and responded in unison. Bu Ming then glanced at Gao Lu and said, "Go change your clothes." Gao Lu's face flushed, and she hurried off to change. Bu Ming turned to Mr. Long and said, "As for my purchasing a villa at your Haigong Yuan, do not publicize it. I merely seek a quiet place for cultivation. Also, have the surveillance cameras around the villa removed." Mr. Long, of course, did not perceive Bu Ming's request as pretentious. Rather, he believed that such a high-caliber individual acts in a manner that is enigmatic and profound, embodying the essence of a celestial being. "Very well. Rest assured. I will arrange everything according to your wishes." Bu Ming, pleased with Mr. Long's compliance, smiled faintly. "Once you have consumed those 2 items, feel free to seek me out again. I also have some other medicinal materials available at a 20% discount." Mr. Long was overjoyed. This trip had not been in vain, as he had exchanged 2 villas for a piece of invaluable raw stone and secured Bu Ming's promise of a discount on medicinal materials, which would save him a considerable sum, perhaps even offset the cost of selling several villas. He was exceedingly delighted and inquired whether Bu Ming required any additional furnishings or appliances for the renovations. Bu Ming pondered for a moment, One set will suffice. I will furnish the other myself. In truth, Bu Ming would have preferred both villas to be fully furnished. However, doing so would undermine his lofty persona. For a fervent believer like Mr. Long, he felt the need to maintain a semblance of humility. Indeed, Mr. Long remarked that Bu Ming should keep one villa for himself to decorate, his eyes gleaming with envy. If you complete the decoration, do invite me to observe. I wish to bask in your celestial aura. Unbeknownst to him, Bu Ming's notion of decorating for himself might not entail actual renovations, but rather a display of pretense. After departing Haigongguan, Bu Ming called Lu Lin, instructing him to bring Uncle Lu into the city as he had purchased a house and wished to celebrate, referring to the old saying in Anbei about boiling the pot's bottom. After a brief wait, Lu Lin arrived on his rickety motorcycle. But Uncle Lu was nowhere to be seen. Did I not ask you to bring Uncle Lu along? Bu Ming chided. Lu Lin chuckled apologetically. I wanted to bring him, but that stubborn old man refused to budge. He insisted that the red jade was not yet finished and did not wish to be distracted. It seemed that entrusting the red jade to Uncle Lu had been a mistake. See, you should have trusted my abilities and let me handle it, Lu Lin asserted. Then bring Xiao Chao along, Bu Ming replied. Such a good opportunity, and you are not seizing it properly. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin slapped his forehead. Right. How did I not think of that? Mingge, this is clearly about celebrating the pot's bottom, but in reality, it's about celebrating with the ladies. You truly know how to charm. He then made a phone call and, after a while, excitedly hung up, announcing she agreed, but find a place, and she will take a taxi over shortly. Bu Ming introduced Lu Lin to Lin Yin, and the three of them set off to a nearby river fish restaurant, each taking different modes of transport. This river fish restaurant has been around for years, serving delicious dishes. Although its prices are somewhat high for Anbei, one cannot say they have truly visited Anbei without dining there. The trio chose a private room, ordered a river emperor fish, some river delicacies, and beer. The food and drinks arrived, but Lin Yin, unable to drink due to driving, had mineral water instead. Bu Ming and Lu Lin each opened a bottle of beer, poured it, yet they did not drink, waiting for Xiao Chao's arrival. Xiao Chao had recently returned to school, and a taxi ride from her school to here would take less than 20 minutes. However, they found themselves waiting for nearly 40 minutes. Lu Lin grew somewhat impatient and called Xiao Chao again, but her phone went unanswered. Believing it to be a signal issue, he stepped out of the private room and, upon arrival, witnessed several individuals blocking Xiao Chao's way, preventing her from leaving, with one snatching her phone to prevent her from calling for help. A girl with purple-dyed hair pointed angrily at Xiao Chao. You think you're clever? Huh? You owe Biaoga money, and now you're hiding, leaving us to take the blame. Who said that? I have already repaid the money. It was settled long ago. Xiao Chao defended herself. Paid back? Who would believe that? The purple-haired girl retorted. Your family is just a poor fishing lot. How could you possibly repay it? Xinjia, why waste time talking to her? Just do it, another girl chimed in. Yeah, Xian, she has wronged you. Why be so gentle? Leave it to me. My brother is a tough one. I've learned a lot from him. Today, let us see what you've got. Chapter 47. Meeting Biao Go again. Their words were foul, and several boys began to act inappropriately toward Xiao Chao. None of the restaurant staff dared to intervene or take action. Seeing this, Lu Lin was infuriated. He silently approached, picked up a promotional beer bottle from a nearby table, and smashed it over one boy's head. Whether it was the bottle's fragility or the boy's hardened skull, the bottle shattered, spilling beer everywhere. The boy clutched his head and turned to face Lu Lin, then crumpled to the ground. The other boys, startled by this sudden turn of events, helped their fallen friend and retreated, too intimidated to speak. However, the girl named Xian showed some courage, placing her hands on her hips and demanding, Who do you think you are? Why are you hitting people? Lu Lin, his face filled with fury, glared at her and replied, Why? Simply because you bully her. I will strike you all. It appears that you are acquainted with one another. The girl named Su En let out a couple of cold laughs and said, So what? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Whoever harms her, I will retaliate against, came the reply. Su En, momentarily intimidated by N's imposing presence, refrained from being overly arrogant and shot a glance at Xiao, saying, Today's affair is far from over. Just wait. She then turned to the boy she had brought and instructed, Let's go. Just as they were about to leave, a chilling voice interrupted. Did I say you could leave? At the sound of this voice, The faces of the two boys supporting the injured one received a slap. Upon looking, they saw Bu Ming had already approached them. Bu Ming was not particularly tall, standing at only 1.75 meters. Yet he showed no signs of intimidation in the presence of these taller individuals, exuding an aura that seemed to tower at 2.8 meters, making the 1.8-meter figures appear diminutive in comparison. Su-in scrutinized Bu Ming, noting his attire reminiscent of a delivery man, and couldn't help but feel disdainful. She threatened, "Don't push me too far. If you do, one call, and I can have you sent to the hospital for emergency treatment." "Do you believe that?" Bu Ming chuckled and honestly shook his head, replying, "I don't believe you." Su-in took out her phone, asking, "Do you dare to let me call for help?" "Go ahead," Bu Ming said. "I would like to see who is behind you. It's best to eliminate the roots of trouble." Su-in thought Bu Ming was merely boasting and swiftly made a call. After finishing her call, she resumed her arrogant demeanor, proclaiming, "Don't say I didn't warn you. The person I called is someone you cannot provoke." Bu Ming nonchalantly dragged a chair over to sit, surveying the surroundings. "All right, I'll wait here." After 20 minutes, a 7-seater vehicle arrived at the entrance of Guan. The door swung open, and a dozen burly men emerged, each wielding a weapon known as Guan. A Guan is essentially a steel pipe welded to a butcher-s knife, a weapon of formidable lethality. Instead of entering Guan immediately, they formed a line by the vehicle. From the car stepped a cross-dressing tough guy, sporting adorable twin ponytails, a scruffy beard, and well-developed muscles. He led the group, followed by his accomplices brandishing Guan, creating an oppressive atmosphere that caused nearby diners, who had intended to eat, to retreat back into their vehicles and speed away in fright. The cross-dressing tough guy entered Guan, declaring, "Who dares to be so audacious as to bully my good sister?" Upon seeing Bu Ming, he suddenly shivered, exclaiming, "It's you." Bu Ming glanced up at the tough guy. "Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Isn't this by OG?" Having been beaten by Bu Ming before, By OG harbored a shadow of fear, yet this shadow was not too severe. He glanced back at his henchman wielding Guan, gaining confidence. "Last time we let you escape. This time you 1T get away. We are well prepared and intend to send you to the hospital." Anzai. "Considering the weapons you brought, it seems you plan to have a serious brawl." As he spoke, he retrieved a shield from his backpack. This small round shield resembled Captain America's, albeit without the star emblem. After producing the shield, Bu Ming felt it insufficient and pulled out a short knife as well. Both the shield and the knife were acquired from the Titan planet by WCHing. These weapons were considerably heavier than typical ones, likely forged from a metal of exceptionally high density. By OG laughed upon seeing the two items, mocking, "These two things are like paper. Did you perhaps acquire them from a paper-cutting shop?" Bu Ming felt a bit embarrassed and retorted, "Less talk. Let us just get to it." Biog commanded, "Hand me my knife." Instantly, a lackey passed him a double-edged Guan. This Guan was far more formidable than ordinary ones, as it was affixed with a military bayonet, complete with a blood groove. A single stab would likely lead to a fatal outcome. By OG brandished the double-edged Guan, patting it in his hand. "I'll give you a chance to apologize. If you do so sincerely and follow me, I'll ensure you live a life of luxury." As he spoke, he suddenly plunged the double-edged Guan into a nearby table, embedding it into the surface with remarkable sharpness. Bu Ming was momentarily taken aback by this display. Although he had engaged in a few fights before, he had never participated in such an intense brawl. Seeing how sharp by OG's Guan was made him feel a bit uneasy. However, the prospect of yielding to by OG was out of the question. Bu Ming laughed. "Dear by OG, do you think just because you wield a knife, others will fear you? Come on, if you have the guts, give it a try." By OG detested being called by OG. Despite being a cross-dresser who preferred the company of women, he still considered himself a man. The moment Bu Ming referred to him as by OG, he became furious, furrowing his brow as he drew the Guan from the table. "Kid, don't blame by OG for being ruthless. Today, I'm going to stab you." He lunged the Guan toward Bu Ming's abdomen, but the speed was far from quick. In truth, by OG was mindful of his underlings. He merely intended to intimidate Bu Ming. If he actually stabbed someone with his extensive legal knowledge, it would constitute intentional injury or even attempted murder, leading to a lengthy prison sentence. Observing the slow approach of the Gu in SH, Bu Ming chose not to use his small shield for defense, but instead engaged the weapon with his short knife. With a light clang, the Gu in SH was cleaved in two, leaving Bai OG stunned as he stood there, holding a piece of steel pipe. This seemingly flimsy short knife had indeed proven capable of cutting through iron like butter. Bu Ming was equally astonished by the sharpness of the short knife in his hand. Upon reflection, he realized that these were weapons obtained from the Titan planet. The inhabitants of Titan were all skilled fighters. After all, how could Thanos cultivate exceptional warriors like Gamora? These weapons had evidently endured the test of time without rusting, indicating they were crafted from a special metal. Even if they weren't made of the hardest vibranium, their hardness was surely not to be underestimated. Compared to the mundane iron of this world, these metals were absolute treasures. And the craftsmanship of the short knife could only be described as slicing through iron as if it were tofu. Bai OG, momentarily dazed, received another Gu in SH from his subordinate and swung it at Bu Ming again. This time his fury was genuine, fueled by a reckless abandon. Yet, to Bu Ming, his movements appeared sluggish. After consuming a military ration earlier that morning, Bu Ming had become a war forja, equivalent to quadruple the initial strength of a black iron walker. This enhancement meant all of his attributes were boosted fourfold, and even Bu Ming's initial strength as a black iron walker was significantly above average. Bu Ming decided to test the small round shield. When the Gu in SH struck the shield, it shattered upon impact, and Bu Ming felt no force transmitted back to him. This indicated that the small round shield also possessed the ability to absorb attacks, proving to be a remarkable item. After experimenting with the shield, Bu Ming refused to allow any further weapons to be handed to Bai OG. He swiftly dashed around the stunned henchman, severing all Gu in SH from their grasp before sheathing his short knife and shield and returning to his seat. The group led by Biao Gu originally arrived with great bravado, but within mere moments, they found themselves disarmed by Bu Ming. Recalling the terror of being dominated by 2 bags of cash, Biao Gu felt a wave of fear wash over him once again. This time, the psychological shadow loomed even larger. He knelt before Bu Ming, exclaiming, "Hero, leader, I was wrong. Please spare me." Bu Ming chuckled. "Spare you? That could be arranged, but we must discuss some conditions first." "I'm willing to pay," Biao Gu offered. "Huh? Do I need your money?" "I have plenty," Bu Ming retorted, seemingly insulted. "Then I'm willing to be your subordinate." "Get lost. With your skills, having you as my subordinate would only bring me shame." Biao Gu fell silent. Bu Ming continued, "Forget about doing anything for me. Just promise not to trouble Xiao Qiao in the future, and ensure that your subordinates and any related personnel keep their distance from her." Biao Gu quickly agreed. "I will certainly comply." "You need not assure me," Bu Ming replied. "What good is your promise to me? Furthermore, I do not trust your assurances. Here's the deal. If I discover Xiao Qiao has been bullied, isolated, cheated, betrayed, or wronged in any way, I will hold you accountable. Isn't this a bit?" "I do not wish to haggle with you," Bu Ming interjected. "You may leave now." Biao Gu and his entourage departed, leaving Xian utterly dumbfounded. She could not believe that the once arrogant Biao Gu now appeared so submissive before Bu Ming. With Biao Gu gone, what was she to do? Suddenly, she burst into tears, kneeling before Bu Ming, clinging to his leg and pleading, "Please do not harm me. I will do anything you say. I am willing to be your servant, to keep your bed warm. I will do anything." Bu Ming disdainfully withdrew his leg, saying, "You warming my bed? With your mediocre looks and malicious heart, do you truly think yourself worthy? Get out of my sight, and do not let yourself be seen by Yang Xiao Qiao." Xian hurriedly complied, retreating from Jiangyu restaurant. Bu Ming then turned his attention to the remaining young men. "Listen well, you lot. Return and conduct yourselves properly. I advise you to be kind. Should I learn of any misdeeds on your part, the consequences will be akin to what just happened to this table." Bu Ming drew a dagger and lightly slashed it across the table, which promptly split in two, crashing to the ground. The young men were left trembling, drenched in cold sweat, and for a long time, they would not dare to act brazenly again. Bu Ming casually transferred 100,000 to the owner as compensation, but the owner resolutely refused, ultimately accepting only the cost of the broken table. To Bu Ming's surprise, the owner personally brought over a case of beer and 2 hearty dishes. Bu Ming found the owner of Jiangyu restaurant principled and worth befriending. However, he was not the type to rush into making friends. Neither spoke further, and he returned to the private room where the 4 began to eat and drink. Yang Xiaoqiao continuously glanced at Bu Ming, causing him some embarrassment. Wasn't this girl called over by Lu Lin? Why did she keep looking at him? Lin Yan, seated beside Bu Ming, was more perceptive and sensed Yang Xiaoqiao's gaze, her mind filled with suspicion that perhaps Bu Ming had caught her interest. There was a distinction between active and passive flirtation. Bu Ming's was of the passive sort. He intended to remain low-key. Yet his recent actions had drawn the attention of young women wherever he went. Clearing her throat, Lin Yan leaned closer to Bu Ming, raising her glass, and proclaimed, "Today marks Bu Ming's joyous occasion of moving into the high Gongguan villa. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate his growing success." Everyone clinked their glasses. Lin Yan's gaze fell on Yang Xiaoqiao's face, and upon making eye contact, Yang Xiaoqiao instantly lost her confidence, lowering her head and gulping down her drink. Bu Ming and Lu Lin remained oblivious to the silent conflict between the two women, engaged in their own toasts. Yang Xiaoqiao felt restless sitting in Lin Yan's car. When Lin Yan offered to drive her back to school, she internally rejected the idea, but Lu Lin insisted that she should accept the kindness of the young lady, prompting Xiaoqiao to get into the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yan observed Yang Xiaoqiao and suddenly asked, "What do you think of Bu Ming?" Yang Xiaoqiao was taken aback by the question, stammering, "I suppose he is all right. A good person, but is he merely a good person?" Lin Yan probed further. "Do you perhaps have feelings for him?" Yang Xiaoqiao could only utter a single word, unable to deny her emotions. Lin Yan continued, "Do you not like Lu Lin?" Yang Xiaoqiao quickly denied, "Not really. It's just, I like Bu Ming, but I feel my affection is more of admiration. I'm uncertain if you feel the same. Admiring someone in such a way cannot last forever. So I believe I need to clarify my feelings before confessing." Chapter 49. Kidnapping. Yang Xiaoqiao fell silent, pondering how she could possibly compete for Bu Ming's affections, especially when even someone as exceptional as Lin Yan hesitated to confess her feelings. Despite her reluctance, she ultimately resolved to let go. The moment she made this decision, a wave of relief washed over her. At that moment, there was a sudden thud, and the car jolted violently, nearly throwing Yang Xiaoqiao from her seat. The airbags deployed in Lin Yan's car. A car accident, Lin Yan's first thought. She was unsure if she was injured, only feeling a tightness in her chest before losing consciousness. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a dark space that seemed to be moving. She attempted to stretch her arms to feel her surroundings, only to discover that her hands were bound. Beside her, she could hear another person breathing heavily, filled with fear, presumably Yang Xiaoqiao. Is this a kidnapping? If so, it could only mean one thing. The Huangfu family had sent someone after her. Huangfu Wuduan had finally lost patience and was now aiming for her. Lin Yan took a moment to calm herself, contemplating what she could do in this situation. Thoughts raced through her mind, yet all seemed impossible to implement. Even calling for help appeared futile. What could she do? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Do not be afraid. I will rescue you shortly." Then came the sound of something slicing through, reminiscent of a paper cutter. Light from a street lamp poured in, and Lin Yan realized she was lying in the trunk of a car. She saw Bu Ming's face. Bu Ming sheathed his dagger, grasped the ropes binding Lin Yan and Yang Xiaoqiao, and effortlessly pulled them free before leaping gracefully onto the road. He untied the ropes and tore off the tape from their mouths. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Lin Yan flung herself into Bu Ming's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Xiaoqiao stood aside, yearning to embrace Bu Ming as well. Yet she understood that her feelings for him must remain contained, so she hugged herself tightly. Bu Ming gently stroked Lin Yan's hair, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I will take care of them." However, Lin Yan clutched his shirt, refusing to let him go. Bu Ming comforted her once more. "These people are after me. You are merely collateral damage. By the way, you should consider changing your phone, or at least your SIM card. I suspect your calls could be monitored." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "I have already sent the location to Lu Lin, instructing him to take a taxi to pick you up. You should head to Heigongwen first, as it offers a greater sense of security." After speaking, he gently removed Lin Yan's hand and swiftly dashed away, pursuing the car ahead. The audacity of these assassins was truly reprehensible. After failing once, they returned immediately. Although Bu Ming held a certain respect for their professional ethics, the relentless nature of their actions, especially when it involved dragging others into their schemes, was intolerable to him. In his view, these individuals had crossed his threshold, and if he did not confront them decisively, he could only imagine the lengths they might go to next. Thankfully, he had felt a sudden jolt of awareness, sensing the danger Lin Yin and the others faced, and he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, had these assassins threatened Lin Yin's safety, even with his extraordinary speed and strength, he would have found himself nearly powerless. If he were to be captured, stripped of his clothing and belongings, how could he possibly procure a weapon? Suddenly, he recalled the small Shumi ring that Marshal Tianpeng had entrusted to him. Within that ring lay several sets of spider demon garments, along with various books and daily essentials for practitioners. The remaining space was ample. It would be wise to store a few short blades and round shields, as well as some of his daily attire inside. As he sprinted, he busied himself organizing these items and placing them into the Shumi ring. He realized he was not yet strong enough and must exercise caution. The saying care makes a ship last for 10,000 years certainly held merit. After consuming 3 blocks of all-attribute military rations, Bu Ming's speed reached approximately 120 kilometers per hour, sufficient for racing along highways, and he could easily catch up to a vehicle within the city. Soon, he had overtaken the vehicle of the kidnappers. The car ascended Jiangxiao, heading toward the desolate shores of Jiangbei. After traversing the barren land for a while, the vehicle came to a halt in front of an abandoned villa. Bu Ming was the first to ascend the stairs, standing atop the building and observing the movements of those within the car. 4 burly men emerged from the vehicle, their arms adorned with tattoos, muscles bulging, distorting the designs on their skin. One of them inspected the trunk and, upon discovering a large gash, exclaimed, "Oh no, the hostage is gone." The remaining 3 hurried to check the trunk, their expressions turning to horror as they beheld the gaping hole left by Bu Ming's blade. "Bro, are we seeing ghosts?" One stammered, "Ghosts? This is clearly the work of someone who rescued them. But our car has been in motion the entire time, and no one followed us. Who could possibly have the ability to liberate them?" Another questioned, "Yes, Big Brother, even if they approached us unnoticed, how do we explain the trunk?" "Enough with the chatter. I need some silence," the one referred to as Big Brother groaned, clutching his head, perplexed by the situation. "Brother, at a time like this you want silence? Forget about that wretched girl, and consider how we will face Duanyi." "Indeed, Big Brother, you know Duanyi's methods. If we fail this mission, none of us will escape unscathed." "Big Brother, while silence may be appealing, life is far more precious." The elder brother, overwhelmed by the banter of his 3 companions, retorted, "I meant silence in the sense of quietness. Can you all let me be?" He squatted down, cradling his head in thought, and finally conceived a plan. "Brothers, we cannot continue in Anbei. Let's leave now, take the 1 million deposit Duan you provided, and find a small city in the south where no one knows us to live quietly. Alas, every patch of earth holds its secrets." His decision left his 3 underlings dumbfounded as they chorused, "Big Brother, are we really going to leave?" "Yes, we have botched Duanye's assignment, and the only outcome is death. If we wish to avoid that fate, we must depart Anbei. There is no other path." At this point, the elder brother began to weep. The 3 subordinates joined him, embracing in front of the dilapidated villa by the riverside, their wails echoing through the night. Chapter 50. The Assassin Duanyi. In the dead of night, these men cried out, tears streaming down their faces, lamenting their plight, a scene that was undeniably comical. Bu Ming contemplated leaping down to silence them, lest they attract the wolves. Just then a deep voice resonated, "Thinking of fleeing? You have quite the nerve." Upon hearing this voice, the men abruptly ceased their lamentations. Duanyi, what brings you here?" The elder brother's voice trembled. "I have been here all along. This villa belonged to my former boss, who is no longer with us, and I must keep watch over it. Otherwise, how could I have allowed you to bring the hostages here?" Duanyi replied, "Since you heard everything, let us be frank. We did capture the hostages, but they were lost midway." "Oh, they were lost, were they?" Duanyi said nonchalantly, "You may leave." The 4 men were taken aback by Duanyi's unexpected ease of manner. After exchanging glances filled with apprehension, they hastily climbed into their vehicle. Bu Ming, observing from the rooftop, was left in confusion. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that Duanyi was no virtuous individual, but rather a formidable figure. Yet, he had so casually allowed them to depart, even foregoing the demand for the 1 million deposit. Something was amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he turned his gaze towards the vehicle, which was now starting up. Just as the engine roared to life, flames erupted skyward as the car exploded. The 4 men were instantly engulfed in flames, transformed into fiery specters, their anguished cries reminiscent of Edvard Munch's famous Painting the Scream. Duan Yi stood amidst the inferno, silently observing the burning vehicle. Bu Ming even caught a glimpse of a cruel smile upon his face. What a ruthless man. Bu Ming stealthily maneuvered behind Duan Yi, intending to strike. However, as he moved, Duan Yi remarked, "Friend, you have been watching from above for quite some time. It is time for you to come down and meet." Bu Ming's heart raced. This man was aware of his presence above, or was he attempting to deceive him? "Friend, when I set the vehicle ablaze, I inspected it thoroughly. You must have stealthily rescued the hostages. No? I have rarely encountered someone with your capabilities. However, I can deduce that we are kindred spirits. Possessing such strength, one cannot afford to be passive, thus you would likely strike first. I heard footsteps on the rooftop earlier, so it must have been you. Therefore, my friend, do come down." Bu Ming was inwardly alarmed. Duan Yi was not only ruthless, but also remarkably astute, with a strength that set him apart from the previous assassins. He no longer wished to remain hidden. Leaping down into the courtyard, Duan Yi tournait tout scrutinisait Bu Ming, clearly surprised to see such prowess in one so young. What a remarkable display of skill for one so youthful. Indeed. The Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves forward. Bu Ming walked a few steps forward, meeting Duan Yi's gaze. "My friend, I am uncertain who has sent you to pursue us, but if possible, shall we both take a step back? I shall offer you double the reward if you cease your pursuit, and in return, I shall forego any retaliation against you." The idea was commendable, yet Duan Yi shook his head slightly. "If someone indeed hired me, and you could pay double, I might consider abandoning the hunt. Unfortunately, I did not accept any payment. Rather, I invest in my own resources. So your intent is to kill me, and it is not about the money?" Bu Ming inquired. "It is not about the money," Duan Yi affirmed. "Then what is it about?" Bu Ming pressed. "Look at me. Do I seem like a person in need of money? If I were, would I so readily part with $1 million to have someone else capture you? Are you suggesting you are the mastermind?" "Mastermind? Not quite. I merely owe someone a favor. And this time, I am repaying that debt." "Whose favor?" Bu Ming asked. "Huangfu would want?" Duan Yi neither confirmed nor denied, instead stretching leisurely. "Enough talk. Excessive conversation breeds sentiment, and I prefer not to engage in lengthy discussions with someone on the brink of death." As he spoke, he picked up a chainsaw from the ground. With a few pulls, he started the chainsaw and charged towards Bu Ming, his speed astonishing and his movement decidedly agile. This was the first time Bu Ming had witnessed someone reach such velocity. It was evident that Duan Yi was no ordinary individual. The chainsaw swept towards him, but Bu Ming deftly dodged the strike. Duan Yi then attempted to lift the chainsaw upward. Bu Ming aimed to disarm him with a hand-to-hand maneuver, but as soon as his hand brushed against Duan Yi's wrist, Duan Yi had already discarded the chainsaw and seized Bu Ming's wrist in a reverse grip. With a swift motion, he pulled Bu Ming's arm forward. Fortunately, Bu Ming's physique had been enhanced beyond that of an ordinary person, and his flexibility was remarkably good. He instinctively pushed his arm forward while simultaneously delivering a punch aimed at Duan Yi's face. Duan Yi raised his leg to kick towards Bu Ming's knee while gripping Bu Ming's shoulders, intending to force him down. Bu Ming stepped back, lowered his body, and charged forward. This move resembled the Iron Mountain lean from the 8 Extremes. Caught off guard, Duan Yi was knocked away, spinning in midair before landing on the ground. He pressed his hands against the floor and propelled himself towards Bu Ming once again. As he charged, he raised both hands, scattering a flurry of nuts as projectiles. Utilizing nuts as concealed weapons, Duan Yi was indeed a peculiar character. Bu Ming noticed the nuts flying towards him and quickly pivoted to sprint away. Although the nuts were swift, Bu Ming's speed was even greater. After evading the barrage, he retrieved a short blade from his small shumi ring. With a flick of the blade, he turned to charge at Duan Yi. At that moment, Duan Yi wielded a wrench, swinging it as he advanced toward Bu Ming. When the wrench clashed with the short blade, it instantly shortened, prompting Duan Yi to exclaim, "What a swift blade!" Bu Ming remained silent, pressing forward with his thrust. Despite the inadequacy of the wrench, Duan Yi showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, he wore a smile, appearing quite pleased. Though Bu Ming moved swiftly and wielded a sharp blade, his lack of combat experience hindered him, causing him to hesitate. Despite holding a weapon, he was concerned about injuring Duan Yi. This mindset affected his performance, limiting him to only half of his usual capabilities. In contrast, Duan Yi bore no such reservations. Having taken numerous lives, he faced no psychological barriers. In comparison, their battle ended in a stalemate. Duan Yi grew increasingly delighted, laughing heartily. My friend, it is truly a pity for a talent like you not to pursue a career as a killer. Join me, and I assure you a life of luxury. I desire neither luxury nor indulgence, Bu Ming replied, and I intend to send you to a place where you shall find neither. With that, he retrieved a round shield from his Shumi ring, imitating Captain America, and hurled it at Duan Yi. Chapter 51. Reappearance of the silk web. Upon seeing Bu Ming throw a dazzling round disc, Duan Yi quickly ducked to evade it, but may have been too hasty, collapsing to the ground. Recognizing this as an opportunity, Bu Ming advanced to seize Duan Yi. Just as he reached out, a large net suddenly descended, ensnaring him completely. He swung the short blade in an attempt to cut through the net, but just then, someone rushed in, pulling the net taut, effectively trapping Bu Ming within. Duan Yi rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt and smiling. Life is indeed like a play, relying on performance. Had it not been for this feigned fall, I would not have captured you. Looking through the net, Bu Ming saw a woman standing beside Duan Yi, a familiar face. Hei Kwa Fu, Ling Jie. Ling Jie smiled as well. Duan Yi, I am grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I could not have captured such an important individual. It's nothing. Our collaborations are not new. No matter how formidable the opponent, they shall yield to us. He then seized the short blade from Bu Ming's hand, inspecting it with admiration. What a fine blade, he exclaimed. He playfully scraped the blade across his face, satisfied. This belongs to me now. Ling Jie responded, the weapon belongs to you, but the person belongs to me. Let us settle this amicably. He is no easy opponent. He possesses considerable strength. Are you confident you can subdue him? Duan Yi inweeded. Do not worry. This net is specially crafted, and I have also engaged the services of Granny One. At this, Ling Jie clapped her hands, and an elderly woman, frail and decrepit, slowly emerged from the villa. Am I already being summoned for action? She spoke with a peculiar high-pitched voice. Granny One, I appreciate your assistance. Please help me hypnotize him, Ling Jie requested. Rest assured, leave it to me, Granny One replied, approaching Bu Ming. She produced a glowing pendant from her pocket, swinging it in front of Bu Ming's eyes. Sleep now, she chanted. This theatrical hypnotism seemed absurd to Bu Ming, who thought Granny One must be quite eccentric. Yet, as the pendant swayed, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. This was not a good sign. It appeared Granny One was indeed a formidable opponent, and he realized that if he succumbed to her hypnosis, it would spell disaster. Ling Jie had previously warned him that she would eliminate him after exploiting all he had to offer. Although he was significantly stronger than the average person, the three adversaries before him were no ordinary foes. They were formidable in their own right. United, they posed a considerable threat, and he found himself in a perilous predicament, akin to a fish on the chopping block. What could he possibly do? As his eyelids grew heavier, Bu Ming reminded himself to stay awake, yet such reminders proved futile. This was catastrophic. He truly faced obliteration. Had he not descended from the rooftop when summoned by Duan Yi, but instead chosen to ambush from above, he would not be in this dire situation now. Out here in the wilderness, against three ruthless assassins, he felt utterly powerless, as if the heavens and earth had forsaken him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a voice suddenly resonated. The mission cooldown has completed. Would you like to teleport to the mission map? Why are such questions still being asked? Of course, the choice is to accept, regardless of the destination. It is far preferable to remaining here to face death. Bu Ming promptly chose to accept the task. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported into the task map. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Jie and her two companions, the assassins, were left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Bu Ming was ensnared in a net, drowsy under the influence of Granny One's hypnosis, and in the next instant, he vanished from within the net. It was as if he had evaporated from existence. What was happening? Instantaneous movement? Or perhaps a shadow clone? The three assassins exchanged glances, simultaneously feeling a chill creeping down their spines. Master Duan remarked, "Is this still a human?" Ling Jie murmured, "Surely, this cannot be a mere mortal." Granny Wen sighed. "It seems we have provoked someone we should not have. What should we do?" Master Duan inquired. "What now?" Ling Jie echoed. Granny Wen had no answer but sighed. "This individual is beyond our reach. The Huangfu family cannot contend with him, nor can the four overlords. If we could somehow win him over," Master Duan suggested. It appears we have not entirely offended him. Then let us try to win him over, Ling Jie proposed. In retrospect, he is certainly no ordinary person, capable of outrunning automobiles and scaling walls. He might be a low-ranking shinobi from my village, or perhaps a celestial being descended to Earth. The three of them did not linger any longer, gathering the net and retreating to the villa for a discussion, after which they each departed. Their consensus was to cease any opposition against Bu Ming. They would no longer engage in any tasks concerning him, although they were all assassins accustomed to taking lives. Encountering such an enigmatic phenomenon left them feeling anxious and fearful. The more they witnessed the extraordinary events in this world, the more they understood that some individuals were not to be trifled with, and Bu Ming was undoubtedly one of them. Ling Jie even entertained the thought of offering herself to such a divine figure, considering that allying with him would likely lead to a much easier life ahead. Whatever their considerations, Bu Ming remained oblivious as he reappeared in the kitchen of the Pan-Sea Cave. The kitchen was already boiling water, with a towering steamer placed atop a large pot, while several small demons were adding firewood to the stove. A large-bellied grasshopper spirit was laboriously fanning the flames. Meanwhile, the crooked-eyed Marshal Tian Peng was suspended upside down above the stove, destined to become cured meat. Inside the steamer, a plump monk with a fair complexion and rosy lips was still chanting prayers with his palms together. Bu Ming glanced around and was relieved that the Black Widow was not present. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the afterlife the moment he arrived. He stealthily approached the large-bellied grasshopper spirit and thrust a short knife into its back, the blade proving so sharp that it pierced right through. The grasshopper spirit fell without uttering a sound. The system prompted, "You have successfully killed a black iron-level monster, earning 200 points. This was quite impressive, as it immediately resolved his issue with the escape scroll. Bu Ming exchanged for a new escape scroll, stored the grasshopper spirit's corpse in his small shumi ring, and began removing the firewood from his stove. It is often said that it is better to extinguish the fire than to boil the pot. And once the firewood was removed, the water in the pot ceased to heat up. The plump Tang Sung inside the steamer found himself quite comfortable, not only free from the worries of being steamed, but also enjoying a warm sauna, which could be considered a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 52. Stealing weapons. After Bu Ming extinguished the firewood from the stove, concerned that it might alert the spider spirit, he stored it all in his small shumi ring. Once he had dealt with the stove, Bu Ming moved to rescue Tang Sung. Fortunately, he was now much stronger. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lift such a heavy steamer. He carried Tang Sung, steamer and all, to the ground and began to untie him. After Tang Sung emerged and dressed himself, he approached to express his gratitude to Bu Ming. Bu Ming, wary of the Black Widow's potential appearance, hushed him and made his way to Marshal Tian Peng's side, giving the loquacious pig a few kicks to rouse him from his semi-conscious state. Upon waking, Marshal Tian Peng, with his crooked mouth, remarked, "Brother, we truly are fated to meet. I never expected you to be so loyal as to return to rescue us. Let's talk." Bu Ming replied as he continued to loosen his bindings. "What if the Black Widow arrives? Can you handle her?" "I could, but my weapons have been confiscated. So we must leave here first," Marshal Tian Peng said, attempting to stand but collapsing back down, revealing that he was still poisoned and unable to recover his strength. "Brother, could you assist me?" "What do you need?" Bu Ming asked, "As long as it is within my capabilities. I've heard that every deadly poison is accompanied by an antidote. The Black Widow has made her lair here in the Pan-Sea Cave, so there must be an antidote nearby. If you could help me find it, and also recover my stolen weapons." "Impossible," Bu Ming interrupted, outright refusing the request. "What nonsense is this? You want me to find an antidote and steal weapons? Such a daunting task is beyond my abilities. Finding an antidote is one thing, but stealing weapons is tantamount to courting death. Brother, please hear me out." Marshal Tian Peng insisted, treating Bu Ming like an ally. "I would never ask you to steal recklessly, as that would be akin to signing your own death warrant. Instead, I wish to teach you a little trick." As soon as he finished speaking, Bu Ming felt his body rapidly shrinking until he was no larger than a fly. "What kind of magic is this to be so powerful?" Marshal Tian Peng's voice buzzed in his ear. "This is the scaling technique from the 36 heavenly changes. With the little magic power I have left, I can only shrink you to this extent. You must hurry back. If you do not return within half an hour, I will be unable to use the scaling technique again, and you will remain this small forever." Bu Ming, who had entered this task to evade a certain death, found himself entangled in such a predicament. Had Marshal Tian Peng not cast this scaling spell on him, he could have simply abandoned the two of them. However, with the spell now in effect and uncertainty surrounding its authenticity, Bu Ming dared not leave. If he truly became this small, how would he find a partner upon returning? A man with no experience would suddenly become an ant? But even if he became an ant, where would he find the wasp woman? Gritting his teeth, he ultimately decided to assist Marshal Tian Peng in seeking the antidote. Although his body was small, his speed had increased exponentially, and he transformed into a streak of light, moving swiftly across the cave. At this pace, even a flash would not rival him. Within a mere 10 minutes, Bu Ming had scoured every nook and cranny of the Pan-Sea cave. Regrettably, he did not find any sign of the antidote, but did locate the weapon that had been confiscated from Marshal Tian Peng, the nine-toothed rake. It was stored in a treasure chamber within the cave, filled with various precious items, all gleaming gold, translucent jade, and large gemstones. Bu Ming did not hesitate. He took as many treasures as he could carry and stored them in his small shumi ring. After securing several items, he approached the Juchi Dingpa, attempting to store it within the Shao Shumi ring. Fortunately, he possessed the Shao Shumi ring, for otherwise, wielding this divine weapon would have been quite the challenge considering his strength. Having acquired the Juchi Dingpa, Bu Ming intended to return briefly to present the rake to Tianpeng Yuan Shui, requesting him to undo the shrinking spell. This would settle their debts. Why should he save them multiple times only to be controlled by that cunning pig? Just as he was about to leave, he overheard two women conversing outside the cave. What a misfortune. Why must we be the ones guarding the treasury again? They have the opportunity to go out and enjoy hot springs while we are cooped up in this cave all day, suffocating from boredom. Indeed, it's all that ugly Black Widow's fault. We were living quite well before she arrived. Keep your voice down. If she hears us, we're finished. What are you afraid of? She is out bathing now. It'll be a while before she returns. Why does she get to enjoy the hot springs while we're left here to guard the treasury? As the two women chatted, they opened the treasury door. Upon opening it, they were momentarily taken aback, and one exclaimed, "Oh no, we've been robbed. What should we do?" The other asked, "Should we report it?" After a moment's thought, the first woman resolutely shook her head. No need to report it. Even if we did, the responsibility would fall upon us, and we cannot escape punishment. Instead, let us keep quiet and take some treasures to escape from the Ponzi cave. But what if she finds us? If she does, it's no different than facing death. Why stay here to ensure our demise when we could take our chances outside? As she spoke, the woman began stuffing gemstones and gold into her skirt. The other woman joined in. "Sister, can two mere bronze beings really escape from her golden pursuit? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to escape. However, I have learned of an astonishing secret. As long as we possess a certain item, she wouldn't dare pursue us." What item? An item that can restrain her. This item can neutralize the Black Widow's poison, preventing her from causing us trouble. Bu Ming, eavesdropping nearby, felt a surge of excitement. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. He had come to the treasury for a reason, and now he had discovered a crucial lead. What is this restraining item? Where can I find it? Do you know why the Black Widow is going out to bathe in the hot springs? There's a hot spring right here in our cave. Upon hearing this, Bu Ming hurriedly dashed out of the treasury towards the hot spring he had passed earlier, convinced that the treasure capable of curing the Black Widow's poison was hidden near the spring. Chapter 53. Outsmarting Tang Sanzang, it must be said that the Ponzi cave is indeed vast. Bu Ming had heard a saying that the largest cave in Journey to the West is the Ponzi cave, while the deepest is the bottomless pit. Though he had yet to visit the bottomless pit, he had certainly experienced the enormity of the Ponzi cave. Within the cave, there indeed lay a hot spring, exuding billowing steam accompanied by bursts of laughter. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several half-transformed insect spirits frolicking in the water. Some had failed to fully transform, possessing only a head that remained in its original form while boasting long, snowy legs. Others had successfully transformed their upper bodies, yet their lower halves remained insect-like, reminiscent of the distinction between mermaids and fish maidens depicted in films. At present, Bu Ming's body was the size of a fly, and his swiftness drew no attention from these insect maidens. He meticulously searched the hot spring cavern, but found no suspicious areas. Just then, he overheard a conversation among several insects soaking in the spring. A cockroach lady, with her lower half fully transformed, remarked, "Sister Tsong, what is that large object above the hot spring?" It always sends shivers down my spine. The insect spirit addressed as Sister Song, possessing a remarkably successful upper body transformation and an admirable figure, rubbed her hands together and replied, Sister Z, you simply lack experience. You must refrain from uttering such dreadful lines in the future. That object is called Shuezhongru, said to be formed from jade over millions of years. What is its purpose? It seems rather disgusting to grow here. I am not entirely sure of its use, but it is said to be an extraordinary treasure. As Sister Tsong spoke, she lifted her head, and her compound eyes, after transformation, had become a single eye, making it less convenient for her to see. Through the misty water vapor, she suddenly asked the cockroach lady, Sisters E, your eyesight is sharp. Can you check if the Shuezhongru is still there? The cockroach lady looked up again and let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Oh no, the Shuezhongru is gone. Immediately, the insect spirits soaking in the spring leaped ashore, the insect maidens and their counterparts shrieking as if delicate girls had spotted a bug, though they themselves were the insects. Bu Ming had already slipped away, and while the insect spirits were in a state of chaos, he returned to the kitchen. He handed the Jochi Dingpa back to Tianpeng Yuan Shui and scraped a small amount of Shuezhongru powder, mixing it with water to drink. The poison on Tianpeng Yuan Shui was dispelled, and with the rake in hand, he expressed, Brother, thank you. Please wait here while I go deal with those insects. Wait, Bu Ming called out. You must also undo the shrinking spell for me before you go. Tianpeng Yuan Shui smacked his forehead and said, How could I forget with this pig brain of mine? With a casual wave, Bu Ming returned to his original size. Tianpeng Yuan Shui invited, Brother, will you accompany me? Bu Ming quickly shook his head. I'd rather not join you. With my little combat power, I would merely be walking to my death. Brother, you do not understand. I will handle the fighting. You will take care of the spoils. You will gather quite a few valuable items. This suggestion from Tianpeng Yuan Shui enlightened Bu Ming. Accompanying Tianpeng Yuan Shui to collect corpses felt akin to a game where the higher-level player battled while the lower-level one collected experience. This was a deal he could accept. He promptly agreed with enthusiasm. At this moment, Tang Changlao, with palms together, began to chant 8 precepts. Heaven has compassion for all living beings. Monastics should harbor compassion and avoid all forms of violence. Tianpeng Yuan Shui sighed. Master, will you let yourself be cooked without resistance? How can you swallow such indignation? I do not feel anger, replied Tang Sanzang. You must not go. And as for this benefactor, you saved this poor monk, for which I am immensely grateful. But please, do not commit acts of violence. Bu Ming glanced at Tang Sanzang, internally pondering why Sun Wukong could not tolerate him. And Waiju Beiji often spoke of returning to Gao Laozhuang for his belongings. This monk truly was rather pedantic. Dang Jiangala, have you heard the saying, Buddha sees a drop of water, 840,000 lives? In other words, within a drop of water, there are 840,000 lives. When we take a sip of water, how many lives must we extinguish? These lives are innocent. And now, the insect spirits in the Ponzi cave, Master. You have seen for yourself, these are man-eating insects. Have you not seen the bones littered throughout the cave? Do you not smell the pungent scent of blood? Killing the wicked is an act of righteousness. Tang Changlao. How would you interpret this? Tang Sanzang was momentarily speechless, ultimately responding, Benefactor, you engage in sophistry, clinging to the obstacles of perception. This path is quite perilous. Heed my advice. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha at once. Bu Ming chuckled disdainfully and remarked, Elder Tang, speaking of laying down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha, I wish to inquire further. If merely relinquishing the knife suffices to attain Buddhahood, why then do you embark on a perilous journey to the West in search of the true scriptures? Tang Sung found himself at a loss for words in response to Bu Ming's query. Meanwhile, Marshal Tian Peng continuously gestured with a thumbs up towards Bu Ming. Casting a glance at him, Tang Sung chided, Beiji, your murderous intent is far too heavy. You must rein it in. Do not emulate your senior brother, who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Whether this benefactor heeds my counsel is beyond my concern, but as your master, I must oversee your conduct. Marshal Tian Peng shrugged in resignation and said to Bu Ming, Brother, I had intended to assist you in procuring more materials from the bug spirits, but alas, I find myself powerless now. Just then, an angry shout echoed from outside. How audacious of you, thief, to dare invade my sea cave and steal. Send word to seal all exits. I shall see how capable this thief is of escaping from my Pan-C Cave's 8 trigrams formation. Upon hearing this, Bu Ming inwardly lamented. It appeared that the disciples of Tang Sung would not be leaving today, as the Black Widow had returned. However, he was unwilling to accompany them to their demise. In truth, he surmised that Tang Sung and his disciples were unlikely to perish, for the great sage, Qitian, had yet to arrive, and the conclusion of Journey to the West was one of triumph in obtaining the true scriptures, culminating in a grand resolution. Thus, if he remained, it was he who would face death, not Tang Sung and his disciples. Hastily, he exchanged 2 enchanted scrolls and directly utilized an escape scroll. In a flash of white light, Bu Ming reappeared on the desolate banks of Anbei River, where the surroundings were deserted and the villa stood empty. Bu Ming exhaled in relief. Both sides are now secure. It seemed prudent to save tasks for the future, should he encounter peril. He could immediately accept the task and flee to another time and space. No matter how formidable his adversaries, they could hardly pursue him into the realm of his tasks. Chapter 54. Mr. E. After a brief pause, the system notification chimed. You have acquired 2 enchantable skills. Enchantable Skill 1, Level 1 Jump Enhancement. You gain the ability for instantaneous jumping, with height and speed correlated to thigh muscle strength. When jumping from a standing position, your jumping force is 33 times your usual capacity, limited to 5 uses per day. Enchantable Skill 2, Level 1 Doubling Technique. You can enlarge or shrink your body, with a doubling ratio for enlargement and a halving ratio for reduction, adjustable at your discretion, effective for 15 minutes. Bu Ming was well aware of the origins of these 2 skills. The level 1 jump was likely derived from the Zhuoma Gugu spirit he had vanquished. Creatures of the grasshopper variety possessed extraordinary jumping abilities, so acquiring such capabilities from slaying one was entirely reasonable. As for the doubling technique, it mirrored the scaling technique of Martial Tian Peng, albeit this version allowed him to increase his size to twice or reduce it to half. The practical implications of doubling or having his size seemed rather limited. Nevertheless, Bu Ming worried that he might not have the opportunity to learn this doubling technique again. So he affixed the skill using an enchanted scroll. The jump enhancement, on the other hand, was undoubtedly a divine skill, with 5 uses per day, granting 33 times his jumping ability, if his base long jump was approximately 2.8 meters, rounding to 3. Then 33 times would enable him to leap a staggering 100 meters. If his vertical leap reached 1 meter, 33 times would yield a remarkable height of 33 meters, equivalent to leaping from a 10-story building. Considering his speed, this jumping skill could effectively serve as a form of instantaneous movement, providing comprehensive mobility. What thrilled Bu Ming most about this jump enhancement was its simplicity of acquisition and the ability to actively obtain it. Although he considered himself merely a low-tier combatant, could he not aspire to ascend to higher ranks in the near future? Once his combat power surpassed 100, he would be classified as a bronze-level fighter, at which point he could delve deeper into the Pan-C Cave, vanquishing more bug spirits and swiftly accumulating points to elevate this jump enhancement to astonishing levels. After enchanting the 2 level 1 skills, Bu Ming's spirit soared. He paid no heed to the 3 assassins pursuing him and casually returned to the city, entering the villa at Haigongwan. Inside, Lin Yin, Lu Lin, and Yang Xiaoqiao were anxiously awaiting Bu Ming's return. They knew he had gone after the kidnappers, and although they recognized his formidable strength, they could not suppress their worries. These kidnappers were ruthless and unscrupulous. After all, Bu Ming was a good person, and they hoped he would not suffer. Just as they were thinking this, Bu Ming walked in. Upon seeing him, all 3 let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yin immediately threw herself into Bu Ming's arms. He gently patted her back and reassured, "Do not fear. The situation has been partially resolved." "What do you mean?" Lin Yin inquired. "What else do you intend to do?" "Of course, I must uncover the mastermind behind this," Bu Ming replied. "It is said that someone has hired assassins to deal with me. If this person does not retract the assassination order, even if I can fend off 1 or 2, the assassins will continue to come, and they will only grow stronger. Are you planning to seek revenge on Huangfu Wuduan?" Lin Yin immediately grew anxious. "I am not yet prepared for that," Bu Ming said. "Given the series of failed assassination attempts, Huangfu Wuduan will likely be on guard for a while. If I approach him now, it would only serve to alarm him. I shall let him be for a few days." Lin Yin exhaled in relief. Her concern was not for Huangfu Wuduan. She harbored a deep disdain for him, but rather for Bu Ming. If Bu Ming sought revenge on Huangfu Wuduan, it could potentially endanger him, which was something she desperately wished to avoid. She now viewed Bu Ming as her sole pillar of support and wished for his safety above all else. Useless. All of them are useless. They cannot even keep watch over one person or carry out a simple assassination, and they dare call themselves the Four Overlords? They are nothing but a bunch of incompetents. Huangfu Wuduan smashed a porcelain piece worth thousands of dollars in anger. A man in a white suit with slanted eyes bent down to pick up the shards, speaking gently. You mustn't let the Four Overlords hear such words. Whichever faction they belong to is stronger than us. What use is strength if they are a bunch of brainless fools? They have ruined what should have been a straightforward matter and pushed Lin Yin into someone else's arms. I find it hard to understand. The man in the white suit smiled. Why it must be Lin Yin? Surely, with your status and position, there are countless women who surpass her. She must be the one. She is special and unique. I must possess her. Mr. E, since you were sent by the higher-ups to assist me, you surely have a way to resolve this matter, do you not? Resolving this matter is not particularly challenging, Mr. E replied. In fact, you have become overly attached. Jealousy and anger have turned you into a headless fly, lost in chaos and devoid of reason, a truly pitiful sight. To control a person, one must grasp their essence. This is a fundamental truth you seem to overlook. Please elucidate, Mr. E. Although Huangfu Wuduan maintained his usual indifferent demeanor, he held a deep respect, or perhaps fear, for Mr. E. Mr. E continued, the bonds of family can be both strong and fragile. Their durability and vulnerability depend entirely on how they are nurtured. Do you truly believe you can control someone through a mere ant, bound by blood yet devoid of genuine investment? Indeed, I have conducted an investigation, and it appears that Lin Yu, that wretched woman, has contributed little to Lin Hai Company, instead opting to take without giving. If I were in such a situation with a relative like her, I would have severed ties without hesitation. However, Lin Hai Company is a legacy left by Lin Yin's father, and she is unlikely to relinquish it. Wu Duan, you are still entangled in your thoughts. Have you ever heard the saying, when a bee stings your bosom, you should remove your clothing to drive it away? When a snake bites your arm, a brave man must sever his wrist? You ought to learn to empathize and consider matters from another's perspective. This will grant you clearer insights. Huangfu Wuduan pondered momentarily. Indeed, if it were me, I would temporarily withdraw, distancing myself from Lin Yin. The Lin Hai group would hold no value in my eyes, leading me to naturally abandon it, and at that point, reclaiming it would be effortless. Quite right. This strategy exhibits remarkable decisiveness, transforming passivity into proactivity. Not only does it forsake the Lin Hai group, but it also abandons her Aunt Lin Yu and the Zhou family, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Thus, it is evident that the person behind Lin Yin is a formidable opponent. Why would Lin Yin conceive of this herself? Huangfu Wuduan mused with curiosity. If she could have, she wouldn't have succumbed to illness over the internal and external troubles of Lin Hai group. Mr. He remarked that since she has made her choice, it is now our turn to play our cards. Chapter 55. The auction upon rising in the morning. The first thing Bu Ming did was hastily consume a piece of military ration. He must adhere to this daily ritual, for it is his sole means of enhancing his combat prowess. Though the progress is slow, the results are undeniably significant. This military ration is replete with energy, and its consumption is not particularly pleasant, requiring a considerable amount of time to digest. While Bu Ming sat cross-legged to assimilate this energy, Mr. Long came to pay a visit. He maintained an air of humility, carrying a delicately crafted food box, the contents of which were uncertain. Nevertheless, given that it was personally delivered by Mr. Long, the items within could not possibly be inexpensive. Master, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet, Bu Ming replied, opening his eyes to glance at the food box in Mr. Long's hands. Perfect timing. I specially prepared a bit of 8-treasure nourishing porridge, made with century-old medicinal ingredients. Although it may not be of great significance to you, it is a token of my filial piety. Just place it here, Bu Ming responded indifferently. Mr. Long set down the food box, but showed no intention of departing immediately. Bu Ming lifted his eyelids to regard him. Is there something else? Master, there is an auction today in the upper echelons of Anbei. It is said that there are some elixirs and a magical artifact for sale. I would like to invite you to accompany me and lend your discerning eye. Bu Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart. He knew little of elixirs or magical artifacts, a consequence of his previous bravado. Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Refusing was difficult as the invitation had already been extended, yet attending posed the risk of revealing his ignorance and losing face. After some consideration, Bu Ming resolved to accompany Mr. Long, deciding that he could remain silent during the event. The auction was held at a location known as Fengwang Palace in Anbei. Bu Ming had only heard of Fengwang Palace and had never had the opportunity to visit. It was well known that only the affluent and powerful could gain entry. Those of lesser status would be swiftly turned away by security clad in royal guard uniforms. Arriving at Fengwang Palace, Mr. Long entered. But Bu Ming was halted by the guards. Mr. Long quickly parked and explained to the security personnel, who, judging by appearances, reluctantly allowed Bu Ming entry after Mr. Long vouched for him. However, they discreetly warned their colleagues to keep a close watch on this individual dressed like a delivery man. Bu Ming was accustomed to such scrutiny and paid it no mind. In Mr. Long's eyes, he exuded an air of composure, embodying the essence of an extraordinary person untouched by worldly concerns. Inside Fengwang Palace, several individuals greeted Mr. Long, casting curious glances at Bu Ming. Nevertheless, Bu Ming maintained a demeanor of indifference, focusing solely on the task at hand, to blend in seamlessly. He had resolved to remain silent regardless of the circumstances, determined to project an aura of cool detachment. After all, no one at the auction recognized him, so he felt free to adopt any persona he wished. In the VIP area, Lin Yu was trembling with apprehension. This was her first invitation to the esteemed section of Fengwang Palace. Previously, during her time at the Zhou family, she had not even qualified to attend such an event. Even the Lin family, a second-tier family, could only aspire to attend such auctions. And gaining access to the VIP area was a distant dream reserved for the 4 overlords and the 3 great families. Lin Yu's presence here was a privilege, as she entered as a guest of the Huangfu family, leaving her feeling both honored and anxious. She lowered her gaze, fearful of encountering anyone who might take offense at being stared at. Although individuals of higher status might not react with anger like the lower classes, one could easily find themselves in peril if they inadvertently provoked them. The top echelon of Anbei wielded immense power, capable of obliterating a second-tier family with a mere wave of their hand. Just then, Mr. Long and Bu Ming entered the VIP area. Despite it being Bu Ming's first visit, he lacked Lin Yu's trepidation, casting his gaze around the elite assembly. To his surprise, he recognized several familiar faces among the distinguished guests. His astonishment grew upon spotting Lin Yu in the VIP area, even as the executive president of Lin Hai Group. She should not qualify for such an invitation. Yet, seeing her seated in the Huangfu family section clarified matters. Even more surprising were the appearances of 2 others, Black Widow Ling Jie, situated within the domain of the West Overlord, and the assassin Duan Yi, positioned in the East Overlord's area. As Bu Ming glanced at them, they too were looking back at him. Upon seeing Bu Ming unharmed and brimming with vitality, Ling Jie and Duan Yi were even more convinced that he posed no threat. Simultaneously, they were puzzled as to why someone with Bu Ming's prowess and inexplicable abilities would be in the company of Mr. Long, given that the status of Anbei's 3 great families paled in comparison to the 4 overlords. Bu Ming's capabilities, even among the 4 overlords, were formidable. Aside from the overlords and their top assassins, none could match him. Unbeknownst to him, while he was oblivious to their thoughts, he harbored concerns about whether these 2 would engage in conflict at the auction. If it came to blows, he would not shy away. But he also feared revealing his true abilities, as he sought to maintain a lower profile for the time being. Lost in these thoughts, Mr. Long spoke, "Master, come with me to greet some old acquaintances and see what they have brought this time." With that, he led Bu Ming confidently toward the Yang family section in Anbei. The individual had yet to arrive, but he was already laughing heartily. "Old comrade, I knew you wouldn't stay quiet. With your head full of gray hair, you still come out to flaunt yourself. However, I believe that with you and the people you've brought, this auction is bound to be a failure." The head of the Anbei Yang family was an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in a long robe and sporting a topknot. Though he didn't appear as youthful as Mr. Long, his physique remained remarkably robust. He chuckled, "Old Long, do you really think your mediocre skills can surpass mine? Not a chance. If you miss your shot later, don't come crying to me." Chapter 56. Appraisal and Deception. Mr. Long brimmed with confidence this time, firmly believing that with Bu Ming, a true master, by his side, he would surely not fall short against others. He glanced at the middle-aged man with one eye shut beside the Yang family head and was momentarily taken aback. Could this be Zhong Ian of Kakue? The middle-aged man slightly inclined his body and nodded. Mr. Long, it's a pleasure to meet you. This was tantamount to acknowledging his identity as Zhong Ian. Renowned in the appraisal community, Zhong Ian had a habit of keeping one eye closed. As it was said, he could make a rough assessment with just a glance, boasting a remarkably high accuracy rate. In Kakue City and across the entire Beiyu province, Zhong Ian was considered an expert. Of course, every field has its specialties. Zhong Ian excelled in appraising artifacts and was passionate about it. The Yang family likely invited him to gain an edge over the other two families in this auction. Bu Ming observed Zhong Ian and found him somewhat arrogant, exuding an air of superiority. Yet, based on his demeanor, he seemed rather ordinary. As Bu Ming scrutinized Zhong Ian, the latter was also assessing him. Noticing Bu Ming's deliverman attire, Zhong Ian scoffed disdainfully. What a bunch of nobodies dare to call themselves masters. Young man, this place serves as both a divine platform and a mirror to reveal the truth. If you lack genuine skills, it would be wise to return home early. Initially, Bu Ming had merely come to greet others, but he did not expect to be targeted. He had previously been easygoing, but now that his abilities had grown, so had his temper. While he would not openly confront Zhong Ian, he silently noted the man's affront and resolved to teach him a lesson later. Mr. Long turned to Bu Ming, seeing him remain unfazed by the ridicule, and he sighed in admiration for Bu Ming's composure, recognizing the depth of a true master-esque character. He led Bu Ming towards the area of the Huangfu family. As Bu Ming turned, he suddenly sensed something approaching him. An ambush. Without looking back, Bu Ming swiftly kicked out with great force. His already considerable strength was augmented by his enhanced agility, instantly generating immense kinetic energy that sent the incoming projectile hurtling back. A pained cry echoed as Zhong Ian fell backward, and upon rising, he bore a crooked expression, swollen lips, and several missing teeth, blood streaming from his mouth. Gone was his aura of superiority. He resembled a beaten stray dog. Mr. Long, witnessing Zhong Ian's pitiful state, was taken aback, pondering how Bu Ming, who seemed unconcerned moments ago, had suddenly unleashed a divine retribution upon this man. Bu Ming coldly remarked, "If you dare to use hidden weapons again, I won't be so merciful next time." Zhong Ian, intimidated by Bu Ming's imposing presence, averted his gaze, swallowing his pride. This scene was not lost on Ling Jie and Grandpa Duan, who secretly admired Bu Ming. As bystanders, they had clearly seen the nature of Zhong Ian's attack. It was not a traditional weapon, but rather a loathsome spit. Thick and viscous, it would cause disgust if it made contact, though it wouldn't inflict any real harm. The act was silent, and even seasoned individuals like Ling Jie and Grandpa Duan would likely fall victim to it, if unprepared. Yet Bu Ming had reacted without hesitation, delivering a kick with such speed and power that he transformed the spit into a projectile, knocking Zhong Ian down. Zhong Ian had brought this misfortune upon himself, as his own capabilities were lacking, yet he had attempted to undermine Bu Ming. It was crucial to note that while Bu Ming might be deemed a novice, compared to the celestial beings around, his combat prowess could rival that of a skilled practitioner in the mundane world, making him a formidable opponent. Mr. Long, witnessing Bu Ming's effortless defeat of the adept Zhong Ian, felt a surge of confidence and continued leading Bu Ming towards the Huangfu family's area. The head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Lu's Hong, sat leisurely sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to the earlier commotion. Only when Mr. Long approached and cleared his throat did he lift his gaze. "Qidong, you appear youthful, yet your health seems lacking." Mr. Long chuckled. "I cannot compare to you, Brother Lu's Hong. You are remarkably vigorous, and you have such a captivating companion by your side." Bu Ming, overhearing Mr. Long's remark, glanced at the pale-faced Lin Yu beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Long had a sharp tongue. Huangfu Lu's Hong, however, offered no explanation, merely casting a fleeting glance at Mr. Long. "Not as unique as your tastes, Qidong." Mr. Long, incensed, retorted, "Huangfu Lu's Hong, what do you mean by that? Do you dare to challenge me?" The two elderly gentlemen engaged in a spirited exchange of banter, yet it remained a war of words without physical altercation. After a while, both erupted into hearty laughter. Mr. Long remarked, "Old friend, the people you brought this time are rather unimpressive. I typically rely on myself. This is Lin Yu, the current executive president of Lin High Group, who was recommended to me for her expertise with elixirs. And you, bringing along a deliver man, what's your intention? Lin Yu, who had not dared to meet anyone's gaze previously, felt a stir within her upon hearing the term deliver man. She looked up to see Bu Ming regarding her with a mocking expression. Anger ignited within her, accompanied by a profound mystery. How had this seemingly impoverished deliver man ended up here? And why did Mr. Long seem to hold him in such high regard? Recalling her previous actions that had jeopardized his job and even sent people after him, she found herself devoid of confidence in the face of Bu Ming. Mr. Long, with a sense of pride, introduced Bu Ming to Huangfu Luzhong. He is no mere deliver man. He is both my mentor and friend. I brought him along to assist me with appraisals. Appraisals? You jest, Huangfu Luzhong scoffed. You trust this young man to assist you? It seems more like he is here to help you fail. Bu Ming, already harboring resentment towards the Huangfu family, found Huangfu Luzhong's words intolerable and retorted coldly, Old Mister Huangfu, if you doubt my abilities, why not wager on it? Chapter 57. The wager on appraisal wager? What do you possess to wager with? Huangfu Luzhong sneered. Is it merely your ragged attire you intend to gamble with? Bu Ming remained silent. Lin Yu remarked, Mr. Huangfu is correct. This mysterious individual seeks to exploit the situation for personal gain. Should he emerge victorious, he would gain both fame and fortune, and even in defeat, he would still achieve notoriety. Bu Ming cast a glance at Lin Yu, retorting, when it comes to cunning manipulation, none surpass the Zhou family, the Zhou Lin clan. Taking advantage of Miss Lin's orphan state, you, a long-absent aunt, have suddenly reappeared to seize control of Lin Hai, ousting Miss Lin in the process. Such tactics exemplify the art of deception. Lin Yu found herself momentarily speechless. There's no need for pleasantries. Bu Ming continued. You have allied with the Huangfu family, leveraging their influence to usurp Lin Hai, devoid of any familial compassion. He turned to Huangfu Luzhong, stating, Mr. Huangfu, you claim I have nothing to wager. Thus, I shall present my stake. He retrieved a wild ginseng root from his canvas bag, but did not hand it to Huangfu Luzhong. Instead, he offered it to Mr. Long. Mr. Long accepted the wild ginseng, his eyes gleaming with excitement, hands trembling. Brother Xinbu, you truly intend to wager this treasure against Mr. Huangfu? It must be worth at least 1 billion. However, Huangfu Luzhong scoffed. Long Qidong, since when did you become an actor? Worth 1 billion? Is that a millennium-old wild ginseng? You hit the nail on the head. It is indeed a millennium-old wild ginseng. Mr. Long presented the ginseng before Huangfu Luzhong. A seasoned man. Huangfu Luzhong was momentarily taken aback, his voice quivering. Is this truly a millennium-old wild ginseng? To be precise, it is over 1,460 years old. Bu Ming interjected. Now, Mr. Huangfu, do you believe I possess the qualifications to wager with you? You genuinely wish to gamble with me? Huangfu Luzhong's tone shifted from disdain to earnestness. It is merely a wild ginseng. If we're to wager, what do you propose? Bu Ming replied, Given my acquaintance with Miss Lin and our amicable relationship, I cannot stand by while a friend is wronged. Therefore, I propose wagering the entirety of the Lin Hai Group. The Lin Hai Group is worth far more than 1 billion, and it is not owned by the Huangfu family, Huangfu Luzhong countered. I am well aware of that. I merely require that the Huangfu family cease their support for Lin Yu and the Zhou family. Surely, this is a matter of a single utterance from Mr. Huangfu. A word for a wager of 1 billion. What say you? Huangfu Luzhong, not one to dwell on uncertainties, laughed heartily. Then let us gamble. Lin Yu was filled with trepidation. Yet she recognized her lack of agency. Her fate lay in the hands of others. Upon hearing Huangfu Luzhong's agreement, Bu Ming glanced at Mr. Long. I request you bear witness. Mr. Long nodded. I will serve as guarantor. At that moment, the head of the Yang family approached. Such a lively affair. I must partake as well. I shall witness this. His presence was not coincidental. He had observed Bu Ming's formidable skills and the value of his offering, deciding not to offend him over a mere matter. Huangfu Luzhong glanced at the head of the Yang family and then at Mr. Long, shaking his head. Old Yang is my friend, and Qidong is a close companion of this young man. This lacks fairness. We should invite someone from the 4 overlords for testimony. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Duan and Sister Ling arrived. We are willing to serve as witnesses, they declared. Huangfu Luzhong nodded, and Bu Ming handed the wild ginseng to Sister Ling. She greedily inhaled its fragrance, smiling at Bu Ming. Such a precious item. I did not expect you to offer it for a friend's sake. Truly remarkable. Bu Ming, however, did not return her smile, merely stating, I am a man of principles. Miss Lin has aided me, and I will endeavor to assist her in return. Sister Ling recognized Bu Ming's warning, yet being quite astute, she shifted the conversation. You have presented your stakes, but have yet to outline the terms of the wager. Mr. Long added, Indeed, we have yet to establish the terms, Brother Bu. What do you propose? Bu Ming had not considered the specifics of the wager. Looking towards Huangfu Luzhong, perhaps Mr. Huangfu could delineate the terms, whatever you propose. I shall match. Huangfu Luzhong replied, Very well, since we are gathered here, let us engage in a contest of discernment. A contest of discernment sounds fitting, Bu Ming agreed. Alternatively, we might assess the identification of medicinal herbs. Huangfu Luzhong observed Bu Ming's unwavering confidence, recalling that he had casually produced a millennium-old wild ginseng and could pinpoint its age with precision. Although he was uncertain of Bu Ming's accuracy, he could not allow him to gain an advantage. Casting a glance at Zhong Yin, Huangfu Luzhong chuckled, While Brother Bu excels in herbs, it is not my forte. I trust you will not take advantage of my failing eyesight. Let us wager on something unfamiliar, such as the identification of artifacts. Bu Ming was indifferent. He was equally uninformed regarding both artifacts and herbs. However, since Huangfu Luzhong had proposed the terms, he agreed readily. Noticing Bu Ming's prompt acceptance, Huangfu Luzhong felt a twinge of suspicion. Was it possible that Bu Ming was not genuinely interested in assessing herbs? Perhaps he had fallen into a trap? It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Today's youth were far more cunning than in his era. His own grandson, Huangfu Wuduan, was a prime example of this complexity. Thus, Huangfu Luzhong refrained from judging individuals solely by age. Maturity of mind bore little correlation to the passage of years. Upon hearing the mention of artifact identification, Zhong Yin felt a surge of joy, stepping behind Huangfu Luzhong and bowing. Mr. Huangfu, I, Zhong, am eager to lend you my support. Huangfu Luzhong gazed at Bu Ming, who waved his hand dismissively. Whether one sheep is herded or two, let all who wish to wager come forth. However, the stakes must be separate. I require no more than the equivalent of 200 million in value to engage in this wager. As he spoke, he produced 2 additional wild ginseng roots. Chapter 58. The Fire Stick 2 wild ginseng roots, similar to the previous one, likely over 1,400 years old as well. All present, save for Mr. Long, stared in astonishment. Huangfu Luzhong pondered the sheer audacity of this young man. Was he truly so naive, or simply reckless? To produce 3 millennium-old wild ginseng roots in one breath. Did he not fear attracting unwanted attention? It was no wonder Long Qidong held him in such high regard. He possessed the means to elevate others to celestial heights. Lin Yu's emotions were similarly conflicted. This millennium-old wild ginseng was indeed extraordinary. Even someone like her, with limited knowledge of herbs, recognized its rarity. How had the Lin Hai group established its foundation? It was largely due to acquiring a 300-year-old Heeshou Wu, which had garnered them fame in the market. 300 years, still a Heeshou Wu. How could that compare to this 1,400 years old wild ginseng? With this young man supporting Lin Yin, how could she possibly compete? Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a sense of retreat. If the Huangfu family lost this wager, she might not even have the opportunity to withdraw gracefully. However, simultaneously, a thought emerged in her mind. Why not gamble with him? The Lin Hai group was never truly hers, and now it merely stood as a hollow shell, valued at billions. Yet the amount she could realistically claim was far less than a few hundred million. In such circumstances, it would be wiser to wager Lin Hai's funds against Bu Ming. If victorious, she would gain billions, and if defeated, it would not be her money lost, but rather an opportunity to leave Lin Yin with a troublesome mess. Thus it was decided. On the other side, the head of the Yang family was equally tempted by the Millennium Wild Ginseng and produced a check for 200 million. After all, it was a small sum, merely a game to play, a gamble where a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Bu Ming handed 2 pieces of wild ginseng to Grandpa Duan and turned to Huangfu Luzhong, saying, "Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence the proceedings." Huangfu Luzhong nodded in agreement. At this auction, the items would first be selected by the guests in the VIP area before being placed for bidding. Should the guests in the VIP area desire an item, they could purchase it outright, and it would not appear in the auction thereafter. A rather exquisite female manager approached, bearing 2 auction catalogs to present to Bu Ming and Huangfu Luzhong. Bu Ming opened the catalog, which featured photographs and identification numbers for each item. However, he could only recognize a few. This was thanks to his previous experience at the Dingsheng Jade store, where he had gleaned some knowledge about antiques. Yet, amidst the prevalence of counterfeits at Dingsheng, there had been little opportunity to interact with genuine artifacts, rendering his knowledge largely theoretical. Furthermore, his expertise was primarily in jade, while the auction catalog contained mostly items unrelated to jade. Regardless, he did not need to ponder too deeply about the objects Huangfu Luzhong intended to gamble on. Huangfu Luzhong flipped through the catalog and handed it to Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin rapidly perused the catalog and ultimately selected an item, pointing at it and instructing the beautiful manager, "Please bring me the item numbered 3721. After a short while, a jade box was presented, lined with golden velvet, within which lay a piece of wood approximately the width of a pinky finger and about 2 inches long. Zhong Yin donned white gloves, gently fanned the air above the jade box, inhaled delicately, and then scrutinized the piece of wood. Eventually, he returned it to the jade box. After steadying his emotions, he turned to Bu Ming and said, "It is now your turn." Bu Ming glanced at the wood in the box and suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, a realization struck him. The wood's material and its distinct aroma were reminiscent of the firewood sticks he had collected from the kitchen of the Ponzi cave. He closed the jade box and nonchalantly remarked, "It is merely a stick of firewood, short and thin, lacking in value." His intention behind such a statement was to disguise his unfamiliarity with the item. Naturally, others understood his intent. Zhong Yin scoffed disdainfully. "I thought you possessed considerable skill, but it turns out you are merely a flowered pillow stuffed with straw." Bu Ming, looking at Zhong Yin, retorted with equal disdain, "Well then, if you claim it is not a firewood stick, what exactly is it?" "This item is called Yu Chengxiang, a highly precious type of incense. Ancient texts, such as the So Yi, record that Yu Chengxiang originates from the mysterious springs of the desert and is a rare fragrance of heaven and earth. When burnt, it can transport one to ethereal realms, and its scent is said to bestow longevity and vitality upon those who inhale it, with historical accounts of users living beyond 2 centuries. Is it truly so miraculous?" Bu Ming replied with a semblance of a smile. The others, however, were taken aback by Zhong Yin's words. "Indeed, it is miraculous. As the ancients have said, a fragment of fragrant essence is worth 10,000 gold. The value of Yu Chengxiang has remained exceptionally high throughout history, yet you dare to dismiss it as mere firewood, revealing not only your ignorance, but also your arrogance." Huangfu Luzhong laughed heartily from the sidelines. Young people can be a bit reckless, which is understandable, but to the point of excess is unwise. That would invite misfortune. Lin Yu, witnessing Bu Ming's imminent failure, felt elated and joined in the mockery. "I once thought you were capable, but it seems all your skills are invested in boasting. Fortunately, the wild ginseng you presented is genuine. Otherwise, you would be risking your life today." Everyone turned their derisive gazes toward Bu Ming. Mr. Long, standing beside Bu Ming, though a bit anxious, still believed that Bu Ming could navigate this crisis. Meanwhile, Ling Jie and Grandpa Duan watched with anticipation. Killers possess keen instincts, and they sensed that Bu Ming could not easily concede defeat, but would throw away 30 billion without certainty of victory. Bu Ming remained silent. Lin Yu fanned the flames of provocation. "Come on, didn't Yu claim this is merely a stick of firewood? If you can truly produce a firewood stick identical to Yu Chengxiang, I will give you anything you desire." Bu Ming turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. "What could a faded flower like you, whose wealth stems entirely from Linhai, possibly offer me? Or rather, what I find appealing in you? Enough with the verbal sparring. The matter at hand is your ability to produce a Yu Chengxiang firewood stick. Can you bring it forth?" Lin Yu grew increasingly arrogant. Bu Ming glanced at Huangfu Luzhong and then at Zhong Yin. "Do you also think I cannot produce such a firewood stick? Keep pretending." "Young man," Huangfu Luzhong remarked, "you dare to call Yu Chengxiang a firewood stick? Are you jesting with me? If you can indeed present a Yu Chengxiang firewood stick, I will concede defeat. And you?" Bu Ming's gaze swept toward the Yang family head and Zhong Yin. "We naturally acknowledge that, but can you truly produce it?" Zhong Yin replied, "Yu Chengxiang is exceedingly rare. If you can produce it, I will willingly gouge out my own eyes for you. Bu Ming looked at Lin Yu and shook his head. What use would I have for your dog eyes? If you truly do not desire them, I suggest you donate them instead. Lin Yu was rendered speechless with anger. Zhong Ian pressed from the sidelines. Do not waste time here. It is meaningless. If you cannot produce a Yu Chengxiang, then you must concede defeat, and we shall gladly accept the 3 pieces of wild ginseng. Bu Ming shot him a glance. What are you so anxious about, you one-eyed dragon? Young man, do not continue your verbal bravado. Our patience is finite. Bu Ming rummaged through his canvas bag, retrieving a piece of firewood to place on the nearby table. Take a look. Is this not the Yu Chengxiang you speak of? Without even glancing at it, Zhong Ian remarked. You truly brought a piece of firewood. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. His other eye widened, and both eyes were now wide open. How is this possible? This truly is Yu Chengxiang, and such a large piece at that. The other stood in shock at Zhong Ian's exclamation. Only Mr. Long felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Thinking to himself, how could you mere mortals possibly compare to the esteemed master? It is utterly ungrateful, since the master can effortlessly produce 3 pieces of wild ginseng. Would acquiring Yu Chengxiang be a challenge? As Bu Ming slowly produced 2 more pieces amidst their astonished gazes, he placed them on the table and casually remarked, do you truly regard them as treasures? I merely see them as firewood. If not for their pleasant aroma, suitable for roasting duck, I would hardly bother to collect them. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled the spider spirits in the Ponzi cave. They too must have sought to use Yu Chengxiang for fire, likely producing a fragrance akin to that of fruitwood roasted duck from the steamed meat of the Tang monk. The onlookers silently observed Bu Ming's pretense. They longed for someone to confront B.M. Ing and accuse him of pretense. Yet in truth, they lacked the courage to do so. After all, the fact that B.M. Ing could casually produce such an abundance of YUCH in Xiang might suggest that he genuinely uses it as firewood. It is said that in ancient times, there were 2 individuals, W. Ing Ki and SHCH Ing, who competed in wealth. W. Ing Ki would use syrup to clean his pots, while SHCH Ing burned candles as fuel. This practice later became a symbol of ostentation. However, considering that a single candle costs but a trifling amount, B.M. Ing's use of such precious YUCH in Xiang as firewood is truly a display of opulence. With a cheerful demeanor, B.M. Ing accepted 2 checks for 200 million from Du Ny and glanced at Hu Ing FLZH Ing, expressing hope that the esteemed elder would honor his promise. Of course, I shall keep my promise, Hu Ing F responded. But I wonder if you are willing to wager with us once more? Again? B.M. Ing replied, somewhat incredulous. Do you wish to gamble again? In my opinion, small bets are enjoyable, while large ones are detrimental. Perhaps we should refrain from such pursuits. Why not? Hu Ing FLZH Ing countered. After all, my family is affluent. Wagering 200 million poses no trouble. It appeared that Hu Ing FLZH Ing had set his sights on the wild ginseng in WCH Ing's possession. I shall join as well. ZH Ing YYN declared. I represent myself and will wager 200 million. Should you lose, a piece of YUCH and Xiang will suffice. The head of the Ying family was also unwilling to miss out on the opportunity. 200 million is not insignificant, but it is not excessive either. I too wish to observe. Finally, LNU, feeling particularly reluctant after losing 200 million of LNHI Group's funds, had no choice but to seek restitution. Gritting her teeth, she wrote out another check for 200 million, nearly depleting all the liquid assets of LNHI Group. A further loss would plunge the company into dire straits. Yet, blinded by her desire, LNU did not contemplate the potential repercussions. BM impatiently awaited the other selections. After all, he would adapt to whatever came his way. At worst, he would part with a few pieces of wild ginseng or firewood. The money he had won, along with Hu Ing FLZH's promise, was irretrievable. ZHYYN was particularly cautious this time, deliberately choosing the most obscure items. After much deliberation, he finally settled on something he himself could scarcely evaluate, merely guessing its worth. However, he believed that presenting it would easily impress BM Ing. He pointed to an item in the auction catalog. I choose number 9534. Moments later, a staff member struggled to bring over a box, approximately the size of a 10-inch birthday cake, containing an unknown object. After placing it down, ZHYYN donned white gloves, opened the box, and revealed a shield. What is this? The eyes of the onlookers fell upon the shield. It was presumed to be the Gu-Jing shield, reputed to be the most impenetrable shield, almost indestructible. Even modern firearms would struggle to pierce it. He rummaged in his pocket and surprisingly produced an antique revolver. The revolver appeared exquisitely adorned, likely a remarkable work of art. "Please observe," Zhengyin announced, aiming the revolver at the shield. The bullet's force seemed absorbed by the shield, leaving only a faint white mark before it fell aside. This mark quickly vanished. One exceptional shield, truly flawless in every regard. Bullets cannot penetrate it. This shield is remarkable. Zhengyin earlier shot served as a means of appraisal, and now he felt assured, exhaling in relief. In fact, this Gu-Jing shield absorbs force and stores it for counterattacks. This technology surpasses the level of its time and even exceeds modern bulletproof technology. Wielding this shield not only provides protection, but also offers a means of storing power, making it virtually priceless. Bu Ming, however, scoffed, "Such a shield? Is it truly that sturdy? I have encountered much tougher materials." "Really?" "I refuse to believe there exists a shield harder than the Gu-Jing shield. No weapon can breach it. Your disbelief is yours alone. Have you ever watched a Marvel film? Captain America's shield is undoubtedly more resilient than this. Now we speak of reality. Do you comprehend the distinction? What relevance does cinema hold? If you can find a harder shield or a weapon capable of breaching it, I will concede this round." Bu Ming glanced at the others, all of whom nodded in anticipation, eager for Bu Ming to deliver an extraordinary performance, while some secretly hoped to witness his downfall. Bu Ming resumed searching through his canvas bag. Indeed, his items were concealed within the Shi-OXM ring. However, it was preferable to keep this storage ring undisclosed for as long as possible. Soon, he produced a dagger, brandishing it before the crowd as he proclaimed, "I am about to contradict myself." With a gentle stroke, Bu Ming grazed the Gu-Jing shield with the dagger. The motion was silent, yet a deep gash appeared on the shield. Compared to the earlier bullet, Bu Ming's speed seemed negligible, and his force appeared minimal. However, the shield bore a profound cut. The expression of a nearby staff member shifted dramatically. The shield's value was astronomical, and now it had been so carelessly damaged. Zhengyin, witnessing the scene, was momentarily stunned, then quickly exclaimed, "This is a masterpiece, one of a kind. You have now destroyed it. You must bear full responsibility." Bu Ming turned his gaze towards Zhengyin. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? This Gu-Jing shield's market value exceeds 100 billion, and it is priceless in the market, for it is the hardest shield known." This revelation awakened the others. Mr. Elling remarked, "Did you not request that Bu test it? Now that the shield is damaged, how can you place the blame on him?" Zheng stroked his chin. "We did intend for Bu test it. Yet we did not anticipate such misfortune. Indeed, the most precious shield of our time, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Consider the countless wealthy individuals in the world, some with fortunes reaching trillions. What value do you place on a single life?" You interjected. "Moreover, its potential use is not limited to mere defense. Imagine if a skilled martial artist wielded this shield. Its efficacy and value would be immeasurable," added the head of the Ying family. All eyes turned towards Bu Ming. Du Ny and L&G observed him intently, not out of malice, but to see how he would navigate this predicament. In truth, they understood that Bu Ming's current capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Should he be provoked to the point of wrath, none would be able to withstand his fury. They contemplated the situation with a mindset befitting assassins, believing that if conventional means failed, they could resort to forceful resolutions. Yet, Bu Ming remained unperturbed. Surveying the surroundings, he stated, setting aside the shield's monetary worth, "Is it truly the hardest shield in the world? Is it not?" Zhongyin remarked, "This Gu-Jing shield is impervious even to bullets, capable of absorbing attacks and possessing self-repairing abilities." He paused, then continued, "If this shield can indeed restore itself, does that absolve me of responsibility?" Zhongyin was momentarily taken aback, swiftly glancing at Huangfu Luzhong. Huangfu Luzhong had anticipated that Bu Ming would inquire about the self-repairing feature. He gazed at the Gu-Jing shield and, after a brief moment, observed that it had yet to recover. He stroked his chin and stated, "It appears that the Guyu Jing shield has reached its limit. Once this threshold is exceeded, it cannot restore itself. Hence, you must compensate at its full value." "How much?" Zhong Ian asked. "You should set a price." "In my estimation, it cannot be less than 100 billion, Zhong Ian asserted. "Perhaps 200 billion. I believe 200 billion is the minimum," Huangfu Luzhong countered. "At least I would be willing to pay that much for such a shield. The world's most indestructible shield is worth that much." Bu Ming chuckled it. "Let us not hastily conclude that this shield is indeed the most indestructible. After all, it might not withstand a single strike from my blade." "Are you certain this is the genuine Guyu Jing shield?" Zhong Ian patted his chest in assurance. "I, Zhong Ian, guarantee that this is unequivocally the hardest shield in existence, unmatched in its fortitude. Although I do not know the method by which you could breach it, rest assured, this shield is indeed without rival." Bu Ming surveyed the group and gradually retrieved a shield from his canvas backpack. "What about this shield?" he inquired, placing it down. All eyes turned toward it. "The material of this shield is identical to that of my dagger. I trust my dagger cannot pierce this shield. If you doubt, feel free to employ any weapon made from the hardest materials known to mankind, even drills. Should you manage to damage it, I will compensate you 100 billion. "It is 200 billion, Zhong Yin reminded. "Regardless of the amount, feel free to declare your price," Bu Ming replied. "However, if you fail to damage my shield, I will claim all your bets." As Bu Ming concluded his demonstration of the shield, Mr. Long felt reassured. The bettors, however, felt a weight in their hearts. If Bu Ming's dagger could easily slice through the Jing shield, then no material could possibly withstand it when crafted as a shield. Yet, they were still reluctant to concede. They brought forth the toughest diamond to attempt cutting it, only to have the diamond shatter immediately. They even employed lasers, which failed to leave a mark on the shield. They tried burning, acid etching, and every conceivable method, ultimately surrendering in defeat. Bu Ming tucked the shield away and extended his hand to Mr. Duan, collecting all the bets with a smug smile, saying, "Thank you all. Shall we continue?" Seeing Bu Ming's confidence, the others felt uncertain. They glanced at Huangfu Luzhong, who simply shook his head. "Let it be. I initially came to purchase, not to gamble. I ought to reserve some funds for my acquisitions." With Huangfu Luzhong backing down, the others naturally refrained from further bets, returning to their designated areas to peruse the auction item catalog. Mr. Long flipped through the catalog, calling over Bu Ming to examine items he found intriguing but uncertain about. To be frank, Bu Ming had no knowledge of the authenticity of these items. A thought struck him. Rather than asserting their authenticity, he could merely express enthusiasm about them, thus deflecting any blame onto Mr. Long, regardless of the item's legitimacy. However, maintaining this charade was not sustainable. While it was manageable for the initial items, continued nonchalance would inevitably raise suspicions. Additionally, Bu Ming was eager to cash in his check, feeling increasingly restless. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lin Yin. Bu Ming felt a rush of relief. This call was fortuitously timed, offering him an escape. He answered the call, but before he could speak, Lin Yin's anxious voice, laced with tears, reached him. "My brother has been kidnapped." Chapter 61. The kidnappers. Upon hearing Lin Yin's voice, Bu Ming's mind went blank. The situation had escalated alarmingly. He hurriedly excused himself from Mr. Long, rushing out the door. The others were taken aback by Bu Ming's speed. Was this still human? Such swiftness would be impossible even in a car. Yet, Bu Ming had no time to ponder. Lin Yin's distressed revelation indicated the gravity of the matter. Upon returning to the Hai Gongguan villa, he found Lin Yin in a state of distress, clutching herself tightly. Evoking deep sympathy, Bu Ming approached, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not worry, I have returned." Lin Yin burst into tears at his words. Bu Ming quickly reassured her. "Do not cry just yet. Please clarify the situation for me. I will surely help you rescue your brother." After calming down, Lin Yin recounted the events. Shortly after Bu Ming attended the trade fair with Mr. Long, she received a call from her brother's private school, inquiring about Lin Wang, who had failed to attend class at the designated time. When Lin Yin reported she had no news, they reviewed the surveillance footage. Discovering no sign of Lin Wang leaving the school, it was as if he had vanished. When she called her brother's phone, it connected, but the voice on the other end was not Lin Wang's. Instead, a high-pitched voice informed her that Lin Wang had been kidnapped. To secure his release, Lin Yin was instructed to return and take over Lin Hai Group. It dawned on Lin Yin who was behind the abduction. Huangfu Wudwan had orchestrated it. The intention was to coerce her back to Lin Hai Group, which was under Huangfu Wuduan's control, effectively trapping her once more within its confines. It felt as though she had escaped only to be ensnared again by Huangfu Wuduan's machinations. Though Lin Yin felt resentment, Lin Wang was her only brother. If she did not return to Lin Hai, his safety would be jeopardized. After sharing these details, Lin Yin looked to Bu Ming, devoid of any plan. He was her anchor in this tumultuous time. It is all right. You must call them and agree to their demands. Returning to Lin Hai Group, Bu Ming instructed. Are you suggesting a temporary measure? Not at all. Simply agree to their terms. I have already pressured Huangfu Luzhong into promising to withdraw his influence over Lin Hai Group. Bu Ming replied. The Huangfu family is backing down? Lin Yin's eyes brightened. That should be the case. Moreover, your treacherous Aunt Lin Yu is currently offering me 4 billion. I suspect Lin Hai Group is running low on funds, and the Zhou family is also financially strained, significantly diminishing their control over Lin Hai. This is indeed a favorable development. I shall contact them immediately. Yes, while Huangfu Wuduan remains unaware, accept their terms. However, when you call, ensure to delay and extract their location. We must be prepared for any eventuality. Lin Yin nodded and promptly began dialing. The voice on the other end was exceedingly wary, insisting that they must see Lin Yin publicly reinstated as head of Lin Hai Group before they would release Lin Wang. After stating this, they abruptly hung up. Lin Yin felt bewildered. They rushed to end the call without revealing their location. What should I do now? It's all right, Bu Ming said. I have a rough idea of where they are. You just stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Anbei Sha-Ing Private School is one of the most prestigious private institutions in Anbei. The school employs a fully enclosed management system, complete with high walls topped with electric fencing. However, this posed no obstacle for Bu Ming, who activated his jumping enhancement and effortlessly leaped over the high walls, landing within a campus. Once inside, Bu Ming immediately activated his search radar. The radar, energized by 90,000 steps, encompassed a radius of 10 kilometers, effectively covering the entire school. The orderly figures he observed on the radar were likely students attending classes in various classrooms, while the large gatherings did not seem to include Lin Wang's captors. Bu Ming focused his attention on the small clusters of individuals gathered together. With his swift footwork, it wouldn't take long to check each group. Soon, Bu Ming located Lin Wang, along with 2 kidnappers. One of the kidnappers appeared to be around Lin Wang's age, while the other, seemingly younger, resembled a school teacher. The 3 were in an abandoned classroom, each holding a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Lin Wang asked Zhengge, Chunge, will my sister really return to the company if we do this? The young man, who was about Lin Wang's age, replied, You don't trust me? You don't trust Chunge either? Think about it. The family business is what your parents left behind. If your sister decides to abandon it, the business will fall into the hands of outsiders. We're just helping her clarify her thoughts, right, Chunge? Chunge slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, saying, Xiao Wang, originally, your family's affairs R&T are concerned. But consider this. If you don't take action, the company 1T belong to your family anymore. And you 1T even have the right to study here. You'll have to live the life of the impoverished. Lin Wang shook his head vigorously. I'd rather die than live like the poor. This situation is due to my sister's mistakes. She can simply disregard Lin Hai Group without considering my feelings. Chunge responded, Indeed, if Lin Hai Group merges with the Huangfu family in the future, you will rise to greatness overnight. Right now, you're merely a punching bag at Sha-Ing. If it weren't for me and Xiao Zeng looking out for you, you probably wouldn't last a single day here. Yes, Chunge is right, Zhengge chimed in. We're only covering for you because we pity you. Otherwise, with the meager protection fee you pay, why would we endure such immense pressure for you? Lin Wang remained meek. Bu Ming, listening from the side, was seething with anger. Lin Yin was such an independent and strong-willed girl, yet she had to deal with such a family. It was one thing for his Aunt Lin Yu's family to act this way. After all, they were outsiders who valued profit over blood ties. But Lin Wang was Lin Yin's biological brother. It was unacceptable that he didn't understand her, and even worse, that he pressured her in this manner. This was an attempt to force Lin Yin into marrying Huangfu Wuduan. There was a limit to what one could tolerate. Bu Ming resolved to teach Lin Wang a lesson, to help him become a better person. Of course, in order to effect such a transformation, he first needed to eradicate the negative environment at Sha-Ing and eliminate the bad influences surrounding Lin Wang. Chapter 62. I am your brother-in-law. Bu Ming's thoughts were straightforward, and his execution was decisive. He approached and delivered a slap to both Chun Ge and Zeng Ge, leaving them momentarily stunned. Zeng Ge covered his face, bewildered as to why this delivery man had struck him. Chun Ge, albeit slightly more assertive, glared at Bu Ming and shouted, "Who are you to hit me? I'm a teacher at Shang." Lin Wang also shouted, "How dare you hit Chun Ge? You're finished." Bu Ming shot him a glare, and Lin Wang fell silent. Grabbing Chun Ge by the collar, Bu Ming demanded, "Tell me, how much did you receive to kidnap the young master of the Lin family?" "Kidnap? Do we look like kidnappers to you? The young master of the Lin family is standing right here," Chun Ge retorted. Lin Wang waved his hands in protest, indicating he was unharmed. Bu Ming ignored him and continued to stare at Chun Ge. "It's not about looking like it. It is kidnapping. You made extortion calls, and now Miss Lin has reported it to the authorities, making your actions criminal. You have the motive, the process, and the outcome of crime. Even if you haven't harmed the victim, your extortion has already been completed." Lin Wang, feeling emboldened since he hadn't been struck and was the subject of the case, looked at Bu Ming with disdain. "Even if they committed a crime, the police will handle it. What is a poor delivery guy like you worth?" Before he could finish, Bu Ming slapped him across the face. Stunned, Lin Wang raised his hand to his cheek, bewildered. "Why did you hit me? Who are you? Why did I hit you?" "Just for your attitude. You deserve it. As for who I am, let me tell you, I am your brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Lin Wang exclaimed, ignoring the stinging sensation on his face. "I get it now. You must be the one who led my sister away. She abandoned the Lin Hai group and ran off with a delivery guy, disgracing our family." With a sharp slap, Lin Wang was silenced again. "Is there anyone left in your family? Just you and your sister? Don't tell me your Aunt Lin Yu counts. She has taken over the Lin Hai group with the power of the Huangfu family. Now, the Lin Hai group belongs to the Zhou family and the Huangfu family. Do you still think it belongs to you? The Huangfu family? No way. Huangfu Dasha is my real brother-in-law," Lin Wang insisted. "Real brother-in-law?" Bu Ming chuckled. "With your character of recognizing thieves as your father, it's fortunate that I have a good temper. Otherwise, I would have long since twisted your head off and kicked it like a ball. What benefits has Huangfu Wuduan offered you that would compel you to push your sister into the fire? How dare you insult Huangfu Dasha? You're finished," Lin Wang shouted. At the same time, Chun Ge and Zeng Ge exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Bu Ming remained unfazed. What is so great about Huangfu Wuduan? He merely relies on the influence of the Huangfu family. Moreover, he offers a bit of money to you too, enticing you to corrupt my brother-in-law Lin Wang, right? As he spoke, his gaze cut through Chun Ge and Zeng Ge like a knife. They felt as if they were being stalked by a predator. Hearing Bu Ming's words, Lin Wang felt a flicker of doubt and turned to the two, asking, "Did you really come from Huangfu Dasha?" Chun Ge and Zeng Ge exchanged glances but remained silent. Bu Ming scoffed, "Tell him the truth. Otherwise, he might think he is so charming that you both would protect him. A pitiful creature from a fallen family. Who would care about him?" Chun Ge pondered for a moment and asked, "If I tell the truth, will you let us go?" "Fine. We were indeed sent by Huangfu Dasha to protect Lin Wang. Today, we will report your slander against Huangfu Dasha to the authorities. Moreover, you cannot prevent Miss Lin from returning to Lin Hai Group. The Huangfu family is not something a poor delivery guy like you can contend with. All right, you may leave." Bu Ming waved his hand. Chun Ge and Zeng Ge turned and walked away. Upon learning the truth, Lin Wang paused for a moment, but soon shouted to accompany Chun Ge and Zeng Ge. He had no desire to remain with this shabby delivery man. After taking a few steps, Bu Ming did not stop him. Lin Wang hurriedly ran to catch up with Chun Ge and Zeng Ge, quickly departing. Bu Ming called Lin Yin and recounted the events. Upon hearing that her brother was unharmed yet involved in a kidnapping case, Lin Yin fell silent. She contemplated various possibilities, yet never imagined this one. Her own younger brother actually wished to push her into the abyss. Observing Lin Yin's silence, Bu Ming offered words of comfort, saying, "Do not fear, he is merely misled. Grant me a little time, and I shall set him right." Lin Yin replied with a soft reflecting for a moment before adding, "Thank you." After ending the call, Bu Ming leaned against the wall, igniting a cigarette. Though he had promised Lin Yin to correct Lin Wang's behavior, rectifying a person is vastly different from disciplining one. To discipline someone is a straightforward task, and with Bu Ming's prowess, he could likely handle anyone in a bay without difficulty. However, to correct someone, even a weakling devoid of any combat skills, is a daunting endeavor. "You worthless fools! You let a mere delivery boy beat you?" In a classroom within the Student Activity Center, a girl clad in a Lolita outfit wielded a parasol, striking down on the kneeling Chun-gu and Zung-gu. These two robust fellows, under the relentless blows of the parasol, gritted their teeth in silence. The Lolita girl, growing increasingly frustrated, savagely stomped on their vulnerable spots with her black platform shoes. The expressions on their faces reflected a peculiar mix of pain and twisted pleasure. Standing by, Lin Wang respectfully interjected, "Miss Wuching, it is not their fault. If you wish to strike, let it be upon me." The Lolita girl cast a derisive glance at Lin Wang, her face curling into a mocking smile. "Do not let your ugly appearance deceive you. Your thoughts are rather fanciful." Lin Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment as she turned her attention away, pulling out her phone to make a call while continuing to rain blows upon Chun-gu and Zung-gu, who now screamed in agony. After a few heavy stomps, seeing the two of them faint from the pain, she felt unsatisfied and beckoned Lin Wang with a crooked finger. He swallowed hard, moving towards her as if a puppet on strings. Upon closing the distance, the Lolita girl hooked Lin Wang's neck with the handle of her parasol, bringing him down, then delivered a kick to his face. Initially, he believed that being struck by the ruthless young lady would be an enjoyable experience, but the reality proved otherwise. The pain was quite intense. "Fool, if it weren't for my brother's desire to conquer your sister, would I bother with someone like you? You're cowardly. Pathétique visage disguste-me. My brother is mine, solely mine." Thus, Lin Wang became the punching bag for Miss Wuching, pitifully bearing the brunt of her wrath. In Chapter 63, titled Huang Fu Wuching, Bu Ming stood within an abandoned gymnasium, surrounded by 7 or 8 students. Each of these students possessed a formidable physique, having developed significantly during their growth. Averaging around 6 feet tall, and their rigorous training endowed them with muscles uncommon for their age. Each student wielded a baseball bat, sent by Huang Fu Wuching from Shying School. However, their baseball club did not engage in the sport, but rather used their bats for violence. They referred to themselves as baseball heroes and had even secretly consumed blood wine, effectively forming a gang within Shying School. These students charged at Bu Ming, swinging their bats recklessly. With a swift movement, Bu Ming evaded their encirclement. Despite his capability to be harsh with others, he hesitated to inflict serious harm on these students, recognizing their youth and the legal protections they enjoyed at their age. Thus, he resolved to retreat. However, just as he exited their circle, a bat struck his back. This blow, traveling at over 150 kilometers per hour, matched Bu Ming's peak speed. Though it did not inflict pain, it ignited his fury. He had intended to leave, but now he was determined to teach these ruffians a lesson. In a flash, he seized 2 students, leaped onto the roof, and tossed them up. Repeating this action, he sent all the students to the rooftop, which stood over 20 meters high, its surface smooth and treacherous. The audacity of these students was soon deflated. Once their momentum waned, they cowered on the roof, crying for help. Most students were occupied with their classes, oblivious to their plight. Bu Ming strolled among them, casually kicking one student who slid down a considerable distance, causing him to scream for mercy. Bu Ming then pulled him back to his original position and turned to another student. Each student experienced the roller coaster of emotions as Bu Ming toyed with them, leaving them in a state of despair. Ultimately, their spirits shattered, with one student, unable to endure, attempted to slide down on his own, hoping to end it all. However, as he began to fall, Bu Ming promptly caught him, returning him to his prior position. Truly, they were trapped in a torturous limbo. Realizing they had encountered a foe far more formidable than any they had faced before, they succumbed to hopelessness. Bu Ming then spoke. "Now, tell me, who sent you here? Whoever speaks first may leave the ground." These baseball heroes, once filled with camaraderie, now abandoned such notions in the face of their dire circumstances. Soon, they divulged the name Huang Fu Wuching. It appeared that Huang Fu Wuching was indeed the sister of Huang Fu Wuduan. To Bu Ming's surprise, members of the Huang Fu clan were present within Shying School, providing him with crucial information. The Lin Hai group's abandonment by the Huang Fu family had yet to reach Sha Ying. It seemed he must pay a visit to this Huang Fu Wuching. Following the directions provided by the baseball heroes, Bu Ming arrived at the activity center, locating the room where Huang Fu Wuching resided. Upon entering, he found Lin Wang being mercilessly trampled by her. Witnessing Lin Wang's battered state, Bu Ming lamented the state of today's youth, unable to bear the sight. Huang Fu Wuching, engrossed in her torment of Lin Wang, suddenly looked up to see Bu Ming. Startled, Bu Ming waved his hand, saying, "Do not mind me, continue." However, Huangfu Wuqing swiftly rolled away, brandishing her parasol like a rapier and lunging at Bu Ming. Her speed was remarkable, and her swordplay was surprisingly fluid, indicating her proficiency in fencing. Yet, no matter how skilled she was, she could not surpass a trained assassin. Her strike, effective against ordinary individuals, fell short against someone of Bu Ming's caliber. Bu Ming's reaction speed was astonishingly swift. With a mere lift of his hand, he grasped the umbrella. However, as soon as he seized it, he immediately released his grip. At that moment, the umbrella unfurled with a whoosh, releasing a flurry of short daggers that shot towards Bu Ming at an alarming speed. He hastily dodged, retreating behind Huangfu Wuqing, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her back. Huangfu Wuqing leaned back, simultaneously lifting her leg to kick, her shoe revealing a sharp blade. This was indeed a relentless encounter. Moreover, Huangfu Wuqing was brimming with danger, akin to a rose adorned with thorns, making any direct approach perilous. Bu Ming had never encountered such a formidable woman. Seeing the dagger aimed at him, he had no choice but to let go. As he released her, he retrieved a short dagger from his ring. With a swift motion, he sliced away the blade protruding from Huangfu Wuqing's shoe. She quickly switched feet to kick again, and Bu Ming mirrored her movements, severing her other weapon as well. Gritting her teeth, Huangfu Wuqing turned to embrace Bu Ming tightly. Just as she secured her grip, she unexpectedly tried to bite him. Was she part canine? Bu Ming found himself ensnared in her hold, yet he hesitated to push her away with too much force, knowing that his strength could easily send her flying and harm her severely. Regardless, her bite would not penetrate his current defenses. He gently struck her neck, and Huangfu Wuqing's body went limp, finally releasing him. Bu Ming exhaled in relief and turned to Lin Wang, who stood in shock, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Come help me." "Huh? Help with what? What do you want to do?" Lin Wang looked utterly bewildered. "Get a rope and tie her up. I intend to use her to lure Huangfu Wuduan out." "Huh? Isn't that inappropriate?" Bu Ming found Lin Wang's timidity disheartening, replying with displeasure, "Don't be cowardly. He threatens your sister, and I will use his sister to threaten him. That is only fair." Chapter 64. Strike me again. Huangfu Wuqing opened her eyes to find herself bound to a chair. Before her stood a delivery man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Regarding her with a bemused expression, an inexplicable chill coursed through her. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt a flicker of fear. Who was this delivery man, possessing such formidable strength? Since childhood, she had trained in assassination techniques under her master. Although he had only imparted superficial skills, she had honed them to perfection. At the age of 7, she had taken a life using poison, witnessing a stranger's untimely demise without fear, only exhilaration. As she matured, she understood that killing must have purpose. Her motivation was Huangfu Wuduan, the strongest man in her eyes, whom she idolized and admired, willing to do anything for him. Yet, she now recognized another powerful individual, this delivery man, who seemed no weaker than her brother and perhaps even stronger. The thought of enduring torment at the hands of such a formidable opponent stirred, within her, an uncontrollable excitement. Bu Ming observed Huangfu Wuqing as her expression shifted to something peculiar. However, he remained oblivious, as he was quite dull in matters of emotion. He simply exhaled smoke towards her face, demanding, "What is your brother's phone number?" Huangfu Wuqing bit her lip and whispered, "Come closer. I will tell you if you lean in." Bu Ming shook his head. "I am not foolish. Just tell me directly. I promise not to bite your ear. How about you just tell me?" Huangfu Wuqing insisted. Bu Ming remained resolute. "If you refuse, I will ask someone else. I am not relying on you." "Are you truly planning to find my brother?" she inquired. "Indeed, I intend to have him come to redeem you." "That is futile," Huangfu Wuqing replied. "He does not care about me. Powerful individuals disregard the lives of the weak. But you're his sister. I am merely his tool." Bu Ming was at a loss for words. After a moment, he remarked, "The Huangfu family truly has issues. Family bonds are meaningless. The strong have no need for emotions." "Is that why you bear the name Huangfu Wuqing?" She mused. "Perhaps. Enough about this. I will give you the phone number so you can try calling." With that, she recited a number. Bu Ming dialed it using Lin Wang's phone, and a gentle voice answered, "This is someone unexpected. I didn't think you would call. Do you know who I am?" Bu Ming asked it. "I do. You must be the one behind Lin Yan. You are quite swift, managing to unravel my next move so quickly. Huangfu Wuduan, your sister is in my custody. Come redeem her. Bu Ming had no desire for idle chatter, sensing a venomous serpent lurking behind that gentle voice. My sister? She has fallen into your hands? How fortunate. I wish you both happiness. Huangfu Wuduan replied before abruptly hanging up. Bu Ming was taken aback. What does that mean? Why wish us happiness? Who are we? Huangfu Wuqing chuckled at Bu Ming's bewildered expression. I knew it. My brother is precisely the kind of heartless powerhouse. Only the heartless can achieve great things. Bu Ming shook his head. I believe the members of the Huangfu family are rather troubled. However, you are correct. Your brother will not come to rescue you. He turned to Lin Wang. Release her. Let her go. Lin Wang was momentarily stunned, but she won't attack me, right? Huangfu Wuqing cast a disdainful glance at Lin Wang. You pitiful creature. I have no interest in laying a finger on you. Yet, Lin Wang remained hesitant to untie Huangfu Wuqing, casting her an odd look instead. Bu Ming, intrigued, asked Lin Wang, do you have feelings for her? Lin Wang stammered. Bu Ming encouraged, if you like her, just say so. What is there to fear? Huangfu Wuqing chimed in, exactly, if you like me, confess your feelings. A man without the courage to declare his affection is hardly a man. It is truly contemptible. Lin Wang, seemingly invigorated, clenched his fists and met Huangfu Wuqing's gaze. I really like you. Huangfu Wuqing responded with an then added, but I do not like you. Lin Wang was struck as if by lightning. If you do not like me, why insist I confess? Because only by confessing can I reject you openly. Huangfu Wuqing said with a playful smile. I prefer powerful men, those who can conquer me. Someone like you is merely a crawling insect in my eyes, weak and far too feeble to ever satisfy me. As Lin Wang absorbed Huangfu Wuqing's pointed barbs, he felt himself sink lower, diminished to the very dust. You are mistaken. Bu Ming personally came to untie Huangfu Wuqing. Weakness and strength are relative concepts. I find Lin Wang to be quite formidable because he possesses the courage to confront his emotions. In contrast, you appear quite feeble, unable to even discern your own preferences. Huangfu Wuqing shrugged, stretched her arms, and suddenly leaped into Bu Ming's embrace, whispering into his ear, all right, you are powerful and you are right. Whatever you say is correct. This left Bu Ming somewhat bewildered. Could this girl be insane? If not, she was certainly infatuated. Lin Wang, standing nearby, was equally stunned, his fists clenched tightly, nearly bursting with frustration as he shouted at Bu Ming. Aren't you already with my sister? Why are you trying to steal her from me? Bu Ming had no words to respond. This was utter chaos. He never anticipated being toyed with by a little girl. Gently, he pulled Huangfu Wuqing from his arms and set her down on the ground, then turned to the tearful Lin Wang and said, You saw it. She jumped into my arms of her own accord. This has nothing to do with me. Indeed, I admire his strength, but that is unrelated to him, Huangfu Wuqing giggled, adding, Who told you to be so weak? Your family background is lacking, your abilities are insufficient, and your appearance is not impressive. With your kind of existence, how can anyone possibly like you? Your life is a waste of air and resources. Lin Wang felt as though Huangfu Wuqing's words might drive him underground. At that moment, Bu Ming delivered a sharp slap to Huangfu Wuqing's cheek, commanding her to be silent. Huangfu Wuqing covered her face, still smiling. That felt delightful. I beg you, hit me again. Chapter 65. Aiming to become a teacher, Bu Ming was taken aback by this girl. Was it really possible for someone to crave punishment? Lin Wang, on the other hand, was filled with humiliation, glaring fiercely at Bu Ming. Bu Ming felt as though his head was spinning, silently regretting his decision to come to Sha Ying School to handle the situation. It seemed he was better suited for exploratory missions rather than teaching. Just as he pondered this, a system notification chimed in unexpectedly. You have a new task. Will you accept? Bu Ming, troubled by his inability to extricate himself from the situation, hurriedly chose to accept. However, there was no teleportation or any visible change, only the persistent notification continuing. You have accepted a real task, to educate and nurture. You need to become a teacher at Sha Ying Middle School and correct the distorted psychology of its students. Bu Ming felt disheartened. He had just been contemplating his unsuitability for teaching, yet the system was now compelling him into this role. He inwardly questioned, Can I cancel the task? The system responded, You may cancel the task. Bu Ming then inquired, What is the penalty for canceling? The system replied, There is no penalty. Bu Ming sighed in relief and promptly stated, "Cancel the task." The system kindly warned, after canceling the task, "You will be unable to receive any new tasks for 6 months. Are you sure you want to cancel?" Bu Ming quickly chose not to cancel. It appeared the system was forcing him into the teaching position. If he did not accept this task, he would be unable to undertake any tasks for the next 6 months, which would be detrimental to Bu Ming. He had intended to earn points through tasks to enhance his strength, and without the opportunity to take on tasks, his hopes for improvement would be dashed. Although his current strength was adequate, who could predict what the future may hold? Only by continuously enhancing his abilities could he attain a sense of security. After the task was established, Bu Ming looked at Huangfu Wuqing and asked, "I wish to enter Sha-Ing Middle School as a teacher. Do you have any connections?" Huangfu Wuqing was delighted, pointing at the unconscious Chun Gu on the ground. "That's simple. I'll kick this weakling out, and you can come in to apply for his position." Hearing her nonchalant tone piqued Bu Ming's curiosity. "Are your words credible?" Huangfu Wuqing replied casually. Sha-Ing Middle School is run by the Long family, and the Huangfu family has connections with them. It's merely a matter of my word. Upon hearing that the school was under the Long family's management, Bu Ming waved his hand. "Since it's the Long family, there is no need for your assistance. I will just give Mr. Long a call." Huangfu Wuqing nodded. Her gaze toward Bu Ming filled with an unusual admiration. The more resolute Bu Ming appeared, the more Huangfu Wuqing seemed to appreciate it. This girl's psyche was utterly distorted. It was likely that Bu Ming's most challenging task ahead would be to rectify Huangfu Wuqing's mindset. When Mr. Long learned that Bu Ming intended to become a teacher at Sha-Ing Middle School, he was overjoyed. He exclaimed, "Bu Xianshi, the items you guided me on before I left the trading fair were all verified to be treasures of immense value. Your unspoken guidance has earned me several billion. I was just lamenting how to express my gratitude. You may choose whichever subject you wish to teach and whichever class you prefer. Alternatively, I could establish a special class just for you, gathering all the students you wish to teach." This was indeed a splendid idea. Bu Ming was immediately inspired by Mr. Long's offer. "Very well, I need a special class that includes the most troublesome and difficult-to-manage students." Mr. Long mused, "Bu Xianshi, are you seeking to bring upon yourself suffering?" However, he dared not voice this thought, merely asking, "Is there no restriction on grade levels?" "No restrictions," Bu Ming replied. "I intend to teach them about being proper human beings." "That is excellent," Mr. Long said, with Bu Xianshi stepping in. "The students at Sha-Ing Middle School are bound to be saved." "Then, Mr. Long, please make the arrangements. I want those who are the most unruly, the ones no one dares to manage, the problem students. The worse, the better." Mr. Long now realized Bu Ming was indeed seeking to impose hardship upon himself. He pondered that this must be a form of cultivation for a celestial being, so he promptly called the principal. Upon hearing of this arrangement, the principal was equally thrilled. For Sha-Ing, being a private institution, had too many children from wealthy and influential families, and teachers often lacked the courage to manage them. Now, someone was finally willing to take on this challenge, and even if they could not succeed, it provided an opportunity to expel these misbehaved children. The principal quickly began organizing the establishment of the new class, eager to finalize the arrangements. Once Bu Ming hung up the phone, he turned to Huangfu Wuqing. "You should be quite familiar with the most unruly students at Sha-Ing Middle School. Please provide me with a list." Upon hearing Bu Ming assign her a task, Huangfu Wuqing was overjoyed and promptly wrote down a list for him. This list included 40 of the most troublesome students at Sha-Ing Middle School, with some names marked for further explanation. As Bu Ming reviewed the list, Huangfu Wuqing explained, "These students are those with whom I have a good rapport in their respective classes. They all have some background. The ones marked are on my level." "On your level? There are even 3? "Of course," she replied. "This is the Sha-Ing Little Four Overlords. I am Bei Ba-Tian. This Long Ziyue is the Long family's eldest grandson, known as Dong Ba-Tian, and there is Yang Sanwei, a scion of the Yang family, known as Nan Ba-Tian. Lastly, there is Duan Nan, the West Overlord." "I recognize the 3 prominent families, but what of Duan Nan?" Bu Ming inquired. "And Bei Shi Ba-Tian. I believe he also bears the surname Duan," Huangfu Wuqing replied. Bu Ming recalled the assassin known as Duan Yi, who also shared the surname Duan. He had boasted of his considerable authority, claiming that his actions were not at the behest of others, but rather a personal vendetta against Bu Ming. Later, he encountered Duan Yi at the trade fair in the vicinity of Shi Ba Tian. Considering the recent words of Huangfu Wuqing, It was reasonable to deduce that Duan Yi likely had a close connection to Shi Ba Tian. However, regardless of the background, since it was a task assigned by the system, Bu Ming felt a responsibility to rectify the distorted thoughts of these children, guiding them to become productive members of society. With the list securely tucked away, Bu Ming clamped Lin Wang under his arm, waved at Huangfu Wuqing, and leaped from the window. Lin Wang was utterly bewildered by Bu Ming's intentions and screamed in fright, while Bu Ming landed gracefully, sprinting with Lin Wang in tow. The wind whipped against Lin Wang's face, causing him to weep uncontrollably, yet he gradually acclimated to Bu Ming's swift pace, watching in awe as they outpaced numerous vehicles. His mind became a haze, devoid of coherent thought. Upon arriving at Haigongguan, Bu Ming set Lin Wang down, who immediately dashed to the restroom to vomit. It seemed he was not merely car sick, but overwhelmed by the sheer experience. After washing his face and emerging, he appeared pale and visibly shaken. Lin Yan rushed over, embracing Lin Wang with concern. Yet, Lin Wang coldly pushed her away, stating, "I do not require your assistance." Lin Yan, taken aback by his harsh words, replied, "What do you mean? We are siblings." Lin Wang, previously timid in the presence of Bu Ming and Huangfu Wuqing, transformed into a formidable figure before Lin Yan. "Siblings? Donotist. If you were truly my sister, why refuse to marry into the Huangfu family?" Lin Yan looked perplexed. "What does marrying into the Huangfu family have to do with our sibling relationship?" Lin Wang explained, "The Huangfu family desires to elevate our Lin Hai group status, hence the intention to ally through marriage. If you wed Huangfu to Xiao, I would become the Huangfu family's brother-in-law. With the Lin Hai group in my hands, I could restore its former glory." Lin Yan was taken aback by Lin Wang's reasoning, murmuring, "Is this truly how you think?" Lin Wang nodded emphatically indeed. "The Lin Hai group cannot fall into the hands of that wretched Lin Yu. The only way to reclaim it is through Huangfu to Xiao. Sister, if you genuinely care for me, you must marry him." Bu Ming, unable to endure the conversation any longer, intervened, grabbing Lin Wang by the collar and addressing Lin Yan. "Allow me to interrupt your sibling discussion. I need to take him for a reality check." Fearing for Lin Wang's safety, Lin Yan quickly pleaded, "Please, do not resort to violence. Can't you reason with him?" Bu Ming chuckled. "It appears you remain too naive. Can you not see that your brother has been brainwashed? The Huangfu family's influence has already infiltrated his life. He is both cowardly and weak, harboring naive thoughts, using him to coerce you. How can you not perceive this?" Lin Yan was aware of the truth in Bu Ming's words, yet she felt pity for her brother, gazing at Bu Ming with sorrowful eyes. Bu Ming gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I will handle this." He dragged Lin Wang to the villa's backyard, activating the automatic sprinkler system and soaking Lin Wang thoroughly. The icy water elicited desperate cries from him. Bu Ming remained unfazed, repeatedly asking, "Are you awake now?" Lin Wang begged for mercy. "I am awake. Please stop dousing me." Bu Ming finally brought him inside, provided him with dry clothes, and pulled out a cigarette, lighting one for himself before offering it to Lin Wang. Though holding the cigarette, Lin Wang hesitated, unsure of Bu Ming's intentions. Bu Ming lit Lin Wang's cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled through his nose, asking, "Do you wish to win Huangfu Wuqing's affection?" "What use is that? She favors powerful men, and a man like you is precisely her type," Lin Wang replied. "I simply ask if you desire it. Does a man not confront his own feelings?" Lin Wang took a deep drag, choking on the smoke, tears streaming down his face as he confessed, "I do, but my chance has been ruined by you." Bu Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly grasped everything. He chuckled. "So that is why you want your sister to marry Huangfu to Xiao. You are not thinking of an alliance, but of a swap. Your sister marries Huangfu to Xiao, and Huangfu Wuqing marries you? Is that your plan?" Lin Wang felt insulted by Bu Ming's words, clenching his fists. "Am I not entitled to my own thoughts?" "Of course, young man, your thoughts are your own. However, they stem from a fundamentally flawed perspective, a mindset of the weak," Bu Ming replied, shaking his head and flicking off the ash. "You may like Huangfu Wuqing, and that is perfectly fine. Your desire to be with her is commendable. The issue arises when you contemplate sacrificing your sister's happiness to attain her. That is simply unattainable. And I suspect you know it deep down." Lin Wang stubbornly retorted, "Why is it unattainable? Huangfu Wuqing listens to Huangfu to Xiao. With his word, she would comply." Bu Ming tapped Lin Wang's head lightly. "You are still dreaming. Do you truly believe your strength and status are sufficient for Huangfu de Xiao to advocate on your behalf? Even your sister, after marrying him, may very well lose her voice. To him, the Lin Hai group values only your sister. In his eyes, money, the company, and you hold little significance. Lin Wang, holding his head, argued, "How do you know he won't speak for me?" Bu Ming observed that Lin Wang was merely putting on a brave front. This reasoning is straightforward. If Huangfu de Xiao valued familial ties, he would never wed his sister to someone she does not love. Lin Wang shot back, "Huangfu de Xiao has no regard for family. That makes matters worse. If he lacks familial affection, what interest could he possibly have in you as a brother-in-law? What value do you hold for him?" Lin Wang was left bewildered by Bu Ming's words, finally responding, "I isn't that better than you. A mere courier?" Bu Ming similet, indeed. I was a courier when I met your sister. Although I am no longer delivering packages, I still find that identity suits me. But what is wrong with being a courier? What is wrong? It's poverty. How much can you earn in a month delivering packages? Can you support my sister? You act as if you were so noble, yet in the end, you are just a man living off others. Bu Ming felt a profound sense of disdain for the first time, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, in the eyes of most, a courier dating a corporate heiress is often seen as a mere pursuit of comfort. He counted on his fingers, then earnestly stated, "I can earn around 500,000 to 1,000,000 just by walking in a day. As for business, I am not well versed. But the 2 villas in Haigongguan and the 10 billion investment in your sister's new company belong to me." Before he could finish, Lin Wang exclaimed, "And you dare say I am dreaming? It seems you're the one trying to create a new trend." Bu Ming, confused, asked, "What does creating a new trend mean?" "The tree signifies new beginnings, as does the bee. Read them together, and you'll comprehend. It is essential to cultivate one's knowledge, dear courier." Chapter 67. The grandson of the Long family, it was unexpected that this brash young lad would catch him off guard with his words. Bu Ming found himself at a loss for words. What he spoke was undeniably true. However, the current society is rife with superficial judgments. Regardless of whether one appears affluent or not, those in tattered clothing are often dismissed as impoverished, while those who dress well are presumed to be wealthy, regardless of their financial status. Such attitudes persist not only in society, but have also infiltrated the student body within educational institutions, which is quite disconcerting. Bu Ming glanced at Lin Wang and tapped him lightly. Lin Wang realized he had become rather conceited and covered his head in silence. "Bu Ming, remarque it. I did not intend to prove anything. However, your distorted mindset clearly indicates that you will not believe otherwise without evidence. I shall summon your sister, and you may inquire with her yourself." Lin Wang scoffed, "My sister will undoubtedly cover for you." Bu Ming was somewhat speechless, contemplating how astutely this lad was reasoning at this moment. After some thought, he called Mr. Long to inform him of their impending visit. Mr. Long was elated upon hearing this and promptly suggested, "My grandson is right here with me. Shall I have you meet him first?" Bu Ming agreed, and after a brief wait, he led Lin Wang to Mr. Long's villa. Upon entering the villa, Lin Wang felt somewhat out of place while Bu Ming remained unfazed, unaffected by the opulent surroundings. The butler, already acquainted with Bu Ming, treated him with utmost respect and escorted him to the living room, where Mr. Long was seated. Upon seeing Bu Ming, Mr. Long quickly rose and approached him with a few quick strides to shake hands, exclaiming, "Teacher Bu, I have arranged everything regarding the new class you mentioned. My grandson has also been enrolled, and I hope you will educate him well." Bu Ming, je suis le répète. "That is agreeable. However, my teaching methods may be rather strict. Should your grandson find the intensity unbearable or decide to report me to you, I shall not show any leniency." Mr. Long earnestly responded, "Do as you see fit, Teacher Bu. For our Sha-Ing students, having you as their teacher is a rare blessing. Even a little guidance from you will benefit them for a lifetime." Bu Ming sipped the tea the butler had just served and said, "With your assurance, I feel at ease. Now, please bring your grandson forth, so I may meet him." Mr. Long hurried to the back room, and soon returned with a rather flamboyant youth. This young man, with hair dyed in a rainbow of colors and adorned with piercings and various studs, elicited a sense of discomfort. Upon seeing this youth, Lin Wang was struck with trepidation. Although he had heard of the Long family, he had never encountered them, and even the legendary figures of previous generations held little weight in his mind. However, this flamboyant youth was different. He was one of the infamous 4 overlords of Sha-Ing, known as Long Ziyu. a name that resonated profoundly within the halls of Sha Ing Academy. Long Ziyu followed closely behind Mr. Long, casting a dismissive glance at Bu Ming, his expression dripping with disdain. Mr. Long was acutely aware of his grandson's unseemly demeanor, yet as the sole grandson of the Long family's third generation, he was destined to inherit the family fortune, regardless of his shortcomings. Hence, upon learning of Bu Ming's intention to establish a class to educate these wayward youths, Mr. Long was quick to enroll his grandson. Today, he brought Long Ziyu to meet Bu Ming, hoping to secure some special attention for him. Mr. Long introduced Ziyu. "This is your future teacher, Teacher Bu." Long Ziyu, shaking his leg, scrutinized Bu Ming with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Old man, have you lost your mind? You hired a courier to teach me? What would he possibly impart? Shall I learn to deliver packages? Have we sunk so low that I must deliver parcels myself?" Mr. Long's face turned a shade of blue from anger, fearing his grandson's reckless words might offend Bu Ming. It was well known that Bu Ming did not possess a forgiving temperament. He had previously left Zhong Yi with a bruised visage following a casual retort. Moreover, the demeanor of the top assassin under Shiba Tian indicated that they regarded Bu Ming as an equal. Should Bu Ming become enraged, Mr. Long knew he would struggle to withstand the consequences. "How dare you not apologize to your teacher?" Mr. Long scolded. "Apologize?" Long Ziyu scoffed. "You better be able to endure my apology." Suddenly, he lunged forward at an astonishing speed, aiming a punch at Bu Ming's face. However, before he could land his strike, Bu Ming effortlessly grasped his fist. With a gentle squeeze, Long Ziyu's hand went limp. Attempting to counterattack, he thrust his knee toward Bu Ming. Yet, as he lifted his knee, Bu Ming mirrored the action, and their knees collided with a force that made Long Ziyu feel as though his patella was about to shatter. Though he was a tough character, the impact caused him considerable pain, but he managed to suppress any sound. Abruptly, he opened his mouth and expelled a silver nail. This was a deadly technique he had devised, where he would conceal the nail in his mouth and then spit it toward his opponent's eyes during combat. If struck, the force would be sufficient to blind the victim. However, this time, he miscalculated. Instead of hitting Bu Ming, the silver nail ricocheted back and struck his own face, creating a small wound that bled profusely. It turned out that while his speed was quick, Bu Ming's reflexes were even quicker, as if he had performed a miraculous exchange of positions. Long Ziyu had truly brought this misfortune upon himself. This was the most formidable move in Long Ziyu's arsenal, yet bore a resemblance to a technique typically employed by assassins. Long Ziyu was eager to retaliate, but Mr. Long urgently interjected, "Cease this at once. Even your master Ling Jie shows respect to Teacher Bu." Upon hearing Ling Jie's name, Long Ziyu surprisingly halted, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Bu Ming. Bu Ming retrieved a small vial of healing ointment from his storage ring, deftly removing the silver nail from Long Ziyu's face and applying the ointment. Long Ziyu felt a cooling sensation, and soon the pain subsided. After a while, he touched his face and found the wound had scabbed over. Although he remained unconvinced, he could not help but admire Bu Ming's healing skills, muttering, "You possess some talent, but do not cross paths with my master. If you do, you will find yourself in dire straits." Chapter 68. A visit from Ling Jie. While Bu Ming may not recognize other assassins, he was well acquainted with Ling Jie, having crossed paths with her numerous times. When Bu Ming was still considered weak, Ling Jie was already beyond his capabilities. Now that Bu Ming had grown considerably stronger, she would be even less of a match for him. Noting Long Ziyu's defiant demeanor, Bu Ming picked up the phone and handed it to him, saying, "Call your master and tell her I wish to see her." "She doesn't know who I am," Long Ziyu protested. "No, she knows me," Bu Ming assured him. "Simply inform her that the courier wishes to meet her. She will undoubtedly come." Long Ziyu, filled with skepticism, pushed aside Bu Ming's phone and took out his own to make a call. After a while, the call was answered and Ling Jie spoke impatiently, asking why he was calling. Long Ziyu hurriedly explained, "Master, there's a delivery guy who wants to meet you." "What?" Long Ziyu glanced at Bu Ming and remarked, "Just say you're boasting. My master doesn't know you at all." However, he soon heard Ling Jie urgently ask, "Where are you?" "I'll come right over." Long Ziyu was taken aback, realizing that Bu Ming was indeed acquainted with Ling Jie. He obediently sent Ling Jie a location. Half an hour later, Ling Jie arrived at the Long residence in Heigongwen. Upon seeing Bu Ming, she smiled brightly and said, "So it's really you who sought me out. What made you think of me?" As she spoke, She flirtatiously tossed her hair and leaned closer to Bu Ming. Yet, Bu Ming, ever the gentleman, gently pushed her away, saying, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We're not that familiar." Ling Jie chuckled, turning to Long Ziyue. "You did well this time. Master, let me introduce you. This is your future Shizhong." Long Ziyue's expression changed dramatically. The term Shizhong refers to the husband of a female master. However, recalling that Ling Jie was known as the Black Widow, rumored to ruthlessly eliminate her partners, he felt a chill of understanding. He looked at Bu Ming with a sardonic gaze. "So you're the Shizhong, huh? I wonder how many Shizhangs you will become for my master." Suddenly, Ling Jie slapped Long Ziyue across the face. "What nonsense are you talking about? Those were merely men who desired me. This one is the man I truly want. They are unworthy of me. He is your one and only, and forever will be your Shizhong." Bu Ming quickly waved his hands. "No need for that. I can't handle it. Besides, we're not that familiar. Feelings develop over time. Don't you think?" Ling Jie winked at Bu Ming. Meanwhile, Lin Wang, standing behind Bu Ming, was utterly captivated by Ling Jie's playful gesture. Bu Ming lightly tapped Lin Wang's forehead and said, "Kid, don't overthink it. Step aside." He turned to Ling Jie. "The reason I called you here is that I have something to discuss." "Go ahead. I'm all ears," Ling Jie replied, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Bu Ming. A look that even Mr. Long, who had been silent, found surprising, although he wasn't particularly close to Ling Jie. He had heard tales of her, a notorious assassin under an Beidong, known for her ruthless and cunning nature. Yet, here she was seemingly transformed into a lovesick girl. It appeared that only Bu Ming could tame such a woman. Feeling slightly awkward under Ling Jie's intense gaze, Bu Ming cleared his throat and said, "I intend to open a class at Sha-Ing Middle School to educate students. However, I clearly cannot manage this alone, so I would like your assistance." "Is that for real?" Ling Jie acclaimed elected. "Indeed, it is true. I can accept this, but I come at a price," Ling Jie stated. Bu Ming quickly replied, "Money is not an issue." Ling Jie shook her head. "I seek more than just money. Besides monetary compensation, I can offer you a millennium herb." "I don't need herbs." "Then what do you want?" "The short dagger you used at the auction was impressive. If you would part with it, I would gladly accompany you as a teacher." Bu Ming hesitated. That dagger had been procured from Titan, likely wielded by the most elite female warriors like Gamora. If such a lethal weapon fell into Ling Jie's hands, it could pose a danger to him. Sensing his concern, Ling Jie chuckled. "Are you afraid I might use this dagger to end your life?" "To be honest, yes," Bu Ming admitted with a smile. "This dagger is unique. I've only one. How about I offer you a shield of the same material instead?" Ling Jie, fearing Bu Ming might change his mind, quickly agreed. "Deal." Taking the shield from Bu Ming, she triumphantly said, "Actually, my initial target was this shield. It should be as durable as Captain America's shield from Marvel. With it, I should be able to take on Han Long." Bu Ming inquired. "Who is Han Long?" "That is not something you need to worry about. We might encounter him in the future," Ling Jie replied. "Now, let us discuss your plans for educating students." When it came to education, Bu Ming felt at a loss. His academic performance had been commendable, yet it was rare for high achievers to pursue teaching, leaving him uncertain about how to educate others. "I'm not quite sure either. I plan to gather the most unruly students at Sha-Ing Middle School into one class, but as for how to teach them and instill proper values, I have no idea." Ling Jie burst into laughter. "You're hiring an assassin to teach students about proper values, and you're using a shield worth billions to do it. What are you thinking?" Bu Ming looked earnestly at Ling Jie. "Being an assassin is merely your profession, but I believe your values are likely more steadfast than those of many others. For instance, you adhere to the principle of not accepting benefits without merit and uphold professional ethics. You excel at those, right?" "That is true. I often read The Self-Cultivation of an Assassin in my spare time. But you can't just preach morals, as that serves no purpose. Then teach them knowledge. You, as an assassin, deal with poisons, which must involve chemistry, right? The most effective actions involve sports and physics, and precise calculations surely include mathematics. Moreover, you can also teach them communication skills, which encompasses language. I reckon you could be a comprehensive teacher." Ling Jie listened intently to Bu Ming's analysis, but sighed. "It seems you've already plotted this out to use me as a tool. However, for the sake of this billion-dollar shield, and more importantly for you, I shall endure the hardship." Chapter 69. All present are worthless at Sha-Ing Middle School, in a dilapidated building far from the teaching block. A brand new sign was hung, reading special class. The classroom was exceptionally spacious and lavishly decorated, with brand new metal desks and chairs, remarkably sturdy. Originally, this classroom was designated as the best in the school, but Bu Ming, concerned that his educational endeavors might attract too much attention, requested to use an abandoned classroom in this neglected building. Standing at the podium, Bu Ming glanced down and found only 3 students in the classroom: Lin Wang, Huang Fuwuqing, and Long Ziyue. None of the other students had shown up. Holding the attendance sheet, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't it said that 40 of the most unruly students from Sha Ying Middle School were transferred over? Why had only these 3, whom he had already subdued, arrived? Huang Fuwuqing suggested, "Should I call them to come over?" Long Ziyue added, "Yeah, teacher, I'll tell them to get over here. These guys are outrageous. It's your first day of class, and they're not showing you any respect." Initially feeling quite annoyed, Bu Ming's spirits lifted a little upon seeing the loyalty of these 2. He replied, "No need. I'll take attendance first. If they don't show up, I'll go bring them one by one." Long Ziyue remarked, "No need for that trouble, teacher. I suspect Yang Sanwei and Duan Nan are up to something. If we can get those 2 here, the others will likely follow on their own." "Thank you for your suggestion," Bu Ming said. "I will have the vice class leader take charge." He called Ling Jie, and 10 minutes later, 2 battered individuals followed her into the room, accompanied by a motley crew of peculiar and colorful characters. As they entered the classroom, the students were seated haphazardly, showing a complete disregard for Bu Ming's authority. Unfazed, Bu Ming took out the attendance sheet and began to call names. Lin Wang, present. Huang Fuwuqing, present. Long Ziyue, present. Duan Nan. Is Duan Nan here? What is the noise? It's so annoying, Duan Nan shouted in discontent. Just as he yelled, a piece of chalk struck him on the forehead, as if fired from a sniper's rifle, sending him crashing to the ground. He rose, touched his bleeding forehead, and roared, "I'll get you for this." He charged at Bu Ming, but was swiftly pushed aside with one hand, sending him tumbling far back and sliding on the ground. Clumsily, he picked himself up and grabbed a chair, rushing at Bu Ming once more. Bu Ming, without even glancing at him, continued to call names. Yang Sanwei. Seeing Duan Nan's misfortune, Yang Sanwei chose to be wise and simply answered, "Present," but he dragged out the word melodically, eliciting laughter from the class. He felt quite proud, but soon found himself struck by a piece of chalk, tumbling over with both himself and the chair. Frustrated, he stood up and joined the fray, intending to confront Bu Ming with Duan Nan. Just as the 2 prepared to engage, Ling Jie intervened. With a gentle block of her shield, she sent Duan Nan's chair flying and pushed Yang Sanwei back several steps, causing him to plop down onto the floor. Ling Jie looked coldly at the 2. "As your vice class leader, I must express my disapproval. Any act of defiance against your new class leader, even the slightest thought of it, will be met with severe punishment." The 2, sensing her authority, dared not resist, though they cast resentful glances at Bu Ming. Meanwhile, Huang Fuwuqing and Long Ziyue exchanged amused looks, knowing that the Sand Eagle group was not as united as it appeared. Both Huang Fuwuqing and Long Ziyue were trained by the same master, Ling Jie, while Duan Nan and Yang Sanwei had their own mentor, Duan Yi. Their instructors were of similar caliber, and with their knowledge limited to mere basics, none would concede to the other. However, with Ling Jie temporarily subduing them, the other students refrained from mischief, allowing Bu Ming to proceed with the roll call smoothly. After completing the attendance, Bu Ming began his formal self-introduction. "Hello, classmates. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bu Ming, a courier." As soon as he said this, laughter erupted in the classroom. Bu Ming scanned the room and smiled slightly. "Please be quiet for a moment. Allow me to add, all of you here are rubbish." This statement incensed the students. At the age of 15 or 16, their pride was at its peak. Upon hearing Bu Ming's words, someone shouted, "What gives a courier the right to say that? Do you think you can find confidence here, courier? Get lost, courier." Various jeers filled the room. Bu Ming remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I'm offering you an opportunity to prove yourselves. You all seem physically capable, having presumably trained for fights. Anyone among you who can outperform me in any athletic endeavor will earn me leaving Sand Eagle and grant each of you 1 million. Bragging, are we? Do you even have 1 million? I bet he doesn't even have $100 on him," someone retorted. Bu Ming glanced at Ling Jie, but looked at Huang Fuwuqing and Long Ziyue. Huang Fuwuqing said, "On behalf of the Huangfu family, I will sponsor Teacher Bu with 20 million. Long Ziyue added, "The Long family will also pledge 20 million. With their backing, the students began to believe that Bu Ming could indeed produce such funds. However, even if he had the money, could he guarantee victory over them in any event? These were among the top 40 students at Sand Eagle, many of whom excelled in sports and had even practiced martial arts. Their youthful arrogance led them to believe they could easily defeat a mere courier. Duan declared, "Let us compete. Everyone, state your specialties. The more obscure, the better. I excel at archery. I'm good at running. I can play table tennis quite well. How about artistic gymnastics? Does pole dancing count as a sport?" The students brainstormed, trying to think of obscure sports. Huang Fu Wuqing and Long Ziyue began to worry for Bu Ming, while Lin Wang secretly sweated, thinking Bu Ming was digging his own grave. Even Ling Jie felt Bu Ming was being overly ambitious. It was improbable for one person to be proficient in everything, and any oversight would lead to embarrassment and financial loss. Chapter 70. The competition. Bu Ming regarded the students with a look of disdain, yet inwardly acknowledged that they still possessed some spirit, indicating they had not completely lost hope. Soon, Duan Nan and Yang Sanwei submitted a list of 5 events they believed they could win: swimming, volleyball, soccer, basketball, and baseball. Except for swimming, which could be performed individually, the rest required teamwork. They intended to exploit Bu Ming's solitary position by presenting him with such a challenge. No matter how strong an individual may be, they could not surpass a cohesive group. As Duan Nan held the list, he cast a challenging glance at Wu Cheng. Bu Ming smiled slightly and stated, "Since the events are set, let us begin immediately. We shall compete in swimming first." The entire class soon gathered at the school's swimming pool. As the best private school in Anbei, Sand Eagle boasted exceptional facilities, including a high-standard swimming pool. The representative chosen by the students was a boy named Xiao Baiyang, who had started training with an Australian swimming coach at a young age and had consistently secured first place in the Anbei youth swimming competitions. After warming up, Xiao Baiyang approached Bu Ming, puffed out his chest, and said, "Courier, I can let you swim 20 meters first." Bu Ming chuckled, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can extend that offer to you. I will let you swim 20 meters first. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Xiao Baiyang was displeased. Just as he was about to refuse, Duan Nan interjected, "All right, since you're so generous, we should accept, right?" Xiao Baiyang, who always listened to Duan Nan, felt uneasy but did not dare to argue. Bu Ming added, "What stroke are you most comfortable with? I can let you have a bit more leeway. As long as you can swim from the surface and beat my speed, you win." Xiao Baiyang, infuriated, replied, "I won't need that. You can swim however you please. Just as long as you can make it across the surface and surpass my speed, you win." Bu Ming glanced at the others and inquired, "Well then, do any of you have objections?" Du In exclaimed, "Stop dawdling here. Let's get on with the competition." Bu Ming waved his hand at Shi Obi Iwaying. "You go first." Shi Obi Iwaying rolled his eyes and dove into the water, beginning to swim. It must be said that he swam remarkably fast, reaching the 20-meter mark in no time. At this moment, Bu Ming jumped into the swimming pool, running effortlessly on the surface of the water. The students nearby were left in astonishment. What kind of swimming technique is this? Is he performing some kind of water walking? Is this for real, or is there glass beneath? The students were utterly amazed, while Bu Ming effortlessly surpassed Shi Obi Iwaying, completing a return trip in the blink of an eye. Despite Bu Ming's speed being merely 30 kilometers per hour, it was sufficient to outpace Shi Obi Iwaying by 1.5 laps. The students present, including Huing Fw Qing, L Ing Ziyu, and L Nw Ing, looked on in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. However, L Ing Ji regarded Bu Ming with an expression of nonchalance, filled with admiration and awe. Wch Ing surveyed the crowd, conveying the message that he had easily won a round. What else was there to compete in? Yet, Du In suddenly called out, "This round doesn't count, right?" "It doesn't count," Ying Snwi echoed. "Is this even swimming? You were just running on the water. You all said it yourself. I can use any style to get across, right?" "How cunning of that courier. He just tricked us," Du In incited. "Come on, everyone. Who won this round?" Although the students were astonished by Bu Ming's speed, they still leaned towards Shi Obi Iwaying, shouting that he had won and that Bu Ming had cheated. Bu Ming, however, was unfazed, shrugging his shoulders as he said, "All right, consider this round yours." What shall we compete in next, volleyball? Let us play volleyball. 5 against 1. Do in suggested. On the volleyball court, 5 students faced off against Bu Ming alone. Among them, the tallest was H.L. Ing, the main attacker of the school's volleyball team, nicknamed HDN, known for his fiery temper and immense strength. Another player, CHNYD Ing, practiced Bigu and played as a secondary attacker. While the trio of identical triplets, ZHUTN, ZHUR, and LBITN, rounded out the team. All these students were well built, standing over 8 meters tall, and it was evident they engaged in regular physical activity. The triplets shared a unique bond, amplifying their effectiveness when playing together. CHNYD Ing served, gently tapping the ball, which spun towards Bu Ming. As it crossed the net, Bu Ming leaped, striking the ball downwards towards LBITN. The force was tremendous, causing LBITN to shy away. And the same went for ZHUTN and ZHUR, who avoided the ball, letting it drop out of bounds. H.L. Ing's expression darkened at this turn of events. He muttered to the triplets, "Come on, that ball won't kill you. What are you afraid of?" The triplets dared not argue, though they felt a twinge of defiance. Had it not been for Du in dragging them into this match, they would not have bothered with volleyball. It was now Bu Ming's turn to serve. His serve lacked finesse, simply being lobbed towards CHNYD Ing, who passed it to H.L. Ing. H.L. Ing jumped high, intending to smash the ball down towards Bu Ming. However, as he raised his hand, he saw Bu Ming had already leaped higher, blocking the ball perfectly. With a resounding smack, the ball was deflected back to the student's side. CHNYD Ing rushed to save it, lifting the ball high, sending it back towards Bu Ming. This time, Bu Ming aimed for H.L. Ing, delivering a powerful strike. H.L. Ing attempted to cushion the ball, but clung to him as if magnetized, propelling him backward out of bounds. Fortunately, H.L. Ing managed to cushion it just enough to get it over the net. The force was staggering. H.L. Ing felt his arms were utterly fatigued, unable to lift them. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Bu Ming targeted CHNYD Ing next, unleashing another fierce spike. CHNYDNG. Witnessing H.L. Ing being sent out, did not dare to take it lightly, employing his Bigu techniques to counter the force. However, he underestimated Bu Ming. The power behind that spike was akin to a cannonball. CHNYD Ing's attempts to deflect it were futile, though he managed to send it over the net. He was left weakened. With 2 opponents incapacitated, Bu Ming aimed at the triplets once more. The triplets, lacking the courage to face him, promptly exited the court, exclaiming, "We concede. We cannot compete with him in volleyball." Du in recognized the excessive aggression of Bu Ming's volleyball attacks. As long as he aimed at someone, few could withstand it. Hence, he declared, "This round counts as your victory. We are now 1 win each. Let us move on to the next match." The next match was soccer. One side had 11 players while Bu Ming stood alone. He remained unperturbed, smiling at the 11 soccer players and saying, "Come at me. If I score fewer than 10 goals, I'll concede the match." YNSNWI, participating personally this time, scoffed at Bu Ming's bravado. "Don't come crying later, courier." The students initiated the game, having played together regularly, their teamwork impeccable. Led by YNSNWI, they charged towards Bu Ming. Alone, he had to act as forward, defender, and goalkeeper. Yet, he felt no apprehension. In his view, the key to soccer was speed. With Bu Ming's velocity, no midfielders or defenders could compare. He allowed the students a brief moment of joy. As YNSNWI approached with the ball, Bu Ming suddenly sprang into action. At a staggering speed of 150 kilometers per hour, he left a blur in his wake. In an instant, he was before YNSNWI, intercepting the ball with a swift kick and charging toward the goal. Bu Ming's technique was simple. He kicked the ball forward and sprinted after it. As the ball neared the ground, he arrived at the spot, effectively passing to himself. He dashed across the entire soccer field, leaving the students exhausted in his wake. They had intended to pursue, but after a few steps, they surrendered, questioning whether he was even human. Bu Ming effortlessly scored, performing an exaggerated celebration on the grass. He scored again and again, flooding the students' goal with a total of 32 goals, while the goalkeeper succumbed to psychological collapse, eventually giving up and allowing Bu Ming to score. By the end of the match, the students were utterly worn out, feeling like beaten dogs. yet they scarcely touched the ball. It was simply too difficult. Following the soccer match was the basketball game, where Bu Ming toyed with the students, resulting in a score of 100-0, leaving them in tears. Having grown up, they had never anticipated experiencing such profound humiliation in their beloved sport. Consequently, in the subsequent baseball match, regardless of Duan Nan's entreaties, the players resolutely refused to compete against Bu Ming again. They were acutely aware that even if they were to face him once more, the outcome would remain unchanged. Bu Ming would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Eventually, Duan Nan became disheartened, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "It seems we have indeed underestimated this courier fellow. Conventional methods are ineffective against him. However, if he believes that we possess only this level of skill, he is gravely mistaken. Duan Lauda, do you have any brilliant ideas?" Yang Sanwei inquired. Duan Nan stroked his chin and chuckled. "I refuse to believe that he can withstand us, particularly when pitted against a professional assassin." Yang Sanwei's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting we enlist a master?" "Not necessarily of that caliber. We merely require someone marginally stronger than us to act while he is unaware." "Then it is settled," Yang Sanwei declared. "Will you make the request, or shall I?" "You go first," Duan Nan replied, eager to test the individual's capabilities. Yang Sanwei picked up the phone and silently dialed a number. Meanwhile, Ling Jie followed closely behind Bu Ming, her expression cheerful as she observed him. "I truly have my eyes opened. I always sensed you were extraordinary, but now it appears you are not merely exceptional. You are exceedingly complex. Do not flatter me so, or I may become conceited," Bu Ming replied. "Should pride cause you to lower your guard, do you believe I would refrain from taking action?" Ling Jie gazed at Bu Ming, unsure if her words were sincere. Bu Ming, however, felt no trepidation. Confronting someone of Ling Jie's caliber would require little effort on his part. With a modicum of caution, he was confident she would not succeed against him. Furthermore, his resistance to toxins perfectly countered Ling Jie's poison. "If you intend to act, I will not hold back," Bu Ming stated. Ling Jie met his gaze, but ultimately averted her eyes, saying, "I cannot bear to act until I have assembled a full array of powerful equipment. However, even if I remain passive, others may not, especially Duan Ye's two disciples. Are they hiring someone? Of course they are. However, the assassins they can recruit pose no challenge to you. I do have a suggestion." After parting ways, Bu Ming proceeded towards the dormitory he had arranged at Sha Ingzhong Shui. He had heard from Mr. Long that the dormitory building was rather luxurious, with each teacher's accommodation comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, all furnished with smart appliances. Upon approaching the entrance, the devices would activate upon facial recognition, showcasing a marvel of technology. Although Bu Ming possessed several extraordinary abilities and might one day attain an almost celestial status, he still held a deep admiration and respect for high-tech products. Thus, he was eager to return home and experience these innovations. He walked briskly, yet in comparison to his true speed, it was relatively slow. After all, the pace he demonstrated before his classmates would surely cause quite a stir among the entire school, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. Reflecting on Ling Jie's warning, he activated a radar for locating individuals, quickly noticing several figures trailing behind him. These individuals were evidently stalking him. When he quickened his pace, they did as well, and when he slowed down, they mirrored his movements. Aside from Ling Jie and his classmates, he surmised that no one else in the school recognized him, and given his current appearance, it was unlikely any female student or teacher would approach him to profess their affection. Thus, he deduced that these followers were likely the assassins hired by Duan Nan and Yang Sanwei. However, their clumsy attempts at tracking him indicated they were of low caliber. Consequently, Bu Ming decided to feign ignorance, whistling as he ambled towards the dormitory building. As he arrived at the dormitory entrance, a shadow stealthily approached from behind. A glinting dagger aimed at his back was thrust forward, but struck nothing but air. The assailant, momentarily dumbfounded, wondered if Bu Ming possessed the ability to teleport. Regardless of whether he could or could not, the task at hand remained crucial for earning a sum of 1 million, a substantial amount for someone of his stature. Suddenly feeling a gust of wind above him, the assassin looked up just in time to see a foot descending from over 30 meters in the air, landing squarely on his face and distorting it. Bu Ming withdrew his foot, observing the unconscious figure on the ground and sighed, shaking his head. Alas, that kick may have been a tad excessive. With that, he swiped his face at the dormitory entrance and entered his room. After a considerable amount of time, the fallen assassin regained consciousness, his mind a blank slate, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he recalled his mission. Just as he was about to infiltrate the dormitory, he felt something pressing against his back. A woman's voice commanded, "Don't move, drop your weapon, and raise your hands." The assassin relinquished his dagger and raised his hands. "Who sent you?" the woman queried. Recognizing her youthful tone, though his instincts warned him, he quickly concocted a plan to retaliate. "Little sister, I am a legitimate assassin. Don't you think your play acting is a bit naive?" He almost uttered his thoughts aloud, but felt a sudden numbness grip his waist, spreading throughout his body. Poisoned? The assassin's heart raced in alarm as he turned to see a girl of around 14 or 15 dressed in a cute outfit, gazing at him with a bemused expression. His body stiffened, and he toppled forward. The girl inspected his face, comparing the imprint of her shoe with the mark left by his earlier assault, leaving her own signature on him. The assassin had met his match. Without an antidote, he would remain frozen in place until his demise. The girl in the adorable outfit was none other than Huang Fuwuqing. She had accompanied Bu Ming with the intention of exploring the teacher's dormitory, but had noticed someone following him, prompting her to take action. After snapping a few photographs of the assassin with her phone, Huang Fuwuqing planned to enter the dormitory when a cold snicker interrupted her. Indeed, a killer trained by the Black Widow. The techniques are quite impressive. Huang Fuwuqing turned to see a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Though her face was that of a child, her physique resembled that of an adult, creating an odd visual impression. Despite her peculiarity, she possessed an undeniable allure. Upon encountering the young girl, Hu Ngfwq Ng's expression shifted. "You are MG." The girl named MG smiled slightly. "I did not expect your discerning eye to recognize me." Hu Ngfwq Ng regained his composure. "You are, after all, a renowned predecessor of my master's generation. Is it truly for mere 5 dough of rice that you would bow down?" MG laughed. "Oh, you underestimate me. Your literary skills seem to fall short. The phrase about bending for 5 dough of rice refers to not consuming public grain or holding an official position. I am merely an assassin, devoid of rank, so do not apply such idioms to me. While your command of language is commendable, I have heard that your skills in killing are rather lacking, far inferior to my master's." MG discerned the mockery in Hu Ngfwq Ng's tone, yet she remained unperturbed. "You are quite sharp-tongued. Do not assume that being of the Hu Ngf family will make me hesitate. If you provoke me, I shall end your life without a second thought. What can the Hu Ngf clan do to me? While the Hu Ngf clan might be powerless against you, my brother, however, will not let you off easily," Hu Ngfwq Ng retorted. MG's face revealed a hint of concern. "Is it Hu Ngfwdn? Do you think you would care about your life or death? Test it if you wish," Hu Ngfwq Ng replied. "Enough of this banter. I must go and take a life." MG spoke with the nonchalance of a housewife chatting online, as if preparing to log off to cook a meal. Yet Hu Ngfwq Ng shook his head. "You shall not leave." "Oh, is that so?" MG turned to find a young man beside Hu Ngfwq Ng. Lingzu slowly donned his finger claws, forged from cold steel, tipped with a unique poison that would be fatal without a specific antidote. MG glanced at Lingzu. "Ah, the grandson of the Ling family. You and Hu Ngf's little girl are both part of the SHYing's 4 overlords. Yet you've suddenly transformed into champions of campus peace?" Lingzu replied with pride. "Whether to maintain or disrupt peace, it is all for SHYing. And I will not allow a woman who refuses to grow up to wreak havoc here." Upon hearing this, MG's expression darkened. "You dare say I have not grown up? Today you must die." She pulled 2 handguns from her pocket and fired twice at Lingzu. He swiftly dove and rolled, evading the shots. MG then holstered her guns. "This is a punishment for your audacious words. Should you provoke me again, you shall become a tally on my weapons." As she spoke, she brandished her gun, one inscribed with the number 37 and the other 45, indicating the total number of lives she had taken. 82 in total. Lingzu glanced at Hu Ngfwq Ng. "Shall we join forces?" Hu Ngfwq Ng eagerly rubbed his hands. "Perfect. Let us advance together and topple this old predecessor." The two circled MG, but she retracted her guns and produced 2 colorful ribbons, suddenly dancing as if she were the star of a spring festival performance. With a swift motion, She ensnared Lingzu and Hu Ngfwq Ing in ribbons, binding them tightly. MG scoffed. Is this all you can do? It seems your master's reputation is indeed exaggerated. It is you who is inflated with false acclaim. MG. What skill is it to subdue two young lads? Why not compete with me instead? A sultry voice chimed in. At the sound, the bound Hu Ngfwq Ing and Lingzu's eyes brightened. It was their master, the Black Widow Ling. With her arrival, MG would have no choice but to surrender. Chapter 73. The Arrival of Reinforcements. Upon seeing the Black Widow, MG's eyes sparkled as well. Though she was of the same era as Ling, the disparity in their reputations was immense. With MG's worth substantially lower, Ling's status would undoubtedly begin in the millions, while MG had bent the knee for mere 2 to 300,000. This time, Du In had indeed invested heavily, recruiting several assassins, among whom MG's value was even less than that of some newer faces. This was a considerable blow to her. Thus, she resolved to prove her worth, believing that the best way to gain fame was not to eliminate targets, but to take down rivals, especially someone like Ling. She drew her 2 handguns and fired at Ling, who did not flinch or evade, effortlessly deflecting the bullets with her shield. MG was taken aback. What kind of shield could so dramatically deflect bullets? Ling, thoroughly engaged with her shield, realized its remarkable utility. If only Bu Ming could provide her with a short knife, such equipment, even if it cost hundreds of billions, would be worth every penny. After successfully deflecting MG's bullets, Ling closed the distance, gently touching MG's neck, causing her to collapse in a faint. When she awoke, she found herself in a dormitory, securely bound, with Bu Ming, Ling, Hu Ngfwq Ing, and Lingzu seated on the sofa, all gazing at her intently. Bu Ming remarked, "This young lady possesses a rather unique appearance. One might say she resembles an 18-year-old. Yet her stature suggests she is but 8, while certain proportions align with her being 18, though psychologically she seems 38. Just how old is she?" Ling played with the shield, taking the handgun from MG and firing twice at the shield, exclaiming in wonder, "This shield can absorb impact. It is truly marvelous." The marvel does not end there, Bu Ming continued. Once the shield absorbs sufficient force, it can generate a shockwave to counterattack. Truly the finest equipment. I almost feel pain to lend it to you. Oh, do not be ridiculous. It was clearly a gift to me. A husband giving a present to his wife is only natural. The difference between hundreds of billions and hundreds is merely a matter of price, Ling countered. Bu Ming wished to divert the conversation. How many others accompanied you to assassinate me? MG huffed. Do you wish to know? I shan't tell you, allowing you to linger in the dread of death. There are certainly more assassins lurking. Do not think the Black Widow will protect you for eternity. Ling chuckled. Does he even require my protection? Your imagination is quite vivid. However, given your narrow perspective and rigid thinking, I would advise you to retire from this line of work. It is not suited for you. MG retorted defiantly. Do you think your words can intimidate me? If not for your protection, would you have lived this long? Ling replied earnestly. You are mistaken. Initially, I did not intend to protect him, but rather to eliminate him. Yet, despite my every effort, I could not succeed, and, unexpectedly, feelings developed. Isn't that so, dear husband? Bu Ming wished to silence Ling. Please do not call me that. It makes me uncomfortable. We are merely colleagues now, working together in education. If you must define our relationship further, it is one of employment. I have hired you as the deputy homeroom teacher. As they spoke, a gentle knock was heard at the door. Who is it? Bu Ming inquired. Teacher B, your package has arrived. A package? I just moved in. How could there be a delivery? However, being a former courier myself, I cannot afford to underestimate my peers. Bu Ming glanced at Ling Jie, who then moved to open the door. As the door swung open, a courier appeared at the threshold, clutching a package in his hands. Ling Jie signed for the parcel and was about to retrieve it when, suddenly, Bu Ming lunged forward, snatching the package and bolting out of the dormitory building. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop and, with a powerful leap, hurled the package into the air. With a resounding explosion, a brilliant firework erupted in the sky. That was a close call. Fortunately, my Peter appeared just in time. Otherwise, I might have escaped unscathed, but Huang Fu Wuqing and Long Ziyue would not have been so lucky. Given the scale of the bomb in that package, a detonation would have been catastrophic. Upon landing, Bu Ming noticed that the courier had transformed into a lifeless body in Ling Jie's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Migu realized she had severely underestimated Bu Ming. With such reflexes and skills, it was indeed plausible that, as Ling Jie had said, he was quite difficult to kill. The thought filled her with profound sorrow. To think she was compelled to confront such a formidable opponent for a mere 2 to 3 million in remuneration seemed to render labor excessively undervalued. At that moment, Bu Ming ventured out again, returning with 2 assassins in tow. Migu recognized these 2 as fellow hires, their worth slightly exceeding her own, yet she was astonished at how easily Bu Ming had tracked them down. Bu Ming tossed the 2 assassins to Ling Jie, instructing her to interrogate them. Ling Jie gestured with her hand and, wielding a shield, began striking the 2 assassins without uttering a single word. The duo was subjected to an unrelenting beating. Feeling quite aggrieved, Was and T had agreed that they would be questioned. Why the sudden beating? As she continued to strike, Ling Jie remarked, "Darling, didn't you mention that this shield could accumulate energy to release shockwaves? I wonder how long it will take to fully charge." Bu Ming was left dumbfounded by Ling Jie's violent enthusiasm. "You don't intend to use this method to charge the shield, do you? What is wrong with that?" Ling Jie replied, "After all, they are trained assassins. If we don't employ this method, they probably won't be forthcoming with information. I'll tell you everything." The assassins chorused. "Hold on," Ling Jie interjected. "As long as one of you speaks, that is sufficient. Whoever speaks first and tells the truth will be spared." The 2 assassins scrambled to confess, uncertain of what to divulge, thus revealing everything they knew. Once they finished, Bu Ming shook his head. "What you've shared about your employer or organization isn't what I seek. I wish to know what your specialties are. It seems you were captured before you even had a chance to showcase your skills." Chapter 74. The Beauty Trap in the opulent student dormitory of Sha-Ing Middle School. Yang Sanwei hurled a small knife forcefully at the target on the wall, the blade tracing a graceful arc before striking the center with precision. "Nang Yi, it appears that the assassins we hired must have all perished. Should we consider hiring a few more? A useless bunch, wasting so much money on such incompetence." Duan then crushed the stress ball in his hand. "It seems we have no choice but to call upon our master. Once he intervenes, everything will be resolved. However, I don't wish to trouble him just yet, as he has been preoccupied with enhancing his own abilities, making it difficult to reach him. Then what shall we do? Should we just admit defeat?" With a resounding pop, the stress ball exploded in Duan Nan's grip. "Admit defeat? Absolutely not. Have you seen how smug Long Ziyue and Huangfu Wuqing are? If we concede, who will heed our authority in Sha-Ing in the future? Then we should spend more money hiring assassins from outside. The assassins from a bay likely won't suffice. No need, since we cannot kill him. Let us abandon brute force and resort to cunning." Duan Nan smirked. The following morning, Bu Ming arrived early at the classroom. Official classes were set to commence today. Yesterday had merely served as a warm-up. Holding the attendance sheet, he surveyed the students seated upright below, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Clearing his throat, he began calling names. Ding Chun, present, present, present. Ma King, present, present, present. Ma Long, present, present. It was as if echoes reverberated throughout the classroom. Upon reaching this point, Bu Ming furrowed his brow, glancing at Huangfu Wuqing, who stood and called out to an elderly man directing traffic outside. "Old man, we are in class. Could you please keep it down?" The students erupted into laughter. As Bu Ming continued to call names, noticing that the students still respected him, he thought to himself, no matter how arrogant they may seem, they're still just students. Just as he pondered this, the front door of the classroom swung open, and a glamorous woman, adorned in opulence, sashayed into the room. Her attire was strikingly flamboyant, and the scent of her perfume was overwhelmingly strong. From a distance, Bu Ming found himself nearly overwhelmed. Had it not been for his first-level resistance to toxins, he might have succumbed to the fragrance. Furrowing his brows, Bu Ming admonished, "This is a place of learning. Please exit." "Oh, how heartless you are. Just yesterday, you were in my embrace, lamenting how you couldn't bear to leave, extolling the virtues of my womanly scent and the waves of passion I inspired. Now, you pull up your trousers and forget yesterday's words?" The woman's voice dripped with seduction. "I do not know you. Kindly leave at once, or I shall summon security." "Security? How utterly foolish. Just yesterday, you were calling me your sweetheart and little darling, and now you turn so cold." The woman's penchant for theatrics was evident as she spoke. shedding a few tears that made her appear convincingly distressed. The students began to murmur among themselves, with several girls exclaiming loudly, "I can't believe our new homeroom teacher is such a scoundrel. He is nothing but a cad. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a rogue. How could such a man be a role model? We should report this to the school. If they neglect it, we can escalate it to the education department." Some even took out their phones to record the incident. At this point, if Bu Ming remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, he would truly be a fool. Clearly, these students were not capitulating. They were merely shifting strategies. Unable to overpower Bu Ming through strength, they resorted to a moral attack. Although Bu Ming had never encountered such a situation, he had faced life and death, encountered the supernatural, and traversed Titan, rendering these juvenile tactics trivial in his eyes. With a slight smile, he addressed the woman, "Madam, if you truly know me, please enlighten us with my name." We shared a night of passion." "Who cares what your name is? Then how did you manage to find your way to our school? You told me yesterday that you were a teacher here. Is that so? If you don't even know my name, how did you locate me here?" I searched each class diligently. It was like traversing miles to find my beloved, akin to Qin Xianglian searching for Chen Shimi. "That indeed sounds like quite the ordeal," Bu Ming replied with a cold smirk. "At last, it seems you possess a modicum of conscience. The toil endured shall remain unspoken. Primarily, you must settle the overnight expenses incurred yesterday." The woman extended her hand, her gaze fixed upon Bu Ming, asserting that she would not vacate the premises without payment. "Very well. How much do you desire?" Bu Ming inwaited. 800 no, 8,000, she replied. To her surprise, Bu Ming contemplated acquiescing to her demand. Initially, her intent had been to create a scene, tarnishing Bu Ming's reputation to fulfill her mission. However, Bu Ming found himself in a predicament. Whether he paid or not, the implications were dire. Paying would imply an acknowledgement of their alleged relationship, while refusing would cast him as a heartless scoundrel. He retrieved his checkbook, swiftly inscribing a check for 80,000. Observing the woman, he declared, "Here lies 80,000. Upon hearing Bu Ming offer tenfold her request, the woman hurriedly reached out to accept. Yet, he raised a hand, stating, "Hold on, I can provide the funds. But you must disclose who orchestrated your scheme against me." The woman withdrew her hand, expressing confusion. "I do not quite grasp your meaning. Did you not wish to settle yesterday's charges? If you choose to remain silent, then so be it." Bu Ming crumpled the check and tossed it aside. Subsequently, he put another check for 800,000. "This check is for 800,000, but only if you reveal who instructed you to entrap me." The woman's demeanor shifted to one of delight as she retrieved the discarded check, extending her hand towards Bu Ming once more. "I shall disclose. Indeed, someone hired me, though I'm unaware of their identity. They offered 50,000 to lure you into a trap, and I have yet to receive the payment." Bu Ming handed her the check, which she tucked into her bosom. She then produced a business card from her ample cleavage, presenting it to Bu Ming. "Thank you, sir. I'm Lian. My contact information is on this card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." With that, she swayed her way out. The students exchanged glances, astonished that Bu Ming could extricate himself from such a predicament. It appeared that this newly appointed delivery teacher was no ordinary individual, successfully navigating even the most alluring of traps. Chapter 75. The first class. This maneuver left the students in awe, unable to fathom how someone clad in a delivery uniform could effortlessly produce such a sum. Many of them hailed from affluent backgrounds, yet none would be as extravagant as Wu Cheng, offering 88,000 to someone who sought to ensnare him. Bu Ming turned his gaze towards the astonished students, proclaiming, "From this incident, you should glean a lesson. That which can be provoked through expenditure can equally be resolved with greater financial means. By the way, you may upload videos. However, if you post incomplete footage online, the consequences are yours to bear." After calming his thoughts, he placed the attendance sheet down. Let us commence our lesson. Today, we shall delve into the literary work Zheng Qi Gu Bai Wen Tianxiang. He inscribed the vigorous characters for Zheng Qi Gu upon the blackboard, exuding an artistic flair. After completing the inscription, Bu Ming exhaled deeply. "I understand that many of you come from extraordinary families. Some possess wealth, others power, and some martial prowess. Thus, you often carry an air of superiority. Yet, have you ever contemplated that money, authority, or your parents might offer little assistance? Only by strengthening yourself can you truly aid your own cause." From the back, Duan Nen scoffed. "You speak as if it were all so reasonable. yet to possess wealth, power, and strength without utilizing them would indeed be folly. Bu Ming regarded Duan Nan, nodding in agreement. You are not entirely mistaken. However, such utilization must be predicated upon one's capacity to wield these assets. I pose a question. What does it mean to remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace? Who among you can provide an answer? The students exchanged uncertain glances. Bu Ming did not anticipate their response. Thus, after a brief pause, he elucidated. To remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace is quite simple. It entails both enjoying the finest and withstanding the worst. This statement plunged many students into contemplation. Bu Ming continued his lecture. Though he was not a professional instructor, he had once excelled academically, allowing him admission into the prestigious Anbei University. Moreover, Zhengqi Ge was a cherished work of his, often recited in times of adversity. Thus he spoke with ease. The author of Zhengqi Ge is Wen Tianxiang. Who was Wen Tianxiang? He served as a prime minister and endured captivity. He has experienced both the heights of fortune and the depths of despair. This poem was penned during his imprisonment, in a dungeon rife with oppressive heat, dampness, and foul air, 7 forms of torment in total, the worst of environments. Yet, Wen Tianxiang resisted these afflictions with his unwavering integrity. Duan Nan interjected, what utility lies in this? Can reciting Zhengqi Ge enhance one's strength? Bu Ming turned to Duan Nan, who met his gaze defiantly. Bu Ming suddenly smiled, clapping his hands. Congratulations, Duan Nan. You have answered correctly. Indeed, Zhengqi Ge can elevate one's strength. My current prowess is, in part, a result of this very poem. Duan Nan expressed disbelief. Bu Ming disregarded him, glancing at Huang Fu Wuqing. Do you possess any poison? Wang Fu Wuqing chuckled, retrieving a porcelain vial from her bosom. This is a type of Pin Hong, known to seal the throat upon contact with blood. Bu Ming held the vial aloft, addressing the class. Who among you dares to consume this poison? No one dared to volunteer. Curiosity etched upon their faces, speculating what Bu Ming would do next. At this juncture, Duan Nan chimed in. You must have conspired with Huang Fu Wuqing. Using a vial of, before he could finish, Bu Ming swiftly appeared before him, yanking his chin, dislocating it with a swift motion. Duan Nan could not articulate his protests, only emitting muffled sounds. Bu Ming queried Huang Fu Wuqing, is there an antidote? Huang Fu Wuqing offered a wry smile. There is, but the antidote is also a poison. Then bring it forth. I shall administer it first to clarify that we have not conspired. Huang Fu Wuqing produced another vial of poison, which Bu Ming poured into Duan Nan's mouth, instantly turning his face ghastly pale. It is indeed poisonous. Bu Ming utilized the antidote from Pin Hong to counteract the poison, then administered a small amount of Pin Hong, causing Duan Nan's complexion to flush crimson, as though he were bleeding. Bu Ming countered the poison once more. After this commotion, Duan Nan was rendered speechless, while Bu Ming reset his jaw. Duan Nan glared at him with venomous eyes. Bu Ming paid him no mind, smiling lightly as he poured Pin Hong into his own mouth, taking a small sip and swallowing. The class was aghast, yet Bu Ming appeared unfazed, smacking his lips. The flavor is rather sweet. This act rendered the entire class speechless. Even Huang Fu Wuqing was taken aback. She suddenly realized why her mentor, the Black Widow, Ling Jie, chose to follow Bu Ming, because Ling Jie excelled in the art of poison, which held no effect on Bu Ming. BM Ing returned both bottles of poison to Hu NGFWQ Ing and then walked back to the side of the podium. The reason I fear not the poison lies in the righteousness I embody. However, such righteousness requires cultivation. It is not attained in a single leap. Therefore, I advise all of you not to imitate me unless you can reach my level. This personal demonstration captivated the attention of the students, drawing them entirely into BM Eng's lesson. He was quite pleased with this outcome. After 15 minutes of teaching, however, he noticed that the students' focus began to wane, which was inevitable. These students were not the type to engage attentively in class. Their enthusiasm sparked when it came to fighting, while knowledge made them yawn. He retrieved a piece of millennium-old ginseng from his bag and placed it on the desk. Dear students, it appears that many of you are feeling a bit lethargic. Thus, I have brought forth a treasured piece of millennium-old ginseng, valued at approximately 1 billion. You are fortunate today, at the end of this class. The student who participates most actively and maintains the highest concentration will have the opportunity to taste the ginseng's root. A wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. 1 billion? Surely this must be a joke. It has to be fake. If I had a billion, would I still be a teacher? No, if I had a billion, why would I work as a delivery person? Various remarks filled the air, and the classroom atmosphere heated up once again. Chapter 76, Righteousness Pill. By the end of the class, the students were thoroughly engrossed. They probably had never experienced such an exhilarating lesson in their lives. After class, Hu Ngfw Qing and Ling Ziyu hurried over, both completely captivated by Bu Ming. Teacher, your song of righteousness was truly remarkable. You are indeed our teacher, Hu Ngfw Qing exclaimed. May I call you brother? Bu Ming gazed into Hu Ngfw Qing's eyes, which sparkled with an unusual light. He quickly shook his head. It would be better if you refrain from calling me brother or teacher. If not teacher, then what should we call you? You may refer to me as Mr. After all, my primary role is not that of a teacher, Bu Ming replied. Then what is your primary role? Are you truly a delivery person? Something along those lines. I prefer to be called a traveler. He then decided to distribute the ginseng roots, asking those whose names he called to come forward. The second class was English. Bu Ming invited Ling Jia to teach while he listened from the back of the classroom. Ling Jia was evidently much more popular than Bu Ming. Even Du and NN and Ying SNW, I dared not misbehave in her class. As she took her place at the podium, crossing her legs in an alluring manner, the boys stared wide-eyed, some even bleeding from their noses despite not having consumed any ginseng root. Today, I will teach you the languages of assassins. As an assassin, one must master various languages to seamlessly disguise oneself as a citizen of any country. But teacher, with your black hair and eyes, you could not pass as anyone from another country, a student retorted. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Jia lowered her head and then raised it again, her appearance transforming effortlessly. A gentle sweep of her hair changed its color to that of a golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign beauty. Speaking in an impeccable London accent, she uttered a sentence in English, then slightly opened her blouse and adopted a different demeanor to speak a phrase in French. She descended from the podium, took a few steps, and spoke in Italian. It was as if she could become anyone from any nation, leaving all the students in awe. Bu Ming was equally astonished, realizing that being a top assassin demanded extensive knowledge, a level of dedication beyond what most could fathom. After demonstrating for a while, Ling Jia commenced her formal lesson. Her teaching was exceptionally engaging, and throughout the class, Bu Ming felt no trace of boredom, completely immersed. The other students shared his sentiment. Following the English lesson, they transitioned to physical education. Physical education was a subject Bu Ming could teach himself, although he could not impart his speed and strength to the students. He made a decision to take out a military ration, cutting it into 40 pieces to serve as rewards. Class, today we will play dodgeball. I have decided to offer some righteousness pills as rewards. Those who perform exceptionally in physical education will receive a righteousness pill. What are righteousness pills? They can't be poisonous, can they? Duen en remarque disdinfuli. Indeed, are they toxic? Their skepticism prompted other students to cast doubtful glances at Bu Ming. He beckoned L.N.W.ing over. LNWNG approached hésitantly, concerned about losing face in front of Hu Ngfw Qing. Sir, please don't make little Lin do it. He.S. just a weakling and probably can't even score 200 points, Hu Ngfw Qing mocked from the sidelines. In some game halls in NB, there are such punching machines where an average adult can score over 500 points with a single punch. Many misinterpret the unit as kilograms, boasting about their strength as if they were modern-day LB. However, anyone with a basic understanding of physics knows that a 500-kilogram punch is simply unrealistic. The force exerted would likely send the person flying. Scoring merely 200 points is quite rare. Feeling underestimated, L.N.W.ing struck the punching machine with all his might, and the numbers soared, finally settling at 198, just shy of 200. L.N.W.ing winced, clutching his fist in agony, eliciting laughter from the class. Although he felt embarrassed, being regarded as weak among these formidable fighters was to be expected. Bu Ming smiled slightly, producing a fragment of the military ration and handing it to L.N.W.ing. Consume this. L.N.W.ing hesitated, noticing the unsanitary appearance of the fragment, but did not dare to refuse. Bu Ming encouraged him. Do you wish to be looked down upon forever? Risks are omnipresent. Only through calculated risks can one reap rewards. With that, L.N.W.ing gritted his teeth and swallowed the fragment. After swallowing it, Ing felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his body. He also noticed a marked improvement in his vision, hearing, and reflexes. His long-lost confidence returned, and he struck the punching machine with renewed vigor. The machine emitted a resounding buzz, registering an astonishing score of 680. Everyone was taken aback. It must be fake. This is surely staged. The machine is faulty. And others continuously questioned. Ing, however, stared in disbelief at his own fist. The shock he felt far exceeded the astonishment of those around him. Did I truly accomplish this? Yes, he had indeed achieved this. He had regained his strength. And with it, his confidence had returned. Lin Wang glanced at Bu Ming, who praised him, saying, "Well done." His gaze swept over the skeptical students. Who among you doubts this machine? Step forward and give it a punch to find out. Duan declared, "I will." He had trained himself with the goal of becoming an assassin since childhood, so his strength was comparable to that of an average adult. He struck the punching machine, and a number, 580, flashed on the screen, which was 100 less than Lin Wang's score. Unsatisfied, he punched again, only to receive a score of 570 this time. After Duan Nan's attempt, Yang Sanwei also stepped up for 2 tries, discovering that his strength was even inferior to Duan Nan's. Long Ziyue tried as well, achieving a score of 600, but that was only due to the temporary boost from consuming a segment of ginseng during Chinese class. In an instant, everyone understood that the Zhengqi pill that Bu Ming spoke of was indeed a remarkable item, and their enthusiasm surged immensely. Chapter 77. Impropriety during physical education class. The students in Bu Ming's class were exceedingly spirited, exerting themselves wholeheartedly in the game. Ling Jie leaned close to Bu Ming and whispered, "Is it truly appropriate to tempt students with such things?" Bu Ming sighed, "Of course not, but these students have strayed from the right path. They must first be guided back to righteousness." "It seems you are quite suited to be a teacher," Ling Jie remarked. "However, that Jingxi pill of yours is indeed a marvelous item. I know there are potions in the West that can enhance one's strength, but I doubt any can match the potency of the Jingxi pill. Such potions exist in the West." Bu Ming thought, startled. "Yes, as far as I know. The upper echelons of Anbei have heard of them, but those potions only increase strength and come with significant side effects, turning individuals into half-human, half-beast monstrosities, which is why I would never use them. That's fortunate. The Zhengqi pill bears no such side effects. So indeed, your item is truly exceptional. I wonder where you procured it." Ling Jie fixed her gaze on Bu Ming. Bu Ming was unperturbed by Ling Jie. He now increased his combat power by 1 each day and had become quite formidable, his physical attributes 6 times what they once were. Ling Jie could hardly pose a threat to him. He looked at her. "Are you trying to pry into my sources? I wouldn't dare, but if you're willing, I could help you find buyers. Such a fine product must fetch over 100 million for a single piece. Over 100 million for merely 40 portions of military rations? Isn't that a tad exaggerated? Of course, such items are valued for their rarity. Anbei as a whole cannot consume too much," Ling Jie explained. "True strength must ultimately be earned through hard training. Relying on external aids is not the superior choice." Bu Ming concurred with this sentiment, yet he found himself lacking in training methods and could only rely on military rations for enhancement for now. Grateful that no side effects had yet manifested, he looked toward the students, who were fully engaged in their activities. "In truth, I am not in dire need of money. Thus, I shall reserve this item for my own use." Ling Jie gave him a knowing glance. "Indeed, you would not lack for funds. Selling ginseng alone could earn you a fortune." Bu Ming found her remarks peculiar, glaring at her. "What do you mean by selling ginseng? Don't omit the ren in ginseng." Ling Jie giggled. "Someone is simply coveting your body." Bu Ming felt a chill run down his spine and quickly distanced himself from Ling Jie. Yet she seemed to cling to him like an adhesive bandage, leaning closer and saying, "Don't think that just because you are strong and wealthy, you need me. Sooner or later, you'll find a use for me." Bu Ming was skeptical. Although he had invited Ling Jie to assist him in teaching, he believed she was not irreplaceable and others could fulfill her role. To his astonishment, after physical education class concluded, Duan Nan and Yang Sanwei had performed the best in the session. Could it be that these two were beginning to change for the better? This was a promising sign. Bu Ming decided to reward each of them with a Zhengqi pill, and they carefully accepted it. The 4th class was biology, which Bu Ming entrusted to Ling Jie, though he reflected that he could not rely on her too heavily, lest she come to believe he was dependent on her. Ling Jie introduced toxic organisms to the students, who listened with great interest, gaining valuable knowledge. At long last, the 4 morning classes concluded, and at noon, Huang Fu Wuqing took Bu Ming to the cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria at Sha Ing High School was renowned in Anbei, reportedly employing chefs from a Michelin 3-star restaurant, though that was merely hearsay, as Michelin chefs surely would not be able to produce the mass meals typical of a cafeteria, where their pursuit of refinement could not shine through. Bu Ming had yet to obtain a teacher's meal card, so Huang Fu Wuqing, along with Long Ziyue and Lin Wang, treated him. Having witnessed the power of Bu Ming's Zhengqi pill, both Huang Fu Wuqing and Long Ziyue were eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Lin Wang, having also experienced a surge in strength after consuming the pill, was now treated as an equal by Huang Fu Wuqing and Long Ziyue, relishing this newfound respect and fully accepting Bu Ming as his brother-in-law. The 3 rushed to fetch food, while Bu Ming remained in the private room. As he sat idly, the door suddenly swung open, and in walked a man and a woman. The man was the new physical education teacher at Sha Ing High School, a tall and handsome individual, a Ph.D. in rugby, known as Zhang Sandan. The woman was the music teacher, known as Fan Mimi, who aspired to marry into wealth, hoping to charm any male teacher with a modicum of financial means. In this instance, it was akin to the story of Ah Zhan falling for Ah Chong. Zhang Sandan and Fan Mimi were like igniting gas meeting a spark, ready to explode. They paid no mind to the presence of anyone else in the room and began to disrobe. Such fervor! Bu Ming mused to himself as he sipped tea, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Once they had shed most of their clothing, he noted that Zhang Sandan indeed had an impressive physique, muscular and well-defined. In contrast, Fan Mimi, surprisingly, was not as well endowed as he had imagined. She likely patted her bust regularly. At this observation, Bu Ming couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. This sound startled both of them. Fan Mimi shrieked, hastily gathering her clothes to cover herself. Only then did Zhang Sandan notice Bu Ming, and he barked, "Who are you? Peeping on us? Do you want me to beat you to a pulp?" "Oh, how terrifying," Bu Ming replied, patting his chest, "but it's not I who am watching. Rather, you barged into my private room and forced me to witness this. Wouldn't you agree? I've heard that viewing such unsavory acts can lead to unwanted consequences, and you might owe me medical expenses." Fuming with indignation, Zhang Sandan approached Bu Ming, fists clenched. "I can pay for your medical expenses. But if we're going to settle this, why not let me first beat you half to death, and then we can sort it out?" He threw a straight punch at Bu Ming. Bu Ming remained seated, unmoving, and with a single hand he grasped Zhang Sandan's fist, applying a gentle squeeze that elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Zhang Sandan's legs buckled, and he collapsed before Bu Ming. Fan Mimi trembled, stammering, What do you intend to do?" "I will scream impropriety." Bu Ming shook his head and sighed. "Impropriety? Do you truly believe I would stoop to such levels with someone your caliber?" Fan Mimi felt belittled by a delivery man, her anger surging as she cried out in her practice bel canto, "Someone, help! I am being harassed." In Chapter 78, On-Site Instruction, Bu Ming was taken aback by Fan Mimi's unexpected outburst, wondering how someone who appeared quite composed could behave so irrationally as to shout such accusations. Her cries attracted the attention of the spirited youths from Sha Ing Middle School, who swiftly gathered around the room, blocking the entrance. "What is happening?" someone inquired. "Is there harassment occurring? Could it be? This is the cafeteria after all. I recognize her. Isn't she the music teacher from the 2nd year? Fan Mimi? Has she truly been harassed? Who will be interested in her? Perhaps there are only men who cannot find wives, not women who cannot find husbands." The students whispered among themselves. At that moment, Huang Fu Wuqing and her companions returned with their meals. Upon seeing the throng gathered outside Bu Ming's room, she frowned slightly and commanded, "Make way for me." Her authoritative voice resonated like a mighty bell, startling the curious students into dispersing. Though they were eager to witness the spectacle, none wished to invite trouble upon themselves, especially not with Huang Fu's gaze upon them. Fan Mimi, who had initially summoned all the students with her cries, now felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as they hurriedly scattered. As Huang Fu Wuqing and her companions stepped into the room, they were met with the sight of Fan Mimi clinging to Bu Ming's leg, weeping and wailing about harassment. A rather distressing scene. Huang Fu Wuqing remarked, "Sir, it appears you have a peculiar taste." Long Ziyue and Lin Wang couldn't help but share a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Bu Ming, wishing to shield his students from witnessing his discomfort, gently pulled Fan Mimi aside. Disoriented by her abrupt release, she attempted to continue her cries, but at the sight of Bu Ming's cold glare, her voice faltered. Just then, Zhang Sandan took up where Fan Mimi left off, loudly shouting, "Security! Hurry! There's harassment!" Bu Ming, however, was far less gentle with him, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Sandan crashing against the wall. After a moment, he slid down to the ground. Despite the chaos, his shout had indeed summoned the security team. Captain Hao Weifeng and a few guards approached, but upon noticing Huangfu Wuqing and Long Ziyu, they hesitated to enter. They waited for the four to finish their meal before politely requesting, "Sir, may I ask you to accompany us for a moment?" Huangfu Wuqing scoffed, "Accompany you? For what purpose?" Hao Weifeng found himself in a predicament, responding, "We are merely following protocol. After all, the school has rules, does it not? We are here to earn our keep, Lady Huangfu, so please do not hold this against us." With arms crossed, Huangfu Wuqing retorted, "And if I do?" Long Ziyu added, "This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Bu. I will explain the situation to my grandfather." Hao Weifeng thought to himself that he could not afford to offend either of them. It seemed inappropriate to leave without taking Bu Ming with him. He feared the consequences of neglecting his duty. Just then, Bu Ming interjected, "All right, I will accompany you." Huangfu Wuqing protested, "Sir, this situation clearly does not involve you. It is these two shameless individuals who have latched onto you. Perhaps I should give them each a taste of my wrath." "Let us maintain some decorum," Bu Ming replied. "I refuse to be held accountable for actions I did not commit. One must uphold integrity and fear nothing." Huangfu Wuqing nodded. "Very well, we shall accompany you." Hao Weifeng recognized this as a concession from Huangfu Wuqing, a rare occurrence indeed, as Bu Ming's words had compelled her to relent. He promptly arranged for assistance to help Zhang Sandan and Fan Mimi, guiding the four of them to the school's security office. As they made their way, Zhang Sandan and Fan Mimi, in disheveled states, were exposed to the gaze of faculty and students alike. Fortunately, they remained in a daze, unaware of their embarrassment. Had they been fully cognizant, they might have wished to hide away in shame. Upon entering the security office, they recounted the events, and Hao Weifeng, not daring to detain them further, swiftly allowed their departure. Once outside, Huangfu Wuqing expressed her indignation. "Sir, that wretched woman has gone too far. I must ensure she pays for her transgressions." "Let it go," Bu Ming advised. "A mosquito may bite, but do you truly wish to pursue it relentlessly?" "Indeed, I would like to crush it. Otherwise, I cannot find peace," Huangfu Wuqing replied. Bu Ming felt a twinge of awkwardness, thinking it prudent to advise her not to engage too deeply with those beneath her station. "Our aspirations lie among the stars and sea. They are but mere microbes wallowing in the muck. One must elevate their perspective and broaden their character. Do you understand?" Huangfu Wuqing nodded, though still troubled. "But what if I remain angry?" After a moment's contemplation, Bu Ming produced 2 Jinchi pills and offered one to her. "Take this to calm your spirit." Huangfu Wuqing swallowed the pill, her eyes lighting up with astonishment. What a remarkable pill. No wonder Xiao Lin transformed so dramatically. Long Ziyu eagerly watched Bu Ming as he extended a pill to him as well. He promptly consumed it and exclaimed, "I feel an urge to spar. I believe I could shatter a boulder with a single punch." Bu Ming cautioned, "While your strength may have increased, your defenses are still lacking. Do not attempt to strike a boulder. If you need to vent, find a punching bag instead." "Very well, I shall strike the punching bag. I wish to do the same." Bu Ming glanced at Huangfu Wuqing and Long Ziyu, a smile breaking across his face. "All right, hold on to my arms tightly. I will take you to the punching bags." With that, he grasped one of each and dashed toward the school's gymnasium. His speed reached an astonishing 180 kilometers per hour, equivalent to 3 kilometers per minute or 50 meters per second. The swift motion, coupled with occasional leaps reaching several meters high, made Huangfu Wuqing and Long Ziyu feel as though they were on the most thrilling roller coaster. When Bu Ming finally came to a halt, the two needed a moment to regain their composure after the exhilarating ride. Bu Ming pointed toward the punching bags in the sparring room of the gymnasium. "Now, give your strength a try." Long Ziyu swung his fist lightly, sending the punching bag flying. He stepped back, satisfied as he watched it sway vigorously. Suddenly, he kicked it, and with a single powerful strike, the bag burst open, sand spilling everywhere. "Sir, with my skills, I must rank among the best in Anbei. Wouldn't you agree? Long Ziyue declared proudly. Huangfu Wuqing watched Bu Ming with eager anticipation. Bu Ming smiled faintly. A touch of youthful confidence is commendable, but beware of arrogance. Your strength and speed have improved, yet to be a notable figure in Anbei, you have much further to go. As he approached another punching bag, he merely flicked it with a finger, sending it soaring. When it reached its peak, the bag exploded, sand cascading to the floor. Even I would not dare claim to be among the elite in Anbei, he remarked. Huangfu Wuqing and Long Ziyue exchanged glances, realizing the vast disparity in their abilities. They promptly set aside their earlier pride, donning expressions of humility and determination. Bu Ming observed their expressions keenly and thought to himself that today's on-site teaching could be deemed a success. Chapter 79, Scheming. In the principal's office, a woman adorned in luxurious attire sat, perusing the files on the desk. Principal Dong Buchuan stood nearby, wearing a broad smile. Madam Yang, all the teacher's information is right here. The woman, referred to as Madam Yang, casually flipped through the documents and asked nonchalantly, I have heard that my son Sanwei has been transferred to a special class recently. Indeed, young Master Yang has entered a special class, which was personally established by Mr. Long, comprising the most dynamic students from the entire school. Absurd. Madam Yang slammed the file down onto the desk. Are you implying that my son Yang Sanwei is a special child? No. No such implication, Dong Buchuan stammered. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In my capacity as president, I hereby suggest you immediately dissolve this class. Otherwise, we shall report this to the Education Bureau. As you know, the Yang family still holds some influence there. Dong Buchuan appeared distressed. It is not like that, Madam Yang, but this class was personally organized by Mr. Long. I will speak with Uncle Long myself, Madam Yang declared. Dong Buchuan, wiping his sweat, suggested, why not give him a call right now? Unhappy, Madam Yang took out her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she adopted a gentle tone. However, Mr. Long on the other end was unyielding. Mei Ling, this decision was made for everyone's benefit, and it is a rare opportunity for Mr. Bu to teach at Sha Ing. Madam Yang replied, but my son Sanwei claims that his teaching methods are problematic. He simply cannot accept it. Mr. Long responded, if that is the case, I can only express my regret. Perhaps Sanwei could transfer back to a regular class. Would you find that acceptable? Hearing this, Madam Yang quickly replied, thank you, Uncle Long. After hanging up, she immediately changed her demeanor and instructed Dong Buchuan, make arrangements to transfer Yang Sanwei back to the regular class right away. Dong Buchuan, drenched in sweat, thought to himself that while the powerful are at odds, it is the little people like him who suffer. Nevertheless, since Madam Yang was insistent, he complied. Yang Sanwei was transferred back to the regular class, and a girl ranked 41st, known for being difficult to manage, was moved to the special class. Satisfied, Madame Yang departed. Just as she left, another opulent lady arrived. This woman was even more forthright. Principal Dong, I heard you transferred Yang Sanwei back to the regular class. Why not transfer Duan Nan as well? Is there a bias here? No, absolutely not, Dong Buchuan hastily assured her. Then are you looking down on the Duan family? No, he quickly replied. I will arrange for Duan Nan to be moved back to the regular class right away. He said this while making immediate arrangements to transfer Duan Nan as well, just as he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. Fan Mimi and Zhang Sandan came into the principal's office, crying and complaining. Fan Mimi, disheveled and unkempt, exclaimed, Uncle, you must help me. Someone has violated me. Upon hearing this, Dong Buchuan frowned. Don't shout. I have told you to be more careful, but you did not listen. Now someone has taken advantage of you. Who was it? Speak up. I don't know who it was. He seemed to be a delivery guy, Fan Mimi replied. A delivery guy? Dong Buchuan's anger flared. Which delivery guy would dare to be so brazen? Was it from Ni Feng, Yuan Butong, or Zhong Butong, Shen Butong? Fan Mimi shook her head. It seems none of them. Oh, I remember. Miss Huangfu and the young master of the Long family called him sir. Yes, it was that delivery guy, Zhang Sanin added. He seems to be the homeroom teacher of the new class. Principal, you must punish him severely. Upon learning that the delivery guy was the homeroom teacher, Dong Buchuan's expression changed. My goodness, why would you provoke him? He is Mr. Long's most trusted person. Otherwise, Long Ziyue would not have been placed in his class. Uncle, are you mistaken? He is just a delivery guy, right? Could it be that the delivery guy is a disguise, and his true identity is that of a super-rich heir? Fan Mimi questioned suspiciously. In any case, he is not someone you can afford to offend, Dong Buchuan warned. Zhang Sandan clenched his fists and looked at Fan Mimi. Mimi, if you feel wronged, I can use my family's influence to teach him a lesson. Fan Mimi hesitated. However, Dong Buchuan encouraged. Sandan, your family may have some power in Anbei, but they are merely a third-rate family. Do not seek trouble. Zhang Sandan, however, would not relent. Principal, he is the one who violated Mimi. I absolutely cannot allow such a scoundrel in our school. Rest assured, I know how to handle this matter. Seeing Zhang Sandan's determination, Dong Buchuan ceased to persuade him. He held a strong dislike for Zhang Sandan, who had only been placed in the school due to the influence of his father, the deputy director of the Anbei Education Bureau. Particularly since Zhang Sandan was pursuing Fan Mimi, Dong Buchuan was not fond of their association. Thus, he thought this might be a good opportunity to rid the school of Zhang Sandan, and perhaps even bring down his bureaucratic father. Noting that Dong Buchuan did not oppose him, Zhang Sandan picked up the phone, made a brief call, and hung up. He placed his phone in his pocket, exhaling in relief. My dad said he would bring people down to inspect the school. This time, we will definitely clear that delivery guy out of Shine. Dong Buchuan remarked. Have you considered how to explain this to Mr. Long? Zhang Sandan smirked. Actually, it's nothing. I suspect that delivery guy deceived Mr. Long, leading to some misunderstandings. Once we disclose the investigation results, Mr. Long will naturally not make a fuss. Dong Buchuan inwardly chuckled. As a grandson of a third-rate family, he could not fathom the Long family's formidable nature. Mr. Long would not entertain reason or listen to explanations if he were to lose his temper. Not only would a mere director be inconsequential, but even Zhang Sandan's third-rate family could vanish without a trace. He glanced out the window, waved his hand, and said, You may leave now. I've already made my stance clear. I do not support your actions. This is your own decision. Zhang Sandan smiled. Principal, you are truly cautious. I understand. Rest assured, I will bear the consequences of my actions. Just watch. Chapter 80. Investigation. Bu Ming and Ling Jia continued their classes throughout the afternoon. By evening, as the day's lessons concluded, Bu Ming felt utterly exhausted. It was indeed tiring. Ever since he became a Bu Xing Shi, he had never felt as drained as he did today. Clearly, teaching was not a simple affair. He returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and sat on the sofa with a can of beer. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Principal Dong Buchuan. Teacher Bu, please come to the principal's office immediately. Someone from above is here to speak with you. Bu Ming frowned at this. Someone from above? Which above? They are unrelated to themselves. Why engage in conversation with oneself? He hastily dressed and jumped out of the window, sprinting across the rooftops, swiftly arriving at the administrative building of the school. Adjusting his attire, he entered and made his way to the principal's office on the second floor. The door to the principal's office was ajar. Bu Ming knocked lightly, and upon hearing a voice invite him in, he pushed the door open. Once inside, he noticed that, apart from the principal, there were three others present: a rotund man with a receding hairline, a woman of decent appearance, and Zhang Sandan, whom he had previously admonished. Dong Buchuan, upon seeing Bu Ming enter, hurriedly introduced him to the three. Director Zhang, this is Teacher Bu. As he spoke, he glanced at Bu Ming, signaling him with a look. However, Bu Ming did not comprehend the meaning behind the glance, which mattered little to him. In his view, even if the King of Heaven were present, he would not be intimidated. The rotund man scoffed, scrutinizing Bu Ming from head to toe, and disdainfully remarked, So, you're the new teacher? Is the bar for teachers at Sha-Ing Zhongshu set so low now? Dong Buchuan interjected, It's not like that. Director Zhang, Mr. Long specifically arranged for him to come. Mr. Long? Which Mr. Long? Does he have such reach as to extend into our education system? Upon hearing this, Dong Buchuan's expression changed, and he glanced at Zhang Sandan. Zhang Sandan, at least, was aware of whom Mr. Long was and whispered to the rotund man, Mr. Long is the school's sponsor. He financed the construction of Sha-Ing. Oh, and what of it? Just because he has some money, he can act so presumptuously? At this point, the woman beside him frowned slightly. Director Zhang, we are here to address the issues concerning the special class. Let us refrain from discussing anything extraneous. The rotund man then redirected his attention to Bu Ming. What is your name, and how did you infiltrate Sha-Ing Zhongshu? Bu Ming calmly regarded the rotund man. You must be Director Zhang. May I inquire about your position? What do you mean by asking about my position? Are you questioning my qualifications? I am Zhang Yiqiang, the Deputy Director in charge of Educational Supervision at Anbei Education Bureau, responsible for managing prominent issues within the education system. Zhang Yiqiang looked down at Bu Ming with arrogance. Let us not talk about me. Let us discuss your situation. How did you manage to get in here? I was invited by Mr. Long, whom you're undoubtedly familiar with. Why should I care about Mr. Long or Mr. Tiger? The question at hand is why you were hired to run a special class. Did you submit an application? You did not, did you? Hearing this, Dong Buchuan felt quite uncomfortable. It seems that our school is not required to submit applications for such classes. We are a private institution. I don't care whether you're private or public. You are still under our jurisdiction, Zhang Yiqiang retorted, seemingly irate. Dong Buchuan, however, did not argue further, merely shrugging. If that's the case, Director Zhang, your authority prevails. Zhang Yiqiang, seemingly oblivious to Dong Buchuan's sarcasm, pointed at Bu Ming. As a teacher, how can you dress so inappropriately? Is this how one should present themselves as a role model? You look like a courier. What is wrong with being a courier? Wasn't it agreed that one should not judge by appearances? If even a dignified educational inspector like you is so superficial, how can you expect to cultivate good students or guide them toward correct values? Bu Ming retorted. Upon hearing Bu Ming audaciously criticize him, Zhang Yiqiang exploded in fury. An ordinary teacher have no right to criticize me. What is wrong with being an ordinary teacher? Aren't we all in the business of educating? Just because your position is higher, does that mean you are superior? What kind of mindset is that? Do you believe one must be of higher rank or wealth to earn respect? How dare you be so disrespectful in my presence? I will revoke your position and cancel your teaching qualifications. Bu Ming scoffed. You likely do not possess the authority to dismiss me. Let me inform you. I currently do not hold a teaching qualification. Go ahead, take action if you dare. You do not have a teaching qualification? The others in the room exclaimed in unison. Realizing he had misspoken, Bu Ming understood that lacking a teaching qualification while serving as a class teacher was indeed against regulations. Dong Buchuan cast a look of despair at Bu Ming. He had just learned this fact. Normally, he might have overlooked it since Bu Ming wouldn't be a teacher for life. However, revealing this in front of Zhang Yiqiang was akin to inviting disaster. Zhang Yiqiang, on the other hand, was elated. If you were merely a courier, I indeed had no jurisdiction over you. However, now that you have unlawfully taken up a position, you are right in my crosshairs. I hereby declare the cancellation of your class, and you are to accompany us for an investigation. Bu Ming regretted his earlier impulsiveness. This matter could have been resolved differently, but he had hastily confronted Zhang Yiqiang, leading to this predicament. At that moment, the phone in the principal's office rang. Dong Buchuan picked it up, listened for a moment, and then handed it to Zhang Yiqiang. Zhang Yiqiang answered the phone impatiently. Who is this? A stern voice on the other end responded. Is this Zhang Yiqiang? I am Shun Huing from Anbei Discipline Inspection. We have received a report alleging that you have abused your power for personal gain, suspected of committing a crime in your position. We have dispatched personnel to investigate. Please cooperate. Zhang Yiqiang's face turned ashen. This is impossible. Whether it is possible or not will be revealed through investigation. Additionally, your Education Bureau is to convene an emergency meeting upon receiving our notice to suspend all your duties. Please report to the Anbei Discipline Inspection building immediately. The call ended, and the phone slipped from Zhang Yiqiang's hand as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He had just intended to investigate Bu Ming, only to find himself under investigation. Could there be a connection? He would never believe there wasn't. Meanwhile, Zhang Sandan was still in disbelief, pointing at Wu Cheng. Weren't you quite arrogant before? What is wrong now? A mere courier pretending to be a teacher. I tell you, this matter won't end well. You are committing fraud. He turned to Zhang Yiqiang. Dad, should we deal with him? Zhang Yiqiang, however, weakly shook his head. Zhang Sandan assumed his father meant not to report Wu Cheng and was somewhat dissatisfied. Are we just letting him go? Zhang Yiqiang remained silent, and Zhang Sandan hurried to follow him outside. Once outside, Zhang Yiqiang seemed to have lost all his strength. Staggering as he walked, Zhang Sandan quickly noticed his father's condition and rushed to support him. Dad, what's going on? It's over, it's all over. Zhang Yiqiang lamented. What do you mean it's over? How could it be over? Zhang Sandan was still perplexed. I'm finished, you're finished, our family is finished. I have been summoned by the discipline inspection. I likely won't return from this. Without my support, you will struggle at shying, so our family is doomed. How could this happen? Zhang Sandan was now stunned. I don't know. Everything was fine until I came to Shaoying, and then problems arose immediately. Zhang Sandan pondered for a moment and suggested, why don't we seek assistance from Uncle? He understood that you were reluctant to approach him, but given the current predicament, we must rely on the Sun family. Zhang Sandan's uncle, Sun Yi, the brother-in-law of Zhang Yiqiang, is the head of the Sun family, a third-rate family in Anbei. The Sun family originated from a sand mining factory, thus their members are rather uncultured. Zhang Yiqiang once held the Sun family in disdain, yet he recognized that his achievements were significantly supported by them. However, despite their contributions, he had also undertaken numerous tasks for the Sun family. Therefore, Zhang Yiqiang did not feel indebted to them and was quite displeased with their coarse and arrogant demeanor, as he prided himself on being a cultured individual. Yet, circumstances had changed, and he found himself at a loss. After hearing Zhang Sandan's words, though internally conflicted, he conceded, let us call your uncle. Zhang Sandan picked up the phone and dialed. Sun Yi's boisterous laughter echoed from the other end. What is up, kid? Missing your uncle? Zhang Sandan had no time for pleasantries and directly stated, Uncle, something has happened to my father. Please help him. Sun Yi paused momentarily. What happened? He is under investigation by the disciplinary committee. It appears to be quite serious. How serious can it be? Hold on, let me make a call. In Anbai, Sun Yi held considerable sway. He contacted his old friend, Bao Datong, known for his extensive network of information. Bao Datong swiftly uncovered the details and called Sun Yi back, saying, Son, you might want to ask your brother-in-law if he has offended someone you shouldn't have. Who might that be? It seems the Long family has taken notice. Apparently, someone has provoked them. Upon hearing the Long family mentioned, Sun Yi was taken aback. The Long family is one of the 3 prominent families in Anbei, a first-rate clan far beyond the reach of their third-rate family. How could his brother-in-law have offended such a powerful family? Without delay, he called Zhang Sandan. Have you offended the Long family? No, we were merely trying to handle a fraudulent teacher at Shang Middle School. Surely that wouldn't provoke the Long family? What fraudulent teacher? A person claiming to be a certified teacher who has gathered the most unruly students into one class. It cannot be him, replied Zhang Sandan. Having navigated the intricacies of the world for years, Sun Yi swiftly sensed the gravity of the situation. Enough said, it must be him. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Apologize at once. Uncle, don't jest at a time like this. He is just an unconnected individual without wealth. How can he be someone we cannot provoke? Do you recall how you got into Shang? It was I who pulled strings with my own resources. Otherwise, do you think your father's position would have garnered any attention from Shang Middle School? You've been there for some time now as a PE teacher. Yet he arrives and demands to start class, enrolling only the most difficult students. Doesn't that raise any red flags for you? What does that indicate? Sun Yi lamented, you lack perception. Do you know which students are the most challenging to manage? It's those with backgrounds. Moreover, Shang Middle School is affiliated with the Long family. If someone can simply start class there, do you think he is an ordinary individual? Zhang Sandan suddenly understood. What should we do now? Should we beg him? That appears to be our only option. If he is willing to forgive you, your father may be spared. And please, do not provoke him further. I cannot afford to be implicated. After conveying his counsel, Sun Yi hung up. Zhang Yiqiang inquired, what did your uncle say? Zhang Sandan relayed Sun Yi's words. Upon hearing them, Zhang Yiqiang trembled with rage. How could he possibly have such influence without even a certification? We'll find out if he has influence once we apologize, Zhang Sandan replied. No way. I would rather die than apologize to someone like him. If you refuse to apologize, then imprisonment is inevitable. Father, consider this carefully. This person is likely beyond our reach. And even Uncle has stated he is not someone we can afford to offend. Let us endure this moment of calm and retreat for a broader future. Zhang Yiqiang, visibly displeased, growled, you speak of enduring calm and retreating now? If only you had heeded my words earlier, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Now you want me to apologize? That would be a slap in my face. I'm a cultured man. I must maintain dignity. Zhang Sandan regretted provoking Bu Ming initially, but it was too late for regrets. His father's stubborn refusal to apologize would only worsen matters. He decided to call his mother, Sun Qing, and explain the situation. Sun Qing instructed Zhang Sandan to hand the phone to Zhang Yiqiang. Zhang Yiqiang took the call, and Sun Qing shouted, Zhang Yiqiang, you fool. Have you lost your mind? Why didn't you consider your dignity when you were greedy for money? Why didn't you think of dignity when accepting gifts? Now you speak of dignity? Your so-called dignity pales in comparison to your rear end. Hurry up and apologize to that person. Kneel and beg for his forgiveness. Chapter 82. Kneel and beg for mercy. Zhang Yiqiang usually heeded his wife's words, and her outburst jolted him back to reality. He hurriedly accompanied Zhang Sandan back to the principal's office. This time, his face bore a forced smile, albeit stiff and reluctant, yet it reflected his earnestness. However, this expression appeared to Bu Ming as nothing short of mockery. Why are you back? Didn't you finish dealing with me? Zhang Yiqiang quickly waved his hands. No. Please don't misunderstand. I am here to apologize to Mr. Bu. Apologize? For what? Bu Ming was taken aback. Zhang Yiqiang replied, Actually, I was merely testing Mr. Bu. You are a paragon of virtue, possessing advanced educational ideals and an admirable character, a true model for us to emulate. How have I become model? Bu Ming was bewildered by this sudden shift. Indeed, you are a model, a paragon for us to emulate. Zhang Yiqiang continued, growing increasingly fervent. I admire you greatly. Akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Enough, you need not apologize to me, nor do I require your forgiveness. We are not familiar enough for such exchanges. Bu Ming dismissed him curtly, leaving Zhang Yiqiang in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Sandan was signaling him urgently, prompting him to kneel before Bu Ming. Mr. Bu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promised to amend my ways. Seeing his tear-streaked face, Bu Ming felt a wave of revulsion. Director Zhang, what are you doing? I'm not a director. I am merely a dog beneath Mr. Bu's feet. Feel free to scold or strike me, but please inform Mr. Long to spare me. I wish to keep my job. Bu Ming finally grasped the situation, observing the once arrogant director with a mix of absurdity and pity. I apologize, Director Zhang, but I do not understand your point. As for your job, I am merely an unlicensed teacher and have no power to influence your lofty existence. So please, take your leave. Zhang Yiqiang incessantly bowed his head, while Bu Ming, filled with disdain, departed swiftly, leaving no trace behind. He had already exited the administrative building and returned to his dormitory. With Mr. Long's support, he believed he could continue his endeavors. After lingering in the dorm for a while, the principal called, adopting a sycophantic tone. Mr. Bu, I have good news for you. Zhang Yiqiang has been taken away by the investigative department. It seems his fate is sealed this time. As for Zhang Sandan, I have decided to dismiss him. Bu Ming merely acknowledged with an "oh," showing little concern. The principal continued, although this matter seems to have settled for now, I fear they might retaliate against you. After all, Mr. Bu, you lack a teaching qualification, and conducting classes at Sha Ing at this juncture might be rather inappropriate. What do you mean? Bu Ming inwided. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Bu. I'm not suggesting you refrain from teaching. I merely believe it would be wise to wait until you obtain your qualification certificate before proceeding. In the meantime, perhaps you could prepare to secure that certificate. Dong Buqian's suggestion was indeed a compromise. He dared not offend Bu Ming, knowing that inciting his ire could easily cost him his position as principal. Bu Ming understood Dong Buqian's predicament. Without a qualification certificate, conducting classes could yield negative repercussions, and he wished only to teach with integrity, shunning any unlawful means. However, the prospect of hastily acquiring a teaching qualification felt somewhat daunting. Preparation was not troublesome, but the waiting period was lengthy. Bu Ming's motivation for teaching stemmed solely from a mandatory task imposed by the system. Otherwise, he would not willingly endure such a foreign ordeal. As he pondered this dilemma, Ling Jie entered the dormitory without a sound, startling Bu Ming. How did you get in? He asked. Do you think such security can deter someone like me, a top assassin in Anbei? Bu Ming thought to himself that she was quite audacious. What brings you here? He queried. Oh, how ruthless. I just helped you eliminate a problem, and you turn your back on me? Eliminate? Bu Ming suddenly recalled Zhang Yiqiang's predicament. If Mr. Long had acted, why had no one informed him? How could he have foreseen the investigation into Zhang Yiqiang? It seems you've pieced it together. Indeed, that corpulent, balding man was reported by me. I possess reliable sources for information. Essentially, any unsavory secrets of the affluent in Anbei are documented there. Thank you, Bu Ming replied. However, it might be too early to express gratitude, Ling Jie said, pulling a certificate from her leather pants pocket and tossing it before Bu Ming. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a teaching qualification certificate. Opening it further, he was astonished to find his own photograph and name. Did you forge this? Bu Ming inquired. Oomph. You may trample on me, but you cannot insult me. Do you believe I need to resort to forgery? Then how did you acquire this certificate? Bu Ming's curiosity was piqued. That's simple. Do you think we assassins are mere amateurs? Unlike you, we must disguise ourselves, alter our identities, change professions, and even sometimes switch genders. This certificate is authentic, obtained through the right channels. It can be verified online. Skeptical, Bu Ming checked the certificate number online and was surprised to find it indeed bore his image. He found himself impressed by Ling Jie. Impressive. But when was this certificate issued? Ling Jie chuckled. I mentioned before that you would need me. When you invited me to teach, I considered every aspect. This society cannot be navigated solely through brute force. Bu Ming nodded in agreement. You are correct. I previously thought you dispensable, but now it appears you are indispensable. How about becoming my husband? The lifelong kind. I promise not to consume you, she teased. Bu Ming blushed. Let us discuss that later. I'm still quite young. No worries. I prefer a more spiritual connection, Ling Jie replied, her words layered with meaning. Recognizing her flirtation, Bu Ming felt slightly overwhelmed and feigned a yawn. Thank you, but I'm a bit tired. Let us continue this tomorrow. Ling Jie acknowledged, then removed her clothing and leapt into bed, poking her head out from the covers to say, all right then, good night. In Chapter 84, Seeking Forgiveness, the middle-aged Yang Sanji, also known as Yang Zhizhong, was well acquainted with Duan Nan's mother. As the president of Sha Ying Middle School, she partnered with his wife. Now, Duan Nan's mother had personally brought Duan Nan over, evidently aware that Bu Ming was not someone to be trifled with. Who exactly was this Bu Ming? When did Anbei suddenly harbor such a formidable individual? Although Yang Zhizhong was a member of the Yang family, he was not the eldest son and held a relatively low status within the family, maintaining a low profile. Yet, pushed by his wife to advocate for their son, he found himself in an awkward situation, feeling trapped between the desire to leave and the embarrassment of staying. Yang Zhizhong felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Duan Yi entered the principal's office with Duan Nan and her mother. Upon seeing Bu Ming, Duan Yi first bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Bu, I apologize for my inadequate guidance, which led this young one to offend you. Bu Ming, taken aback by Duan Yi's respectfulness, returned the gesture politely. No worries, as long as nothing was wasted. Duan Yi glanced at Duan Nan. You've taken the Jinshi pill Mr. Bu provided, reaped its benefits, yet you still haven't come to apologize to your teacher? Duan Nan, feeling compelled, approached Bu Ming and bowed deeply. Duan Yi acted as an interpreter. This child is my nephew. We, the Shi Batian, all share the surname Duan. I am the second, and he is the third. Being the last heir of the Duan family, he has been somewhat spoiled, leading to this predicament. I apologize for the trouble caused to the teacher. Bu Ming replied, it's no trouble. If you feel you've fully absorbed the Jinshi pill, you may take another, but that requires effort on your part. Duan Nan looked up, really? I can take another? Of course, Bu Ming affirmed. Duan Yi interjected, Mr. Bu, this Jinshi pill is so precious, enhancing one's abilities significantly. I would like to procure it from you at 10 billion per pill. My apologies, Duan Yi, but I only provide the Jinshi pill to my students. It's not for sale, and besides, I'm not in need of money, Bu Ming replied. That's true. Duan Yi chuckled. Mr. Bu, you could easily turn out some medicinal herbs and acquire billions effortlessly. Such generosity would hardly make you concerned over a trivial amount. That shield you gifted to the Black Widow is priceless. It has captivated me. I must ask, do you need any more teachers for your class? Bu Ming, similet, indeed. I do need more teachers, but they must possess teaching qualifications. Unfortunately, some still believe I am teaching without certification and are trying to hold me accountable. Duan Yi's gaze shifted to Yang Zhizhong, whose sharp eyes made Yang Zhizhong feel a chill run down his spine. He was terrified that Duan Yi might take lethal action over a disagreement, and hurriedly said, Duan Yi, it is all a misunderstanding. I am Yang Zhizhong from the Yang family. I truly did not come to disrupt Mr. Bu's special class. Duan Yi let out a cold laugh, saying, it is best if that is the case. If anyone were to hinder my nephew's progress, even the other two families of the four overlords would have to face the wrath of the Duan family. The implication was clear. The Yang family was of little consequence. Yang Zhizhong could certainly discern the meaning of these words, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He silently blamed the woman in his family for putting him in such a precarious position. Bu Ming, however, paid no attention to Yang Zhizhong and turned his gaze to Duan Nan. Your strength has indeed improved considerably. yet it is still far from sufficient. Do not let arrogance take hold of you. Although Duan Nan appeared to accept this on the surface, internally, he harbored a sense of discontent. Mr. Bu, did you not achieve this level merely through the Zhengqi pills? If I were provided with enough Zhengqi pills, I am confident I could surpass you. Upon hearing this, Duan Yi immediately chastised him. Such disrespect. Why don't you kneel before your teacher? Bu Ming waved his hand dismissively. While I cannot deny your words, your thoughts are exceedingly naive. Your current mindset reveals that your family has overly indulged you, failing to instill even the most basic of knowledge. What do you mean by that? Duan Nan retorted, feeling quite indignant. I merely speak the truth, Bu Ming replied, glancing at Duan Yi. You must have neglected to teach him a crucial lesson. In this world, there is no absolute fairness, and enemies do not provide you with equal conditions. Everyone strives to better themselves based on their own merits. There are no guarantees or hypotheticals. Duan Yi felt somewhat embarrassed by Bu Ming's words, and, scratching the back of his head, conceded, that is indeed true. Nanner, your teacher is quite right. Were it not for his guidance, you would not even know what Zhengqi pills are, and thus would not possess such thoughts. Besides, your second uncle is involved in the assassin profession. Do you not realize that if I were to confront a target directly, I would merely become a hero? Duan Nan scoffed, even in a direct confrontation. How many in Anbei could truly match you? Duan Yi sighed. It seems you have overestimated me, Nanner. Your teacher once engaged me in combat, not only against me, but alongside Sister Ling, the Black Widow. Ultimately, we were not his match, and it appears he did not even use his full strength at that time. Duan Nan was entirely skeptical. Bu Ming smiled and decided to demonstrate a skill for Duan Nan, beginning to walk on the wall. Everyone watched in astonishment as Bu Ming casually strolled up the wall and onto the ceiling. Although Duan Yi expected this to some degree, witnessing Bu Ming's prowess left him secretly astounded. Such a technique, if employed by an assassin, could easily claim lives without a trace. Even the most skilled warriors require rest. If one were to stealthily approach and deliver a fatal strike, the master could only sleep with their head. Duan Yi assessed Bu Ming's abilities in his heart, concluding that he had surely surpassed his own level. Even the 3 overlords of the 4 overlords would not stand a chance against Bu Ming. Perhaps only Bei Ba Tian, known as the strongest in Anbei, could confront Bu Ming directly. After showcasing this skill, Duan Nan's earlier defiance evaporated. He suddenly knelt before Bu Ming, retrieving a bundle of thorny sticks tied to his back, and presented them with both hands, saying, Teacher, I was blind to your greatness. Please, punish me as you see fit. Strike me freely. If I cry out in pain, I shall forfeit my surname. His mother echoed this sentiment. Yes, Teacher Bu, feel free to punish him. As long as you allow Duan Nan to remain in the class, any punishment is justified. In Chapter 85, is something awry? Duan Nan was sincerely contrite, while Yang Zhizhong remained somewhat puzzled. He could not comprehend how Bu Ming was capable of anti-gravity walking. Nonetheless, an apology was in order. So he hurriedly called home, instructing his wife to bring their son to the school to apologize to Bu Ming. If Duan Nan could humble himself, then certainly his son could not fall short. Upon making the call, his wife answered, immediately exclaiming, Why don't you come home right now? Our son is in trouble. In trouble? What happened? Yang Zhizhong wondered if his son was merely staging a performance to avoid apologizing. He insisted, regardless, he must come to school today. Come to school? Your son is currently in the kitchen eating a live chicken. Hurry back and see. Yang Zhizhong frowned. Although his son was a dramatist, he could hardly believe he would go to such lengths. Previously, he might feign a headache, but eating a live chicken seemed too outrageous. With a forced smile, he approached Bu Ming to apologize. Teacher Bu, I sincerely apologize. I had intended for my son to come and apologize, but he has fallen ill in a strange manner. What strange illness? Bu Ming inquired. My wife claims he is eating a live chicken in the kitchen, as if possessed by some spirit. Is it possible that there are truly monsters in this world? Yang Zhizhong said, suddenly looking at Bu Ming. Perhaps, Teacher Bu, you could accompany me to see. Observing Yang Zhizhong's earnest demeanor, Bu Ming replied, Very well, you lead the way, and I shall follow behind. Duan Nan, eager to join, insisted on coming along. Duan Yi tossed him a coat, and he donned it, climbing into Yang Zhizhong's car, while Bu Ming leisurely followed behind. Upon arriving at the Yang family villa, Bu Ming encountered Yang San Wei, who was gripping a chicken and drinking its blood. Upon hearing footsteps, he abruptly looked up at Bu Ming and Duan Nan. His face was smeared with blood, and feathers were stuck in his mouth, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, appearing quite fearsome. Duan Nan instinctively took a step back, retreating behind Bu Ming. As for Yang Zhizhong and his wife, they both distanced themselves, revealing their selfishness. Even as their own son transformed, they dared not approach, instead pointing fingers at an outsider. Bu Ming, however, remained unperturbed. Having encountered formidable beings before, he had seen golden-level monsters in the Pan-Sea Cave and even procured treasures from them. Thus, Yang Sanwei's antics were hardly intimidating. As Bu Ming assessed Yang Sanwei, he detected a faint aura of demonic energy surrounding him. This energy was weak, yet Bu Ming's heightened perception allowed him to sense it. Realizing this, Bu Ming felt a jolt of alarm. What had monsters begun to appear in this world? What did this signify? Did it hint at deeper implications? He scrutinized Yang Sanwei, his mind racing with such thoughts. Yang Sanwei, upon noticing Bu Ming, suddenly grinned, blood staining his pristine teeth, creating an unsettling appearance. His voice emitted a harsh, grating sound. You must be this lad's enemy. The reason he sought my assistance is due to your oppression. An immortal? What kind of immortal are you? Bu Ming asked. Yang Sanwei chuckled. I am simply an immortal. Why should a mere mortal question so much? The more you inquire, the more perilous it becomes. With that, he discarded the chicken and lunged at Bu Ming. Just as he reached Bu Ming extended his hand and seized Yang Sanwei by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Yang Sanwei dangled in midair, struggling, his face quickly turning crimson. Suddenly, his fingers stiffened and his nails elongated sharply, reaching toward Bu Ming's face. Bu Ming gently blocked with his other hand, seizing Yang Sanwei's outstretched hand. The eerie voice proclaimed, It is futile. You cannot harm me. The only one who suffers here is this boy. I, the celestial being, cannot be harmed by mere mortals. Bu Ming, however, remained unconvinced and scoffed. Do not refer to yourself as a celestial being. In my eyes, you are merely a trivial demon, unworthy even of the black iron rank. I have encountered formidable demons and slain those of silver rank. So what can you, a mere lesser demon, do to me? How do you know about battle ranks? The strange voice replied, startled. Battle ranks are not secrets, but for a small demon like you would have to exert considerable effort to learn even a fragment. Bu Ming taunted, Since you have yet to harm anyone, leave my student's body at once. Impossible. I have only just emerged. How could I leave so easily? Do not boast. If you have the capability, expel me. Duan Nan, standing nearby, shouted, Wretched demon, release my brother, or I will have my teacher obliterate you. The strange voice retorted, You must have read too many novels, thinking you can obliterate me. I shall remain in his body unless you kill him. Observing the audacity of the voice, Duan Nan could only shout, while Bu Ming contemplated how to confront this entity. Suddenly, he smirked, You claim to be a great celestial? Have you ever ridden a roller coaster? What roller coaster? The voice inquired. Simply put, do you fear heights? Bu Ming queried. Nonsense. How could I fear heights? The voice boasted, but before it could finish, Bu Ming dashed away, leaving a trail of footprints along the walls of the room. Yang Sanwei, trapped under his arm, spun along with him. The voice, initially composed, faltered, Such trivial tricks cannot intimidate me. However, as Bu Ming's speed increased, the tone shifted to one of fear. How can you run on walls? Bu Ming remained silent, continuing his relentless spinning. The voice began to panic, exclaiming, Stop! I feel dizzy. What are you doing? Bu Ming continued, his pace quickening. Suddenly, the voice, now whimpering, cried out, This game is too thrilling. I shall no longer play. Only then did Bu Ming halt, causing Yang Sanwei to vomit. A ball of yellow light escaped from Yang Sanwei's mouth, attempting to flee to a corner of the room. Bu Ming reached out, capturing the yellow light firmly in his palm. The light writhed, struggling to escape, yet remained immobile. The surrounding air trembled, producing a sound, Celestial being, spare me. I am just a humble Huang Xian, lacking power. Please forgive my offense and grant me my life. Chapter 86. Little Huang, it's your turn to shine. The yellow entity quivered in Bu Ming's grip, terrified of being subjected to another roller coaster ride. I cannot withstand such speed. Celestial being, I am merely a Huang Xian from the mountains, lacking significant abilities. Bu Ming demanded, What do you mean you cannot withstand such treatment? Repeat that, and I shall tear you apart. The yellow entity hastily replied, No, celestial being, I shall answer all your questions. Very well. Tell me, as a mere Huang Xian, why have you ventured into the human city? Are you seeking to possess my student as your vessel? Since ancient times, Anbei has held that animals with spiritual essence can become cultivators. Their spirits are referred to as Chao Xian. In the northeastern mountains, there are 30 Chao Xian, with the most spiritually potent among them being the 5 great families of Hu, Huang, Bai Lu, and Hui. These families, said to have received imperial recognition, often emerge to hone their skills. Typically, Chao Xian seek out mortals, attaching themselves to them to accumulate merit. In a sense, these Chao Xian use mortals as mounts, which is why their emergence is referred to as CHM. Having grown up in a rural area of Anbei, Bu Ming was familiar with such matters. That is not the case, celestial being. My emergence this time is not for the purpose of accumulating merit, but due to the allure of a certain fragrance. Fragrance? What fragrance? I do not know the specifics, only that it is particularly enticing. Not just me, but I suspect even the Chao Xian in the deep mountains are drawn to it. Bu Ming was taken aback. How many other Chao Xian have come this way? I cannot say for certain, but I assure you, many possess far greater power than I. We, as mere spiritual entities without physical forms, are merely scouts to assess the situation. If we find an opportunity, we seize it. If not, we attach ourselves to ordinary people for a taste of fine grains and a bit of leisure. Bu Ming smirked with such meager ambitions. I suppose you are satisfied now and can return? Indeed, the Huang Xian replied, but celestial being, you must be cautious. These celestial beings are not like me. Some have already manifested physically and possess formidable strength. Bu Ming frowned, realizing he had not anticipated such developments and was uncertain of their intentions. However, he could not simply stand idly by. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, detected a demon sealing task chain. Do you accept? Bu Ming did not choose yes or no. He needed to weigh his options. So he posed a question to the system. What punishment will I face if I decline this task? The demon sealing task chain is not a punitive task, but a rewarding one, providing the walker with substantial battle power and system affinity rewards. What is system affinity? System affinity enhances the system's fondness for the walker, activating its learning capabilities, making it more humanized and intelligent. Simply put, increased affinity leads to discounts on functions and items provided by the system, along with occasional gifts of useful items. Bu Ming inquired about a matter of utmost concern. Does this discount apply to items within the task? Indeed, it encompasses task items, allowing for discounts and an increase in the variety of task items, such as those for detecting battle power, expanding radar range, and enhancing various abilities. What more was there to deliberate? Of course, I accept. The items within the task were the fundamental source of Bu Ming's strength. The military provisions directly enhanced power, while various enchantment scrolls granted him diverse skills, and escape scrolls ensured safety during tasks. Thus, the more affordable these items, the better. With such an opportunity at hand, Bu Ming was determined to seize it. In truth, Bu Ming had long contemplated this. He would not turn a blind eye to the matters of slaying demons and banishing evil, and now, with this task chain, it was a fortuitous twofold benefit. After accepting the task chain, the system generously provided him with a demon energy detector, akin to a mirror that reveals the true forms of any demon. With this device, merely measuring the demon energy would instantly unveil its true nature. This was indeed a remarkable tool. After thoroughly reviewing the system's task description and the instructions for using the detector in his mind, Bu Ming exited the communication with the system. He gazed at the swirling mass of yellow energy and declared, "Now, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. You must expose the demons you are acquainted with. If you reveal at least 5, I shall set you free immediately. Great deity, please, I am but a loyal Huang Xian, and I would never betray my companions." It protested. Is that so? You truly possess integrity, which I find quite admirable. Hence I shall aid you in this, Bu Ming replied, extending his hand as if to extinguish the Huang Xian's very essence. The Huang Xian hastily exclaimed, "Please wait. I haven't finished speaking. While I will not betray my companions, I do have many enemies. Betraying them would not trouble my conscience in the slightest. Very well, for now, you shall reside within my canvas bag. When I require your assistance, I will summon you," Bu Ming commanded. Obediently, the Huang Xian dove into the bag. Bu Ming then turned to the several onlookers, who were staring in disbelief, and calmly stated, "Yang Sanwei is unharmed." Let him recuperate at home for a few days before return to school. At this, Yang Sanwei's mother finally came to her senses and rudely inquired, "Who are you, to come into my home and act so mysteriously?" Duan Nin quickly introduced, "Annie, this is our teacher Bu." Yang Zhizhong chimed in, "Do not speak. He is our child's teacher, here to assist Sanwei with his ailment. Do I need your help?" "Sanwei is not ill. Does he appear to be?" She retorted, "Let me tell you, do not attempt to win over hearts with such tricks. I am the vice president and have the authority to dismiss any teacher at Sha-Ing Middle School." Bu Ming shot a glance at Yang Zhizhong. "What about your wife?" Yang Zhizhong felt intimidated by Bu Ming's gaze, but the reality left him helpless. He had no control over his wife. Yang's wife, upon hearing Bu Ming's words, was furious, looking as if she would devour him. "You, a mere delivery person, what can you do to me?" Bu Ming sighed and gently tapped the canvas bag. "Little Huang, it is time for you to shine." Upon hearing this, the Huang Xian transformed into a streak of yellow light, charging towards Yang Sanwei's mother. While she continued to berate Bu Ming, her body suddenly froze, and she struck herself across the face. In a bizarre tone, she exclaimed, "I shall teach you a lesson for your insolence." With that, she clawed at her own mouth, drawing blood as she continued her self-inflicted torment. Yang Zhizhong, witnessing this, was dumbfounded and shouted, "Teacher Bu, please save my wife." Yet, Bu Ming remained silent, allowing Yang Sanwei's mother to continue her self-destruction. At that moment, Yang Sanwei regained consciousness and rushed to grab her hands, but his strength was no match for hers, and he was quickly thrown aside. He fell heavily, but quickly got back up to stop his mother from harming herself. After several attempts, Yang Sanwei suddenly had an idea and knelt before Bu Ming, pleading, "Teacher, please save my mother." Bu Ming observed, recognizing that despite being raised in such a cold household, Yang Sanwei had not turned out too misaligned. At least he remained a dutiful child. Sighing, he summoned the Huang Xian back. As the Huang Xian returned, Yang Sanwei's mother collapsed onto the ground, her mouth bleeding profusely, a truly horrifying sight. Realizing her predicament, she covered her mouth, no longer daring to offend Bu Ming. Bu Ming turned to Yang Zhizhong. "Take her to the hospital, and bring your son along as well." With that, he seized Duan Nan and soared out of the Yang residence, swiftly returning to the school. Duan Nan, overwhelmed by the speed, was quite startled. Once Bu Ming set him down in the principal's office, he took a moment to recover, then bid farewell to Duan Yi and his mother before hastily making his way to class. Seeing Duan Nan's obedient demeanor, Duan Yi felt quite satisfied. After all, he had only one child in this generation, whom he doted on immensely. Thus, Duan Nan had never truly feared anyone. The fact that he now showed such respect for Bu Ming was indeed a positive development. Although Duan Nan's mother felt a pang of concern for her son, she was also amazed by his transformation. It appeared that this teacher Bu was indeed remarkable. She thought to herself that entrusting her son to his guidance should pose no issues. After they departed, Dong Buqiuan finally relaxed and said to Bu Ming, "Teacher Bu, you may continue with your classes, and Sha-Ing Middle School will always welcome you to teach." Upon returning to the classroom, Bu Ming found the students sitting quietly, exhibiting commendable order. It was as if this special class was not difficult to manage, but rather exceptionally obedient. He approached the podium, surveying the students with a fa of dissatisfaction. "Do you believe I desire for you all to become docile and compliant? If you think that, you are gravely mistaken. If each of you transforms into a meek little sheep, it signifies my failure as an educator." Huang Fu Wuqing raised his hand and inquired, "Sir, what do you wish us to become?" Bu Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "I do not impose strict demands on what you should become. I merely hope that each of you possesses a correct worldview, enjoys a joyful school life, acquires a valuable skill, gains knowledge, and forges genuine friendships. That is sufficient." At this point, Bu Ming paused and added, "I wish for each of you to be your true selves." A round of applause erupted in the classroom. Bu Ming, somewhat moved by his own words, raised his hand to quiet them and continued, "To aid each of you in swiftly enhancing your capabilities and nurturing your confidence, I have decided to distribute a Zhengqi pill to each of you. However, those who have already taken the Zhengqi pill will temporarily not receive another." The students cheered in excitement. Only Lin Wang felt a tinge of disappointment. He understood the potency of the Zhengqi pill, which had granted him confidence and strength. But if everyone else took it, would he not fall behind? Bu Ming noticed Lin Wang's thoughts and understood his concerns. His intention in distributing the Zhengqi pill was not to foster dependency on it, but rather to prepare everyone for the forthcoming rigorous training. After all, having just received the demon exterminating task chain, the emergence of such a challenge could mean that many demons would soon appear in Anbei. He would need to balance his duties as both a demon slayer and a teacher, potentially leaving him unable to provide adequate protection. Thus, he aimed to equip the students with self-defense capabilities. Once the students' cheers subsided, he addressed them, saying, "After each of you receives the Zhengqi pill, I will arrange a training regimen for you. The intensity will be quite high, so you must be mentally prepared. However, I assure you that if you persevere, each of your strengths will significantly increase." With that, he announced, "Now, let us begin distributing the Zhengqi pills." Bu Ming called the roll while distributing the medicine. Once the distribution was complete, everyone eagerly consumed their doses. Now that they had all successfully completed the first phase, it was time to commence the second phase of training. Today's exercise entailed running alongside me, with my goal set at 100,000 steps. Let's see who among you can keep pace with me. Upon hearing this, several students who were aware of Bu Ming's capabilities could not help but sigh in dismay. Du then exclaimed, "Sir, you can't be serious. Even in a car, we couldn't catch up to your speed." Bu Ming chuckled. "Are you giving up before we even begin? I never stated how fast I would be moving. My pace is roughly equivalent to that of a marathon champion, around 20 kilometers per hour. You have all consumed the Zhengqi pill, which has enhanced your stamina and endurance. Surely you can keep up? I declare that those who can match my pace will each receive an additional Zhengqi pill." With that, Bu Ming swiftly exited the classroom, prompting the students to hurriedly follow. After all, an extra Zhengqi pill was a significant reward, and they were determined to earn it, even if it meant pushing themselves to their limits. Lin Wing, having consumed the Zhengqi pill first and having absorbed its effects, was the fastest, closely followed by Du In, Ling Ziyu, and Huing Pwqing, while the remaining students exerted themselves to keep up. Bu Ming walked leisurely, glancing back at the students striving to catch up, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Despite employing various methods, he had managed to guide the students along the path he had set in such a short time. He truly felt a sense of worth. Chapter 88. A reunion in the amusement park on the weekend. N invited Bu Ming to join her at the amusement park in NBI. Bu Ming was taken aback, as this was likely his first time accompanying a girl to such a place. Previously, when he was with Yuan, he found the amusement park too expensive and always bought tickets for her while waiting outside. Yuan often voiced her dissatisfaction, claiming he was too stingy. In truth, Bu Ming was only frugal with himself, but generous towards Yuan. However, in matters of love, selfless giving often leads to being perceived as inferior, with the other party holding your sacrifices in contempt. Yet, Bu Ming's mindset had completely transformed. He felt as if he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. With N's invitation, he made a special effort to dress well, swapping his delivery uniform for a more casual outfit. Arriving early at the amusement park entrance to await Nin, he felt a sense of discomfort with any form of transportation, as it only left him feeling nauseous. As he stood there, scanning the surroundings, a young boy approached him, accompanied by a young girl. "Do you have tickets?" the boy asked, attempting to adopt a tough demeanor. Then realized the boy was mistaking him for a scalper. What part of him resembled a scalper? Annoyed, he replied, "No." The boy scoffed, "No? Then why act so tough?" He then took the girl's hand and walked towards the ticket booth. Bu Ming felt slightly irked. After dressing up, being mistaken for a scalper was rather disheartening. At that moment, N appeared from a distance, also looking splendid in her casual attire. However, her natural beauty drew the attention of many as she approached. Standing before Bu Ming, she smiled and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" He shook his head, replying, "Not too long. Shall we head in?" As she spoke, she took his hand, and he felt the softness of her grasp. Memories of a poem he had read in college surfaced in his mind. The wasp frequently darts for the 1,000-year vine, with the fragrant jade hand lingering. Reflecting on his past relationship with Yuan, he realized they had never held hands in public, as if she were reluctant to acknowledge him as her boyfriend. As they entered the amusement park hand in hand, they overheard several envious male voices commenting, "Look at that, such a beautiful girl, and she's with a poor guy." Indeed, it was quite a contrast. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "N, is that you?" Both Bu Ming and Lni turned to see a tall girl, reasonably attractive, accompanied by a handsome young man. The young man was indeed quite handsome and well-built, resembling a male model upon closer inspection. Lni squinted slightly, recognizing the tall girl, and exclaimed, "Q Juan? Yes, I'm glad you remembered. Otherwise, I would have been quite embarrassed," Q Juan replied. "It must have been years since we last met. You've changed quite a bit," Lni remarked. "You haven't changed at all. Still so beautiful and youthful," Q Juan said with a hint of envy. She glanced at Bu Ming and, seemingly finding confidence in him, pulled her boyfriend closer, introducing him as HNF-ing, a model who has appeared on various shows. HNF-ing nodded politely, a slight smile gracing his lips. Q Juan introduced HNF-ing to Lnin. "Darling, this is my middle school classmate, Lnin, the heiress of LNHI Group. She is not only beautiful and wealthy, but also academically accomplished. And this is," she circled around, clearly wanting to inquire about Bu Ming. Lnin interjected, "This is Bu Ming. He works as a teacher." Q Juan responded, "Oh, the disparity in your circumstances is quite pronounced. Is this what they call true love?" Her words implied that Bu Ming was unworthy of Lnin. However, as Lnin reflected on Q Juan's comment, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Q Juan noticed this flicker of sadness and felt a sense of triumph, deciding to stoke the fire further. If it's true love, why not work at LNHI Group? It's certainly better than being a teacher. What future does teaching hold? How much could one possibly earn in a year? Bu Ming perceived Q Juan as someone with an inflated sense of vanity, seizing the opportunity to compare their circumstances. He felt a surge of irritation. He turned to the model, HNF-ing, and asked, "How much do you earn a month?" "It's not much, really. Around 70,000 to 80,000 a month, with an annual income of about $1 million. Each person has their own way of living. Exceptional individuals have exceptional paths, while ordinary people have ordinary lives. We all live a lifetime, so don't push yourself too hard," HNF-ing replied. Bu Ming chuckled, "Your words are quite profound. I just wonder if you consider yourself exceptional or ordinary." HNF-ing gestured to himself. "Isn't it obvious? Can't you tell?" Bu Ming shook his head. "Forgive my ignorance. I truly cannot see it. Earning 80,000 a month. Do you genuinely believe that is ordinary? Is a person's worth truly measured by their income? I shall pose a question to you. Numerous deceivers have swindled billions, translating to perhaps hundreds of thousands or even millions monthly. Do you consider them exceptional?" "I anticipated you would adopt such a stance. You have never earned such a sum, and thus you cannot comprehend the fundamental disparity between someone earning 80,000 a month and another earning merely 3 to 5,000. This distinction encapsulates the difference between elites and ordinary individuals," declared Han Feng with an air of superiority. Bu Ming chuckled derisively. "And what if I could earn $1 million in a single day? Wouldn't that render me far more exceptional than you, compelling you to kneel and lick my shoes?" I knew that individuals like you, so ordinary, would harbor many unrealistic fantasies. Earning $1 million a day? What are you, if not a dreamer? Otherwise, such wealth is unattainable. Han Feng cast a disdainful glance at Bu Ming. Qin Wan, observing from the sidelines, interjected, "Enough, men are inherently prideful. Let us practice forbearance and change the subject. Let us refrain from discussing finances, shall we?" Chapter 89, Ye Lang Disc of Creation. Wishing to avoid a quarrel with Qin Wan, who preferred to keep the peace, refrained from explanation and took Bu Ming aside. Yin Huan, feeling a sense of triumph as she gazed at Lin Yan's retreating figure, thought that she had finally triumphed. Throughout her life, she had never bested Lin Yan, always overshadowed in every aspect. Today, however, this feeling of oppression had finally been relieved. Han Feng also watched Lin Yan leave, his mind swirling with different thoughts. Why would such an attractive girl be drawn to such an ordinary man? Surely, it was because she had never encountered someone as exceptional as himself. Suddenly, an idea struck Han Feng. He picked up the phone and made a call. Half an hour later, the amusement park welcomed two newcomers, one adorned with a dragon tattoo on his left arm and the other with a rainbow on his right. These two, covered in tattoos and sporting sunglasses, were utterly incongruous with the park's atmosphere. They swaggered about, frequently stopping young girls in their tracks, causing them to tremble in fear. These two were known as Yi Lang and DC Ko. Though mere thugs in a Bei Dao, they loomed large in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Yi Lang and DC Ko had purchased tickets to the amusement park with the intent of locating Lin Yan. Their goal was to intimidate her while simultaneously scaring Bu Ming away, allowing Han Feng to swoop in as the gallant hero, thereby crafting a romantic narrative. Although this tactic was rather cliché, Han Feng had successfully wooed many young women using this very method. Finally, the two men spotted Bu Ming near the carousel, who was crouched down, feeling quite ill. This pedestrian was indeed suffering greatly. He had initially thought he could endure the common rides. Yet even the carousel had made him nauseous. It appeared that the amusement park was not meant for him. Lin Yan, witnessing Bu Ming's discomfort on the carousel, felt a tinge of regret, though she felt more apologetic. She offered him a bottle of water, expressing her sincere apologies. "I am truly sorry. I had no idea you would feel so unwell." Bu Ming managed a bitter smile. "Believe me, I did not foresee this either." Just then, Yi Lang called out mockingly from the side, "Oh, what a beautiful girl. Why would you choose such a feeble man? He even vomits from riding a carousel. I tell you, miss, you'd be better off with me." DC chimed in. "Indeed, if not with him, then with me would be just fine." Lin Yan, upon glancing up and seeing the two vibrantly tattooed individuals, frowned. "Who are you? Speak so disrespectfully again, and do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yi Lang scoffed. "And what can you do about it? Can you consume me?" DC echoed. "Exactly, what will you do to us?" Before he could finish his sentence, Bu Ming suddenly rose, grabbing one of them, and brought their heads together in a collision. Instantly, both were left bloodied and dazed. Bu Ming did not pause. He turned them around and executed another crash. Blood streamed from both sides of Yi Lang and DC Ko. Dazed, Yi Lang finally regained some clarity and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who I am?" "I do not," retorted Bu Ming. "This is Yi Lang, a notorious underling of Nan Ba Tian, known in the underworld as Wolf Brother. You dare to strike Wolf Brother today?" DC added, "Indet. You are finished for assaulting him." "Oh, is that so? How very disrespectful," replied Bu Ming, retrieving a small vial of salt from his storage ring. "I was unaware that you were the illustrious Wolf Brother. My apologies. Allow me to apply some medicine." Mimicking an internet celebrity's gesture, he sprinkled salt onto their wounds. The two immediately cried out in agony. Unfazed, Bu Ming shook the salt bottle. "Now, tell me, who sent you? If you dare to lie, I shall be compelled to sprinkle some cumin and chili powder on you next." Yi Lang and DC Ko were not hardened criminals. They quickly caved under pressure, revealing that Han Feng had instructed them to confront Lin Yan. Bu Ming frowned. Initially, he had no desire to engage with someone of Han Feng's ilk. After all, he had no need to stoop to such lowly levels. However, some individuals insist on crossing paths with him. He turned to Yi Lang and DC Ko. "Here is your chance. There's a pretty girl near Han Feng. Go intimidate her. If Han Feng dares to act up, you know what to do." Yi Lang eagerly responded, "Boss, rest assured, this ungrateful Han Feng sent us to trouble you. Even without your command, we would have dealt with him." "Very well. I shall lead you to him," Bu Ming declared, gently lifting the two muscular men and speeding off. The duo was so terrified by Bu Ming's speed that they nearly lost control of their bladders. Yi Lang fared slightly better, while DC Ko outright yelled for his mother. When Bu Ming finally located Han Feng and Qin Wan and set the two down, they too experienced nausea akin to Bu Ming's earlier carousel ride. They secretly resented Bu Ming, but dared not confront him, instead directing their frustrations toward Han Feng. They approached Han Feng, who was in line with Qin Wan for a roller coaster, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of two bloodied thugs. However, he did not dare acknowledge them, pretending not to notice and directing his gaze into the distance. Following Bu Ming's instructions, Yi Lang and DC Ko approached Qin Wan first. Terrified by the sight of the two bloodied men, she quickly hid behind Han Feng. "Stay back. My boyfriend is a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo." Yi Lang scoffed. "Is that so? I must test that." With that, he swung a fist at Han Feng, who, despite his bravado, was struck and sent sprawling, blood trickling from his mouth as he begged, "Why are you hitting me?" Yi Lang pointed at his own wound. "This is the price for your request to have us deal with someone else." With that, he swung another punch. Han Feng desperately shielded his face. After all, he relied on his looks for a living. Qin Wan, witnessing Han Feng's utter lack of resistance, was left in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Bu Ming appeared, shouting stop. However, his command sounded absurd and comical. Nevertheless, both Yi Lang and DC Ku promptly ceased their actions and departed without a backward glance. Bu Ming approached Han Feng, who was crouched on the ground, clutching his head. You, an exceptionally talented comrade, earn 80,000 a month. How could you be beaten by those who are a mere few thousand? Han Feng looked up at Bu Ming, his eyes filled with resentment. You think you're clever, but don't celebrate too soon. Those guys are under Nanba Tian. Do you realize you've offended him? Nanba Tian. Is he really that formidable? Bu Ming Sukofut. His strength had been increasing daily, and he had now reached a combat power of 14. If it weren't for the depletion of his rations, he could have achieved even more. Previously, when he had only a few points of combat power, he was already comparable to Siba Tian. Now, with his considerable enhancement, he felt unafraid of anyone from Bay, save for the monsters. For a week, Huang Xian had failed to introduce him to any other monsters, leading Bu Ming to suspect that Huang Xian might be concealing something. However, Huang Xian had been adamant, and Bu Ming, being a straightforward person, did not delve deeper into his suspicions. Even if numerous monsters had descended, with over 10 million people in Bay, the probability of encountering one became exceedingly slim, making it unlikely for Bu Ming to find them. Han Feng spat a few harsh words before departing, leaving Qin Wan bewildered in the wind. Bu Ming observed her and felt a pang of pity. Just then, Lin Yin approached, offering comfort to Qin Wan. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who would have thought that a seemingly imposing man would falter at a crucial moment? I believe such a man is not worth your time. Come, let's ride the roller coaster together. Qin Wan found Lin Yin's words piercing. Angrily, she shrugged off Lin Yin's hand. Mind your own business. You go find a penniless boy for a boyfriend. I wish you both a long and happy life. And may he live off your earnings forever. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Yin stood there, gazing at Qin Wan's retreating figure, feeling a bittersweet ache in her heart. Had Bu Ming truly been willing to live off her, she would have been overjoyed. Yet, there was no reason for Bu Ming to ever do so. Perhaps it was best to simply go with the flow. Lin Yin took Bu Ming's hand, and the two wandered through the amusement park, only to find that none of the attractions seemed suitable for Bu Ming. The roller coaster, with its name suggesting a vehicle, was ruled out. The giant swing made Bu Ming feel dizzy just by looking at it. The pirate ship? No, it contained the word ship. Cloud walking, which involved riding a bicycle, was also dismissed. Rapid river? Still not an option. Eventually, Bu Ming felt a bit embarrassed and said, I'm sorry. Why don't you go enjoy yourself? I'll just watch from below. Lin Yin shook her head with a smile. Actually, I'm afraid of heights too and don't like these rides. I just want to accompany you. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy even if we don't engage in any activities. However, Bu Ming felt differently. It seemed unreasonable to visit an amusement park without partaking in any rides with Lin Yin. After much contemplation, he eventually decided to join her on the Ferris wheel, as it could be considered a form of architecture in a certain sense. Once aboard the Ferris wheel, Bu Ming maintained a decent demeanor while sitting beside Lin Yin. However, as the wheel began to ascend, he suddenly felt waves of dizziness. Although not as intense as when he was in a vehicle, the sensation was still quite uncomfortable. His face turned pale as he clenched his fists, wishing for it to end quickly. At that moment, the Ferris wheel began to creak ominously and, with a loud crash, came to a complete halt. Bu Ming felt relieved, but the other passengers erupted in screams. Although Lin Yin was also nervous, having Bu Ming beside her eased her fears. After all, she knew he was almost like a superhero. What is happening? She asked, striving to steady her emotions. Bu Ming, looking outside the Ferris wheel, was startled to see a plump rat perched on one of the wheel's axles, gnawing on the electrical wires. With the wires severed, the Ferris wheel had naturally stopped. This rat was remarkably large, even bigger than an average golden retriever. At that moment, Bu Ming heard the system's notification. The first ring of the task chain has officially commenced. Please eliminate the first monster within 1 hour. 1 hour? The time felt rather tight. The dilemma was that Bu Ming was trapped inside the Ferris wheel cabin, which could only be opened from the outside. What should I do? Lin Yin noticed Bu Ming's furrowed brow and asked, Are you thinking about how to get out? He nodded. Actually, I have a method, Lin Yin said. Although this protective glass is tempered, it can be scratched with a diamond. She removed a diamond necklace from her neck and handed it to him. Try this. It should be quite valuable. Even if it is valuable, It pales in comparison to a human life, Bu Ming replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by his earlier thoughts. Indeed, no treasure could compare to a life. If he delayed any longer, that rat might cause a fatal incident. He used the diamond necklace to scratch the glass, then struck the mark with his fist, shattering the glass and allowing the wind to rush in. Bu Ming reached outside to open the cabin door, turned to Lin Yin, and instructed, "Close your eyes." She promptly complied. Bu Ming wrapped his arms around her waist and activated his surface walking ability, moving with the agility of a flea as he jumped onto the central axis, sliding down with Lin Yin. Lin Yin felt a brief sense of weightlessness. When she cautiously opened her eyes, she saw Bu Ming holding her securely, and they were descending in a manner akin to freefall. Wasn't this just a ride called vertical drop at the amusement park? Yet, this descent was far more exhilarating and reassuring. A thrilling yet calming sensation flooded over her, causing her heart to race. Upon reaching the ground, Bu Ming let Lin Yin down and gently patted her head. "Stay back and wait for me." Lin Yin obediently replied with a soft Bu Ming then returned to the Ferris wheel, prioritizing the elimination of the large rat. He charged at the rat, drawing a shield and a short sword from his small shimi ring. These seemingly discarded items from Titan Star were akin to divine weapons in this world. With speed on his side, Bu Ming slashed at the rat, severing it in two. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. First ring of the task completed. Reward, 30 military rations. Did he really just receive those 30 military rations? Bu Ming felt a sense of disbelief and pondered question, given the short sword's hardness, which surely surpassed that of diamond. Why hadn't he thought to use it to cut the glass? Bu Ming had eliminated the large rat and effortlessly earned his reward of 30 military rations, lifting his spirits with the prospect of generous rewards. In a mere instant, 30 combat points were acquired. This power was allocated in the form of military rations, implying that Bu Ming could utilize it to enhance the strength of others. He stood atop a half-eaten axle, scrutinizing the frayed wires. Fortunately, the wires were merely severed, not consumed. If reconnected, the Ferris wheel could likely continue its rotation. However, he chose not to proceed with this action, as it was the demeanor of a superhero, and he was merely a pedestrian. Departing the amusement park with Lin Yin, she gazed at Bu Ming with starry eyes. Yet, with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Why not rescue everyone?" Once the cause of the Ferris wheel's destruction is addressed, the subsequent tasks should be left to the professionals, Bu Ming replied. As they exited the amusement park, their hands clasped tighter. Inside the dessert shop, Bu Ming and Lin Yin sat across from one another, resembling a young couple. The curry fish balls tasted slightly salty. The ginger milk was a tad spicy, and the mango sago was sweet yet somewhat cloying. Only the taste of the cart noodles was just right, albeit the fire was a bit too fierce. Lin Yin, typically a discerning eater, overlooked all the shop's shortcomings today, as it left a surprisingly positive impression, owing to Bu Ming's treat. While she daintily savored her double-layered milk pudding, the shop's door was suddenly thrust open. A group of burly men surged in, making their way directly to Bu Ming. They lined up beside him and bowed simultaneously at a 90-degree angle. Bu Ming glanced at them. One of the imposing figures stated, "Our boss wishes to see you." Bu Ming, continuing to eat leisurely, replied without looking up, "I have no desire to meet him." The burly man frowned, clenching his fist. "Our boss is Nanbatian. I care not for his title. I said I do not wish to meet him. If he wants to see me, let him come himself," Bu Ming retorted. The burly man, feeling insulted, snapped, "You may insult me, but you shall not insult my boss." He lunged to seize Bu Ming. Bu Ming gently grasped the man's hand, and with a crack, it instantly swelled. The man cried out in pain. The other burly men rushed to assist, but their strength was woefully inadequate. Bu Ming remained seated, effortlessly dispatching them with a single hand while continuing to eat. The sight of such towering men being subdued beneath his feet was nothing short of tragic. Lin Yin, initially worried for Bu Ming, found herself stifling a laugh as she witnessed his effortless dominance over the situation. At this moment, the leader of the group, pinned beneath, struggled fiercely, shouting, "Our boss said that if you do not come, then Lin Yu and the Zhou family will face trouble." "Lin Yu? Zhou family?" Bu Ming scoffed. "You threaten me with people I detest? Have you lost your mind?" The burly man realized the sincerity in Bu Ming's words and appeared momentarily stunned. Another man among them explained, "Our strategist stated that this message is not meant for you, but for Miss Lin." Bu Ming turned to Lin Yin, who displayed a flicker of compassion. He understood. Familial bonds are indeed complex. Lin Yin, being soft-hearted, was the reason Lin Yu could dominate Lin High Corporation. Bu Ming asked, "Do you wish for me to rescue her?" Lin Yin hesitated, unsure how to respond. Bu Ming smiled. "Then I shall meet this Nanbatian. You should return home first. Be cautious on the way." Lin Yin nodded. Bu Ming arranged for the dessert shop to pack some treats for her to take home before addressing the burly man. "Let's proceed to meet your boss." Nanbatian's residence was located in Juzha City, south of Anbei City. At the center of this city stood a castle-like structure, the home of Nanbatian. At that moment, Nanbatian was feeding fish in his expansive aquarium, which housed two nearly 2-meter-long dragonfish. The mere sight of these creatures revealed their immense value. They were the prized black dragon kings, specially airlifted from South America. Together, these two fish were worth nearly 10 million yuan, not to mention the cost of their food, the aquarium, and the entire setup. Without substantial wealth, one could never afford such luxury. As Bu Ming approached, Nanbatian, with his back turned, casually sprinkled fish food into the aquarium. When Bu Ming drew near, Nanbatian remarked without turning, "You've arrived." Bu Ming noted the man's pretentious demeanor, but responded cooperatively, "Indeed, I am here." Nanbatian gestured toward a nearby sofa. "Wait a moment. Once I finish feeding the fish, we shall converse." Bu Ming seated himself on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and enjoyed a piece of military ration. After Nanbatian completed his task, he turned to face Bu Ming, revealing an ordinary old man who bore a hint of South American ancestry. With squinted eyes, he assessed Bu Ming. "Young man, I hear you've been quite audacious lately, crossing paths with the Yang, Long, and Huangfu families. Whether I offended them, I cannot say. As I sit here unscathed, it suggests they are not overly concerned." Bu Ming replied. "Youthful arrogance is understandable, yet it necessitates strength and capital. Do not presume that your youth grants you the liberty to act recklessly. This society is not as you imagine," Nanbatian admonished. Bu Ming initially expected some insightful discourse from Nanbatian, but was instead met with condescension. Irritated, he retorted, "Old man, is it wise to flaunt your age? My philosophy is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If you summon me merely for a lecture, I'm afraid you lack the credentials. If you are indeed a bold young man, let us discuss matters of reality. Lin Yu and the two young masters of the Zhou family are in my possession. You intend to retrieve them, correct?" "Indeed, I have come to retrieve them. Since you seek to take them, I propose a condition," Nanbatian stated. "I will arrange for 3 individuals to fight you. If you win 2 out of 3 battles, I shall release them and not pursue any responsibility for the injuries to my men." Bu Ming laughed heartily. "Let us not complicate matters. Let them all come at once. I am in a hurry to return for dessert." Nanbatian observed Wu Cheng, noting that he did not appear to be jesting. Nonetheless, he laughed heartily. "Very well. It seems Anbei is about to produce another madman. Do you know the title I bore in my youth?" "I do not, nor do I desire to know. In my youth, they called me Chu Kuangren, the madman of Chu who sang joyfully at Confucius' expense. I cherish this title so much that I adopted it as my name, and I have not changed it since. Yet now, someone seeks to usurp my name. Do you think I should be concerned? That is your affair. Young man, I perceive that you seem to have been persistently opposing me, your words laced with barbs. Such an attitude is rather unbecoming. Thus I feel compelled to enlighten you." An NBTI and gestured towards the dragonfish in the aquarium and remarked, "These two possess a peculiar predilection. They feast upon human hands." "Feasting upon human hands? That is indeed an unusual hobby," Bu Ming replied. "When I speak of eating hands, I do not mean merely to nip at you, but rather to sever them and feed them to my fish. Do you understand why I became an NBTIN? It is the result of countless hands I have severed to nourish these creatures. Are you implying that these fish have witnessed your illustrious journey?" "You could say that," in NBTI and stroked his chin. "In truth, you and I bear a striking resemblance. Enough of this resemblance. Why hasn't the person you summoned arrived yet? I am eager to show your 2 dragonfish how you have fallen from grace." Bu Ming surveyed the surroundings. With a long sigh, an NBTI and clapped his hands, summoning 3 imposing figures who entered the room. These 3 towering men were not of Chinese descent, their dark skin marking them as formidable beings, yet they were unlike any others. The first was dark, the second shone with a sheen, and the third absorbed all light. Each stood over 2 meters tall, likely weighing more than 300 pounds. In NBTI, In clapped his hands again, and the trio lunged at Bu Ming, resembling three unyielding walls. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary men, and their movements exhibited signs of coordinated training. The first Dark One aimed a downward strike at Bu Ming, while the lustrous one swung a fist towards his neck, and the one devoid of light executed a low kick. Without hesitation, Bu Ming deftly evaded, positioning himself behind the Dark One and delivering a precise strike to his midsection. The impact elicited a pained howl, and as he crumpled to the ground, Bu Ming leaped gracefully, delivering a kick that felled both the lustrous and light-absorbing ones. A single punch and a kick had rendered all three incapacitated. As the three formidable figures writhed in agony on the floor, Bu Ming turned to an NBTI in. Is this the best you could summon to defeat me? They are rather lackluster. In NBTI in, taken aback by Bu Ming's effortless victory, feigned composure and clapped his hands once more. It seems I have underestimated you. Perhaps it is time for this old relic to stretch his limbs. He shook off his garments, revealing his well-defined muscles, a testament to his explosive power and endurance. It was evident why he had earned the title of an NBTI in. Youth, I offer you one last chance. Submit to me, and I shall forgive your transgressions, granting you the esteemed position of my foremost enforcer. Foremost enforcer? Is that not merely a sycophant? Bu Ming chuckled. Being a dog to the powerful is preferable to reigning as a king among the weak. A powerful one? Bu Ming scoffed with your level of combat prowess. You dare call yourself powerful? Do the strong not possess any sense of pride? Or is the title free of charge? Impudent. And then the deities, charging at Bu Ming. Yet, Bu Ming's speed far surpassed that of a cheetah, even within NBTI in swift approach. He found himself crashing into the aquarium. The force shattered the glass, sending a deluge of water flooding the room, causing everything to float. The two tumbled into the room, and the water remained ample for them to swim. They began to circle the fallen giants. Suddenly, one opened its jaws and bit off one of the Dark One's hands, awakening him with a scream that echoed throughout the spacious chamber. An NBTI in, however, remained indifferent, fixing his gaze on Bu Ming. It seems you must act swiftly. Mine are rather impatient and possess quite the appetite. They may devour a whole person before you know it. And what concern is that to me? It is of great concern, an NBTI in replied, producing a remote control and pressing a button. A wall vanished, revealing a small room where LNU, HUYN, and ZHUHN were bound to chairs. As water surged into the chamber, they trembled in fear, their mouths gagged, unable to utter a sound. Perhaps finding the Dark One's flesh unpalatable, abandoned them and swam into the small room. An NBTI in chuckled. I neglected to mention that I spent 20 years as a sailor on the canals of South America. Do you understand now? I do. Bu Ming nodded earnestly. What do you understand? I understand that, while you're indeed a man, you're also nothing but a dog. Such audacity. You dare speak to me that way even as your demise approaches. An NBTI in charge of Bu Ming. Although he was skilled in aquatic combat, the shallow water did not allow him to fully utilize his abilities. Nevertheless, he believed himself at an advantage, as water splashed around. And in the what he did not anticipate was that before he could reach Bu Ming, the latter lightly leaped onto the surface of the water, standing atop it effortlessly. Given in NBTI N's relatively short stature, the water reached only to his waist, allowing Bu Ming to easily kick him in the face with a simple lift of his foot. Eager to conclude the confrontation, Bu Ming knew the could indeed consume humans, likely mutating due to their flesh. LNU and the others were now akin to fish food. He lifted his leg and delivered a forceful kick to NBTI N's face. NBTI N staggered backward and fell into the water, only for Bu Ming to pursue him, delivering two more kicks that kept him submerged. As NBTI N grasped Bu Ming's ankle, attempting to pull him into the water, he found the surface tension rendered his efforts futile. In a struggle, he swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Desperately, he began to splash the surface, seeking to surrender to Bu Ming, but at that moment, they were drawn to the commotion and swam towards NBTI N. in NBTI and had never considered that the very creatures he had raised on human flesh would turn against him. Yet, it was only natural. Fish do not possess the concept of master and pet. Their memories said to last only 7 seconds. How could they remember a master when they would forget after 7 seconds? To them, there was only food. As in NBTI, N splashed the water. They swam toward him. Bu Ming, seeing their intent to harm, furrowed his brow and pulled an NBTI and above the water surface. Just then, they flicked their tails and leaped out of the water. Observing this, Bu Ming delivered a kick that sent one of the flying. Though resilient, the creature crashed against the wall, splattering into a mess of flesh. In NBTI, witnessing the demise of his costly pets, felt profound anguish. Yet, despite his sorrow, he dared not voice his grievances. Now held aloft by Bu Ming, he was powerless to move, although he claimed to possess significant strength. Such prowess is relative to those with whom he compares himself. Indeed, when juxtaposed with the average individual, he may be deemed a formidable expert, which explains his ability to maintain a foothold in Anbei. However, when measured against Bu Ming, he is but a mere kitten. Bu Ming, Kadi Nam Batian, approached Lin Yu and her companions, freeing them from their bindings. Lin Yu gazed at Bu Ming at a loss for words. His strength was undeniably formidable, having vanquished even Nanbatian. The sight of Nanbatian, now in Bu Ming's grasp, suggested that he dared not offend him. This implication extended to the Huangfu family, whose standing was even lower than that of Nanbatian. They would certainly not challenge Bu Ming. Realizing this, Lin Yu donned a cheerful expression. Xiao Bu, thank you for coming to my rescue. It is truly a blessing to have a boyfriend like you. She then nudged Zhou Han and Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, however, maintained a frosty demeanor, for his dislike of Bu Ming was unwavering. A man with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, his stubborn nature would not easily shift. Conversely, Zhou Han quickly offered a smile. Indeed, Boss Bu, you will henceforth be my brother-in-law. To hell with Huangfu Wuduan. He ought to consider his own capabilities before attempting to vie for my sister's affection. Bu Ming felt a profound discomfort at the family's opportunism and waved his hand, saying, Old Nan, arrange for a vehicle to return them to where they were taken from, and prepare some consolation gifts. With Nanbatian now at Bu Ming's mercy, he had no choice but to comply. After escorting Lin Yu and her companions away, Bu Ming finally set Nanbatian down. They entered a clean room where Bu Ming took a seat while Nanbatian stood, too intimidated to sit. A fine tea was served, and Bu Ming savored a sip. Praising its quality, Nanbatian regarded him with a peculiar gaze but dared not speak. Bu Ming remarked, I have heard you possess a formidable strategist. Why not summon him for a meeting? Nanbatian promptly called for his strategist. The strategist arrived, all smiles and bows. Mr. Bu, I have long been aware of your capabilities. Unfortunately, my employer sought vengeance and inadvertently attracted your attention. Please do not hold it against us. Such is the code of the pugilistic world. Indeed, replied Nanbatian, I too act for the sake of my brothers. Such camaraderie can lead to peril, Bu Ming observed. Truth be told, I have no desire to oppose you. Your level is simply beneath my notice. However, your actions have left me with no choice but to impose a minor punishment. The strategist quickly interjected, Please, Mr. Bu, we are at your service. Whether you seek money, property, or personnel, we will comply. I desire neither money, property, nor personnel, Bu Ming clarified. I merely wish for your assistance in gathering some information. You need only ask. Our employer has connections to numerous internet companies, and our intelligence is quite extensive, the strategist assured. I am aware of this, hence my request for compensation in this manner. Bu Ming replied, Utilize your network to ascertain where disturbances involving supernatural beings are occurring in Anbei. The strategist inquired, Mr. Bu, when you refer to supernatural beings, do you mean the genuine article? Bu Ming nodded. Are there truly supernatural beings in this world? Both the strategist and Nanbatian questioned in disbelief. If you doubt it, investigate. I am eager to assess the breadth of your intelligence network. The strategist immediately contacted their affiliated internet company, and after a brief wait, returned with a tablet, presenting it to Nanbatian. Upon reviewing the tablet's contents, Nanbatian was astounded. Is this for real? Indeed, although the information has been suppressed to avoid public panic. It appears that someone documented your deeds in vanquishing these supernatural beings, the strategist explained. No wonder, Mr. Bu's adversaries are such entities. We mere mortals stand no chance against you, Nin Batian lamented. He was not a fool. Despite having been thoroughly beaten by Bu Ming and suffering the loss of 2Mo Long Wang, he recognized the vast chasm between their strengths. Had Bu Ming's prowess been merely marginally superior, he might have harbored resentment and sought assassins against him. But now, the disparity was too great for Nan Batian to challenge. It was wiser to maintain a respectful distance. Bu Ming smiled. In truth, Boss Nan, your strength is commendable. With further training, you might yet be of assistance to me. Addressing the strategist, he continued, it seems your intelligence is quite effective. Therefore, I shall trust you once more. Expedite your inquiries regarding the whereabouts of these supernatural beings. For the first 3 you locate, I shall consider it a complimentary service. Thereafter, I will offer a reward for any additional findings. The strategist inquired, if we are to assist, may we offer 1,000-year-old wild ginseng as compensation? That is acceptable, Bu Ming replied, provided your information is of genuine value. The strategist promptly promised, rest assured, we will deliver precise and valuable intelligence. Furthermore, aiding in the eradication of supernatural beings is our duty. Please place your trust in us. Bu Ming nodded and, in an instant, vanished. The strategist and Nan Batian scarcely caught a glimpse of his departure. Terrifying, Nan Batian muttered, shaking his head. His speed, strength, and those water-walking feats, not to mention his wall-climbing abilities. It is fortunate we did not provoke him further. Suddenly, he froze. Oh no. The tea he drank was laced with Duan Chong San. He must have sensed it. Chapter 94. I have no face left indeed. Bu Ming had detected the poison in the tea, yet to him, it was child's play. He chose not to reveal his awareness, nor did he dwell on it. After all, a man like Nan Batian, accustomed to being a tyrant and having taken countless lives, would naturally resort to any means when facing an adversary. With the initiative firmly in his grasp, Bu Ming felt no fear of Nan Batian's potential retaliation. Returning to Hai Gongwan, he encountered the exceedingly anxious Lin Yin. Upon seeing Bu Ming's return, Lin Yin finally relaxed. My aunt's family is safe. She just called to inform me that they have decided to withdraw from the Lin Hai group. A good development, Bu Ming remarked. What are your thoughts on the matter? I do not wish to return to Lin Hai, at least not for now, Lin Yin responded. I want to wait until Anbei is peaceful before going back. Bu Ming chuckled. You may have quite a wait. That giant rat on the Ferris wheel is not an isolated incident. More supernatural beings are likely to emerge in Anbei. However, your decision not to return to Lin Hai is prudent. Your best option now is to accompany me to Sha Ing Zhongxue. My dormitory is quite spacious. Is that really acceptable? Lin Yin asked. I can't cook, you know. That will not be necessary. The cafeteria at Sha Ing Zhongxue serves excellent meals. My primary concern is your safety. I must stay there for a while and fear that I may not be able to manage both ends effectively. Very well, but please don't think me useless. Lin Yin replied. You are not useless. You are quite valuable. Let us collaborate. You shall handle the beauty, and I shall take care of the finances, Bu Ming jested. Nni's face flushed, her heart brimming with a touch of sweetness. In the heart of Nbiching, a towering mixed-use building stood tall. The courier, Sping, stepped into the elevator, which already housed another individual. This person was crouched against the wall, murmuring something to themselves. Given a late hour, the sudden presence of such a figure in the elevator was indeed unsettling. Moreover, the elevator appeared somewhat antiquated, its movements a tad unsteady. To bolster his courage, Sping began to hum a tune. As he sang, the elevator unknowingly ascended to the top floor. He exited the elevator with haste, and the doors closed behind him. Upon reaching the customer's door and delivering the package, a thought struck him. Did the individual crouching in the elevator not plan to exit? This implied that the person remained inside the elevator. No, he could not risk riding it again. Thus, he opted for the staircase. Descending the stairs, though somewhat daunting, was preferable to sharing an elevator ride with such an unusual character. When he reached the 18th floor, Sping suddenly halted. Ahead, around the corner, he spotted another person crouched against the wall, also facing the corner, muttering to themselves. Ming, under the guidance of a man named S from NNBTN, arrived at an opulent mixed-use residential complex. S introduced Mr. B. This is where the incidents occurred. In just 3 days, 3 couriers have met their demise here. Sping from NF Inc. QID MBO from F ing T ing QID, and NHNGT O from J ing X QID. They were discovered in a state of madness, incessantly shouting about ghosts. Our boss was informed and immediately instructed me to notify you. Bu Ming nodded. We need to investigate the particulars carefully. Let's proceed inside. However, S appeared anxious, having heard that the malevolent entity specifically targeted couriers. Mr. B, with your attire, might you inadvertently attract it? I am here to resolve the issue. If that entity can indeed be drawn out, it would be splendid. He felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. If this was indeed part of a demon exorcising quest, a substantial reward awaited him. In recent days, Bu Ming had attained a combat power level of 30, equivalent to the strength of 30 black iron walkers, making him a formidable opponent against most malevolent beings. The rewards from this quest escalated with each phase. The first phase had already provided 30 rations. What might the second phase yield? Despite his imposing physique adorned with tiger and dragon tattoos, S was still frightened. Strength did not equate to courage. Mr. B, perhaps you should enter alone while I wait outside for your signal. Observing S's trembling lips, Bu Ming did not press the matter further. After requesting a cigarette from S and finishing it, he stepped into the building and pressed the elevator button. The elevator descended slowly as Bu Ming checked the time. It was said that the monster in the elevator would make its appearance precisely at 9 o'clock. Thus, Bu Ming intended to wait until that hour to enter the elevator. After waiting at the elevator for a while, the clock struck 9. Bu Ming stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 32nd floor. As the elevator ascended, he suddenly felt a jolt. At that moment, a faint mist wafted in from the ventilation shaft. A fragrance filled Bu Ming's nostrils, causing a slight daze. He surmised it to be some form of an intoxicating scent, likely intended to induce hallucinations. However, such tactics were ineffective against him. He speculated that either a monster or a human was employing this method to lure people away from the elevator, presumably to drive them toward the staircase. Thus, it was highly probable that the malevolent entity lurked within the stairwell. Upon reaching the top floor, Bu Ming began his descent down the stairs. As he arrived at the 18th floor, he indeed spotted a figure crouched against the wall, facing the corner, muttering, "I have no face to see anyone." Bu Ming approached and gently tapped the figure's shoulder, saying, "Hey there, squatting here at this late hour. Aren't you afraid of scaring someone to death?" The individual suddenly turned, startling Bu Ming. The sight was shocking, for the figure possessed no face, only the back of their head on both sides. Upon turning, the figure lunged at Bu Ming, waving their arms and shouting, "Return my face! Return my face!" Bu Ming swiftly raised a foot and kicked the figure away, who collided forcefully with the wall and let out a scream, sliding down to the floor. Approaching the figure, Bu Ming reached out to grasp their hair and yanked upward, unmasking their true visage. Upon seeing the individual's true identity, Bu Ming felt deflated. It was merely an ordinary young man attempting to feign terror. Chapter 95. Elevator horror. Confronted with this ordinary youth, Bu Ming's anger surged. He swung a fist at the young man, who, already dazed from the earlier impact, was jolted awake by the blow. The young man, witnessing Bu Ming's fearsome glare, felt a pang of guilt and blustered. "What right do you have to hit me, you courier? What right? The fact that you have harmed 3 couriers. Harm them? They were just cowardly." The young man defended himself, brazenly dismissing the horror he had caused. Bu Ming raised his hand once more, prompting the young man to shield his head, pleading, "Please don't hit me. There are cameras everywhere recording this." Bu Ming glanced up, noticing not only cameras but multiple recording devices. He suddenly comprehended the young man's intentions. It was clear he aimed to create viral short videos, exploiting the fear of couriers to gain views. Bu Ming, fueled by indignation, leaped up and seized the devices, crushing them effortlessly. The remaining camera was likewise destroyed. With his fists clenched, he advanced toward the young man, who was now terrified. "Stay back, or I'll call the police." The young man shouted frantically. Bu Ming paid him no heed, his fists cracking ominously as he smirked. "Feel free to call. I am eager to see whether your call reaches the police before my fists find you. Today, I shall avenge my fellow couriers." Saying this, he grabbed the young man and pushed him toward the window of the 18th floor corridor, lifting him outside. The wind howled at that height, causing the young man to tremble uncontrollably, and he felt warmth in his trousers, likely a sign of his fright. Please, great hero, spare me. I promise I won't do this again. He sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Disregarded the young man and led him down the stairs. At that moment, the young man was utterly stunned, letting out a long scream and closing his eyes, bracing for death. However, the descent seemed to take far longer than he anticipated. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that despite having jumped, they were back on the 18th floor. Could it have been an illusion? No, that seemed implausible. As he pondered this, suddenly, Bu Ming took him down again. Another scream escaped him, and he was terrified once more. Yet, upon opening his eyes again, they were still on the 18th floor. The young man was now thoroughly confused. Had he encountered a ghost? Oh, great spirit, I beg of you, I was wrong. I promise I won't frighten anyone again. Please don't take me. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child. I'm still a virgin. I'm still a baby. The young man babbled incoherently, and Bu Ming guessed that he would never dare to scare anyone again. He then said, I can let you go this time, but you must honestly confess how you released the smoke in the elevator. Elevator? Smoke? What are you talking about, sir? I truly have no idea what you mean. The young man replied. Bu Ming's mind raced. Could it be that the smoke in the elevator was unrelated to this young man? Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the direction of the elevator. Bu Ming hurried towards it. He saw the lights indicating the floors in the elevator flashing erratically, rapidly changing from 20 to 13, then to 23, and back down to 17. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Demon extermination quest chain, second ring. Do you accept? Of course, he chose to accept. Bu Ming embraced the task, though he felt somewhat uneasy. He suspected that the demon was inside the elevator, but the elevator's erratic movements made it a challenging situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He dashed to the top floor, pried open the elevator doors, and raced down the elevator shaft. Finally, he reached the top of the elevator car on the 25th floor. He gently pried open a panel on the top of the elevator car and peered inside. To his astonishment, he saw 2 young women and a peculiar-looking man. The man was short and stout, covered in warts, appearing quite repulsive, yet seemingly oblivious to his appearance. With a lewd grin, he inched closer to one of the young women, lifting his shirt and asking, Do you think it looks good? The young woman, terrified, began to cry and swung her handbag at him. The man, seemingly unfazed, chuckled, You don't think it looks good? What about you? He turned to the other young woman, revealing his stomach adorned with an intricate pattern of red and blue. Wait a moment, with all those warts and that peculiar pattern, could he be a toad demon? The more Bu Ming observed, the more convinced he became. This toad demon was indeed lewd in both appearance and behavior, pushing Bu Ming's patience to its limit. He leapt down from the top of the elevator, delivering a powerful punch to the toad demon's head. The demon was momentarily stunned, then furiously shouted, How dare you strike me? With that, he thrust out his long, slimy tongue towards Bu Ming. The tongue was coated in a slippery mucus. The toad demon cackled, A mere mortal, you're still too young to understand who I am. How dare you strike me? As he spoke, a white liquid sprayed towards Bu Ming from between his eyes. This was toad venom. While the name may not sound toxic, toads are notorious for being among the 5 most poisonous creatures, and this venom is no exception. It is said to have hallucinogenic properties, which explain the slight dizziness Bu Ming felt upon entering the elevator. Clearly, the venom's hallucinogenic effects were more than just toxic. Seeing the viscous liquid on the demon's head made Bu Ming feel nauseated. He quickly drew a short knife from his small shumi ring and severed the demon's tongue. The toad demon let out a terrible scream and immediately reverted to its true form, dying instantly. However, this led to another problem. As it transformed, its body swelled dramatically, nearly filling half the elevator space. The elevator became overloaded, and the cable snapped, plunging Bu Ming and the 2 young women downward. Chapter 96, Bu Yunju. Although the floors were quite high, the fall only took a few seconds. Bu Ming felt a sense of urgency. Personally, he would be fine, as falling from this height posed no real danger to him. However, the 2 young women could not withstand such a fall. In a moment of desperation, he wrapped one arm around each young woman's waist and leapt upward, using his head to force the elevator car's top to burst open. He then ran up the elevator shaft, carrying the 2 bewildered young women. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, a loud crash resounded as the elevator hit the ground. As the elevator plummeted, a wave of explosive air surged upwards through the shaft, coinciding perfectly with their escape from the elevator. The wave carried a pungent scent of blood. Bu Ming sighed in relief, setting the two young women down before turning to leave through a window on the 32nd floor. Ever since he learned to walk on surfaces, he had grown accustomed to entering through windows. It was akin to a transition from extravagance to simplicity being more challenging than the reverse. At that moment, the reward for the second ring arrived. 50 military rations and a martial arts manual. This was the first time Bu Ming had seen such a manual. It appeared somewhat antiquated and was bound with thread. The cover bore 3 characters, Bu Yunju. It seemed that the martial arts practiced by the walker were related to movement techniques, making it quite fitting for him. He found a secluded spot and eagerly opened a manual. As he read, he chuckled to himself, envisioning how his abilities would soar upon mastering this skill, allowing him to tackle higher-level tasks and earn more points. What a delightful prospect. Just as he was reveling in this thought, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his body. Looking up, he noticed a crowd of passers-by had stopped to stare at him, pointing and whispering among themselves. Is this delivery guy ill? Looks like he had some sort of shock. I heard this neighborhood is haunted. 3 delivery guys have gone mad. Indeed, he must have lost his mind. How pitiful. Let us start a fundraising campaign to help this poor delivery guy. Bu Ming realized the source of the burning sensation. Being scrutinized by so many people felt akin to being observed like a monkey in a zoo. If he remained oblivious to this, then his status as a walker would truly be in vain. Just moments ago, the area had seemed deserted, yet now it was teeming with people. How embarrassing. Bu Ming hurriedly pushed through the crowd and quickly returned to his dormitory, where he resumed his examination of the manual. The manual was richly illustrated and easy to understand. However, when Bu Ming attempted to practice the techniques as depicted, he found them utterly impossible to master, due to his lack of understanding of martial arts. And with no foundational knowledge whatsoever, it seems imperative that he seeks the guidance of a distinguished master. Ling Jie reclined on the sofa, adopting a provocative posture, and spoke in a flirtatious tone. Oh, so now you remember me? Bu Ming, with a forced smile, replied, Can we refrain from these frivolities? Is that so? Have you had an epiphany? Then what are you waiting for? Come on, Ling Jie responded, beginning to disrobe. Bu Ming felt an acute embarrassment. Hold on. I have something serious to discuss. Do you truly believe there is anything more serious between a man and a woman than this? Ling Jie gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. Bu Ming hastily produced a secret manual and handed it to her. Please take a look. Ling Jie's eyes lit up as she snatched the manual, eagerly flipping through the pages, exclaiming, This is an extraordinary secret manual. Truly remarkable. You must understand, such manuals can fetch hundreds of billions in the market. Hundreds of billions? Is it really that precious? He inquired. Absolutely. The more one practices martial arts, the more one comprehends its true value. However, such treasures are scarce and must align with the practitioner's capabilities. For instance, your Bu Yunju can only be mastered by someone who is trained in leg techniques. Have you trained in leg techniques? Bu Ming asked. I specialize in lethal arts and have not specifically trained in leg techniques, yet I have heard tales of Bei Ba Tian, the unrivaled master among the 4 tyrants of Anbei, who is known for his leg techniques. If you could become his disciple and learn leg techniques first, mastering Bu Yunju would become a breeze. Bu Ming's heart stirred. Can you get in touch with Bei Ba Tian? If so, could you introduce me? Unfortunately, I cannot. Ling Jie replied bluntly. There are only legends of Bei Ba Tian. No one has ever laid eyes on him. It is said that the only ones who have seen him are the deceased. Bu Ming felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If no one has seen him, why even mention him? Well, one must display their knowledge, right? Otherwise, how could I capture your attention? Ling Jie teased. Moreover, the legend of Bei Ba Tian is integral to Anbei. If you aspire to unify Anbei, you cannot bypass him. So I thought it prudent to enlighten you, paving the way for me to become the queen by your side. Bu Ming was at a loss for words. Every encounter with Ling Jie left him feeling teased and awkward. He diverted the conversation. Is the poke kick considered a form of leg technique? Yes. Although its power is limited and few practice it, it can still be classified as a leg technique. However, the poke kick is challenging to master. It requires significant effort, and its execution is not aesthetically pleasing. Therefore, I advise against pursuing it. There are many foundational leg techniques, such as Tan Te, Yao, Zi Fan, and the northern and southern styles, which are both visually appealing and practical. If all else fails, you could also learn Taekwondo, at least to appear impressive. The poke kick may not be visually appealing, but I am indifferent to aesthetics in its application. The goal is not merely to learn Bu Yunju. Thank you for your advice. During class, you can take the lead. I am an assassin, not a teacher. Do you truly expect me to act as your tutor? Ling Jie said, slightly disgruntled. Then I must trouble you. If you perform well, I shall reward you with a daily supply of Zhengqi pills. Really? Ling Jie placed her finger on her lips, but I crave your spiritual rewards even more. Fearing further entanglement with Ling Jie, Bu Ming leapt from the window and fled. Ling Jie sighed within. What a hopeless romantic. Yet, she soon smiled, realizing that individuals like Bu Ming were exceedingly rare, and she resolved to capture his heart, regardless of how sought after he may be. Chapter 97. The Radiant Sunshine of Lu Lin. Why do you suddenly wish to learn the poke kick from me? I recall you were disinterested before, Lu Zhuamu said, sipping tea from a purple clay teapot while observing Bu Ming with a smile. Bu Ming, feeling a bit sheepish, rubbed his nose and replied, Uncle Lu, I previously lacked the desire for martial arts, but now I see the value in learning. Is that so? Lu Zhuamu inquired. However, that reasoning does not convince me. Bu Ming pondered for a moment and presented the Bu Yunju to Lu Zhuamu. Uncle Lu, I have come into possession of a secret manual on footwork, and I have been informed that mastering it requires prior knowledge of leg techniques. You're the only person I trust who possesses such knowledge. Lu Zhuamu flipped through the manual before returning it to Bu Ming. Very well. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. However, the poke kick is no ordinary skill. It demands diligent effort. Diligent effort? Bu Ming echoed. Indeed, by diligent effort, I mean that this technique cannot be learned through shortcuts. One must practice rigorously and earnestly. If you seek to take the easy route, you will surely fail. Uncle, I am willing to learn, Bu Ming declared earnestly. That's good to hear. To master martial arts, one must first build a foundation. The materials for foundation training can be challenging to obtain. I hear you are close with the young lady from Lin Hai Group. Perhaps she can assist you in acquiring the necessary materials, Lu Zhuamu suggested, jotting down a prescription on paper. He handed the prescription to Bu Ming. Prepare these. The older the materials, the more potent their effects. Bu Ming accepted the prescription and was about to leave when Lu Zhuamu called out to him. By the way, I have finished sculpting the 2 pieces of red jade for you, but I would like to enter them into a jade competition. You should accompany me. A jade competition? I know nothing about that. Am I even allowed to participate? Bu Ming asked. As the owner of the jade, you are indeed invited. Besides, you may not be able to gather the foundation materials in time, and hastily assembled materials may not yield good results. It would be better to accompany me. A gentleman is akin to jade, and appreciating jade can elevate your spiritual realm, which would be greatly beneficial to you. Bu Ming had initially intended only to learn the poke kick from Lu Zhuamu, but unexpectedly found himself agreeing to attend the jade competition. Noticing Lu Zhuamu's excitement, he acquiesced. Since you have agreed, you shall stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning, I will take you with me and Lu Lin. Lu Zhuamu said cheerfully. Bu Ming agreed and set out to find Lu Lin. Lu Lin was busy carving, bringing to life the figure of Yang Xiaoqiao from a piece of white jade. Bu Ming quietly watched as Lu Lin worked, and once he finished, he remarked, You have this time. Why not accompany her to a movie or something? The effort you put into this piece seems far less meaningful than merely spending time together. Lu Lin shot Bu Ming a forlorn glance. Brother, it's easy for you to say. I dread speaking to her. I stutter every time. Amused by Lu Lin's lack of confidence, Bu Ming chuckled. You owe her nothing. Why are you afraid? Lu Lin replied, Brother, I am not like you. I lack your abilities. What am I afraid of? I fear she won't like me. If you constantly fear she may not like you, she certainly will not. Even if she has feelings for you now, that will change in the future. After all, you wish to marry her, yet you remain timid. Do you think she would choose to be with you? It seems unlikely, Lu Lin admitted. Exactly. If you say nothing and take no action, how can you expect her to understand your feelings? Lu Lin sighed. I care too much about her, which only makes me more hesitant. Bu Ming pondered for a moment before producing a piece of military ration to hand to Lu Lin, saying, Eat this. Lu Lin, without any suspicion, tossed the ration into his mouth. After a short while, his eyes sparkled. Mingo, what did you give me? Bu Ming remained silent, merely inquiring, How does it feel? Is this something like Wang Yak? Why do I feel as though I possess boundless strength? Moreover, my vision and hearing have significantly improved. You must have consumed 400 billion's worth, Bu Ming remarked. What, 400 billion? How many times must I sell myself to repay that? Lu Lin was momentarily speechless. However, Bu Ming's assessment was indeed quite reasonable. A zhengqi pill multiplied by 40 equated to one piece of military ration. And some would even pay 10 billion for a single zhengqi pill. Bu Ming had never been stingy with his brothers. Observing Lu Lin's astonishment, he patted him on the shoulder. How much do you sell for? Is there anyone interested? So, let's not dwell on repayment. Instead, let us discuss how you can pursue Yang Xiaoqiao. At the mention of Yang Xiaoqiao, Lu Lin felt despondent again. The slight confidence Bu Ming had instilled in him evaporated. Brother, please help me. I can offer you an idea. How about this? Tomorrow is the Jade competition. Invite Xiaoqiao to join us. Is that appropriate? Lu Lin hesitated. Trust me, Jade is your area of expertise. Bring your exquisite jade sculpture to the competition. Your reputation as Master Lu is well-deserved. And the fact that your piece is dedicated to Yang Xiaoqiao will undoubtedly move her. It is said that men are most handsome when engaged in their work. You should showcase your most charming self to her. Bu Ming's words stirred Lu Lin's heart. Then I shall give it a try. He grasped his phone, feeling somewhat anxious. After taking several deep breaths, he mustered the courage to call Yang Xiaoqiao. Upon hearing Lu Lin's invitation to the Jade competition, she readily agreed and even asked him numerous questions regarding attire and whether to wear jade accessories. Once the conversation shifted to his area of expertise, Lu Lin became animated, speaking with charm and humor, effectively changing the previously dull impression he had left on Yang Xiaoqiao. Communication often serves as the key to understanding. Only through dialogue can emotions blossom. The conversation continued for quite a while until Yang Xiaoqiao had to leave for class, reluctantly ending the call. After hanging up, Lu Lin was exhilarated. He rushed over to Bu Ming, embracing him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Brother, you are amazing. You are my idol. Bu Ming wiped his face in disgust. We are all rough men. Spare me the theatrics. You're making me question your orientation. Lu Lin chuckled foolishly, then resumed refining the jade sculpture. With the rays of love illuminating his heart, Lu Lin instantly transformed into a radiant figure. Chapter 98. Uncle Lu's skill in the early morning. A thin mist drifted over the river, carrying a refreshing scent. The autumn in Anbei is brief, yet stunning. Bu Ming rose to take a stroll by the riverside. To others, his pace seemed almost as if he were flying, but for one whose combat power had reached 20, it was merely a leisurely saunter. Upon his return, he noticed Uncle Lu practicing his punches in the courtyard. Having heard of the Chuozi foot technique and seen Lu Lin perform it a few times, he had never witnessed Uncle Lu executing it himself. With a desire to learn, he stood still to observe. After watching for a while, Bu Ming finally understood why Ling Jie remarked that the Chuozi foot technique appeared somewhat unrefined. Firstly, the technique was indeed straightforward, akin to the postures of farmer. Secondly, the Chuozi foot consisted of only a few repetitive moves, which Uncle Lu practiced earnestly. Bu Ming smiled wryly. Were it not for the pursuit of Bu Yunju, he would have no interest in mastering such an unappealing technique. Once Uncle Lu completed several rounds of practice and collected himself, he finally noticed Bu Ming. Wiping his sweat with a white towel, he asked, "How was it?" This question proved somewhat challenging to answer. Bu Ming was unsure whether to speak his mind. He hesitated. I suppose it is a quite practical set of leg techniques. Uncle Lu perceived Bu Ming's disdain for the Chuozi foot technique. Tossing the towel onto a tree branch, he turned and assumed a stance. Try attacking me. Bu Ming darit not compli. His combat power had reached 32, equivalent to 32 times that of an entry-level walker, and entry-level walkers were not easily challenged. He feared that a mere extension of his hand might lead to Uncle Lu's defeat, and if that were to happen, how could he face him? I think I should pass, Uncle Lu. I'll just learn from you. Not a chance. Uncle Lu glared. If you harbor contempt, how can you expect to learn effectively? Today, I will teach you the meaning of not judging a person by their appearance. Fine. Bu Ming resigned himself. He made a cautious attempt, exerting only 3 combat power. As he threw a punch, he suddenly felt a blur before being flung away. Strangely, although he was propelled, he did not fall. Rather, he glided smoothly, colliding with a tree, causing leaves to rustle and fall. What just happened? It seems Uncle Lu didn't even make a move. How was I sent flying? Bu Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he rubbed his hands together. Let us try again. Uncle Lu chuckled. Come on. This time, Bu Ming used half of his strength, all the while observing Uncle Lu's movements. However, upon throwing the punch, he could hardly discern any action from Uncle Lu before being sent flying once more. This time, he flew even farther, landing in a more unfortunate manner. How peculiar! This is truly strange. Bu Ming reflected. He was now a formidable warrior with 32 combat power, equating to far more than the strength of 32 ordinary individuals. Even if each person were to deliver a punch of 50 kilograms, 32 individuals would yield 1,600 kilograms, nearly 2 tons of force, and yet he could not best a frail old man? Was this truly the prowess of Uncle Lu? Bu Ming decided against further attempts and retracted his fists, conceding, "Uncle Lu, I admit defeat." He was genuinely impressed. Firstly, he respected Uncle Lu's martial skills, which undoubtedly surpassed any of the 4 overlords. Secondly, he admired Uncle Lu's humility. With such skills, why would he not reign supreme in Anbei? Why remain in a jade workshop and suffer from pneumoconiosis? Only then did Uncle Lu cease his practice, retrieving the towel from the tree. He spoke with a hint of pride. "You see, mountains do not boast of their height, rivers do not speak of their flow, and while gold may be heavy, jade may be light. Young people should remain humble. Do not let a small achievement lead you to arrogance." Bu Ming listened attentively, not daring to offer a single rebuttal. Uncle Lu turned, his arms trembling slightly as he rubbed his hands together, secretly pondering. This young lad, Bu Ming, seems to have encountered some extraordinary fortune, achieving such transformation in such a short time. If I truly display my leg skills, I could surpass him, but relying solely on hand skills, I almost came to harm. However, I am somewhat encouraged. He is still an unrefined seedling. Once he establishes a foundation and formally begins his martial journey, his future accomplishments could be remarkable. With Bu Yun Ju assisting him, this young fellow may very well soar to great heights. It appears I must impart all my skills to him, ensuring that my legacy continues. Uncle Lu believes that passing on his legacy to Bu Ming signifies a true successor, as Lu Lin is reluctant to learn, lacks a solid foundation, and, more importantly, does not possess the conditions necessary for foundation building. Although Uncle Lu had attempted to assist him in this regard, the results were far from satisfactory. In contrast, Bu Ming is making remarkable strides in his endeavors, striving to gather excellent materials for foundation building and effectuate a transformative metamorphosis. However, that is a matter for the future. The immediate priority is to ensure that the 2 pieces of red jade brought by Bu Ming shine brilliantly in the upcoming jade competition. This jade competition is a significant event held once every 10 years in the Anbei Jade community. Coincidentally, this year's competition takes place 6 months prior to the National Jade King Championship, prompting a consensus in the Anbei Jade community to host this competition as a preliminary for the national event. Only those who secure a position in the top 3 during this competition may qualify for the national contest. Uncle Lu's name is Lu Zhuoma. The term Zhuo derives from the art of jade crafting, embodying the essence of meticulous refinement. Thus, his fervor for jade is unparalleled and often incomprehensible to others. After breakfast, Lu Lin drove his newly purchased car to pick up Yang Xiaoqiao. Once they had her, he led the way while Bu Ming leisurely followed behind, arriving at the Jinshi Mountain Villa in the Jinshi Valley of Anbei. The villa has a long history, once serving as a retreat for the king of Anbei, featuring both mountains and lakes with exceptional feng shui. The current owner is a descendant of the royal lineage, and although the villa no longer enjoys its former glory, no one dares to covet it. At this moment, the open-air parking lot of the villa was filled with various luxury cars. Vehicles costing less than $1 million were deemed unworthy of parking there, forcing them to find distant farms for accommodation. Additionally, 2 helicopters were stationed on the helipad, one belonging to Nan Batian and the other to the Huangfu family. In truth, the distance from Anbei City to the villa is less than 100 kilometers. Flying does not significantly reduce travel time and may even incur additional costs. However, wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence, making such expenses trivial as long as it projects an image of prestige. At this juncture, Jinshi Mountain Villa has transformed into a venue for flaunting wealth. Young gentlemen, accompanied by beautiful women, be they models or celebrities, populate the space. All the prominent figures of Anbei have gathered here to elevate the jade competition into a grand spectacle. Yang Xiaoqiao walked closely beside Lu Lin, her gaze constantly appraising the elegantly dressed women, feeling her meticulously chosen outfit pale in comparison. Yet Lu Lin seemed unfazed, striding confidently ahead. In that moment, Yang Xiaoqiao perceived Lu Lin's remarkable distinction. Could this be what they call a person of knowledge exuding grace? Not quite, but something akin to that. Indeed, a capable man possesses an undeniable charm, she mused. Meanwhile, Bu Ming and Uncle Lu trailed behind, their attire somewhat incongruous with the event's atmosphere. Uncle Lu's hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt, and his clothing somewhat worn. At his level of expertise, the brand of clothing he wore held little significance. Similarly, Bu Ming preferred the comfort of a courier's uniform. As they walked, a mocking laughter broke through the air. Bai Xiao, look over there. There's even a courier among us. The voice belonged to a woman. Soon, a man's voice followed. Indeed, this place has become a jungle. Even the doormen let them in. I'll have a word with the security. This prompted excitement among the onlookers. The man approached the nearby security personnel, whispering a few words. The security guard soon turned his attention toward Bu Ming, quickly bringing several individuals to block his and Uncle Lu's path. The man and woman trailed behind the security, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, when Uncle Lu presented the gilded invitation and identified himself as Lu Zhuoma, the security promptly and respectfully escorted both him and Bu Ming inside. The man and woman, thwarted in their spectacle, expressed their disappointment, with the man remarking, "He's merely a jade craftsman. What is so remarkable about that? Perhaps he can't afford jade himself and must rely on others to process it. And that kid must be tagging along with the craftsman. Just look at his naive demeanor." Bu Ming, with keen ears, had overheard the condescending remarks directed at Uncle Lu and felt a surge of indignation. Intentionally, he slowed his pace. Uncle Lu glanced back at Bu Ming, understanding the youthful desire for vindication, and chose not to intervene, instead hastening his steps. Once Uncle Lu had distanced himself, Bu Ming felt liberated, like a bird released from its cage, aimlessly wandering. Inside the banquet hall of Jinshi Mountain Villa, numerous buffet tables were scattered about, and servers circulated with trays of champagne. Bu Ming seized 2 glasses from his server's tray, alternating sips with a showy flair. Yet that was not enough. He approached the buffet table, indulging himself voraciously, drawing the attention of many, including Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, having anticipated a spectacle from Bu Ming and Uncle Lu, seized the opportunity when he saw Bu Ming alone. He declared loudly, "Where did this courier come from? Infiltrating such a high-class event? If even a courier can waltz in here, I fear the standards have plummeted." Beside him, a certain internet celebrity from Anbei echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, I question the organizing committee's competence." Their words resonated with many present, who hailed from various minor families in Anbei, possessing some wealth yet eager to distinguish themselves from the less fortunate. The very presence of someone like Bu Ming threatened to shatter their sense of superiority. Seeing the agreement among the crowd, Bai Xiao continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Bai Qi from Bai Family's jewelry store. Let us collectively voice our concerns to the event organizers, demanding the expulsion of this penniless interloper. Not only should he be ousted, but he should also return everything he has consumed." The internet celebrity chimed in, "Absolutely, he must learn a lesson." Just then, a voice interjected calmly, "What Bai Family? I believe you mean Bai Ji instead. I wager 1 million that the event will expel you before they ever touch him." Bai Qi, taken aback, retorted, "Who dares? You may insult my character, but you cannot besmirch my name." At that moment, a Gothic-clad young lady stepped forth. "It is I who speaks thus. Not only shall I insult your character, but I will also tarnish your name and the entirety of the Bai family. For a fourth-rate family, consider this an act of grace." Bai Qi's companion, an internet celebrity, was incensed. "You little brat. What do you know? This is Bai Xiao." The young lady smiled. "To refer to me as a brat, it seems your eyesight is in dire need of correction. Is there anyone willing to perform eyelid surgery for her?" The internet celebrity chuckled. "What a cunning little girl. I'm brought here by Bai Xiao." As she laughed, she suddenly noticed Bai Qi trembling beside her and turned to inquire, "Bai Xiao, what troubles you? Surely, she has vexed you." Before she could finish her words, Bai Qi slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "You wretched woman, how dare you show disrespect to young Lady Huangfu? Today, I shall sew your mouth shut." He followed up with another slap. The force of these blows transformed the internet celebrity's delicate face into a swollen mess. Stunned, she pondered how she had managed to associate herself with Bai Xiao only to end up being assaulted. Why was this happening? She found it utterly perplexing. However, Bai Xiao was relentless. He grasped her hair, intending to drag her out. Little Luali giggled. Foolishness is indeed foolishness. Do you think my words are mere nonsense? You believe you can intimidate me so easily? I declare that I would sew her eyes shut. Do you think 2 slaps suffice to conclude the matter? Bai Chi's intentions had been uncovered by little Luali, leaving him in a cold sweat. He glanced around, seeking someone to advocate for him. But those young ladies and gentlemen friendly with the Bai family averted their gazes. What a ridiculous notion it would be to offend young Lady Huangfu for the sake of a mere internet celebrity. Only Bai Chi would be so foolish. After all, he was merely Bai Chi, a trivial internet celebrity. Was she worth such trouble? As long as the Bai family maintained their status in Anbei, countless internet celebrities could be found. It seemed Bai Chi was now in dire straits, as everyone hastily distanced themselves from him. Internally, Bai Chi lamented his plight. He had merely wished to flaunt his status before the internet celebrity, yet he had unwittingly provoked a calamity. Now, not only was the internet celebrity in jeopardy, but he himself faced danger, and even the Bai family was at risk. Given another chance, he would pay no heed, even if Bu Ming were to perform a show of devouring a roasted pig. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Bai Chi clenched his teeth, resolved to take action against the internet celebrity with her large, expressive eyes. Words of affection and reluctance were mere sweet nothings. When the time came to abandon sentiment, Bai Chi would act without hesitation, for self-interest was paramount. Furthermore, the name Huangfu Wuqing was notoriously fearsome. Her capricious temperament and ruthless demeanor were well known in the circles of young elites. The Huangfu family was one of the 3 prominent families, the foremost in Anbei, alongside the Long family, which focused on education and real estate, and the Yang family, which dealt in food and energy. The Huangfu family primarily engaged in the trade of medicinal herbs and precious stones. Thus, Bai Chi could ill afford to offend the Huangfu family. The internet celebrity's face resembled that of a pig. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet Bai Chi glared at her with a ferocious intensity that sent chills down her spine. She screamed in terror, but none of the onlookers showed her any sympathy. Instead, they reveled in her misfortune. Just then, a gentle voice interjected, "Little Huangfu, you should behave better." Though soft, the voice was audible enough for all to hear. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where Bu Ming stood. One hand holding a glass of champagne and the other a large piece of steak, devouring it without utensils. Observers frowned at the sight of this seemingly disheveled man. Surely he could not know young Lady Huangfu. This was clearly an act of pretense, and everyone anticipated young Lady Huangfu would soon unleash her wrath. Yet, to their surprise, young Lady Huangfu beamed. "Sir, what brings you here?" "I came to indulge in food and drink," Bu Ming replied with a smile, finishing his steak. Wiping his hands on his clothing, rinsing his mouth with champagne, and gesturing to young Lady Huangfu. She promptly approached him, transforming from a willful young lady into a docile girl. Everyone was left speechless. Was this truly young Lady Huangfu? Or had the rumors of her being an endearing young woman been a misconception? At that moment, a stir coursed through the crowd as 3 young men entered together. Yang Sanwei from the Yang family, Long Ziwei from the Long family, and Duan Nan from the Duan family. They were the brightest stars of their generation in Anbei, known individually, but now they appeared as a trio. Instantly, the spotlight shifted away from young Lady Huangfu toward these 3 young men, as the offspring of lesser families eagerly greeted them, proud to be recognized by such distinguished figures. The 3 young men responded with nods, exuding an approachable demeanor. However, when their eyes fell upon Bu Ming, they froze in surprise. Bai Chi, ever the keen observer, quickly discerned the tension between the 3 young men and Bu Ming. He hastily approached, saying, "Gentlemen, this delivery boy is utterly arrogant. He just claimed he would annihilate the 3 great families and the 4 overlords. Truly outrageous." He shook his head, as if lamenting the plight of the 3 great families and the 4 overlords. The 3 young men exchanged glances, and Bai Chi believed his ploy had succeeded. Yet, in the next moment, all 3 delivered simultaneous kicks to his rear. The force sent him flying like a cannonball, causing onlookers to part as he crashed into several tables, toppling a platter of cold dishes, particularly spilling sauce from a fish dish all over himself. Bai Chi became a mess. After dealing with Bai Chi, the 3 young men approached Bu Ming with the same reverence as young Lady Huangfu, respectfully addressing him as Sir. The entire venue was astounded. "Sir? What sir?" It was unfathomable that the most elite of Anbei's youth would show such deference to a single individual. Finally, someone recalled, I heard these four are students at Sha Ing High School, where a distinguished figure recently opened a class, gathering the most unruly students. Since they all call him sir, could he be the one who established this class? If that were the case, how remarkable must he be to command such respect? It must be true. Otherwise, how could these young men have yielded to anyone else? He appeared quite young, leaving his origins a mystery. Regardless of his background, aligning oneself with him would surely yield great rewards. Bu Ming, wishing to avoid entanglements with these young elites, led the four students aside. Observing them, he inquired, I haven't been around school much lately. Have you all been diligent in your studies? Yang Sanwei replied, Sir, we are still quite obedient. When you are present, Teacher Ling is gentler with us, but when you're absent, his words trailed off, and the other three displayed expressions of discomfort. Longzi remarked, Sir, to speak candidly, although Teacher Ling is my mentor, her recent transformation has been rather significant. In your absence, it is as though she has prematurely entered a phase of upheaval, displaying an unusual restlessness and finding various ways to torment us. I suspect she is venting her frustrations on us. Duan then interjected, Sir, why not consider taking her under your wing? What are you all suggesting? How could someone as virtuous as the Sir engage in such conduct? Huangfu Wuqing exclaimed. You need not heed their words, Sir. Simply be yourself. Their voices clashed in a cacophony that left Bu Ming with a throbbing headache. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said, Enough. Once I conclude my current affairs, I shall return as swiftly as possible. However, as you all know, there have been disturbances in Anbei lately, and I am preoccupied with dealing with these supernatural beings. Sir, you have begun to capture these entities? Huangfu Wuqing asked. Why not take us along? We should be able to assist you. The others echoed this sentiment, particularly Yang Sanwei, who said, Sir, I have suffered at the hands of these creatures before, and my strength has improved somewhat. I too wish to seek vengeance on a spirit. Why not take us with you? We promise to be of help and not cause any trouble. Everyone gazed at Bu Ming with eager anticipation. Naturally, Bu Ming, who was not particularly adept at declining requests, felt compelled by their earnestness and replied, Very well, should there be another encounter with such creatures, I shall take you along to broaden your horizons.